Sandra moves over to a nearby tree out of my way and sits down. She closes her eyes and starts meditating while I square off with my tree, both of us aware that the other plans to seriously practice now that we're alone. Sandra has her searching spell activated, so I can put 100 of my focus into figuring out how to utilize my mana without worrying about our surroundings. I start by swinging my axe through the air a few times, trying to imprint how I stumble with each different swing. Then I surround my feet with large amounts of my mana like I do with airwalk. However, unlike airwalk, I don't dissipate the mana after it's formed. Instead, I force the mana to almost a standstill, locking my feet in place. The restrictive mana squeezes my feet, and I'm able to swing my axe without me being dragged along with it, but this can only be considered a step in the right direction. I can walk while I have mana skin activated because the mana is flowing freely over my body and contouring to my movements. Mana skin is made out of my compacted mana like airwalk, but still moves like the blood under my skin. Locking my feet in place may be a step in the right direction, but it's a step I can't make, mostly because now I can't move my feet. The laws of motion apply to everything, even magic. Because the mana surrounding my feet is moving much slower than usual, it takes me longer to focus and get the mana moving again to release myself. I don't burn as much mana this way, but I can't afford to cement myself in place when I'm fighting. There has to be a better solution. I stand for a moment, trying to think of a new way to approach this, but nothing practical comes to mind. Maybe I need to take a step back and reevaluate my resources. Maybe looking at my status page might help give me some new ideas. And besides, I haven't checked the exact growth of my skills in over a week now. LV 73, total experience gained, 67,766 exp. That's some solid gains for my blacksmithing skills, which haven't seen any significant growth since I made the General's Arrow. Mana Skin retook its lead as my highest leveled Tier 4 skill. And though Mana Skin and Magic Blacksmithing were my only magic skills that leveled this past week, I can feel that I've made progress with my other mana-related skills, just not enough for them to level. Sandra said my skills were already high for someone my age, so I shouldn't get greedy. Airwalk jumped up to level 6, and based on when I used it a little while ago to show off, I'd estimate its mana cost dipped below 38 for each step now. I've done a lot this last week, and yet whenever I pull up my status page, I always realize just how much I still need to accomplish. Alchemy is still stuck at level 2. I have 5 skills stuck at their testing levels, with another 2 skills almost reaching their next test soon as well. There are just too many things I still need to work on. I wish I could split my time more evenly, but certain things take priority. Like figuring out how to swing my weapons without losing control, that is my #1 priority. But now that Sandra has pointed it out to me, I see my mana skills in a new light. I've always been able to feel the presence of mana since I was reborn in this world. Sure, I knew how rare sensing mana is for most people, but I never thought about how much my talent has helped me grow. Even when you factor in that, I've been practicing for 15 years according to Sandra. I'm ahead of her master in terms of mana skill, and I'm sure he's been studying magic for more than I have. I'm confident my mana skills will help me solve the issue with the momentum of my weapons. I just have to think of something new, something original. That's where I excel at. Kicking at the forest floor in frustration, I uncover a root of the tree I'm practicing on. Roots. Now there's an idea. Trees have a strong foundation because their network of roots spread throughout the ground. What if I try to spread my mana out from my feet into the ground as trees do? Let's try it out. I gather my mana into my feet and slowly extend tendrils of mana into the forest floor. The process is slow if I lose focus. My mana will dissipate and I'll need to start all over. Plus, it's not like I have an unlimited mana pool to work with either. After 20 minutes of standing perfectly still and focusing on my mana, I've managed to braid my mana together into a tendril and dig it 4 inches into the ground. At this point, I realize I can't extend my mana any further from my body without losing control over it and having it disperse into the ground. I test to see if the mana roots help at all by slowly lifting one of my feet off the ground. A smile crosses my face when I can feel a slight resistance keeping me from raising my foot. Once my foot is 4 inches off the ground, the resistance fades to almost nothing as my mana roots try to grip the mana in the air instead of the ground. I slowly lower my foot back down and see what happens when my uprooted mana tendrils come back into contact with the earth. It takes a few seconds and some nudging with my manipulation skill, but my mana roots eventually snake their way into the earth below. The mana roots find purchase in the naturally slow-moving earth mana. Now I need to see how much my mana roots help me to deal with my weapon's momentum. I adjust my stance, giving the mana roots enough time to take hold again and swing my axe in an upward strike. The roots definitely help me, but they're too short to offset my strike's total momentum. I'm not disappointed with the results, however. This proves my idea works. All I need to do is practice more. You look happy. Did you succeed? I look over at Sandra, who's opened her eyes again. Yes and no. I couldn't figure out an immediate solution, but with some practice I should be fine. What about you? I'm trying to maintain control of my mana as it leaves my skin. Let's see who succeeds first. Sandra sends me a challenging grin. It's on, I accept her challenge. Time to grind some skills. You look much better today, Master remarks as I work the bellows of our forge. The break was good. I had a little trouble practicing with my new weapons, but I'm working on a solution, I tell him. Is that why you brought your sword with you today? Master motions to my sheathed scimitar resting up against my workbench. Yeah, I can't very well bring my axe or war hammer with me if I can't use them properly. I'll switch which weapon I bring after I work things out. As I'm pumping the billows, I'm mindful of my mana roots stretching out from my feet. After practicing most of the day away yesterday, I've managed to gain some sense of control over them. I can extend and retract the roots much faster now, only needing a split second to retract and redeploy them as I walk. 4 inches is still the limit for how far out I can extend them, but this morning I found another use for them. While keeping pace with Mom, I noticed the ground felt slightly off as we ran around the village. We run the same way each morning, and I'm familiar with each rock, stump, and tree root we run past. It took me a while to figure it out, but eventually I realized even though my mana roots didn't have enough time to burrow into the ground, they still reinforced my footing slightly. I now plan to keep my roots extended permanently as I do with mana skin when I'm outside. I wouldn't be surprised if I unlock a new skill soon. I'm sure you'll get a hold of it. Master gives me a few words of encouragement. It's always nice to hear that someone has faith in you. Did you decide on how you want your armor to look? I groan into the forge. Yes, it took me forever though. That's why I took an extra day off. Mom helped me a lot. Your mother knows about armor. Master asks, more than a bit surprised hearing that my mother knows anything about armor. She doesn't know armor, I correct Master before he gets the wrong idea, but she knows how to work hide and leather. She helped me figure out which parts I need to forge and which I'll need to make with her. So you're sticking to a lighter set of armor then? That's right, I confirm what Master already knows. It took talking to Mother for hours on end before I had any idea of how I would make my first personal set of armor. I've sold a few sets of basic plate armor to Curvin in the past, but I've always leaned towards the weapon side of blacksmithing. That's because there are many forms of armor in this world, and many don't require blacksmithing to make. With magic beasts out there with hides that can block enchanted steel, not everyone wants to be bogged down with a set of full plate mail. Master taught me how to make armor out of metal, but it was Mom who sat me down and explained the different armor types out there. First, you have defensive clothes woven from magic beasts or animals with strong fur. Next, you have all leather and hide armors, and as the names imply, they're made out of beast hide. You have plate-lined armors made with the previous 2 materials, but reinforced with metal plates to add extra protection. Then last is full-body suits of armor that Master is accustomed to making. I would love to have a set of magic clothing strong enough to deflect arrows and swords, but Mom said those are more expensive than high-tier magic items. We both decided it would be best for me to stick with a leather-plated set of armor. I will craft the metal components, then stitch them together with Mom. I explain all this to Master while my metal in the crucible properly binds together. Metal armor is what saves people, Master huffs. Back home, if you wore anything else, you'd be laughed out of the mountain. I don't know, Master. Magic underwear sounds nice, I joke. Then buy your Master some and we'll see how it holds up. I've seen the dirty clothes in your house, Master. No way am I spending good money only to condemn a pair of magic boxers to that kind of fate. Cheeky brat. Master and I go back and forth until the alloy is ready. Now comes the tricky part. I have to craft 23 plates to cover specific parts of my body. I need to craft 4 plates for each of my limbs, 2 large plates for my chest, 4 smaller plates for my back, and 1 plate for a cap. Everything will be cushioned with leather, but the plates need to cover the majority of my body. I decide to start with the plates for my back because those will be the easiest. To move efficiently, a person's back needs to remain limber. The 4 plates will be evenly spaced out, but there will still be a decent gap between each plate so my armor can contour with my body as I run and dodge strikes. The 4 square plates I hammer out are the quickest thing I've made in a long time. Next, I move on to something a bit trickier, the plates for my arms and legs. Each plate needs to be rounded to fit over both sides of my arms and legs. The closer I can match the plates to my body, the more comfortable they'll be and offer me better protection. I need to mold each piece, let it cool down a little, then hold it up to my limbs to see if I need to adjust it. At the same time, I'm doing all that I think about what would happen if I just crafted hundreds of small square and rectangle pieces and used those to line some armor. It would offer more protection while retaining its flexibility. Though now that I think about it, the assembly of such armor would take forever. I already have a packed schedule without wasting my time on an experiment that I have no idea if I could even pull off. Once I have the segments for my limbs completed, I flatten out a chunk of metal and form it into a bowl shape. This plate will be padded the most and used to make me a helmet. I originally wanted to forego any armor for my head, but Mom argued that I should at least have a helmet in case something attacks me from above. The last 2 plates take me the longest to make and will most likely need to be adjusted later. Armor that covers the chest is the simplest to make, but the hardest to perfect. Chest pieces aren't like what you see in video games. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I will form the metal to highlight my assets. Not only is that impractical, but it isn't that structurally safe either. A good chest piece is triangular in shape to deflect arrows and swords properly. This concept applies to both men and women. The skimpy armor I used to see in games had way too many creases and crevices, and if they were used in a real fight, they would have the wearer take more damage than it would deflect. The trick with chest pieces is that the better they defend you, the harder it is to move. I tried wearing a plate mill chest piece I wouldn't be able to bend over. The chest plates I'm making are meant to overlap each other while still giving me a small degree of freedom. When everything is mostly done, Master moves over next to me eyeballing the various plates I made, probably picturing how they're supposed to fit together. Finished everything. I think so. I stretch out my tired arms. The sun was just starting to go down. Will you be back tomorrow? I don't think so, I tell Master. Mom has the leather set aside, and it will probably take the whole day for us to get everything fitted. I'll be back the day after to make any adjustments I need to, and maybe start crafting some of the weapons I plan on selling. What about the special arrows? You don't want to start with those? Mazer curiously asks. I was thinking of setting aside the materials I need for the arrows and make them last. I'd rather try to raise my skills a little higher before I tackle the most expensive items. Master hums in agreement. Then I'll see you in 2 days with your new armor. I think you'll be impressed. I brag a little as I put everything away. I don't think so. It isn't full metal after all. Master lets out a hearty laugh. Stone kin in their metal. Apparently some stereotypes are the same across both worlds. If I ever meet an elf, it will probably be in the forest. I'll do my best to impress you then, I say in an over-exaggerated manner. Gathering up the 23 metal plates, I say goodnight to Master. See you later, Master. Remember, when I get back, we'll have another forging marathon. Gods help me. Master shakes his head as he waves goodbye to me. Walking home, I can't help but think about what the next few months have in store for me. Master pack or the deathless point of view, Jason. Which of these blasted papers has the city's food figures? I snap at my young aide. The one on your left, sir. He points out a piece of parchment covered from top to bottom with numbers. And the schedule for the patrols. That's this one. Jason pulls a piece of paper from a stack that was partially leaning off my desk. I grit my teeth in frustration, trying to decipher the many figures I'm reading. Wow, you're terrible at this. My hands tighten slightly at Jason's remark, crumpling the parchment in my hands. I scowl at the young man, but he continues to smirk at my distress. I thought someone of your standing would be used to the paperwork. I am Master Packer the Deathless, not Packer the Accountant. I have reliable servants like yourself to take care of these matters for me. Oh, you think I'm reliable? That makes me feel all fuzzy inside. Young Jason pretends to swoon like a maiden in love. I admit I underestimated the young man. His ability to read people and change his personality depending on who he's talking to is top-notch. I'm not even sure if he was truly afraid of me a week ago when we negotiated the surrender of Dre, or if that was merely a front he put on to deal with me. It only took him seeing me interact with General Pitts once to determine I respect and prefer dealing with confident people rather than sniveling cowards, and adjusted himself as such. I can only guess that his talents were squandered by the previous city lord, seeing how apt he is at organizing everything. According to reports, the city has enough food to function for another 2 weeks before you'll need to start implementing rationing, young Jason informs me. And the fields, I ask him. How are they going? Many of the citizens have noticed the food situation. People have started to volunteer their services in fixing the surrounding fields. As of now, 7 of the damaged fields have been tilled, while 3.5 of that has already been sown with new seed. Many of our high-level farmers were evacuated from the city, so the crops only benefit from low-tier skills. Crop production should speed up once the refugee farmers arrive. Any news on them? I ask, trying to compare what Jason is telling me with the physical reports. Just because I like his new attitude doesn't mean I take everything Jason says at face value. I'm not that trusting, though I do admit I appreciate his help more and more as the days pass. Jason and a few of my commanders with relevant skills are the ones running most of the city. I have to oversee Jason's every move, but he's yet to do anything suspicious. I'm sure whoever is being sent to run Dre will be quite pleased when they find out they have such a capable aide waiting for them. We took note of everyone trying to stir up trouble and will continue to monitor their movements. As long as they don't do anything to really destabilize what we're trying to accomplish here, we'll leave them be. For now, the last report had them 2 days out. If your farmers are as good as you say they are, then hopefully we'll get some crops in before people start to revolt out of hunger. Jason sends me a challenging look. Skull farmers are used to working with barren soil. You'll be eating your words in no time at all, I confidently reassure him. I look forward to it. Jason boldly grins at me. At least I have someone I can have a decent conversation with, like General Pitts. I wonder how she's doing. Jason. Yes, sir. How has Lady Pitts been faring? Jason's happy expression cracks, revealing deeper emotions underneath. Jason told me how she's been pulling him aside to ask him questions about the city and the local lord who ran away. General Pitts has been quite furious lately. Every time I see her, she is cursing the local nobility and how they're responding to your invasion. It's nice knowing the city wasn't sacrificed on the general's orders, but that only helps so much. I can see Jason respects General Pitts as I do, but that doesn't make up for the nobility that left him here to die. Usually, when a city is taken during a war, the leaders are either captured or executed to make an example for the people. They chose to leave young Jason in charge as a sacrifice, something he's sure not to forget. It will take time before I can fully trust young Jason, but I'll make use of the gem the nobles decided to throw away. As she should be. It's the job of us nobles to rule over the weak. The coward who fled his city has no right to use that title. He should have been leading the defense of his city. A leader like General Pitts knows this. I'm sure she sees the actions of the local nobility as a stain on Olbert's name. I explain what I believe General Pitts is thinking. Then they'll be punished. Young Jason asks in a cold tone. They will be, I tell him. The only question is, will it be through my hand or Olbert's? I understand. Jason bows his head in appreciation. Young Jason has a last name, meaning he's from a well-off family, but he's not a noble. People given noble titles, even city lords, are usually seen as untouchable by the masses. It's rare for them to be punished for their actions, and those of lesser standing can only bear with their demands. But of course, that is all in the future, I remind young Jason. Has everyone arrived? They should be waiting for you in the conference room, he informs me. Good, I stand up and walk out of the office, leaving behind my parchment-covered desk. Briskly walking down the city lord's mansion hallways, followed by young Jason, I pass by barren walls where paintings and other artwork were once hung. It's funny to see the lesser pieces of artwork the previous lord deemed unfit to bring with him during his escape. Back in Skull, nobles decorate their halls with magic beast materials, symbols of their strength and success, though I can appreciate a good painting as much as the next person. Sadly, most of the remaining artwork will need to be sold or traded away in the coming weeks for as much capital as possible. The previous lord didn't just take off with his favorite artwork, he also emptied the city's coffers. A city can only function for so long without any coin in its vault. We've managed to restore the city's basic functions, but certain things need to line up with certain people before it can get back to normal. And my guests should be a few of the people who can help make that happen. Entering the sparse conference room, I take the measure of my 5 guests. First is Ariel Velen. She was the second in command of the city's courier guild until her boss who fled the city, leaving her in charge much like Jason. She's a tall, thin woman who looks to be the most nervous of my guests. Next is the gentleman standing in the corner who's wearing a guard uniform minus the gear. Jason informed me his name was Maz. The other guards elected him to represent their interests when we called to meet with their leader. Even without a weapon, he sizes me up with his eyes. The third person is a woman who looks to be in her 40s. Bellara Mantle's stocky figure is hidden behind her mage robes. She was elected to represent the few remaining mages in Dre, much like Maz was. My last and the most important guest is the head of the local Silverherd branch, Leonard Gray, and his bodyguard, who's standing behind him. Gray is the second most experienced person in the room besides myself, and he's the only one who looks excited to meet with me. Unlike most of the affluential people of Dre, Gray stayed behind to manage Silverherd's remaining assets in the city. Master Packer the Deathless, it is an honor to meet you in person. The experienced merchant wastes no time in trying to flatter me with a polite bow. I hate dealing with experienced merchants. They have the knowledge and skills to turn most situations to their advantage. His bodyguard looks to be a decent level as well. Not enough to beat me even without my weapon and armor, but still quite decent. I should imagine so. I coldly reply to Gray's greeting. If I give this man an inch, he'll take a mile. I'm better off using my status to suppress him. I'm a busy man, so I'll jump right to the point. I want the 4 of you to cooperate with me. The 3 younger representatives are surprised by my bluntness, while Gray's smiles only grows as if he saw this coming. What do you mean? Maz is the first to ask me a question. Your men took all our gear, and I'm allowing you to earn it back. I can't have my men patrolling the city all day. My men will replace your superiors who fled, and will still be in charge of the walls and gates, but I want the previous guards patrolling the city keeping people safe, I explain. You would give us back our weapons. Maz asks in disbelief. Should I not? We both want Dre to remain safe. I'm sure the 4 of you have heard rumors of why we are here. We are not invading for riches or glory. Our people need food. I'm confident the people will soon see Skull will do a much better job managing this land than Olbert ever has. Maz remains silent, contemplating what I said. You ask us to forego our country, Bellara Mantles asks in an accusing tone of voice. If you wish to leave, you can do so in a year once the fighting has calmed down. I don't mention our plans to continue our campaign, but consider who you give your allegiance to. I don't see a star on your chest, so why were you chosen to represent the mages? Bellara Mantles holds her tongue, but I can see her balling her fists in anger. It's because your betters fled the city when they had the chance. I make eye contact with each of the younger representatives. I didn't, Leonard Gray confidently replies. I wonder why that is. I send the calculating merchant a look that says I'm not falling for his bival shit. Directing my attention back to my other guests, I continue to pull them over to our side of things. I want guards protecting the people. I need mages to help repair the city, and I need to have open lines of communication. I focus on Ariel Velen. She flinches back and quietly squeaks out, most of our prized birds were taken by the manager. I am aware. You do still have a few, don't you? I ask in a softer tone, trying to get her to respond properly. We do, but none of them are trained to fly to Skal, Ariel Velen confirms. The only birds we have left are the ones trained to fly to the nearby villages. That's fine, I tell her. When we captured T-Burn, their courier branch didn't have as much time to release their birds. I'll send a message for them to send a few to your branch. Also, one of our tamers is already training a flock of rock vultures to deliver messages to Skal. They're more aggressive than your falcons, but much more hardy beasts. Can you handle different types of birds? Ariel Velen nods her head. As long as they're trained properly, we can work with anything that has wings. She sounds much more confident when she's talking about her work. That's good. I smile confidently at Maz, Ariel, and Bellara. If the three of you are up to it, Jason here will help you get your respective operations going again with the three of you as their new leaders. What? Ariel squeaks. You want me to supervise every mage in Dre? Bellara skeptically asks. Maz's eyes widen for a second, but he's the calmest of the three. I do, I assure them. The three of you were already chosen to represent your people. My men will still oversee your actions, but I'll trust you to get things moving again. We're all alone, Gray remarks as soon as the conference room door closes behind them. Shall we discuss business? His smile makes me want to punch him. I'm going to need a drink after this. How did everything go on your end? I ask young Jason when he walks back into my temporary office with a new stack of documents meant for the ever-growing piles on my desk. Good, he smiles when he sees me frowning over more papers. The hardest part will be overseeing the guard's reinstatement, but it should still free up most of your men. I was able to renegotiate down the rates for both the Courier Guild and the mages considering most of their high-level people left the city. I'm curious, though, what happens if their supervisors try to come back. Jason doesn't outright say he knows of our plans to take Blaton, but that's what he's referring to. Isn't it obvious? I scoff at my young aide. If they choose to seek employment, it's up to the heads of the local branches to decide whether or not to take them back. Jason and I share a knowing grin. Skal values strength and commitment, and we certainly remember who flees. I remind young Jason. Jason nods in understanding before asking me curiously, and how was your discussion with Mr. Gray? I lean back in my chair and sigh, stroking my feathered beard. It was that bad? Jason asks, surprised by my reaction. Dealing with experienced merchants is always difficult, I explain to him. But how can he match you, your pack or the deathless? Jason leans forward, probably wondering why I didn't just kill the merchant. He already knew I needed his help. I frowned deeply and explained my reasoning to the young aide. Silver Herd is a growing merchant company. Gray didn't flee when he had the chance because Silver Herd is making plans to do business with us in the future. He told you that? Jason asks wide-eyed. Don't you have supply trains bringing in your goods from Skal? Use those. Jason offers up a quick solution. I shake my head. It is already hard enough organizing a supply chain, and it will only become more arduous once we start needing to ship food back to Skal. There needs to be trading between cities, and an established merchant company is the best to do it. What did he ask for in return? He wants documentation guaranteeing his people's safety and preferential treatment when it comes to city contracts. That's it, young Jason asks, confused. There were rumors about the previous city lord and Mr. Gray making secret deals with each other. I can't imagine that's all he asked for. I was surprised by his generosity and willingness to work together as well, but I've met plenty of merchants like him in my day. I can already guess what he's after. I open my special water skin and take a large swig of alcohol. He has ambitious eyes. He's probably trying to get in my good graces before his company regains oversight over him. So there will be problems in the future. Young Jason quickly understands what I'm alluding to. I drink another mouthful from my water skin and smile. You don't seem too worried. Jason notices that I'm starting to relax in my chair. I'm not. It will be a problem for whoever takes over the city, not mine. I grin at my young aide, but it will most likely be yours. Great, I'll look forward to it, he says sarcastically, handing me a piece of paper. Sign that and I'll have it taken to the Couriers Guild. Is this the message I wanted to be sent to all the nearby villages? I ask while I quickly scan the document. It is, and now that the Couriers Guild is reopening, we can send them out, Jason confirms. This is good. We passed by a few villages when we marched on Dre. We spread the word that we were their new rulers. A few villages were even expecting us because the prisoners we released made it back home before we did. I mentioned this to young Jason, and he told me there were many more villages in the vicinity, some of which would take days to reach. Without any formal documents, it will be challenging to know exactly how many villages are now under my control. In a few days, my replacement should show up, and I'll be free to inspect the surrounding lands myself. Maybe I should take General Pitts with me. She should know a little bit about the area, and the fresh air will do her some good. And maybe I'll find out where she got that special arrow from. I sit back in my chair and drain the alcohol from my water skin, smiling to myself. Leah's point of view, tell me, why again are you making me cover up like this? Sandra complains next to me. Sandra is mad that I made her wear thick clothing and had her tie a rag over her mouth and nose. Because we're heating an unknown alchemical mixture and you're pregnant, I remind her for the third time. But it's so hot, she whines. At least let me take off the mask. Along with the spring sun, the heat from the forge is making Sandra sweat up a storm. It's a good thing I have her drinking a lot of water. No, I promptly shoot down her suggestion. Even though devil's poke and ethros aren't poisons in any way, I'm not taking any chances something could happen to my future niece or nephew. Then what about you? Why aren't you bundled up like I am? Sandra gives me an accessing look with her exposed eyes. I'm a physical build, meaning my body is much stronger than yours. Plus, I have my barrier skill, which helps block out some of the more dangerous things I can breathe in. It works wonders when I'm mining with Master, and the air is filled with dust. I explain to Sandra while we're waiting for our third mixture of the day to heat up. Can't the two of you be quieter? This is supposed to be one of my days off. Master grumbles from his bench. Ignore him, I tell Sandra. But we're using his equipment. Sandra looks around Master's clearing, clearly impressed with the setup we have. I've been using the forge to heat up my mixtures from the start. Master just likes to complain, that's all. I sneak a quick glance over my shoulder and see that Master is secretly watching us work just like he does when I'm forging. If you say so, Sandra hesitantly agrees. Do you think this new wood will help? I don't answer her and instead stare at the glass beaker sitting on a metal stand above the coals. The internal mana structure is mixing near the bottom, but the top is remaining clumped together. It looks like this will be another dud. I sigh in disappointment. I still can't believe you can sense specific mana signatures like that, Sandra says, moving to prep a new solution for our next attempt. What do you see in the mixture? I ask Sandra. I can see the mana moving faster because of the heat. Along with that, the mixture is mostly earth and water mana like most plants are, but that's it. That's pretty good. I offer her some encouragement. Sandra just pouts, knowing I'm saying that because I'm her friend. Trust me if you keep practicing with mana manipulation, since mana will level up with it and vice versa. I know, Sandra responds half-heartedly. I should change the subject. Did you see your brother off this morning? Of course I said goodbye to him on my way here. I can't believe Nicholas volunteered to escort the crops to Dre. I could imagine Braden going, but not Nicholas. Marcus and Ezekiel finally finished harvesting all the wordle 2 days ago. Nicholas, along with Ronald and 2 other hunters, set off this morning to deliver our supplies to Dre. Braden did offer to go, but Nicholas argued he would be a better fit should something go wrong. Sandra tells me they're just going for appearance's sake. As soon as they see Skull's flag flying in the distance, they'll turn around and come back home, I remind her. You're right, I think Nicholas just wanted to get out of the village for a little bit. Father has been running brother ragged lately, having him organizing everything in the entire village. What about you? I ask Sandra. Is Camden still hounding you about your magic? Not as much as he was, she tells me, though he was impressed yesterday when I used earth magic to turn over the fields. What about you? What have you been up to? I'm guessing those spears and swords are new. Sandra motions over to the rack of weapons I've made over the last few days. Yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of this new metal I'm working with. I've made 6 spears and 8 swords. It hasn't rained lately, so Master and I agreed it was easier to build a rack to hold them for now. They look beautiful, Sandra remarks at the tannish silver weapons. Are you donating any of them to the village? I snort, trying to hold back my laughter. No way, those are magic weapons. Each one of those can be enchanted. You're the only other person in the village besides me who can use magic weapons like that. Would be wasted here. You forgot about Anastasia, Sandra reminds me. She doesn't leave her hut unless it's a real emergency. What would Anastasia need a magic sword for? Good point, Sandra agrees. Are you planning to enchant all of them yourself then? If we ever figure this recipe out, I reach into the fire with a pair of tongs and remove the failed mixture. For some reason, the mixture isn't circulating heat properly. Parts of the solution heat up quicker than others and float near the top, while others rise and fall like a normal liquid. Do you think we need more heat? Sandra asks for my opinion. No, I've already tried hotter coals. The mixture burns too easily. The wood we're using now provides just enough heat, but the mixture isn't reacting like it's supposed to. Do you think it would work better if we spread out the heat rather than turn it up? What? I ask, confused. We have the solution sitting above the fire. What if we build up the coals around it and heat the solution from each of the sides as well as the bottom? Maybe that would help even out the heat in the solution. That's brilliant, I exclaim. I should have thought of that sooner. The same principle applies to my blacksmithing. You need to heat up the entire section you're working with, or you'll cause microfractures. I'll fix the fire. I'll get the solution ready. The two of us scramble to get everything ready. We both anxiously watch the alchemical solution as soon as I move it into the forge and cross our fingers praying for just a single success. The two of us don't say a word to one another while the solution is heating up. I keep count in my head, measuring the exact time the solution is in the fire for my notes later. After 7.5 minutes, the alchemical solution starts to change. The Ethros and Devils poke absorb a part of the fire mana and start blending together. It's working. Sandra and I echo each other's excitement. Wait, what do we do next? Sandra asks me. We haven't discussed the next step, but luckily I already have some supplies readied on my desk. You see that brown pot on my desk? Yeah, bring it over here with my smallest measuring spoon. I instruct Sandra as I prepare to remove the mixture as soon as the ingredients finish fusing. When the mixture is completed, it has turned a brighter shade of purple. What is this stuff? Sandra asks me when she looks inside the pot she brought over. Crushed magicite. I tell her as I remove the glass container from the fire. Step 3 said to add magicite to the mixture. You add the magicite 1 scoop at a time, and I'll keep an eye on its internal mana. Okay, Sandra carefully starts adding small amounts of magicite to our mixture. After she adds the second scoop, I see that the mixture isn't blending again. But this time I'm prepared. I grab a glass stirring rod and slowly mix the mixture. I'm already aware the instructions I was given leave 99 of the information out, so I have to guess the proper solutions to the problems I encounter. When I tried stirring the previous mixture when it was in the fire, the extra motion actually caused it to burn for some reason luckily. This time, stirring the mixture appears to be the right choice, and the magicite starts blending into the mixture. The magicite Sandra is adding is charging the mana in the mixture, keeping the fire mana active. At this rate, we might make it to step 4. No sooner than that thought crosses my mind, everything falls apart. Stop, I shout. Sandra freezes and we both watch our hard work burn itself up. I don't know if we added too much magicite or mixed it in too quickly, but the magicite caused the fire mana that fused with the previous mixture to go out of control. The solution burns and turns into black sludge at the bottom of the container. I can't help but let out a long sigh. The failures hurt much more after you've had a breakthrough. We were so close, Sandra says, disappointed. At least we made it to step 3. I console my friend by patting her on the shoulder and move to write down step 2 in my notes. Step 2, the mixture must be heated from the bottom and sides evenly. Using a fire around 600, the mixture starts binding after 7 minutes and finishes after 11. I'm not sure if removing the mixture from the fire was the right choice, but that's just one more thing we need to test later. I'll get the next mixture ready, excited. Sandra moves over to my workbench. Whoa, wait a minute, I stop her before she starts mixing the next test batch. What's wrong? Sandra asks me, confused as to why I'm stopping her. I think we're done for the day, I tell her. Why? Chasing success is just as bad as continuing after a long string of failures. We've burned through a lot of materials already. We can try again in a few days, I suggest to Sandra. The best idea I've heard all day, Master butts in from his bench. The two of us ignore Master's remark. Fine, Sandra reluctantly agrees. If you're really sure you want to stop, Sandra gives me one last pleading look to continue. It's no wonder she's a mage. Sandra has the drive to keep trying until she gets it right. Yeah, I repeat, it's still technically my day off and I should spend some time with my mom. She still has me helping her with Richard's marriage tassel. Then I can take this annoying thing off. Sandra removes her face mask. I'm sure Richard is happy you're helping make his tassel. Sandra's compliment and smile combination are too bright for me, so I turn away before she can see my embarrassed face. Let's clean up and head home together, I suggest to Sandra. All right, Sandra helps me straighten everything up, and we both say goodbye to Master Dell on the way home. I think about our last experiment. I'm surprised we managed to make progress on the engraving ink. This was our first time collaborating together, and it went better than I could have ever hoped for. If we continue with this kind of success, I might get my hands on some engraving ink before the month is over. It's good to stay positive, but I don't let our success cloud my judgment. I have dozens of more weapons to make, along with a whole host of skills I need to practice with. There's always something else to improve, and if I want to head to the deeper parts of the forest one day, I can't slow down now. Tomorrow I'll be back at it, working harder than ever. I channel my inner Shaolin monk, switching from a monkey stance to a crane position. The forest is warming up as spring progresses, and you can feel the vibrance of life in the air. Of course, I have no real idea if what I'm doing is anything related to actual monks, but practicing my sense of balance in weird positions is a staple for my training. I set aside today to practice all my mana skills, focusing heavily on my mana roots. And this time I can train in the woods without being critiqued by an audience. Over the past few days, keeping my mana roots deployed has almost become second nature to me, and recently I've experimented with incorporating a similar technique into my hands. When I deploy my mana roots through my feet, it anchors me to the ground and improves my balance. Yesterday, I tried forming mana roots from the palms of my hands for fun while I was swinging my blacksmithing hammer. It was more difficult than burrowing into the soft forest floor, but eventually, I managed to inject my mana roots into the handle of my hammer. This discovery not only guarantees I won't lose hold of my weapons in the future, but the mana roots make it incredibly easy to inject my mana into whatever I'm holding directly. When I finally figure out how to make engraving ink and enchant my weapons, I'll be able to activate them with virtually no mana loss in the transfer. I've always had to use inject mana to force my mana into whatever material I wanted, wasting a portion of mana overcoming a material's magic resistance. Keeping my mana roots embedded in my weapon, I can add or reabsorb my mana without overcoming that barrier. If I still had my katana, I would have been able to set it ablaze in an instant with very little mana. However, though my new mana ability continues to grow, I haven't gotten a new skill yet. And I'm starting to think it's because I can only disperse my mana roots a few inches from my body. I need to figure out how I can expand the distance I can control my mana around my body. We're 2 weeks into the 13th month of the year, meaning I'm almost halfway to my New Year's deadline. When it comes to crafting, I'm ahead of schedule, but I feel my other skills are starting to take a hit, especially my mana skills. I thought the Kagos weapons would take up more of my time, but after all the prep work master and I went through, I've been busting out Kagos alloy weapons left and right. It's gotten to the point I've started supplementing my forging with making regular steel spears for the village. Brother placed an order for some large steel nails for the armory, and a few villagers asked for some more mundane items like pots and pans, but forging cast iron utensils only takes me 20 minutes now. With my skills, stats, and experience working with magic alloys, forming non-magic items is almost too easy for me now. Master is happy because I dialed back the amount of time I'm spending forging to only 3 days with him. I then take 2 days of rest, one of which I spend practicing my other skills. Keeping my left foot on the ground, I lean forward while my right foot is stretched out behind me. Maintaining my funky yoga pose, I pull up my status page, LV 73. Total experience gained, 321,292 exp. It's been a little over a month since I last examined my status page, and I've practiced a lot since I completed my 4 personal weapons. The physical and magic skills I use for blacksmithing went up the most, but sparring with Dad and Camden helped me to level my weapon skills as well. I run every day with Mom before practicing my movement skills and periodically help her around the house. The experience I gain from leveling my skills plays the most significant part in my growth, but it's becoming harder and harder to level them. The higher the level the skill is, the more time I need to devote to leveling it, and it's become more apparent that some skills won't level further without their lower tier counterparts. For example, my tier 4 mana skills are leveling slower as they get closer to matching mana manipulations level. Trying to get past the bottleneck for Sense Soul was so overwhelmingly mentally taxing, I've put off trying again until mental resistance reaches level 60. The good news is, despite my skills becoming harder to level, my crafting experience is slowly gaining ground. Since I last checked my status page, I've crafted my armor, 18 Kaggle spears, 18 Kaggle swords, 10 steel spears for the village, 5 steel bucklers for the village, and a few other miscellaneous objects people asked for. If I keep up this pace, I'll reach level 74 before the new year. But to do that, I need to start breaking past some of these bottlenecks I'm encountering, and mana manipulation is the most important one. Like my experiments with engraving ink, I've been testing ways to break past level 60 in mana manipulation. Sandra has already complimented me on my freakish internal mana manipulation and agrees that it's my outer mana manipulation that is most likely is the culprit for my bottleneck. I think Sandra has guessed some of my skill levels, but she hasn't outright asked me for confirmation. During my last break, Sandra and I figured out the 3rd step to make engraving ink, so I want to try and keep the success going today. I focus on the mana roots extending from my left foot. The only reason I can train as much as I have is that the village has been relatively quiet the last month. Many people were expecting the next disaster to fall from the sky, but nothing has happened to our village as of late. There was the fear that Skal would march into our village and pillage everything for a little while, but that never happened. Sandra's brother Nicholas made it back to the village without incident after he confirmed Skal's flag was flying over Dre's walls just as we thought it was. And a few days after he returned, the village received an official letter from the new rulers of Dre. News travels fast through our village, and Camden called for another village meeting the next day. He explained how a Skal representative will eventually arrive at our village and how we now fall under their domain. A few people were afraid Skal might try something, but Camden reassured everybody that Skal has no reason to attack a small village like us. Just in case, though, the hunters are keeping an eye on the road every day, but there's been no sign of anyone approaching the village. For every day that passes, the village seems more peaceful as people return to their everyday lives. The next round of crops was planted. Brother was placed in charge of constructing the new armory with help from his old master. Things are getting back to what they were before the goblin horde arrived. You could even argue things are better now that people have gain levels and we have a mage in the village. The hunters have started to find larger game again, meaning our food shortage is no longer a significant issue. We still need to ration for the next few months, but people are no longer afraid they might starve. With no order deadlines in sight and no more monsters threatening our village for the moment, I can practice without worry for a change. I stay balancing on my left leg and split my attention between my immediate surroundings and my extended mana roots. My practicing wouldn't be practical if I can't use my skill while keeping an eye out for trouble. Tracing the thousands of small roots extending from my foot, I try to push them past 4 inches. The roots hold their form as they extend to 5 inches, but I can feel my control on my mana slipping the farther I extend them. When the roots reach 6 inches, they start disintegrating into the ambient mana. I pull back my mana to the 4-inch mark, as not to needlessly waste it. Though the brief test cost me nearly 50 mana, I was able to see how my mana roots react outside my control. The ever-shifting mana around me bombards my roots and tears them apart like tissue paper. The more I learn about mana, the more I can relate it to energy and the movement of molecules. I may only have a high schooler's knowledge on the subject, but I know different states of matter have molecules that move at different speeds. Solid objects like the ground I'm standing on have very slow-moving molecules that are practically still. Earth mana mirrors those properties and shifts the slowest of all mana types, though even with Earth mana being the slowest moving, it still tore through my mana roots without much trouble after they extended out of my normal range. I hold out my hand and start extending mana roots from it. As long as the roots are at least 4 inches from my body, I can use my control over the mana to resist the tide of ambient mana around me. But as soon as the roots extend further than 4 inches from my hand, they start to disintegrate immediately. Air is a gas, and its molecules move extremely fast. The air mana sliced through my mana roots so quickly I couldn't observe the phenomenon with my eyes. I would need to move over to the stream to test how my roots would react with water, but I imagine the result would fall in between my two tests. As long as I'm forcing my mana roots into a solid object like the ground or the handle of my weapon, I can extend them slightly more than otherwise. Treating my mana like tree roots was a stroke of genius, but if I can't control my mana at further distances, then this is the most I can do with them. I wonder if trees also have this problem. I sigh to myself. I lower my right foot back to the ground and stand up straight. Maybe I should re-examine my source material. Walking over to the closest tree, I put my hand up against the bark and use sense mana to look at its internal structure. Mana circulates through the tree's thick trunk, up through its branches, and travels down into its roots. When I focus on the tree's roots, I'm astounded by the complex web of limbs snaking throughout the forest floor. I quickly notice the tree's roots, and my mana roots aren't the same when I deploy my mana roots. It's hundreds of individual strands of mana, while the tree's roots resemble its canopy in design. The tree's trunk splits into 5 large roots, which split into smaller roots, which then again split into countless other thread-sized roots. Everything branches off from the trunk, only getting smaller as the roots travel further away from the tree. Instead of using many small mana threads, I should combine them into one strong root that can withstand the mana I'm burrowing into. I withdraw my deployed mana roots and focus solely on the heels of my feet. Weaving my mana together, I slowly extend a thick tendril of mana into the ground from my heel. As the large root of mana tunnels into the forest floor, smaller offshoots spring out the root's sides to cover more ground. 4 inches, 5 inches. A smile crosses my lips when the root doesn't fall apart as it passes the 6 inches mark. 7, 8. At 9 inches, my roots become too unstable to continue. That doesn't matter, though, because I've figured out how to move mana farther away from my body than I usually would be able to. I sense a rush of experience expanding in my soul, meaning mana manipulation leveled up. Focusing on the part of my soul that represents my skill, I pull up a quick notification. Mana Manipulation LV61, 0.54. As if that wasn't enough good news, I sense that I finally got my mana root skill. Magic Threads LV194. I expected the name to have to do with trees or roots, but thread, I weave different strands of mana together to accomplish the skill. Maybe that's where the name came from. Oh well, it doesn't matter what the skill is called now that it's engraved in my soul. Using it will only grow easier. And the skill looks like it's already about to hit level 2. That's incredible for another tier 4 skill. I want to start practicing with my new skill, but I have to deal with my admirer first. You can come out now, I say to a tree 20 feet in front of me. Materializing out of the shadow of the tree stands a man I've never met before. He's about 5'10", moderately built, with slicked back brown hair. His green eyes study me just like I'm doing to him. His armor is splotched brown, blending in with his surroundings. I also don't miss the fact that his left hand is resting on top of the twin swords at his side. I watch his every move, ready to draw my own sword if he so much as twitches. Foresaid I wouldn't be able to sneak up on you. The man's voice is smooth and soft but lacks any emotion behind his words. I don't know who you're talking about, I warily tell the man. The intruder frowns for a second before his neutral expression returns. I believe you know him as Real, that's the name he was assigned for his current assignment. You work for Javanni then? I raise a questioning eyebrow. I do, he curtly replies. You can call me too. Okay, prove it, I demand. What? I hear just a tinge of surprise in his voice. Anyone can say they work for Javanni. How do I know Mr. Gray didn't send you? That is a fair point. Real told me if you question me, I should say I'm learning to take a compliment. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing that proves who I am. I can't help but chuckle hearing our inside joke in such a monotone voice. Yeah, that works for me. But you could have just come out when you arrived instead of watching me for so long. You noticed when I arrived. The man known as Two looks briefly surprised again before hiding his expression behind a mask of neutrality. You don't have the same magic items as Real does. It was easy to sense you approaching. I smugly grin at Real's assassin buddy. I'm more direct than Real, Two flatly tells me. I can see that. I take it you brought a message from your boss then. Two reaches into his side pocket and pulls out a small metal disc-shaped device inscribed with the most complex enchantment I've ever seen. Here, he tosses me the magic item, keeping out of both mine and his sword ranges. Normally, I'd be hesitant to grab an unknown magic item, but I can see it isn't activated. I snatch it out of the air without taking my eyes off of Two. What is it? I ask. Communicator, Two tells me. You'll need to move closer to Blaton before you can use it. Two nods in the direction I would need to go before turning around and disappearing into the woods without a word. I keep track of him until he moves out of Sense Mana's range. And here I thought Real was hard to deal with. I chuckle at my own joke. I guess I should take a walk and talk to Javanni for the first time. Gathering up my gear, I head in the direction Two indicated. There's no need to rush, so I start examining the incredible magic tool I was given. I hope Javanni doesn't want this back, because there's no way I'm giving this gem up. Master Packer, the deathless point of view. Why did you have to drag me along with you? Young Jason complains as we make our way down a dirt trail. I needed someone who knows the area. I laugh at his distress. I only know the names of the villages that I've briefly seen on a map. I've never left Dre before. Jason remarks, upset I dragged him along with me and my small platoon. We're visiting the more remote villages now that my replacements have settled in. The fresh air will do you some good, I tell the young man. Don't you agree, General Pitts? I turn and ask my captive who's riding our only Jellin. The beast is secured to a small cart with our supplies and is always guided by one of my men, so she can't take off with it. If I didn't let her ride the beast, it would take us too long to march between villages. You smell worse than the city, she bites back. Young Jason snickers at her comment, and I catch a few of my men trying to hide their smiles, afraid I'd do something should I notice them. I ignore everyone and ask Jason, which village are we heading to next? Young Jason flicks through a stack of papers he brought with him before answering me. The closest village is Ironwood Village. We should be there soon. Strong name, I remark. The village was named after the ironwood trees the village was built around. The tree's bark is said to be as strong as iron armor. Jason gives me a quick background of the village. I would love to see such amazing trees. Such plants are rare in Skull. Sorry, but all the ironwood trees were cut down a long time ago. Jason quickly dashes my hopes. Then they should change the name of the village, I grouchily reply. How many more villages are in the forest? I'm not sure, young Jason honestly replies. All the documents related to the local villages were taken by the previous city lord. The Courier Guild helped me figure out a few I missed, but even they aren't sure of all the villages in the area. In the end, they had to send out their birds to visit every village instead of specifically targeting each one. Hopefully, Lord Bullock and the others will figure something out before we return. Why do you use his title and not mine? I playfully sneer at young Jason. Because he demands I use his title. Jason looks at me like the answer was obvious. Keller Bullock is the man His Majesty sent to handle the cities I conquer. I thought he would come by himself, but Bullock arrived with 3 other minor nobles selected to run the various cities in the area. But for now, the 4 men are working together to get Dre up and running, giving me some much-needed free time to inspect the surrounding villages before the rest of my army joins me. My students and tellies successfully stalled Olbert's forces around T-Burn, and more soldiers are moving in to reinforce both of us. I have maybe another week and a half before I need to set out to take Blaton, so leisurely traveling around the countryside counts as a sort of vacation. I verbally spar with Jason and General Pitts until we reach Ironwood Village. A single lookout spotted us approaching before running off to warn his village. The village responds like every other we've visited. By the time we march into the village proper, everyone is hiding in their houses while a nervous village head moves to greet us. This village head looks ready to retire and visibly ages as he walks over to us. Greeting lords and ladies of Skull, welcome to Ironwood Village. It's unbearable listening to this man stutter out his greeting. The entourage that's supposed to be guarding him has subtly taken a step back, leaving him on his own. I know I shouldn't expect much after how easily I took T-Burn and Dre, but this is just sad to watch. Let's hurry things along. Is there a place we can comfortably talk? The man flinches at the mere sound of my voice before frantically nodding his head. Of course, great lords, I'll take all of you to my meager house. My men will stay here, I inform him. Yes, of course, the frightened man agrees with whatever I say. I give General Pitts my hand and help her down from the Jellin. She and Jason have attended each of my meetings for different reasons. Young Jason takes notes to help Lord Bullock when we return, and I bring General Pitts with me so she can tell Olbert how well we're treating everyone when she's finally ransomed back to them. Walking through the village, I'm impressed with how many Farkas they have hanging up for processing. Despite the village headman's weak appearance, there must be a few decent hunters around with a haul like that. The village head leads us to his house. It isn't as big as some of the ones I've recently seen, but it isn't the smallest either. We're led inside and brought to his kitchen. I'm sorry, but I don't have anything nicer for you. Please don't. I silence the man with a wave of my hand. It's fine, we're not expecting a grand welcome. Did you receive our message a few weeks ago? Yes, my lord, the headman answers, keeping his head bowed submissively. That's good. Our visit is merely to confirm the legitimacy of the letter, and to let you know Skull is not going to be taking over your village or replacing you. Truly. The headman asks, surprised. Yes, I'm here to explain that Skull is looking to set up many farms in the area. Our goal is to produce as much food as possible. Any contribution your village makes will be rewarded with tax credits, I explain to the man. Jason, handle the rest. Young Jason nods and starts explaining the gritty details to the headman. While he explains that the village's tax won't be raised, I glance at General Pitts. As young Jason lays out better terms for the headman, she watches the headman's fear turn into joy hearing his village's taxes were essentially being lowered, not raised. This isn't the first village that has become happy hearing our plans for the future. Many local villages have been left to themselves for far too long, expected to make large tax payments compared to their relative size. It must hurt the general to see how quickly her people come over to our side with relatively little changes. Does that sound good to you? I ask the headman after young Jason finishes his explanation. And like that, another village pledges fealty to Skull, unaware one of Olbert's top generals is watching the whole spectacle. Would the lords and lady wish to stay in the village? The headman offers us lodgings. The headman walks us to his front door, spouting needless platitudes. As we walk past the hanging Farkas again, I stop and ask, I've noticed other villages with similar success hunting. Are your hunters that high-leveled? Oh no, my lord. We've just been lucky this last half year. A lot of animals fled the deeper parts of the forest. That sounds interesting. Why is that? I ask. I heard that a goblin horde was spotted around Spotted Creek Village before winter arrived, my lord, the headman explains to me. Is this true? I turn and ask Jason. Goblin hordes are disasters for small villages, surely. He must have heard about it. While Jason is thinking, out of the corner of my eye, I notice General Pitts also looks shocked to hear this news. I vaguely remember hearing something about it a while ago, Jason admits, but I think the Lord said it was taken care of. It was, the headman tells us. Spotted Creek killed the vermin and in doing so released invisible magic beasts into the forest. They defeated a goblin horde, and invisible magic beasts. I press the headman for more information. Sure did, he reassures me. They sent word to all the villages bordering the forest to warn us about them. Giant spiders, they said. Is Spotted Creek Village on our list? I asked Jason. Invisible spiders sound like a good way to kill some of my boredom and a great way to earn some goodwill from the surrounding villages. I don't believe so, he mumbles as he flips through his papers. Nope, not on our list. Where is this village? I question the headman. It's the deepest village in the forest. If you follow the forest's edge east, you'll come to the trail that leads to it. It's about a 5-day journey, that is, if it's still standing. The headman informs us, a village that fought off a goblin horde and invisible magic beasts. It may take up the rest of my time, but I have to see this. I think we have our next destination. I grin at Jason. He said there were invisible spiders. Jason whines. Giant invisible spiders, the headman clarifies. Giant invisible spiders, Jason whimpers. All the more reason for us to go, I happily proclaim. While Jason tries to talk me out of going, I sneak glances at General Pitts. She's trying to hide it, but she looks more concerned now that I've said I wanted to visit the village. What is she trying to hide? I hold up a hand, cutting of young Jason complaining about us all being eaten. We're going, and that's final. Jason's shoulders slump in defeat, but I'm excited. What does Spotted Creek Village have in store for me? Leah's point of view while walking through the forest, I've been regularly pumping a bit of my mana into the communication device, waiting for it to connect. Once I'm about an hour away from the village, the enchantment fully lights up, and a few seconds later, a man's voice echoes out of the magic device. Is this Aaliyah of Spotted Creek Village? That depends, I cockily respond. Is this Javanni I'm speaking to? I hear the familiar laughter of Real in the background. Yes, I'm Javanni. It's a pleasure to speak with you finally. Likewise, I reply. I hear Real laughing in the background. Does that mean everyone made it back okay? Everyone is fine, Real answers before Javanni can say anything. Don't interrupt. A third voice berates Real. Does that answer your question? Javanni asks me. It does. I'm happy to hear they made it back safe. But I'm guessing you didn't send Mr. Emotion to deliver this fancy magic tool for that. Mr. Emotion, too. Real sounds like he's having trouble breathing at this point. Javanni ignores his laughing subordinate. I wish that were the case, but I'm afraid we have much bigger things to discuss. How are you planning to deal with Gray? I haven't decided yet, I truthfully answer. I don't necessarily need to break my contract with him immediately. I'm assuming he plans to use it against me when I try asking about Curvin and why he's not running the deliveries any longer. So you don't plan on cutting ties with him when he comes to pick up the goods you're making. Javanni doesn't sound mad after hearing my plan. He sounds more like he's considering all his options. I was more curious what you're doing, I say into the magic tool. I was expecting to hear you tell me that you already had Gray killed by this point. If it was that easy, I'd already have done it. Javanni matter-of-factly tells me. Gray is cunning enough to have made plans in case of his death. Does that really matter? I curiously ask. It does. Gray has definitely signed a contract leaving everything he has to someone he trusts. Contracts like that apply to all his deals, including contracts he's signed. It's a common method merchants use to keep themselves from being targeted by assassins. Whoever takes over your contract can use it against you. The same applies for me. It will take time before I can even consider having him killed. Well shit, why does everything always have to be so complicated? Why don't you tell me when you're ready to move? I suggest to Javanni. If we time it right, I can cancel my contract as soon as you move to confront him. If Gray survives the backlash, you can have Real stab him a few times for good measure. Real chokes from laughing so hard. You think the backlash will kill him? Javanni questions me over Real's laughter. Who knows? I reply. A girl can hope, though. I'm surprised by your willingness to have Gray killed, Javanni remarks. He took advantage of my ignorance and screwed me over. I don't take kindly to that. I growl into the communication device. Keep that in mind. The other end goes silent for a moment. I will. Javanni acknowledges my thinly veiled threat. Good, because I have no problem helping you make a lot of money. I just want our dealings to be straight. That's good to hear. I can almost imagine the faceless man on the other end of my connection smiling. How about you contact me in 2 weeks or if something should come up? I can do that. I agree with his plan. And Miss Aaliyah, yeah, I'd appreciate it if you keep that communicator secret and secure. The nobility covets magic devices as rare as the one in your hand, no matter which kingdom they hail from. So you're telling me these would fetch a fortune if I can make more. I grin into the magic tool. You could, Javanni begins to shout before catching himself. Yes, if you can make more, they would be worth a lot of money, he tells me in a calm voice, trying to hide his excitement. I'll try. Good, Javanni coughs to clear his throat. This was more productive than I thought. I'll be waiting for your call. Treat Curvin nice, I add in before I remove my mana from the communication device. I still want him to be my go-between once everything is cleared up. That was always a given, Javanni reassures me. Good, I'll contact you later. After I say that, I reabsorb my mana from the magic tool and watch the enchantment dim. I know it was a subtle power move, but I wanted to be the one to hang up first. Twirling around, I start walking back to my village. I leveled my skills today and got my hands on this beauty. I throw the magic tool up in the air and catch it. Today was a better day than I could have hoped for. I whistle Country Road all the way home, excited for the future. Master Pack or the deathless point of view. As my men tear my tent down for me, I adjust my armor and take in the morning air. The smell of the forest enhances the spring breeze. I hear the forest birds chirping in the distance, creating a soothing melody anybody would enjoy. Do the flying rats never shut up? Young Jason complains nearby. Is it too much to ask for some peace and quiet? Poor Jason curses, starting to develop dark circles under his eyes from the lack of sleep he's been getting. Still not used to the sounds of the forest, I chuckle at the city boy. You know the birds won't hurt you, right? Young Jason frowns and looks like he's considering stabbing me. Not all of us are invincible as you, sir, Jason venomously retorts. When something snaps a branch outside my tent, it worries me. If I had your stats, I wouldn't care about the noises at night either. It must be nice knowing nothing can hurt you. I give young Jason a sad smile. I wish that were true, Jason. But there are still many things in this world that can kill me. Looking out into the forest, I remember the dragon's breath and how much damage I suffered from blocking it. It was the closest I've come to death in a long time, even more so than my fight with General Pitts. Jason nervously looks around our camp, thinking I'm talking about the invisible beasts the village head warned us about. Do you think they're watching us? He nervously asks me. Jason is too preoccupied scanning the woods to see the smile on my face. Perhaps, what do you think, General Pitts? I ask my silent companion standing next to me. There's nothing out there, General Pitts dryly remarks. Even suppressed as she is, General Pitts would be the first of us to notice anything dangerous trying to creep up on us. The General's words calm young Jason down. That's good to hear. I've been expecting some sort of monster to pop out of nowhere since we entered the forest. I know it's too bad we haven't seen one yet. I grin at Jason. General Pitts hums in agreement she must be interested in the invisible spiders as well. The two of you are nuts. Jason nervously scans the tree line once more before my men finish packing up our supplies. I offer General Pitts a hand to help her back up on the Jellin. Usually she'd swat my outstretched hand away, but General Pitts has reluctantly started to accept my help over the last few days and lets me help her mount the animal. It's fun to tease her at times, but that doesn't mean I don't respect her. Since we started heading to Spotted Creek Village, I've noticed a slight change in her emotions. The general tries to keep up a neutral facade around me, knowing I'm always keeping an eye on her. But in rare moments, I see an excited look on her face, a look that's appearing more frequently the closer we get to the village. The general's excitement has only fueled my curiosity, and after pushing hard yesterday, we should make it to the village in under an hour if we hustle. Why would anyone build a village this far out? Young Jason complains as we start trekking down the forest trail. No one travels this deep into the forest. I wouldn't say that. This trail has seen more travel than most of the villages we've been to. If you look closely, you can see the signs that a cart has been through here regularly, and if it weren't used, this trail would be much more overgrown than it is. Jason is surprised upon hearing this and tries to look for the details he missed as I point them out. I mention it out loud, but I notice this trail has obviously been frequently used. One particular set of wagon tracks is especially deep, meaning something heavy was delivered to the village recently. Our trip remains uneventful until one of my forward scouts slowly drifts back to the middle of our formation, where young Jason and I are walking next to General Pitts on her Jellin. Sir, the scout motions to the side of the trail. I noticed, I tell him. The scout nods and moves back into position. Noticed what? Jason curiously asks me. I ignore Jason's question and look up at General Pitts. We make eye contact with each other, trying to read each other's minds. I make no effort to hide my happy expression while General Pitts remains stone-faced under my scrutiny. Her only tell is that she's gripping the Jellin's reins too tightly. Jason notices our stare down and asks worriedly, "What is it?" "A scout," I finally tell him, without turning away from the general. So every village has had scouts waiting for us. I don't look at Jason, but I can hear the confusion in his voice. Those were hunters watching the roads, I explained to him. The person who just spotted us was above level 50, not something you usually see in a small village. General Pitts decides to break our eye contact, choosing to stare ahead of us rather than pretend she doesn't know anything. I briefly consider this might be some sort of trap to recover the general, but I quickly dismiss that possibility. We're too far away from any of Olbert's forces, and visiting this village wasn't even on our original schedule. That doesn't take away the fact someone above level 50 was watching this road. Level 50, Jason exclaims. I can understand his shock. Even in Skal, where strength is revered and rewarded, it's rare for villagers to reach level 50. If a person reaches level 40 in their lifetime, it's because they worked hard for it. But for a villager to reach level 50, it takes talent, drive, and altogether opportunity. Unless a villager joins the army and receives help, they rarely pass the level 50 mark. The squad I brought with us consists of 2 scouts around level 50, 14 soldiers around level 45, a mage at level 53, another mage at level 57, their 2 guardians at level 62 and 64, while the commander is level 72. It takes on average 5 years of training for a villager to reach the levels required to be a soldier, and even longer to reach a higher ranking position. As soon as someone reaches level 50, they're considered superior, and the nobility tries everything they can to draw in such individuals. So why is someone like that out here? Men, keep an eye out. This isn't a typical village we're heading to, sir. They all sound off together, acknowledging my orders. Jason pales a bit and moves closer to me, knowing I'm the safest person to stand next to should something go wrong. A spark of excitement lights a fire in my chest. What kind of village produces a level 50 woodsman? I can't wait to find out. Aaliyah's point of view, that was a nice little warm-up run, I joked to Mom. Funny, Mom wheezes out as she wipes the sweat from her face. We've just finished our morning run together, and I'm about to start round 2, where I use my movement skills. Mom has leveled up her running skill quite a bit since we started running together, but she's not to the point she can keep up with me if I use any of my skills. You think we can finish Brother's tassel when I get back? I ask Mom as she starts to catch her breath. Maybe Mom answers coyly. If we don't finish your brother's tassel today, we can always finish it during your next break. Mom smirks at me, knowing my dislike for sewing. Give me a hammer or any other tool, and I'm good to go. Ask me to sew a 3-inch seam, and my dexterity immediately drops to 0. Why do I get the feeling you're stalling on purpose? I narrow my eyes at Mom. I don't know what you mean. Mom cocks her head to the side, smiling like a saint. Now I know she's stalling. I'm about to make a snappy remark when a bell starts ringing in the distance. Is that? I ask Mom as her eyes widen in fear. A few other villagers going about their day nearby freeze for a second before running off in a panic. That's the emergency bell ringing. There is only one thing that can mean. Skull is approaching the village. Get inside, Mom. I fling open our door with my right hand and push Mom inside with my left. Once she's inside, I follow her in and run to my room, not bothering to remove my shoes. Aaliyah, Mom chases after me and stands in my doorway, watching me throw on my armor. Stay here with me, she pleads as I put my helmet on. I can't, I tell her as I grab my axe resting nearby. I double-check my dagger and sword are correctly fastened before I move to leave my room. Mom blocks the doorway with tears in her eyes. Please, she begs in a quiet voice. I swiftly move over to Mom and wrap her in a hug. I have to go, I whisper in her ear. Her grip tightens around me, not wanting to let go, so I pick her up and move her out of my way. I gently separate myself from my mother and make for the front door. Lock the door after me. I tell her, slamming the door close as soon as I'm outside before Mom can argue with me. I wish I could stay with her, but I know where I need to be. Using double step, I run towards Camden's house. There's been plenty of discussions should Skull come to our village, and everyone knows where they should be. Those with non-physical builds should hide in their homes, while everyone else gathers at Camden's house to be given a weapon. When I arrive at the headman's house, people have already gathered and started helping to drag all the weapons out from Camden's basement. The spears I made are being passed around along with the other weapons that were stored with them. As villagers arm themselves, I see Camden wearing a set of worn leather armor, standing next to his family and Ronald. All three of Camden's children are wearing nicer sets of armor, especially Sandra. Mages are the first ones targeted in a fight, after all. My special armor and the large axe I'm carrying stick out in the crowd, and I'm quickly noticed. Aaliyah, Sandra sees me and calls me over. Villagers step aside as I make my way over to the small group. They're here. I ask as soon as I stand in front of Camden. They are, Camden says in a somber tone. Ronald spotted a whole platoon of them approaching. They noticed me, Ronald briefly mutters. Shit, if they noticed Ronald when he was hiding, then they have to be around his level or higher. Why the hell are people like that coming to our village? If one or two showed up, the alarm wouldn't have been raised, but a whole platoon, seriously. How is everything going here? I ask, trying to keep the nervousness from my voice. People are grabbing their weapons and moving towards the front of the village. We'll try to keep Skull from entering, Camden hastily explains. How far out are they? 20 minutes, Camden tells me. You should head over and start organizing people into ranks, I suggest to Camden. I'll go get Master, that won't be needed. I'm surprised to hear Master's voice. We all turn to see Dell walking over, wearing his armor and carrying his largest hammer. I wasn't sure you would be joining us, Camden looks relieved to see Master. Dell scoffs at Camden's remark. I'm here to watch over my apprentice, not to help the village. Master says that, but I don't think anyone believes him. She'll kill both of us, I lightly joke. Master and I share a smile, which is quickly interrupted by Camden. We need to head to the front of the village. Time is of the essence, so our group of people rushes to the front of the village together. Camden starts organizing everybody based on their weapons. The people who were given a sword from Camden's collection are also given one of the bucklers I made and put on the front lines. Most of the villagers are armed with the spears I made, and Camden must have considered the possibility of Skull attacking our village, because his plan isn't something you'd think of on the fly. Camden orders those with axes to chop down the nearby trees and stack them to create a rudimentary wall. He instructs the villagers with spears to stand behind the logs and stab anyone who tries to get over them. It won't do much against people with high physical stats, but every little bit helps. While everyone is scrambling around preparing everything, I see Dad join the party in his thickest tunic, wielding his best axe. Dad scans the crowd and sees me looking at him. He walks over to me and I can see the sad look on his face. Mom, I knowingly ask him. Dad nods his head. It was hard to leave her in that state. He must have gone back home before he came here and saw Mom. Aaliyah, if something should happen, I want. Dad starts telling me in a somber voice. I stop Dad before he can raise any flags. Whatever you want to tell me, we can discuss it after we apologize to Mom for leaving her home. Dad looks like he wants to say something else but stops when he sees my resolve. Later then, he mumbles. Dad still looks tense, so I help him the only way I know how. I lightly elbow him. You looked pretty heroic there for a second. Show that to Mom and we'll get off scot-free. Dad smiles a little. I'll think about it. The two of us work together to help erect more log barriers until another scout runs up the trail and informs everyone that Skull is 5 minutes out. All right, everyone get into position. Camden shouts. You four back up. You two move forward. Nobody is to attack unless I order it. A fight is the last thing we want, but show no fear to our guests. Camden reminds everyone that our goal is to show our strength, so we aren't taken advantage of, not start an unwinnable war. We have log barriers on either side of the clearing with a gap in the middle. Camden stands in the opening, with a line of villagers in front of him, ready to negotiate with whoever is coming. Master, Dad, and I stand next to Camden, being the best physical fighters, while Sandra stands in the back with the archers, guarded by Brother. The next 5 minutes are tense as everything becomes quiet. The sound of marching footsteps slowly grows louder until the first two Skull soldiers round the trail and stop when they see us. Both of them are in light armor and look surprised to see us. One of them whistles and the rest of Skull's soldiers neatly march into sight, unperturbed by our show of force. I feel my chest tighten as I scan the soldiers. I don't use Sense Soul to its full potential, but I use it to gather a rough estimate of everyone's level. Most of them are in the 40s, 4 of them are in the 50s, 2 are in the 60s range, 1 above level 70 like me, and oh fuck. I feel the blood drain from my face when I scan the lady on the Jelon and the old man standing next to her. Both of their souls are massive, easily eclipsing masters. They aren't as terrifying as the Soul Eater, but both of them are surely over level 100. And their gear, the woman ridding the Jelon is wearing multiple magic bands that seem to contain and hide her true power. But the old man with feathers in his beard, he's wearing a full set of invisible armor. The magic contained in his equipment is ridiculous. The magic gem hidden under the plate on his back is the size of a fucking apple. The old man scans our fortifications, smiling and nodding like a proud grandfather at his grandkids building a sandcastle. He's not worried in the slightest. I need to warn Camden before he pisses off a pair of monsters. Master Pakor, the deathless point of view, would you look at this? I can barely contain my excitement. The last 5 days were worth it to see such a great village. Young Jason gulps loudly, seeing the armed villagers leveling their weapons at us. And what great weapons they are. Which one of them was the talented blacksmith who made them? I scan over the weaker villagers until I see the pair standing next to who I suspect is the village headman. I have to keep myself from shouting in joy when I see the stone kin. Those hermits never leave their mountainous kingdoms, so why is he here? The answer is obvious when I don't sense much mana in him. He's an exile then, one who can't use magic. Was he able to make those spears without sensing magic? Maybe with a skill? No, I doubt it. Then the red-haired child standing next to him, maybe. I try sensing her mana levels and am surprised not to feel anything. That means she's wearing a mana obscuring magic tool. What level is she? I activate Measure Opponent, a skill I gained after countless battles, only to choke after inhaling too quickly. Master Pakor, young Jason looks at me, concerned when I start coughing. I'm fine. I shoo the boy away and glance up at General Pitts. She's staring at the girl with a shocked expression as well, as she should. I've never met someone who has reached such a high level at such a young age in all my years of living. Not even royalty can level that fast, and they have an entire kingdom of recourses behind them. I examine the people around her just to make sure my skill isn't broken. That's when I notice other individuals of note. The headman is over level 50. I spot the archer who observed us earlier, also above level 50. Each place I look, I see more talented individuals hidden amongst the villagers. They even have a mage in the back, readying a spell. She and the boy next to her also have a high level for their age, but nothing comparable to the child standing next to the stone kin. Talent everywhere, I whisper to myself. I look back at the red-haired girl next to the stone kin and see she's paled a bit since I last glanced at her. She's looking between General Pitts and me with obvious worry in her eyes. She can properly judge a person's strength too. I want nothing more than to rush over to the girl and demand she become my apprentice. Welcome, soldiers of Skull. Spotted Creek Village welcomes you. The headman waves his arms in a grand gesture with the confidence of a small army backing him. It's hard to suppress my laughter. The headman has quite a few strong people backing him, especially that stone kin. But all his bolstering is pointless with me here. It becomes even harder not to laugh when I see the red-haired girl snap her head to the side and look at the headman like he's lost it. She hurries to his side and whispers in his ear, "Let's see how he deals with me now." And what a welcome it is. I confidently take a step forward. Do I take this as assign your village objects to Skull's rule? The headman grounds his teeth, thinking of an answer, while the girl moves back next to the stone kin. Both of them look ready to rush in despite knowing they wouldn't win. If they do attack, I'd have to hold the two of them off while the commander deals with the rest. The headman takes a few deep breaths and finally finds his answer. Our village does not object to Skull's rule. You can't fault our reactions when you march a platoon of soldiers to our village. We may be weaker than you, but we won't roll over when threatened. Good, I like this man. Despite knowing our strength, he doesn't bow under pressure. He'd be a village head in Skull as well if he were born there. Then you'll be happy to know this is merely my escort, I motion to my men. I'm traveling to local villages as the representative of Skull like our letter said. You did get our letter, right? We did. As an official representing Skull, I need people to keep me safe. Spotted Creek's headman frowns. I hear a few snickers from the soldiers around me, but we're too far away for the villagers to hear them. How about this? I leave my men here and you sit down with my 2 advisors and me. I gesture to young Jason, who looks like a nervous rabbit, and General Pitts. I've successfully put the headman in a difficult position. He either has to acknowledge he's scared to be alone with me, to his entire village, or risk a private meeting. Of course, I grin at the headman. I help General Pitts down from the Jelon and pat Jason on the back, reassuring him everything will be all right. While we walk over to the headman, I see him whispering with the stone kin and the red-haired girl. Both of them nod and take a position on either side of him. I was hoping he would bring her along. It's only natural they escort us because the two of them appear to be the strongest fighters in the village. We reach the front line of villagers who are still leveling their spears at us. It's nice to see they don't have much fear in their eyes, but I know that would change if they knew who they were dealing with. Let them through. The headman issues an order, and the villagers warily part enough for us to walk through them. Nicholas, you're in charge. If you hear any commotion from the village, assume the worst. I understand, father. The young man who resembles the headman glares at me as we approach. It makes sense that the headman's child is just as capable as his father. The headman leads us through the quiet village while the girl and stone kin keep an eye on us. I see him leading us to an impressive house that must be his home, but I'm too excited to sit indoors. Your village is beautiful. When I break the ice, all three of them jump slightly. Your village is doing much better than the others we've visited. I don't suppose you would show me your fields. He doesn't have a reason to deny my request. It's safer for him if we stay outside. But now that we have a simple dialogue going, I don't need to hold myself back. I was told you had a goblin problem, but I can see how you handled it. Did you fend them off yourselves, or did the local lord send help? News of the war had already reached the village by the time we noticed the goblins. The local lord said he'd send hunters after it was taken care of. The headman sounds awkward, mentioning the fact we were expected to lose. I glance at General Pitts to see her reaction, but she's working hard keeping a neutral expression. I'm guessing that didn't work out. I joke to the headman, seeing how he reacts to my jab. No, it didn't. He flatly answers me. The whole village participated in the hunt. We lost good people. The headman notices my interest in the girl. I'm not the only one either. General Pitts might be keeping a straight face, but she hasn't taken her eyes off the girl since she started escorting us. I could only imagine a village facing the threat of a horde on its own. You did well repelling them. I offer my sincere praise, but I don't think the headman sees it that way. We survived is all he answers. And the magic beasts, I ask. The last village said you unleashed them on the forest. Some blamed us, yes, but most understood it was out of our control. They were hunting the goblins and forced them out of the magic-dense region of the forest. I'm curious, where are the beasts? I was hoping to see one on the way here, but nothing appeared. Are they really invisible? As I ask my questions, I cast a side glance at the girl again. She's still watching my every move. Did you help hunt them too? I ask the red-haired girl to her face. That's none of your business, she icily tells me. I can see that she's cautious of me, but I get the feeling she's trying to think of a way to defeat me. She has the same look as Tabitha does when we spar. The headman tries to bring my attention back to him. The magic beasts turned out to be giant spiders that could camouflage themselves in the trees. That sounds interesting. I pretend to switch my focus to the headman, but I'm more interested in the young girl. Now that I'm close to her, I can tell she's much younger than Jason. Her vitality makes her exact age hard to predict, but I'd wager she's around 20. Are they still in the forest? I can send my men in to clear them out if you want, I offer. There's no need, the headman tells me. When it started to snow, we were able to spot them. We haven't seen one in quite a while. If any of them survived the frost, I'm sure they retreated to the deeper parts of the forest by now. That's a shame, I remark, but it sounds like you managed to kill a few. Does that mean you have magic beast materials? The headman glances at the stone kin before answering me. All the materials were given to our village's blacksmith or sold in Dray. I don't suppose you have any extra, do you? I ask the grumpy-looking stone kin. No, he flatly responds. Worth a try, I suppose. All three of our guides frown at my flippant remark. We leave the village, and I'm not surprised to see a large field hidden behind the village. It looks like they just planted some new crops, too. If you got our message, then you know that we're looking for food. I don't suppose you'd reject a few extra hands if we sent them to your village, would you? We have plenty of farmers, the headman flatly responds to me. A pity, but I'd figured you answer like that. Young Jason here will go over some of the minor details. Now that we're away from all the spear-wielding villagers, young Jason is much more relaxed. He moves up and confidently starts discussing taxes with the headman. While the headman is preoccupied with Jason, I turn to the Spitfire redhead. That's a nice axe you're carrying. I take it your friend made it for you. I motion towards the stone kin who's now glaring at me. The girl doesn't respond and only blankly looks at me. She'd probably turn her head away if she didn't need to watch us. It's too late for her not to draw attention to herself. There's no need to be so cold with me. I let out a soft chuckle. If you're going to stare at me like that, you can at least give me your name. The girl grits her teeth before reluctantly answering. It's Aaliyah. I smile not only because I got her to talk, but because I didn't miss the slight jolt her name sent through General Pitts. Aaliyah, that's a beautiful name, just as beautiful as your axe and armor. I especially like the maker's mark, a flower on a hammer. That's quite unique. Aaliyah tightens her grip on her axe. I don't know what you're talking about. She lies beautifully. I may be old now, but I still remember what charm and acting influence feels like from my younger days. The former is surprisingly higher than the latter, but she does have a wild beauty to her. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to remain unaffected by her, but I've already seen how special she is. I'm almost certain the arrow the general used against me came from this village. The spears the villagers were using matched the ones Olbert's soldiers in the fort were wielding. Based on the stone kin's hammer, he doesn't work with magic materials, while Aaliyah uses a Kaggle's axe, which is popular with Olbert knights. All the evidence points to the girl in front of me being a once-in-a-millennia genius. Aaliyah flinches when I smugly grin at her. Now how do I make her mine? If this old man weren't wearing an invisible helmet right now, I'd try socking him in his creepy face. I knew the old man and lady would be trouble the second I saw them, but things are turning out for the worst. Being the second strongest person in the village, I was responsible for standing front and center when Skal arrived, and if Skal sent anybody else to our village, I would have gone unnoticed. I would have liked nothing more than to remain back at the front of the village with everybody else, but Master and I are the only ones capable of standing up to these two monsters. And as my luck would have it, the lady and old man haven't taken their eyes off me since we started walking them through the village together. The quiet lady is unnerving, but the old man is relentless with his staring. I'm guessing the lady isn't dangerous until she unseals her power, meaning I'll aim for her first if a fight breaks out. The old man, on the other hand, is a different story. The more I scan him, the more I'm convinced I'd be unable to scratch the cocky geezer. I only have a general sense of the runes inscribed on his armor, but I can tell it isn't just invisibility. His armor is not only the most robust alloy I've ever seen, but it's also enchanted to reduce the impact of magic as well. And that isn't even including the fact that it's fucking invisible. His armor alone is enough to make me want to run rather than fight, and I haven't had the chance to scratch the other magic items he has spread all over his body. The sword on his hip is at least 10 times better than my scimitar, and who knows what other enchantments he has on him. My original plan was to have Master grab Camden and run away while I overpowered my flame spell again as I did with the bandits. However, the more I look at the old man, the more I realize my plan wouldn't work. The only way I'll be able to hurt him is if I can freeform my own spell as I did against the Soul Eater, and I doubt he'd stand still for me. I tried lying about the spears, but judging by the old man's growing smile, he isn't falling for it. I'm curious, why stay out here? With your talent, you could have walked into Olbert's capital and demanded the best master accept you as his disciple. Why limit yourself? The old man drills me again. I don't know what you mean. I try to deflect again with my skills active, but it doesn't work. I think you know what I mean. He confidently smiles at me. Shit, playing dumb is getting me nowhere. The old man is just pushing me further into a corner. I glance away from the old man for a moment and see we've become everyone's focus. Camden and Master are nervously watching me while the aide, which I think was called Jason by the old man, scampers over to the woman who's also nervously watching us. I harden my resolve and look the old man in the eye. You're asking a lot of personal questions for someone who has yet to introduce himself. The old man throws his head back and starts laughing. You're right, I haven't given you my name yet, have I? You can call me Pakor. In my homeland, I'm known as Master Pakor the Deathless, one of the pillars of Skal. As the old man gives me his name, his aura changes. The pressure radiating off Pakor becomes a physical weight on my shoulders. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Master readying to strike while Camden and Jason have dropped to their knees. I look Pakor in the eyes and with all my resolve ask him, "Are you done yet?" The pressure vanishes, and Pakor laughs at my defiant look. Good, very good. Not even my commanders can stand up to me when I release my pressure. You know how strong I am, and yet you aren't afraid. That's commendable. It's my turn to snicker. It's not that I don't fear him, it's just that I've come face to face with a monster scarier than he is, and no matter how intimidating Pakor is, his presence is nothing compared to literal gods. Even if he's high-leveled, he's only a man. Pakor's smile slips momentarily when I start giggling. I have to say that's not the reaction I was expecting. He notes my seemingly weird behavior. This is the first time the old geezer has lost his footing, so I capitalize on the opening. I confidently step closer to him. I have seen much scarier than you. What is one man compared to the monsters of this world? Everything turns silent after my question. Pakor and the unnamed lady are taken back by my sudden change in demeanor. Pakor's expression hardens, and we stare at each other. There isn't a trace of anger in his eyes. I get the feeling he knows all too well where he stands in this world. He's seen a monster just as I have and lived to tell the tale. And what monster has a level 74 child seen? Pakor asks me in a curious tone, like I'll let you retake the lead. I activate Sense Soul and zero in on Pakor's and the woman's soul. Both of them twitch under my gaze and look at me in wide-eyed wonder. Why don't you tell me about the beast that haunts your dreams first? I challenge Pakor. I'm curious what beast someone at level 152 and 127 finds dangerous. The tension in the air becomes palpable after I reveal their levels. Pakor turns and looks at the woman behind him, and the two of them share a silent conversation with their eyes. It almost looks like they didn't know each other's levels. Master Pakor eventually turns back to me and asks me in a cold voice, "My level is one of my kingdom's greatest secrets. How are you going to compensate me for revealing it? I can't back down now." I guess we'll have to keep each other's secrets then, I respond using the same tone. Tightening my grip on my axe, I ready myself for his attack. Pakor snorts and closes his eyes, bringing his hand up. He starts stroking his beard. This is quite the predicament I've put myself in, isn't it? The fact he's willing to close his eyes in front of us shows how little of a threat he considers us. You just had to go and say my level in front of the general, didn't you? What? I don't understand what he's talking about. I know I should keep quiet, but my curiosity gets the better of me. Why does it matter if I say your level in front of your companion? I ask Pakor. Pakor lets out a tired sigh. I guess it's my fault for bringing her with me in the first place, he mumbles before opening his eyes, looking straight at me. Pakor points over his shoulder at the woman standing next to Jason. She's my prisoner. You gave away my level to one of Olbert's top generals. Camden, Master, and I look past Pakor and stare at the woman standing behind him. She's a prisoner. Those magic bands she's wearing are not to hide her power but seal it completely. A high-ranking general captured by Skull. That means she can only be her, your General Pitts, I exclaim in shock. I am, the general mumbles in a defeated voice. So you see why this is a problem, Pakor cuts in. One I can only see a single solution to. Does he think he can silence all of us? If that's really General Pitts, then we only have to worry about Pakor. He may have a high level, but if Master and I work together, we might be able to take him. You'll have to take responsibility, he tells me. With my life, I know where this is going. As soon as he moves to draw his sword, I'll attack. As soon as Pakor starts his next sentence, I rush forward. By becoming my student, Pakor boldly proclaims. Axe raised over my head, I stumble forward after hearing Pakor's demand. You want me to what? I ask in disbelief. Pakor, unperturbed by my raised weapon, grins at me. I need compensation for releasing my level to Skull's enemies, and I can't think of anything more valuable than taking you in as my newest student. Pakor starts laughing with all the confidence in the world. Mouth open, I stare at him, dumbfounded. Master Pakor, the deathless point of view, it's excellent seeing Aaliyah's shocked reaction. She was ready to charge me just now, but it looks like she's forgotten all about that. That look of confidence in her eyes as she raised her axe was beautiful. She honestly thought she and that stone kin could defeat me. Her courage is commendable. Stupid, but commendable. She makes such beautiful weapons. She can see through my strength and accurately determine my level, a feat that hasn't been done since I passed level 110. And she has the courage of a cornered beast with the level to back it up. I shudder, thinking about what other talents she might be hiding. If I make her my student, I'm sure she'll pass me one day and take my place as Skull's pillar. Resources, money, expertise, I can give her everything she needs to become a paragon in this world. In a few years, she might even grow strong enough to help us defeat the dragon. The knowledge of my level leaking is nothing in comparison to what this young girl represents. She will be my greatest. I refuse. Did the world just stop turning? I stand frozen in place, not comprehending what I just heard. What was that? I ask Aaliyah, not sure if I heard her correctly. I said I refuse. She calmly repeats herself. Are the gods themselves playing a joke on me? I already have a great master, Aaliyah tells me before looking at the stone kin and smiling. The stone kin shakes his head in a reproaching manner, but the smile on his face contradicts himself. Everyone else is just as surprised as I am. Even the village's headman looks shocked she turned down my offer. I'm at a loss for words. What happens now? She asks me like she didn't just turn down a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Everyone looks to me for my answer, and I'm still stunned in place. I fearlessly face down a dragon, one of the most feared creatures in this world, without pause. And here I am rendered speechless by a village girl, a mere fraction of my age. Master Pakor, young Jason calls out to me. I think you killed him. I hear General Pitts snicker behind me. I should be mad. A commoner turned me down. I have a right to be furious. Why? I calmly ask her. Do you know what you're turning down? Aaliyah gives me an awkward smile. I can roughly guess, she responds. You would receive anything you need, I point out to her. Skull would give you training, materials, anything you could possibly ask for, it would be given to you. You would stand above thousands, hundreds of thousands. My Majesty would give you land, a title. Aaliyah's smile becomes more strained, like I'm an ordinary merchant trying to force his wares onto her. Tell me what you desire, and it will be yours. I hold out my hand. Become my apprentice, no, my successor. Everyone but Aaliyah gasps at my offer, including her master who's standing next to her. But I don't care about anyone else right now. I keep my eyes focused on Aaliyah. When she lets out a tired sigh, my heart drops. And what if I ask for freedom? Her voice rings in my ears. If I took you up on your offer, would I be allowed to travel the world? You see me and are impressed with my strength, but the two of us use our strength for different purposes. You ask me why I'm out here. The answer is the same reason I'm turning you down right now. The more she speaks, the more resolve I hear in her voice. You want me to eventually take over your position, to lead Skull's armies to victory. She asks me, shaking her head. That is not who I am. I have fought monsters, both beasts from the forest and those who look like you and me. I may enjoy the challenge, but I don't enjoy killing. You'd ask me to swear allegiance to your king and help win your wars. It's the same thing as being shackled to any other noble. That's why I haven't left my village yet. I'm not strong enough to stand on my own. I can help you gain that strength, I quickly offer. I can gain strength by myself, she says stubbornly. Through blacksmithing and hard work, I'll reach your level with my own 2 hands. I want to grab the infuriating child and shake some sense into her, but her eyes. Her eyes have no uncertainty in them. She has the look of someone who has no doubt she'll reach her goals. Such passion, such drive, why did she have to refuse me? A heavy silence hangs over all of us. Now that Aaliyah has thoroughly turned me down, a choice needs to be made. If I leave her be, she could become a threat to Skal in the future. General Pitts knows about her, and once she's ransomed back to Olbert, the general would be a fool if she didn't send people out to secure her. The weapons Aaliyah makes are already reason enough to fight over her. In the future, she might even rival Stone Kin masters. If I try to drag her back with me, she and her master will fight to the death that I'm sure of. Do I kill her now or leave her and hope Aaliyah doesn't turn on Skal in the future? I glance over my shoulder at General Pitts to gauge her reaction and see she's gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. So she's ready to attack me too, even though she's sealed. Things continue to become more complicated by the minute. I take a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Decisions like this shouldn't be made lightly. I'll need time to think things through. I turn my attention to the village's headman. The man flinches backward, seeing my emotionless face. What's your name? I flatly question him. Camden Downs, my lord. He bows his head, unable to hold my gaze. Headman Downs, my people will camp in front of your village. I leave no room for him to negotiate or argue. Looking back at Aaliyah, I see her spirit has remained strong and that she hasn't changed her mind in the slightest. We both need time to think. I'll be back to talk with you tomorrow. Aaliyah's eyes widen in surprise, but she doesn't say anything as I start to walk back towards my men. Jason, hurry along and don't forget to bring General Pitts with you, I call out behind me. Yes, sir, I hear him shout. I keep my pace slow until I hear his and General Pitts's footsteps catch up to me. Neither of them says anything as we make our way back through the village. When we approach the villagers, still ready to defend their village, the headman's son watches our lone approach with worry in his eyes. Where is my father? He points his sword at me. The level 50 archer stands next to him, but I'm too mentally exhausted to answer him. The young man's face becomes strained as I walk past him without saying a word. He looks ready to order an attack when young Jason answers for me. Your headman is back in the village, unharmed. The boy motions for someone to go check on his father, but I don't care about that. I release a bit of pressure and the villagers part in front of me. Master Packor, sir. My commander walks up to me, seeing the complicated look on my face. We're camping here for the day. Have the men set up the tents a little way away from the village. I curtly issue my orders. The commander must realize I'm not in the mood to talk. He salutes me and takes off, issuing my orders. My tent is prioritized first, and I soon have a quiet place to retreat to. Leaving my armor on, I collapse on my bedroll, going over every option I can think of regarding Aaliyah. Do I really need to kill such talent? I question the gods. Silence is my only answer. Aaliyah's point of view, my heart pounds in my chest as we watch Packor walk away. When Packor and his group are out of sight, all the tension leaves my body and I collapse to the ground. For a second there, all my instincts screamed at me to run. I was sure he was going to attack after I turned him down. Is he going to attack the village because of me? I start trembling, thinking about all the repercussions everyone might face because of my actions. Master walks over to me and bends down. He starts rubbing his hands in circles on my back, trying to help me calm down. I can't believe you did that, Camden mumbles, clearly shaken up just as much as I am. Hearing Camden makes me second-guess myself even more. Should I rush after Packor and take him up on his offer? The last thing I want to do is get the village destroyed because of me. What do you think I should have done? I ask Master. You should have taken the deal, Master bluntly tells me. My heart drops, even Master thinks I was wrong, but I'm happy you didn't. I look to Master with tears in my eyes, really. Master Dell firmly nods. You stuck to your beliefs. I can't fault you for that. What do we do now? I ask. Master and I look at Camden, who has his head buried in his hands, lightly groaning. Everything had just become a lot more complicated for everyone involved. This is why I didn't want to leave the village. I knew something like this would happen eventually, but I never thought it would happen so soon. Headman Downs, our brooding is interrupted by someone running over to us. Are you all okay? We didn't see you return with Skal's people. Camden jolts up, realizing we let that monster walk through our village by himself. It's understandable how everyone must be reacting, seeing how we didn't return with Packor. Camden quickly straightens himself up and puts on a brave front. Everything's fine, he lies to the messenger. Go back and tell my son to leave Skal alone for now. Tell him we'll set up a watch and that everyone is to hold on to their weapons for now. The villager nods and takes off back through the village. We'll need to have a meeting to discuss what happened. Camden walks over to me. I'll grab my children while you find your family. Come to my house when you're ready, he tells me. I need to organize the village, Camden briefly explains before walking off, an invisible weight added to his shoulders. Come on then, Master helps me to my feet. The two of us walk together back to my house. When we get there, I knock on the door. Mom, it's me, I call out. There are heavy steps on the other side of the door as Mom rushes to let me in. She flings the door open and launches herself at me, wrapping me in her arms. Are you okay? She asks, sniffling. I think so, I tell her. Go find your dad. Master leaves the two of us alone. Mother pulls back and looks me over, searching for the slightest scratch. Did everything go according to plan? She asks me, noticing I don't have a single smudge on my armor. I briefly think about lying to Mom to make her feel better, but that will only make what comes next that much harder. No, I hang my head. Things didn't go according to plan. Concerned, Mom asks me, what happened? I'll explain in a little bit. Can you just keep hugging me for a little while longer? Mom wraps her arms around me again, no questions asked. We stay like that until Master Dell returns with Dad. Dad moves in and joins our hug, while Master awkwardly stands to the side. After a minute, I tell them we need to head to Camden's house. It's a somber walk for us. Armed villagers are returning to their families, unsure of what's happening to the village. Skal is camped right outside our front door, and the tension in the air has only increased. A few scared people are standing outside Camden's house when we get there, but Surette, who's standing outside, shoos them away when she sees us coming. I'm happy you're all okay. She rushes over and hugs Mother. My boys are inside. They said Camden will be back soon. Surette leads us into her house. We all shuffle into the drawing room. Surette places some tea on the table, but no one takes any. Dad and Mom sit on either side of me while Master stands nearby. We wait like that for nearly 20 minutes before we hear the front door open. Camden walks into the room, followed by Ronald, Anastasia, Marcus, Ezekiel, Brother, and Sandra. The drawing room is packed with people nervously glancing at one another. What is happening, Camden? Loud Marcus is the first to speak up. Camden lets out what has to be his 100th sigh of the day and starts explaining what happened with Pakor. Everyone but those who were there during the meeting pales in fright when they hear his level. The fact that the woman with him is the captured General Pitts doesn't do much for morale either. The room explodes when Camden explains how Pakor asked me to become his student and my subsequent refusal. You killed us all, Marcus yells at me. Normally I'd have something snappy to say back, but I'm afraid he's right this time. We aren't dead yet. Camden tries to calm down everyone in the room. Yet. Ezekiel exclaims, the monster is probably deciding how to burn down our village this very moment. Say that again. Dad stands up, towering over Ezekiel, but Ezekiel is panicking. We're screwed. We can't stand up to someone like Pakor, not even if the whole village tried to kill him. And it's all her fault. Ezekiel points an accusing finger at me. That finger is all it takes to push Father over the edge. He reaches and grabs Ezekiel by his vest and hoists him into the air. Marcus, Ronald, and Nicholas try to pry Ezekiel out of Dad's iron-like grip, but they can't match his strength. It isn't until Dell moves across the room and punches Dad in the gut that he finally drops Ezekiel. Mom yells as Dad drops to the floor, clutching his chest. She rushes to his side while I give Dell a disapproving glare, despite fully well knowing it was the only thing that stopped Dad from ripping Ezekiel's head off. It's your fault. Ezekiel continues to rant even after being freed. Master, who just freed Ezekiel, turns around and slaps him upside the head. Ezekiel drops to the floor, unmoving. If his chest weren't barely moving, I'd swear that slap had killed him. Why did you do that? Marcus stares at his unconscious friend. You just saved him. Master snorts at Marcus. I stopped Darius from killing him. That doesn't mean I'm going to stand here and listen to you badmouthing my apprentice. Marcus looks at Master like he just grew another head. Your voice. Master was so worked up he forgot to use his broken speech around Anastasia and Marcus. We're getting off track. Camden tries to reel everyone back in. Arguing won't solve anything. You're not going to do anything about him. Marcus points at Master while yelling at Camden. I won't. Camden calmly responds to Marcus. And why not? He continues to shout. Because I was about to do the same thing. Camden's response causes Marcus to take a wary step back. You can't blame Aaliyah for not wanting to join Skal's army. If you're going to continue to yell, you can take Ezekiel and leave. That finally gets Marcus to shut his mouth. We need options for tomorrow. The room goes quiet. Are the two of you able to beat him? Anastasia asks Master and me. Master hangs his head while I shake mine. I'm not even sure we can get past his armor, I honestly reply. Armor. Camden looks at me, confused. Oh yeah, I'm the only one who could see it. He's wearing a set of invisible armor, I explain to the stunned room. It makes my stuff look like paper. Then fighting isn't an option, Camden grumbles. Any more ideas? He asks everybody. We could run, Mom says in a quiet voice. Sylvia, Surette gasps at her friend. If it keeps our family and the village safe, it might be our only option, Mom points out to her friend. Even if your family leaves, that doesn't mean the village will be spared. Camden shakes his head. Fighting may be our only option. But you just said, Marcus whines. Do you have a better idea? Camden challenges him. I feel tears welling up in my eyes. Whether it's my parents, Master, or Camden and his family, all of them are trying to think of a way to save me from Pakor. Not once have any of them suggested that I turn myself over. I'm not sure if I deserve this. Mother notices my tears and pulls me against her. There is only one way I can guarantee everyone will be safe. I'll take his offer. The room goes silent again. What was that, sweetie? Mom asks me. I said I'll take Packor's offer. I repeat through my tears. You don't have to. Camden starts, but I shake my head. This is the only way that guarantees nobody gets hurt. Besides, he said I'll get anything I want. I try to smile to prove I'm okay with the decision. Everyone but Marcus frowns. Mom pulls me even closer and holds me tightly. To save the village and the people I care about, I can do anything. This is my second life. After all, I'm playing with extra time on the clock. When I meet Packer tomorrow, I'll take him up on his deal. I'll join Skull's army. Master Packer, the deathless point of view. Master Packer, I brought you dinner. Young Jason calls out to me from the other side of my tent flap. You can bring it in. I permit him to enter. Young Jason enters my tent, followed by General Pitts. I forgot I told him to watch her. I'm surprised she didn't take the opportunity to try and escape. Here you go. Jason hands me a bowl of hot soup. I wordlessly reach out and take the piping bowl, unaffected by the heat. Removing my helmet, I start shoveling the stew into my mouth. What a day. Young Jason pretends to be tired and sits across from me. General Pitts joins him and they both watch me eat. If you have something to say, spit it out. I snap at the boy. Jason stammers, unsure how to ask his question. He's wondering what your plans for tomorrow are. General Pitts finishes Jason's thought. I look the captured general in the eyes. You're wondering if I'll destroy the village. Young Jason is horrified by my bluntness, but General Pitts just nods. You would really do that? Jason asks me, looking afraid of me for the first time since I met him on Dre's walls. If I must, I coldly answer in between bites of my soup. I ignore my shocked aide and turn my full attention to General Pitts. You knew she was out here, didn't you? General Pitts's expression turns downcast. I did. I planned to come out here after the war was over and recruit her to my house, she honestly tells me. And were you aware of her skills? Do you think I would have waited if I was fully aware of her abilities? The general sneers at me. I knew she was a talented blacksmith, but I had no idea her level was so high. I was just as shocked as you were. I need a drink. Reaching over, I pop the lid off my canteen and drink a mouthful of alcohol. The fumes from my drink are so strong, young Jason coughs until I close the canteen. Then what would you do? I leveled General Pitts with a challenging look. How would you deal with the most talented individual you've ever met in your life? General Pitts bites her lower lip and doesn't answer my question. I don't blame the general for her silence. I've been sitting here for hours, and I'm no closer to answering the question than when I first stepped into my tent. She made that arrow you used against me. I offer the general my canteen. Yes, she takes the drink. General Pitts uses the cap to measure out a small shot before throwing it back. Gods, I remark. I know, right? General Pitts notes with her face scrunched up. She hands me back my alcohol. I take another drink and ask her, what are you going to do after Olbert pays for your ransom? General Pitts shrugs her shoulders. Probably try to kill you again. I mean, before that, I chuckle. What am I going to do with everything I've learned so far? She inquires. Let's go with that, I tell her. It's hard to say. General Pitts glances at young Jason. It's clear Olbert has paid too little attention to this corner of the kingdom, and certain people will need to be held responsible for what's happened here. The issue with the dragon will fall on the king to decide, but it's too early to speculate on that. And the issue of young Aaliyah, I press the general. General Pitts narrows her eyes. If you harm that child, I'll see to it that you die the most excruciating death possible. She doesn't mince her words, does she? That's good to know. I take another swig from my canteen. If I could drink the whole thing and get drunk, I would. Heck, I would take a hangover right now if I didn't have to deal with this situation. At this rate, I doubt I'll be able to sleep tonight. No matter how I look at it, my decision tomorrow will change everything. Gods help me, I silently plead as I tilt my head back and continue drinking, hoping I make the right decision. Master Packer, the deathless point of view. Your armor is topped off, Master Packer. Mage Lillian bows her head. She's the senior of the two mages I brought with me, and it's her day to charge my armor. The two mages alternate each day, making sure my armor and gear are always at their best. I'm not sure how the day will proceed, but I have a feeling it's a good idea. Everything is full for my meeting with Aaliyah. Is there anything else I can do for you, Master Packer? Lillian asks me, keeping her head down so I can't see the sweat on her face. That will be all, I say in my fake haughty voice. You are dismissed. Lillian keeps her head bowed as she retreats out of my tent. In my head, I wish her a speedy recovery and thank her for helping me. I have an image to keep up, and I don't need any more issues to arise because I dropped my formal persona. My day will be complicated as it is. I adjust the armor on my left arm, and when everything is ready, I step outside my tent. The sun has long since risen for the day. It took Lillian 2 hours to charge everything fully. Raising my arm, I shade my eyes from the intense light while they adjust. Grunting, I curse the fact I'm out of my particular alcohol. I drank every drop I had last night, and it still didn't help me fall asleep. I wonder if I look like Jason now. The problem with invisible armor is that it doesn't hide the tired look on my face. Good morning, Master Packer. I don't even get 5 minutes to collect myself before I hear young Jason call out to me. Jason slowly walks over to me with General Pitts at his side. Though young Jason greets me with a smile, I can see the worry hidden underneath. The general has no reason to appear friendly, and she looks me over with a scowl on her face. You look like shit, her words make young Jason flinch, but her honesty confirms what others are too afraid to tell me. Did you perhaps not sleep last night, my lord? Jason asks, troubled for me. It's fine, I wave off his concerns. It doesn't matter if I don't sleep for a day or two anyways. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Are you going to the village right now? Jason hesitantly asks me. The sooner I get this over with, the better. I take a deep breath and start walking to the front of our camp. Young Jason and General Pitts follow right behind me. Last night I debated a lot as to whether or not I should allow the two of them to accompany me today. I decided, whether good or bad, I should have some witnesses for what's to come. Master Pakor. Every soldier calls out to me and salutes as we make our way through camp. I give a few curt straight-faced nods to the first few people, but it quickly becomes old. No doubt those who received a nod will brag to the rest later. Master Pakor, the commander, greets me at the front of our camp. Are you heading to the village today, sir? I am commander, I matter-of-factly respond while continuing to walk towards the village. Your orders, sir. He maintains his polished military posture despite me brushing him off. Should I have the men fall into formation? No need. If the villagers attack, I want you to focus on capturing them rather than killing. This village is special. It would be a crime if we were to destroy it unjustly. I understand, Master Pakor. The commander acknowledges my orders. No matter what happens next, this village must continue to thrive. I don't look back at my commander instead. I keep my gaze focused forward on the man waiting for us. The soldiers say he's been showing up sporadically throughout the night. Jason mumbles just loud enough for me to hear. The village headman is standing in between the log fortifications, waiting for us to approach. Though we're both old, he doesn't have my stats, and the toll of staying up all night is much more prevalent on his face than it is mine. The headman does not attempt to hide the anger he's feeling towards me. I only saw his face for a minute, but it's troubling me. Reason is often pushed aside by anger. If this is a trap, I'll have no choice but to make an example out of him. It would be a pity to kill such a man because of a rash decision. Things only look worse as the headman veers left before we enter the village proper and starts leading us down a nearby dirt path. I glance over my shoulder to see how General Pitts and young Jason are reacting to our detour. Jason moves closer to me, looking like a frightened animal, while General Pitts's eyes drill into my own. She stands back, watching everything like a spectator in a play. Glancing at the back of the headman, I notice his body is tensing up and that his hands are balled into fists at his sides. Everything points to this being a last-stand situation, and that doesn't work for me. I need to persuade him this is a bad idea before I'm forced to do something I'll regret. An ambush won't work, it will only endanger the village. My voice cuts through the silence. The headman stops in his tracks. He doesn't turn around to face me, only responding in a monotonous tone. There is no ambush. The village decided your business with Aaliyah is between you and her. I'm leading you to her forge, that is all. The headman starts walking again, not caring if we're still following him. So the village decided to cut ties with her to save itself. And judging by the headman's reaction, it wasn't done lightly. This can mean one of two things. Either the village is trying to cut ties with Aaliyah before she becomes my apprentice, or she plans on fighting me for her freedom, and she doesn't want the village to be blamed. I wonder how many people will stand with her. I don't have to wait long for an answer because we're quickly approaching a clearing up ahead. Following the headman out of the forest trail, I promptly scan the clearing. There are multiple storage sheds, along with a plethora of smithing tools. Sitting on a pair of stone benches is Aaliyah and her stone kin master. Both are armed and in their armor, however. They're the only two in the clearing, and I don't sense anyone hiding in the tree line either. I was at least expecting Aaliyah's family to be here. It was my hope having them present would help her to see reason. It was the least I can do, I say, walking forward. The two of them don't seem to care about me closing the distance between us. That said, Aaliyah and her master look ready for a fight. Aaliyah glances behind me at General Pitts and young Jason. You brought them along with you. Her confused look makes me chuckle a little. They're the only other two people who know about you. I see it only fits that they act as witnesses for what's to come. Fair enough, Aaliyah doesn't object to their presence. I find myself marveling at the girl even more than yesterday. Her eyes are clear, without a hint of doubt behind them. Whatever plans she's made, she's ready to see them through, regardless of what her chances might be. I draw my sword. She'll defend herself without a second guess. I don't suppose you've reconsidered my offer. I smirk at the young girl, hoping she makes the right choice. I thought it over 1,000,000 times last night, and unless Aaliyah willingly agrees to become my disciple, I'll have to capture her like I did General Pitts. Even if she resents me for it, I can't leave someone of her caliber here now that General Pitts knows about her. No matter what, I'll force her to become my disciple. That is my... I have what? I reflexively ask. Just like yesterday, she's able to catch me off guard with a short response. Aaliyah shifts the large axe she's carrying over to her shoulder. I decided to take you up on your offer. I'm about to shout, that's great, when I remember she's wearing her armor and holding a weapon. There is no way she's giving up that easily. Did you now? I ask skeptically. If you decided to become my disciple, is there a reason for you to come to this meeting armed? Young Aaliyah gives me a merchant's smirk. Just because I agree to become your apprentice doesn't mean I don't have my own conditions. My eyes widen the gall of this child. I love it. I start laughing so hard I have to grab my sides. She got me again. While I'm laughing up a lung, Aaliyah stands there waiting for me to collect myself. When I finally catch my breath, I gasp out, "Aren't you a greedy one? Most would consider becoming my disciple the best offer possible. Tell me, what else could you possibly want?" Aaliyah's face hardens. "First, I want a signed contract stating Skull won't interfere with Spotted Creek Village any more than it has to." I pretend to think over her demand. I even stroke my beard for extra show. But inside, I'm happier than I've ever been. Aaliyah decided to join me of her own free will. I might have cornered her into making the decision, but once she sees my sincerity, that shouldn't matter. I suppose I can agree to that. Then I want another contract for the safety of my family. Aaliyah keeps up a strong appearance as she continues naming her demands. Sure, I readily agree to her second demand. I'm hoping her family follows her to Skull. They'll be treated like royalty after she's recognized as my apprentice, and I'm sure they must be special themselves to produce such a daughter. Aaliyah's eyes narrow, probably because I agreed too quickly there. I should probably pretend her demands are harder to accept than they are. Third, I want the same thing for my master. "I'm your master," I jokingly smirk at her. She doesn't look amused by my joke. "I mean it," she stresses. "I have little interest in your village, master, or family." I try waving away her concerns. It is nice to see that she genuinely cares about those around her rather than fame or wealth. If this were anyone else negotiating with me, they would include money or other frivolous things in their demands. Is that everything? "There's one more thing." Aaliyah readies her weapon. "Rolling over for you isn't in my nature. My last condition is that you beat me and my master in a duel." My head snaps back around and I stare blankly at Aaliyah. "You want to duel me?" It's her turn to smirk at me. "That's right. You kept saying how great you are, now prove it. There's no reason for me to go to Skull with you if master and I can beat the shit out of you here." I feel like I should be offended, but I can't help but smile at her challenge. "So I have to beat the two of you together?" "Yep, without killing either of you, I suppose." "That's right, or are you chicken?" She taunts me. "I don't know what a chicken is, but I'll assume you're making fun of me. I guess every student should know where they stand in regards to their master. I accept your terms. Do you want to do this here?" I scan the clearing again, but I don't see a good spot for us to fight without breaking something. "We already have that planned out." Aaliyah smiles confidently. I'm just as excited as she is. I wonder how they hope to defeat me. I'm not senile enough to not realize they wouldn't have challenged me unless they had a plan, or would they? Aaliyah and the Stonekin lead us across the clearing over to a smaller forest trail, similar to the one the headman led us down. It doesn't take them long to lead us to a more suitable place to fight. "You have your own quarry," I exclaim when I see the large crater in the ground. "A perfect place for us to go all out," Aaliyah proclaims before she and her master jump away from me into the pit. I make no move to chase after them. First, I roll my shoulders, loosening up my old joints. Then I slowly draw my sword and let the blade shimmer in the sunlight for a moment. It isn't until I'm fully ready that I jump into the quarry after them. Young Jason and General Pitts stay up top to watch our fight. My two opponents whisper to each other, but they're close enough I can still read their lips. "Are you ready, Master Dell?" Aaliyah smiles at the Stonekin. "Ready," he declares to her. "Just like we planned then," she mouths. The Stonekin doesn't say anything further, slamming his foot down. He rushes towards me with his hammer raised over his head. The Stonekin is trying to draw my attention, but I'm keeping an eye on him and Aaliyah as she tries to flank me from my left. Both are fast, but for different reasons. The Stonekin rushes at me using only his strength stat, while Aaliyah appears to have a much more balanced stat spread and better footwork. Once the Stonekin is in front of me, his massive arms bring his hammer down. My skills scream in my head to dodge rather than try blocking the strike. With dancing, I gracefully retreat out of his range. The hammer strikes the quarry floor, causing the surrounding stone to shatter like it was made of glass. With that kind of strength, I can't risk parrying any of the Stonekin's attacks. I would survive if he hit me, but the force would send me flying, and that would be more than enough of an opening for them to pin me down. While the Stonekin pulls back on his hammer to ready himself for another attack, I step back with my left foot and face Aaliyah, who's trying to keep up the pressure on me. This is an excellent opportunity to see how she moves in battle. She obviously favors movement-related skills, but she hasn't faced enough people like me who are used to such attacks. With one step, I dodge the first strike she makes. Then I parry her second swing with my sword. There's considerable weight behind her weapon, and I'm curious how she's able to swing it like she is without falling over. Aaliyah's master tries hitting me from my right, but I dodge by stepping into Aaliyah's striking range. She grins, thinking they've got me, but I dance around her strike and thrust my sword at her right shoulder. Her eyes widen as she jumps backward to dodge my thrust. It's then that I notice Aaliyah's first flaw. When she has free room to run, she's incredibly fast, but she's not used to minute movements in the heat of battle. I can predict how she'll move just as easy as I can her master. I was hoping the Stonekin would be more of a challenge, but I can tell his level wasn't gained from combat. The two of them have practiced with their weapons, but neither are used to fighting other people. I twirl and thrust my sword at the stone kin's gut to keep him on his toes. He blocks with his hammer as I expected him to. I wasn't trying to hurt him in the first place. This battle is heavily skewed in their favor, but that just makes this more enjoyable for me. I'll show them I can't be harmed until they collapse from exhaustion. I might throw in a few shallow cuts for good measure, but dancing around these two is a no-brainer. Their teamwork is quite good, at least I admit. The stone kin forces me back, while Aaliyah is the one to try and hit me. I wonder if they'll even manage to touch my armor. I dodge back from another one of the stone kin's strikes while simultaneously turning to parry Aaliyah's axe. Brandishing my sword, I calculate precisely where I'll need to hit her weapon, so it misses me. I swing to deflect Aaliyah's strike, only for my skills to warn me of danger. Aaliyah grins at me and vanishes from my sight. Flash step, I curse aloud. My skills tell me she ended up behind me. I expect for her to aim at my head, which wouldn't be that big of a problem, but my blood runs cold when from the corner of my eye I see her swing her axe at my lower back, the spot my armor's magic gem is hidden. I twist in place so she hits the front of my armor. Was she aiming for that spot, or was it a lucky strike? I don't have long to ponder because my skills keep screaming for me to move. Without looking behind me, I know the stone kin is about to hit me from behind. I activate one of my defensive treasures just in time to block his hammer. A magic barrier covers my back for a split second before shattering under the stone kin's strength. The magic tool did its job by dispersing most of the force behind his strike. I'm still knocked a few feet forward, but at least I'm not sent flying. After that close call, I retreat for a moment and put some distance between us. That stone kin's strike was dangerously close to the magic gem as well, too close. A little lower next time, I hear Aaliyah tell her master, "Got it." My eyes threaten to pop out of their sockets. I'm floored. They were aiming for the magic gem. That means they not only know about my armor, but they know its weak spot too. I stare at Aaliyah. She's the only one who could possibly see my armor, but that shouldn't be possible. My armor is enchanted to repel magic, meaning it repels all searching type spells as well as sense mana. Only the best mages can tell I'm wearing armor at all, and not one has ever figured out where the magic gem is located. I take a deep breath to calm myself. I don't know how she did it, but I'll take great pleasure in figuring it out. Aaliyah's point of view, we were close. I grin, seeing the old man's shocked expression. We scared him enough he felt the need to retreat. Don't get overconfident, we haven't won yet, Master reminds me. I know, I say, taking a moment to catch my breath. I'm just happy things are working out as we planned. It was a long shot that Pakor would accept my terms, but in the end he did. Master and I needed a reason to fight Pakor, and we figured if he agreed, we could make the fight more even with a few added conditions. We're free to try and kill him while Pakor needs to have us surrender. Yesterday we discussed how our meeting with Pakor would play out, and it was my idea that Master and I cut ties with the village beforehand. Camden and Mom were against the idea, but we need the village to be safe in case we fail. If we lose, I become Pakor's disciple, but if we win. We actually don't have a plan if we win. We only had so much time to plan things out, and figuring out a way to get him to duel us was hard enough, let alone what we should do should we manage to win the fight. Killing Pakor would be a death sentence for the village, and I'm not sure if I can free General Pitts. If we're lucky, Pakor will acknowledge his defeat and leave us alone. But no matter what happens, word will get out that I'm here. I shake my head, setting those thoughts away for later. First, we have to bring this old man down. Together, Master and I start taking steady steps forward. We're both ready to rush, and our target is the spot on his lower back that hides the magic gem. If we can damage that area enough, all of the armor's enchantments should fail. It hurts having to destroy such a beautiful piece of work, but we have no other choice. When we're 20 feet away from Pakor, we're ready to make our move. Both of us tense our muscles, but Master and I pause when we hear Pakor start to laugh. I'll admit I underestimated the two of you. I don't know how you figured it out, but that can wait until later. Pakor sneers at me. No more nice Pakor. Prepare yourselves because you face Master Pakor the Deathless now. The air around Pakor practically vibrates and it becomes heavy. I don't know if it's a skill, but he's somehow affecting the surrounding mana without doing anything through sheer force of will. He briefly did the same thing yesterday, but this time the effect lasts longer than a few seconds. I swear I can hear Mom's voice in the back of my head telling me to run, but I brush it aside. There's no use running. Instead of Pakor waiting for us to attack, he's the one to rush us this time. He slashes at Master with such precision his previous attacks could only be called half-assed in comparison. Master stumbles backward as Pakor starts cutting him in between his armor. Cuts aren't deep, but almost every swing of Pakor's sword draws more of Master's blood. I use Flash Step to get in close and help, but Pakor easily swats my axe away before I can properly swing it. Pakor attacks in such a way I'm forced to dodge in a single direction. He herds me next to Master and continues his assault, so neither of us can break away. It's like we're fighting a totally different person. Pakor hasn't gotten faster or stronger, and yet he's pushing both of us back. Each step he takes is perfect with each swing of his sword. He chips away at Mana's skin or opens a new wound on Master. I can no longer tell where his sword and hand meet. This is beyond fighting someone with a higher level. How long has he spent practicing his swordplay? How many battles has this monster been in? When Pakor told us he was one of Skal's pillars, I knew he would be strong, but I could have never imagined this. If something doesn't change soon, we're going to lose. And the only way we're going to win is if we get creative. Instead of pushing backwards, I push off the ground. Pakor doesn't miss the opening and aims to stab my shoulder while I'm in the air. If he gets a clean hit, his sword will slice through Mana's skin like it isn't even there. But this was what I was hoping for. I push off the air with airwalk, dodging what would have been a nasty blow. I hear shouting from outside the quarry, but my eyes are focused solely on Pakor. His eyes follow my every movement as I soar through the air. Besides Pakor's smile, he doesn't look surprised by my skill in the slightest. In fact, if Master wasn't taking this chance to keep him busy, I'm sure Pakor would still be trying to stab me in the air. I move to swing my axe from up above, but Pakor is ready for me. He activates another magic item, and another barrier forms around Pakor, but this one expands rapidly before vanishing, pushing me higher into the sky while forcing Master back. Oh no, you don't. My axe is still raised over my head, so I throw it with everything I have. Pakor sidesteps my axe, unfazed even though it skims past his fancy armor. I draw my scimitar and push off the air again, charging him once again. Pakor isn't foolish enough to let me get behind him again. He continually shifts his position to keep Master and me in front of him. Even with aerial superiority, I can't get him. Pakor dodges another one of my slashes in doing so. He twists in place and drops to one knee. With his change in position, he stabs Master's right knee. I know it's terrible when I hear Master howl in pain. Del, I scream. Rushing Pakor, I swing my sword, wanting to get Pakor to move away from Master, who's trying to crawl backwards with his good leg. You shouldn't let your emotions get the better of you. I don't have time to register what Pakor just told me before he swings his sword directly underneath my foot. Just as I'm about to push off the air, Pakor's sword tears through the mana barrier I built to push off of, and I tumble hard to the ground. I move to get up, but Pakor is already standing over me with his sword pointed at my face. That's quite an interesting technique you're using there. You're quite talented, but you lack experience. It will be fun teaching you. He grins down at me. It's not over yet, I hiss. I think it is. Pakor talks down to me. It's commendable to want to keep fighting, but you have to know your limits. I glance to my side and see Master has managed to crawl a good 20 feet away from us. Time for Plan Z. There's always a way to win. I laugh at Pakor. I raise my hand and recite my spell. Leif Gamfer all en nams. Either Pakor recognizes the spell, or he's that sure I can't hurt him either way. He waits for me to cast my magic. When the small flame appears in my outstretched palm, he can't help but laugh. You shouldn't underestimate fire, I tell him as I gather most of my mana into my hand. The last thing I see before the world fills with fire is Pakor's smile faltering for a split second. The overpowered flame spell isn't as powerful as the last time I used it because of all the mana I used against Pakor, but only by a little. My skills have leveled a lot since the last time I tried to blow myself up, and the resulting explosion is still deafening. Mana skin holds back most of the blast's force along with most of the heat, but I can feel a burning sensation on the arm I used to cast the spell. I'm glad I invested that extra 20 points into my endurance, or the damage might have been a lot worse. This time I'm conscious as my spells start to fizzle out. The first thing I see is the tip of Pakor's sword, still pointed at my face. The flames become thinner, and my heart sinks when I see Pakor's smiling face still looking down on me. Pakor is entirely unharmed. Even the bastard's clothing underneath his armor isn't damaged. I want to curse the old man, but I'm too busy trying to catch my breath. My mana levels are hovering around 10, making me feel extremely exhausted. My outstretched hand that cast the spell falls limply to my side with a few minor burns. Pakor whistles. I was not expecting that. However, I was expecting your last move not to be something unexpected, so it doesn't count, he gloats. Now surrender so I can send Jason to get the two of you a healer. Pakor refuses to lower his sword until I admit our defeat. I look over at Master, who's standing on one leg. He looks like he's willing to keep going, but the blood dripping from his leg is increasing the more he moves around. I won't let Master kill himself for me. I surrender, I wheeze out. Master Del looks at me, wondering if I'm serious. After I slowly nod my head, Master falls backwards onto his ass, hanging his head in disappointment. Jason, Pakor shouts up to the boy who's staring slack-jawed at us. Go get a healer. Yes, Master Pakor, the young man stutters before taking off. Pakor watches him leave before looking back at me. That was a good fight, he grunts as he sheathes his sword and sits down next to my sprawled-out form. Before General Pitts walks down here, tell me, how did you know about my armor's weakness? He asks in a whisper. Pakor leans over my motionless body, smiling at me like a child looking at an interesting insect. When I don't say anything, he pouts. Come on now, I'm your master, you have to tell me. Unlike Master Del, it doesn't look like Pakor wants me to keep my skills a secret from him. It's a skill, I remark, purposely being as vague as possible. Pakor just snorts at my comment. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Just make sure you and that stonekin keep the information about my armor to yourselves. Even I can't protect you if the information gets out. For just a moment, Pakor sounds serious. I can't believe you tried blowing me up, and the moment is gone. I hear footsteps approaching, but I don't want to raise my head. You finally decided to join us, General, Pakor quips when I see General Pitts make it into my view. I was sure you'd try to escape after I had Jason run off. You know I can't do that, General Pitts frowns at Pakor. I don't know how much those bands seal her, but they have to be strong if they limit someone like General Pitts enough where she can't survive in the woods. No reason to be mean. Pakor continues to egg General Pitts on. I know you're jealous about my newest student, so I suppose it can't be helped. The look General Pitts gives Pakor reminds me of my mom right before she snaps. We can all hear the General grind her teeth in frustration. If you want to borrow my sword, you can try stabbing him, I offer the angry woman. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side. Pakor looks like I just slapped him. Not by choice, I grumble. That doesn't matter. You'll see Skull is a beautiful place. If you like miles of rocky hellscape, General Pitts cuts off Pakor. While the two of them argue, it sinks in that I lost. I'll have to leave the village. I can only hope Pakor doesn't make me leave right away. Master Pakor. I swallow a lump in my throat after calling him master. Yes, my apprentice. Pakor looks at me with a goofy smile, happy to hear me call him master. Seeing his smile makes me never want to address Pakor as master again. Do I have to leave with you right away? If possible, can I wait until the New Year's festival before I leave? I hesitantly ask. I don't even bother trying to use my skills on him. There's still so much I need to do, and I can't forget about spending time with my family. Pakor chuckles. You don't need to leave immediately. You can stay in the village until I finish my campaign and auction off the general here. But why is a New Year's festival that important to you? Pakor curiously asks me. I'm so relieved I don't immediately have to leave the village. I answer Pakor's question without thinking. I've been looking forward to the festival for years now. This year is the first time I'll be allowed to participate with all the adults. Pakor and General Pitts freeze in place. This is the first time you're participating in the festival, Pakor reiterates. How old are you? General Pitts's fevered eyes burrow into my soul. Crap, I said something I shouldn't have. Pakor and the general's gazes become more overwhelming the longer I remain silent. I turned 15 this year, I finally tell them. General Pitts and Pakor, two respected leaders of their nations that have reached unimaginable heights, look at me like I'm the monster. By the gods, General Pitts swears. Pakor's eyes widen impossibly large. You will be my greatest student. The fanaticism behind his voice sends a shiver down my spine. Everything is only made worse by the fact I'm so tired I can barely move. He makes me wish I did pass out after my spell failed to defeat the old man. Maybe I should just pretend to pass out. That could work, right? I slowly start to close my eyes, but Pakor is having none of that. You can't sleep on me yet. Pakor gently slaps my right cheek. Opening my eyes, I scowl at the man. I've made up my mind as soon as I'm strong enough, I'm killing him. What do you want? I snap at Pakor. I wanted to talk about getting some weapons made. That arrow you made for General Pitts was incredible. I ignore Pakor's flattery and look at General Pitts. Did the arrow really turn out that good? General Pitts smiles at me. It was. I almost killed him with it. Well, shit, I curse. Now I'm going to kick myself for not making it stronger. You're starting to hurt my feelings. Pakor forces himself into our conversation. I saw the spears you had back in the clearing. I'd like to buy those and order more. Great, now I have another person demanding an order. Wait a minute, I smell a great opportunity. I put on a shit-eating grin for my new master. Sorry to tell you this, but I can't sell you anything. What, why not? He yells. I have a contract with someone already. I'm only allowed to sell my wares to him. I continue to grin at the old man. So break it. I'll cover you for whatever the conditions are and pay you more. Sorry, no can do. I take great pride in Pakor's frustration. You can't cover my cancellation cost. Oh yeah, Pakor bellows. What is it? If Pakor wants to be my master, he should help me take care of my problems. If I break my contract, I lose 20 levels. That's... Pakor is dumbfounded for a moment before I see anger start to rise in his eyes. And who made you sign such a ludicrous contract? Pakor asks me in a cold voice. Bingo, that's the reaction I was hoping for. Well, who was it? Pakor demands. I signed a contract with Leonard Gray shortly before you took Dre. You'll have to talk to him if you want to buy anything from me. It's hard to keep myself from laughing like a villain. He's the head of the Silver Herd branch in Dre. I know. Pakor hisses in displeasure. I've met him. That's good, you can send all requests through him. I flatly tell Pakor. I'll get right on that. Pakor looks pissed. He remains steaming until the healer he sent for arrives with Jason. Pakor tries to order the man to heal me first, but I demand that he treat Master Del first, knowing his injuries are worse than mine. The healer Pakor brought with him is much more talented than Anastasia, so much so, Master is standing on both legs again after only 30 minutes of treatment. He even manages to remove some of the fatigue I'm feeling from mana exhaustion to the point I can also stand on my own. Are you okay? I rush over to hug Del as soon as I'm on my feet. I'm fine, he grunts, just some phantom pain. That should fade in a few hours, the healer tells us. I was merely following Master Pacor's orders. Is there anything else you need, sir? The healer salutes Pacor. No, you can return to camp. Pacor dismisses the man in an almost comically dry voice. Where did the annoying old man go? The medical soldier salutes Pacor one last time before leaving the quarry. What happens now? I find myself asking the same question as yesterday. Pacor starts stroking his beard again. For now, you will remain in this village. I'm not sure how long it will take to finish my campaign, but in the meantime, I'll send one of my best students to start your training and to make sure nothing happens to you while I'm gone. You mean to make sure I don't run away, I think to myself. We should head back now, Pacor says, glancing up at the sky. I have much to prepare before I return to Dre. Do you need any help walking back? He asks me. I got her. Dell protectingly moves next to me. So you do, Pacor remarks. He smiles at me one last time. I'll have the contracts ready for you to sign before we set out tomorrow. Okay, I respond, hanging my head. It's the only thing I can do to hide my grin. One-sided contracts are a girl's best friend after all. Okay, what? Pacor presses me, not leaving until he hears me say it. Okay, Master Pacor, I grit through my teeth. Needs some work, but all in good time, Pacor laughs. Master Dell and I watch as Pacor walks out of the quarry, followed closely by Jason and General Pitts, who secretly steals a glance back at me. We stand there in silence for a good minute. We lost, Master breaks the silence. But at least you got the teacher you always needed. I'm in no mood for Master's pessimism, so I elbow him in his side where Pacor had cut him earlier. Master groans and folds over, holding the spot where his wound once was. You're my first master, and that hasn't changed. Pacor can be my second master if I don't kill him first, I growl in frustration. Does Dell really think I'm happy about being dragged out of the village? I move next to Dell and help back up onto his feet. Don't say nonsense like that again, okay? All right, he agrees. I can't believe you thought I would be happy having that man as a teacher, I complain as we walk towards Master's house. Master softly chuckles to himself, and I consider hitting him again. What's so funny? I ask him. I just find it funny how much you hate him, considering how much the two of you are alike. We're nothing alike, I yell. The resemblance is uncanny. Master continues to make fun of me. It will be interesting to see which of you annoys the other to death first. Go home and rest because you obviously suffered some head trauma, I tell Master as I help him into his clearing. You don't have to tell me twice. Master stumbles over to his hut. He opens the door but turns to me before he goes in. Will you be fine heading back by yourself? I'll be fine, I reassure him. My mana may be low, but I still have some stamina left after dragging your fat butt home. Be safe, Master tells me one more time before walking into his house. I envy Master for living alone. He doesn't have a house full of worried people waiting for him. That's not true. I want nothing more than to be smothered by Mom and Dad right now. So I need to get home and show them that I'm all right. Thinking about my family waiting for me helps me make it home faster despite my aches and pains. I reach out to open our squeaky front door, and it occurs to me I might not be able to call this home for much longer. Must you continue to look at me like that? Pacor tries to make a puppy dog face, but it's just weird seeing an old man trying to look meek on purpose, especially after he handed us our asses yesterday. With a sour look, I choose to ignore Pacor, knowing he will only be spurred on by anything I say. After a minute of Pacor holding his ridiculous expression and me trying not to laugh, I feel myself about to break. Can you stop playing around so we can get this over with? I snap before I accidentally smile in front of him. I can't show weakness right now. Fine, Pacor lets out a sigh. Sign this one here, that one there, and this one down at the bottom, and you'll be officially my disciple. Pacor spreads 3 contracts out on Camden's drawing room table with a cocky grin. He's not putting in any effort to hide how happy he is. This would be a lot easier if Mom were here, but the two of us are alone in the room. Pacor left Jason and General Pitts back at his camp while I asked Mom and Dad to stay home. Pacor hasn't met my family yet, and I plan to keep it that way. Yeah, no, I reach out and gather up the 3 documents. I'm not signing anything until I've read through them a few times. I should hope so, Pacor chuckles. I was concerned whether or not my new student would be able to learn from her past mistakes. Pacor leans back in his chair and looks down his nose at me. I don't rise to his taunting. Instead, I focus on the 3 contracts. Unlike the contract I signed with Mr. Gray, each document has long, drawn-out paragraphs of text to read through. I thought Pacor would combine all 3 of my demands into one contract, but instead he kept them separated. Why are there 3 of them? I bite the bullet and just ask him for the reason he chose to do it this way. I could have put everything into one document, but I would have still used the same amount of paper. And the more contracts we have binding us together, the stronger the connection will be, Pacor explains to me. Mom and I stayed up late into the night discussing what I need to look for in each of the documents. I was prepared to argue for every reassurance we needed, but it appears it's already all in there. Unlike my deal with Gray, Pacor included how the contracts I'm signing will be binding for the next 5 years, at which point I'll need to rediscuss the terms with either Pacor, his successor, or the ruler of Skull, whoever that may be. All 3 contracts start the same, mentioning how I'll be joining Skull as Pacor's student. Then they start to differ, depending on who they're geared to. The first document goes into great detail about how my family will be left alone should we ask, and covers the possibility of them following me to Skull. The contract goes on to specify a monthly dropping 20 gold coin allowance my parents would receive on behalf of Master Pacor if they come to Skull with me. I switch to the second contract to see if it reads the same as the first. The bulk of the second contract goes into how Skull will not interfere with Spotted Creek Village beyond governing it as a typical village under their control. Pacor even wrote out how the village won't be subjected to unreasonable taxes or forced conscription as long as I remain his student. While the first contract talks about how my family is free to decide what they want, and the second one covers the village, the third contract talks about Master Dell, but I'm surprised to see the third contract is the shortest. I thought Pacor would jump at the chance to recruit Master, but judging by what's written down, Pacor has little interest in Dell in fact. Unlike with my family, there's no mention anywhere of any incentives to bring Master to Skull with me. I reread every sentence twice to try and find any hidden meaning in any of the contracts, but I can't spot a single loophole. The only vague terms I come across are in regards to my role under Pacor, but he specifically wrote down I'm allowed to refuse any unreasonable requests. Besides that, the more I read, the more the contract skews in my favor. It's written that I'm allowed to and encouraged to continue forging, with each contract stating I'll be given all the materials I'll need to improve. And to top everything off, there is no cancellation penalty on my part, while if Pacor reneges on our deal, he'll lose his life. I exclaim out loud when I read the final part of the contract. What is this? I point at the bottom of the documents. Can my new apprentice not read? Pacor cheekily laughs. You can't be serious. I stare at the old man waiting for him to claim this is a joke or something. This has to be some elaborate ruse. Is my life not enough? Pacor coyly asks me. I know I'm an old man, but I assure you my life is quite valuable. I quickly skip to the end of the other 2 documents and see all 3 of them state Pacor will die if he breaks his end of our deal, while if I should break our deal, I merely forfeit the safety promised to everyone I care about. I thought our terms were quite even. Pacor grins at me. Why are you taking this so far? I hesitantly ask him. Pacor leans forward and his entire personality changes instantly. His eyes drill into me with the weight of countless years behind them. I'm aware you're only becoming my apprentice because you have no other options available to you. My hands become clammy, and a bead of sweat rolls down my back. If you're to be my student, I can't have you second-guessing my intentions each step of the way. This is the best way I can prove to you that you have no reason to distrust me. The old jokester is gone, and in his place sits Pacor the Deathless, patiently waiting for my answer. The silence makes looking at him unbearable, so I reread the contracts before giving him my answer. After rereading each document another 2 times, I find I can't think of any reason as to why I should refuse to sign them. There is no downside for me, and I can just void them with my skill if I need to. Reaching for the quill Pacor brought with him, I dip it in the magic ink. I quickly sign my name 3 times and turn the documents around for Pacor to sign. The old man doesn't hesitate to take the offered quill and sign his name right underneath mine. Pacor grins as he holds out his hand to finalize our deal. Isn't this what it's like when someone sells their soul to the devil? I guess it's only suitable that my devil is a creepy old man that I can't beat. Reaching out, I grasp Pacor's invisibly gauntleted hand. Before we start shaking, I try squeezing with all my strength, hoping for any kind of reaction. Pacor's smile only widens when his armor doesn't so much as dent under my grip. The only thing my strength does is hold his hand in place. Apparently, I'm stronger than Pacor in brute strength, but that armor is just ridiculous. Our deal doesn't become official until we shake, Pacor points out to me. Reluctantly, I start moving my arm up and down. I feel my contract skill flare to life as Pacor, and I exchange pieces of our outer soul. It feels weird to have contract skill activate 3 times at once, but it's nothing I can't handle. It will be tiring, but later I'll need to search for all the fragments in my soul. Now it's official. You can call me Master Pacor now. Pacor beams a large smile at me. Not happening, I immediately shut him down. But you called me Master yesterday. Pacor playfully whines, and that's the last time I'll ever say it, I flat out tell him. Well, that won't do, Pacor shakes his head. I don't mind you being cold to me when it's just the 2 of us, but I have an image to uphold. That's not my problem, I grin at Pacor. Oh, but it is, Pacor retorts. If I'm seen as weak, you will be too, and it could be dangerous if either of us is seen as weak. Pacor ominously doesn't elaborate what he means, but I can guess. Working under my new master won't be all rainbows and sunshine, apparently. I'll keep that in mind, I pout. Pacor chuckles and there's a long pause between us. As much as I wish he would leave already, there are still some things I need to ask him. You said I could stay here longer, right? How much longer is longer? Pacor starts stroking his beard. You are my apprentice now, so I suppose I can tell you a bit of information. I won't go into all the details, but I will be moving further into Olbert. After that, I'll need to secure our hold over the land we conquered. You won't need to leave your village until then. That isn't exactly a time frame, I complain. That sounds like it could take a lot of time. Does that mean I have years before I need to worry about your wrinkly ass showing back up? It seems my apprentice is still looking down on me. Packer mirthfully chuckles, not appearing to care about my insult. Then, all of a sudden, Packer's serious persona shows up again. I'll have everything resolved by the end of next year. I'm forced to swallow a lump in my throat. This monster truly believes he can push back Olbert's armies and secure his new borders in only a year. Is that enough of a time frame for you? Packer gives me a challenging look. I refuse to look away from him this time. Yeah, it is. Packer's expression softens back to his usual annoying self. I'm happy you haven't lost your spine after our fight. I'll have to work harder so we can return to Skull quicker. I can't wait to rub my new apprentice in everyone's faces. Then you should get going, I grumble back. All in due time, Packer leans back in his chair again. Don't you have more questions to ask me? I have a few for you. Packer's cocky grin becomes even more infuriating, but he's right, I still need to discuss the situation with Mr. Gray. What are you going to do about my contract with Gray? I ask my new master. If he wants me to make him anything, my contract with Gray needs to be terminated first. Packer frowns for a moment before he sneers. I've found dealing with people like him is a lot easier when you're holding them by the throat. It will be a hassle if I kill him right away, but I can't let someone take advantage of my cute apprentice. Please don't call me cute, it weirds me out. I frown at Packer. Oh, you're no fun, Packer playfully pouts again. But this time he quickly shifts back to the point of our conversation. Do you have any objections to me killing him? None that I can think of, I admit, but I know another party that's also angry at Gray. Can you wait to do anything until I contact them? Packer hums in thought. I don't suppose you'll tell me who you're referring to, will you? Just some people I have a vested interest with, I modestly answer. Packer chuckles, aware I'm not going to give up Silver Herd after we just met. I'll think about holding off killing the rat for right now. Tell your unseen friends I would like to do business with them the next time you make contact. I nod in agreement. There's no way I can keep Packer a secret from Javanni anyways, though I'm not sure how our partnership will work out under the current circumstances. Now I have a question of my own. That skill you used on General Pitts and me. Packer curiously tilts his head. Yeah, I ask, trying not to flinch or give myself away. It's a high-tier soul skill, wasn't it? It's evident by Packer's grin that he already knows the answer to his question. What makes you say that? I try to keep up my best poker face. Master warned me about how soul skills are considered taboo, and I doubt that sentiment changes much just because Packer is from a different country. Packer scoffs at my acting. Your lucky General Pitts didn't notice anything when you used your skill on her. Soul skills are scarce, and unless you've felt their effects before, they're often confused with other lesser skills. That makes a lot of sense, considering I've seen how Camden's skill affects people's souls. But while most skills affect the soul's surface, my soul-related skills go much deeper than that. Based on how he's bragging, I take it Packer doesn't care about my skill, but that doesn't mean I'm about to admit to having it either. And you felt soul skills before. I ask him, not confirming or denying anything, seeing how my lies did jack shit yesterday. I have. Packer grins at me, not missing my deflection. When I was an up-and-comer in my younger years, there was a mage who worked directly under the previous kings. If he were alive today, he would be considered a 4-star mage, and the magic he specialized in happened to be soul magic. He was never able to find a successor, and after his death, his grimoire was placed in the royal vault and hasn't seen the light of day since. Being a hot-blooded youth back then, I challenged the soul mage to fight to prove I was already one of the best warriors in the kingdom. I'll never forget the feeling that brought me to my knees when he looked me in the eye. It's hard to tell after all this time, but whatever you used on me felt weaker than what I remember. I want to yell at him, it's probably the size of his soul that's changed, but I hold myself back. I already determined having a higher mind and senses stats helps a person resist the backlash of me looking at their soul. It was stupid of me not to consider that a stronger soul would be less affected by my skill as well. If you're good, I might just try and get you that grimoire. Packer dangles a big carrot in front of me. I haven't said anything yet. I frown in annoyance. You didn't have to. Packer smiles and starts stroking his beard again. The more I talk to you, the more interesting you become. I'm almost tempted to drag you back to Skull now and let someone else take over. I glare at the old man. He knows I don't want to leave yet, and he still makes jokes like that. Who does that? I'm briefly reminded how Master compared me to Packer yesterday, and I feel my face start to heat up. Master is getting a bucket of water to his face the next time I see him. No need to fret. Packer mistakes my red face for anger. I was merely joking. This war is too important for our people to leave to anybody else. Since he brought it up, I've been curious. Why is Skull invading Olbert? I ask the million-gold question. I'm surprised when a sad look befalls Packer. You said you faced something scarier than me, was that right? Yeah, Packer's sudden mood change and question threw me off my game, and I answered without thinking. Tell me, how did you survive? The small hairs on my arms stand on end when I think back on the day I faced the Soul Eater. Do I tell Packer I don't want to answer him? I don't want to get into the details of my fight, and I definitely don't want to tell him what I got for slaying the beast. I see, I guess you're lucky then. Packer gives me an encouraging smile, but a blind man could see the pain hidden behind it. Skull didn't have your luck. A water dragon took up residence in the heart of Skull. That's our largest body of freshwater. Our ability to produce food has drastically been reduced. If we fail in this invasion, countless people will die. An actual dragon, fuck me. I could only imagine what a dragon in this world be like, and it has to be ridiculously strong if Skull decided invading another country would be easier than killing it. Well, now what do I do? It was easy to blame Skull for everything considering they were the ones invading, but now that I see where they're coming from, I actually feel a little bad for them. I'm curious about the dragon, wondering if it's as strong as I think it is, but the sad old man sitting across from me looks to be in no mood to discuss the beast. I think that is enough for now. Packer slowly stands up. I have to stop myself from asking more questions and keeping him here longer. Packer notices my strained expression, and a small smile reappears on his face. I'll send word for my apprentice as soon as I'm back in Dre. In 2 weeks, you should be able to ask her any more questions you might have. Damn it, I should be complaining about Packer assigning me a babysitter, but I've started to feel bad for him. What am I thinking? Yes, Skull's situation is sad, but Packer is still basically abducting me from my home. His problems don't have anything to do with him forcing me to become his apprentice, that's all on him. I harden my heart and cross my arms. And where is she supposed to stay? Packer's usual annoying smile fully returns as he moves to leave the room. She's your senior apprentice, so I'll leave her living accommodations up to you. You want me to house her? That wasn't me agreeing. I shout, rushing after Packer. Packer stops at Camden's front door. I'm sure the two of you will get along splendidly. I'll send a message soon to keep in touch with you. Packer's smooth talking leaves me stunned as he walks out of Camden's house like he owns the place. When the door shuts behind him, I'm left alone in Camden's entryway. Screw Skull and screw Packer, I growl to myself. The next time I see him, I'm ripping that beard out with my bare hands. I stomp my foot in frustration, and I hear the stone fracture under my heel. Aaliyah, dear, are you okay? I twirl around to find Camden and Surette standing together at the opposite end of the hall with worried expressions. Taking a deep breath in through my nose, I steady my emotions. I'm fine, I try to reassure them. The negotiations are finished and Packer is leaving. Are you leaving with him? Camden hesitantly asks. I shake my head no. He's leaving me here now, but I don't know for how long. Packer said he'd send one of his apprentices to oversee me in a few weeks, though. Camden looks happy hearing I'm not leaving the village right away, but frowns hearing we'll have to host another important individual from Skull. You're staying, that's great news. Surette chooses to focus on the positive. She moves down the hallway and wraps me in a hug, which I'll admit makes me feel a little better. I'm sorry I cracked your floor, I mumble after we separate. It's fine, I'll have your brother fix it later. Surette waves off my apology. You should head home and see your family. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear the good news as well. I'm not so sure they'll share the same optimism as Surette, but she's right, I should go tell Mom and Dad about my meeting with Packer. I should hurry too, I still have one more meeting today after I check in with my parents. Not a problem, sweetie. Hurry along, don't keep your mother waiting any longer than she needs to. I won't, I tell her as I push open her front door. I don't see Packer around hopefully. He's already back in his camp, readying to leave. The next time I see him, it will be too soon. Rushing home, I think over everything I need to discuss with my parents. I hope I'll have enough time for my business call later. Javanni Tyrini's point of view. How are things moving, Marshal? I ask my right-hand man. Things are going well, boss. Earl Vagan sent over another order of wine while the soldiers stationed in the city are putting more and more coin in our pockets. Didn't we just send a delivery of wine to the Earl last week? I ask. We did, Marshal reminds me. I guess the rumors of the Earl drinking himself to death are true. Groaning in frustration, I massage my temples. After the Earl declared Skull is not to get past Blaton under any circumstances, and appointed Lord Ray's in charge of leading the defense, the Earl has been oddly silent of late. Lord Ray's is the governor of Blaton, and he has an invested interest in saving the city, but a military mastermind he is not. Everyday rumors spread of the other nobility second-guessing Lord Ray's orders, particularly that swine that fled Dre. Some say Olbert is sending us reinforcements, but Lord Ray's told me he only knows about the battalion they have stationed outside Tyburn, and it's no surprise that that front is stalled. Skull does have multiple high-leveled hostages, along with General Pitts after all. I'm sure she's considered more important than a few cities out in the middle of nowhere. It also doesn't help that the reason behind Skull's invasion has slowly spread through the populace. You can't walk down a dark alley without hearing whispers of a dragon. Silver Herd is profiting from the invasion on paper, but each day, those profit margins are slowly thinning along with morale. Technically, we've lost our Dre and Tyburn branches, and with Gray pursuing his own agenda, we might just have. With all the turmoil, it's hard to predict how we should prepare for the future. Boss, your ring, Marshall points out to me. I lower my hands away from my temples and see the ring on my left pinky is glowing. That ring is tied to the communication magic tool hidden in my desk. The ring glows when someone is trying to contact me. Are we expecting a report from any of the numbers? I ask Marshall. Frowning, Marshall shakes his head. Damn, that means something unexpected has come up. I quickly pull the communication magic tool out from the hidden compartment in my desk and see which number is contacting me. 2. Why would he? That's right. 2 gave his communicator to Aaliyah. Why is she calling me? I activate the magic item and speak into it. Aaliyah, I wasn't expecting a call from you. Is there anything I can help you with? I maintain a cheerful tone of voice. I don't want to risk upsetting the golden rock. Are you sitting down? I'm surprised by her sudden question rather than returning my greeting. I am, I tell her. Marshall moves next to me, obviously curious as to why she would ask me that. Guess who just left my village? I can hear the frustration in Aaliyah's voice and my hands become sweaty. What happened to the village? I anxiously ask her. Is my daughter okay? The village is fine, Aaliyah sighs on the other end line. I have a contract from him, stating Skull won't mess with the village. A contract from who? I ask. Packer the Deathless. The blood drains from my face and Marshall's eyes widen to the size of dinner plates. Packer the Deathless came to your village. You met him. I shout into the magic item. Yeah, I met the old geezer. Kicked our asses all by himself. You fought him. I feel a pain in my chest and I consider the possibility I might have a heart attack. What would possibly make you think that was a good idea? It's the best we could come up with on such short notice. Aaliyah tries to defend herself. That's insane, I retort. This is a courtesy call. If you're going to keep rubbing salt in my wounds, I'll hang up. Wait, I shout before she disconnects the line. I'm sorry if I offended you, it's just hard to wrap my head around what you're saying. You said the village was safe, so I don't understand why you would challenge Packer. That's the reason why I'm calling. Aaliyah sighs again. Packer sort of forced me to become his apprentice. You still there? Aaliyah's voice pulls Marshall and me back to reality. I swallow back a lump in my throat. You joined Packer as a student or you joining Skull's army? What? No, well, sort of. I guess I'm technically a part of Skull's army now, but Packer left me in the village, but that's not why I called you. I wanted to call you because I'm not sure how our partnership will fare in the future. It sounds like you're the one trying to cut ties, Aaliyah retorts. I still need materials while I'm here. Plus, I owe Curvin for helping me all these years and for putting him in danger with Gray. I don't know what things will be like in a year, but I still want to do business with you guys if that's okay. That's very kind of you, I remark, surprised. She just got an incredibly powerful backer, and she still wishes to work with us without throwing Packor's name around. Don't get happy yet, I still haven't told you the good news. Oh, I'm curious what she considers good news in this situation. My new master, she emphasizes the word master like she doesn't like using it, heard about my deal with Gray. I don't think we'll have to worry about him for much longer. I can practically hear her grinning ear to ear on the other line. That might be a bad idea, I frown. I don't understand. I can hear the confusion in her voice. If Packer kills Gray right now, the 2 branches we're cut off from will fall into chaos, and that isn't considering any traps he might leave in the event of his death. I don't mean to be rude, but that's not my problem at the moment, Aaliyah bluntly tells me. I have to look out for my village and family. Whether you or Packer resolve the issue with Gray, I profit in the end. My offer still stands to terminate the contract if you need me to, but I need to get going. My mom was already breathing fire when I told her I had to go into the forest for a few hours. I want to ask how my daughter is doing, but I'm not sure if I want Aaliyah to be aware of my feelings towards her now that she's Packor's student. But Aaliyah has proven to be quite loyal to Curvin and the company despite the problems with Gray. With my lines of communication cut off from the village, Aaliyah is the only person I can ask. Can I have one more moment of your time? I ask before she disconnects us. Sure, but can you make it quick? She reminds me that she's pressed for time. Let's hope I'm not wrong about her. How is my daughter doing? For a moment, there's only silence on the other end. You mean Anastasia, right? She asks for clarification. Yes, is my daughter doing well? I nervously ask. Marshall gives me a nod of encouragement. She's fine, Aaliyah tells me. We don't talk much, but I see her during important village meetings. Are you asking about anything in particular? No, I was just curious how she was doing. Would you like me to bring her with me next time and let you guys talk? She's helped my family and me multiple times, and I owe her at least that much. It brings a smile to my face to hear Aaliyah compliment my daughter. After she was kicked out of the army for her inferior magic talents, she was so depressed. I'm happy to know she's making a good life for herself in Spotted Creek Village. That's quite all right, I tell Aaliyah. Our relationship is estranged after all these years, and I'm sure she doesn't want to speak with me. I still remember the look on her face when I told her I was sending her to a village out in the middle of nowhere. I won't pretend to know what went on between you two, but I know as a daughter I could never hate my father enough to never want to talk to him again. Just my opinion. I'll call back in a few weeks to get an update. The magic tool goes dark as Aaliyah disconnects from her end. She's right, Marshall throws out his unwanted opinion. My relationship with my daughter is not the issue right now, I snap at him. What are we going to do about Aaliyah and Gray? I was content to play both sides of the conflict and work with the winner, but most of my plans were hedging on Aaliyah's rising abilities. She still wants to work with us, but that only applies until Aaliyah leaves for Skull. Should I revise my original plan without including Aaliyah, or do I double down on the Golden Rock and throw Silver Herd in with Skull? It has always been my family's goal to grow and be recognized as a major trade organization. Does it matter if that just so happens to be in a different kingdom than Olbert? My father always planned to compete with Olbert's big trading companies, but I'm not sure if that is feasible any longer. There's a branch in the path before me, and I can no longer see which leads to profit and which to ruin. Marshall, should I bet on Olbert or Aaliyah? Marshall thinks over my question. Olbert would be the safe bet, he tells me. I nod my head, but opportunities like Aaliyah only show up once in a lifetime, maybe longer. It's up to you, boss, Marshall reminds me. I have no idea about the various trade unions in Skull. Few merchants would risk the trek between nations before the war, but Skull's only notable export has always been magic beast materials. I'll need to figure out a way to gather more information before committing to one side or the other, but until then I make eye contact with Marshall. Contact 1 and have her intercept Pacor before he enters Dre. And have her do what exactly? Marshall gives me a concerned look, afraid I might ask that 1 try to assassinate the man. I snort at his needless worry. 1 might be our best agent, but even she wouldn't be able to harm Pacor. Even if the rumors about him are only half true, he would still be able to kill all the numbers on his own. I want her to convince Pacor that he should wait to kill Gray until we have better control over the situation. Do you think that will work? It's the best I have at the moment, I admit. You sound like Aaliyah now, in a rare moment. Marshall pokes fun at me. Well, you said I should listen to her, I quip back. Gods help us all. Marshall playfully shakes his head before moving to prepare a message for 1. Left alone to my own thoughts, I can't help but think about whether I'll lead Silver Herd to success or doom. Time will only tell if I make the right decision. Master Pacor, the deathless point of view. It's hard not to skip down the road. If I weren't surrounded by my men, I'd be dancing with joy. Sir, you're smiling like that again, young Jason points out to me. I can't help it, I chuckle. You're worrying the men, Jason reminds me with a strained look on his face. I ignore him and continue to strut down the road with a pep in my step. It isn't my problem he's feeling embarrassed walking next to me. Why should I contain myself any more than I already am? I'm keeping up a somewhat respectable appearance, aren't I? When was the last time I was this happy? Was it when I took the fort from General Pitts? No, even that fight didn't fill me with such delight. Fighting the dragon would probably be the best comparison, but that joy faded quickly after realizing we couldn't best the beast. If we beat the mythical creature like I did General Pitts, it might feel something like the bliss I'm feeling right now. Of course, I can't in good conscience compare the two, but after the dragon, everyone felt helpless while the fight with General Pitts left me underwhelmed. That's the best way I can describe it. If only she were adequately equipped, now that would have been a good fight. I cock my head to the side and glance up at the woman riding the Jelon. Leaning back, I dodge a well-placed kick that would have caught me under my chin. I told you not to look at me with that disgusting smile, she hisses down at me. We left the village days ago, and the general's mood has only worsened the closer we get to Dre. I can't in good faith tease her anymore. Maybe my bragging over obtaining young Aaliyah as an apprentice was a touch too far. Anyone would be mad if they found such a gem lying around only to have someone else swoop in at the last second and snatch it before you could pick it up. Wars in Skull have been started for less, so it's only right I let her vent her anger, but how long will that take? The trip back to Dre feels like it's taking longer than it should, seeing how young Jason is trying to distance himself from me, and General Pitts is actively trying to hit me despite the strain it must be putting on her sealed body. My conversation partners have sadly dwindled to 0. I tried to pull the commander into a conversation, but he politely refused me to, stating it was his job to make sure I stay safe. I would have believed that excuse if he didn't take one look at my smiling face and scurry back into formation like he'd seen a ghost. Why must I contain my joy? What's the point in being the strongest if you can't enjoy the little things in life? Usually, I'd be able to vent this frustration by talking to one of my apprentices, but I'm practically alone with no one to brag to about my recent windfall. Oh gods, I've turned into a young girl in my old age. I bring my hand up, pretending to cough, hiding the grin on my face. It's so much trouble being a pillar of a kingdom, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I'll only have a day to get everything in order before we start marching on Blaton. Jason, as soon as we make it to Dre, I need you to go to the Courier Guild and send word for Tabitha. Is she the apprentice you were talking about? Young Jason questions me. Isn't she one of the people leading your forces in T-Burn? I smile at Jason, he's been paying attention. Even though Lord Bullock arrived with the other nobles to run everything, young Jason has continued to watch their movements and has inserted himself into the day-to-day operations. When Keller arrived, I vouched for the young man, but I'm sure his talents haven't gone unnoticed. I recently even debated whether I should offer Jason a position working directly under me when I return to Dre. I'm already bringing one talented child back with me, I might as well make it 2. I've truly benefited from this assignment. She is, and it's not that big of a deal, I tell him. As long as we have the general as a hostage, Olbert won't risk her unless we push them too far. Our reinforcements continue to further secure T-Burn, and other than a few light skirmishes here and there, the fighting has basically turned into a standstill. Tabitha will have a much more fun time with Aaliyah, rather than standing around doing nothing. She's like me in that way. Is there anything else you need? Young Jason curiously asks me. Yes, my smile turns more savage. Send word to Gray, tell him I have business to discuss with him. Jason trembles under my gaze. Are you going to kill him? He asks. I haven't decided yet. I continue to grin. It depends if he's willing to agree to cancel the contract with Aaliyah or not. But he runs almost all the trading in the area. You can't just kill him, Jason stresses. You even said so yourself. Then he'll just need to be replaced, I casually reply. Jason groans, probably imagining the chaos that will ensue once we reach Dre. Might I make a suggestion? An ethereal voice whispers in my ear. Every soldier stops and draws his weapon. As they've been trained, my men close ranks around me. No need to fret, I mean you no harm. The voice continues to resonate in my ears like someone is whispering right into them. I can think of a few spells and skill combinations that would produce such an effect, all of them favored by assassins and spies. I scan the surrounding tree line, but I can't spot our guest, and seeing how my two scouts are still looking around, they haven't found the person either. If that's true, then you can reveal yourself, I shout. That wouldn't be smart on my part, your men appear to be a little jumpy. The voice continues to change tone and pitch every few words, making it impossible to tell whether a man or woman is speaking. I can't afford to make a mistake in front of Packer the Deathless. You know who I am. I wouldn't be good at my job if I didn't, the voice laughs in my ear. So whoever they are, they're aware of who I am and they still approached us. If they were here to kill me, they wouldn't have called out to us before attacking. Are they here for General Pitts? It doesn't feel like that, which can only mean one thing. What is it you wish to discuss? The disembodied voice giggles. I knew you would catch on quick. I'm here to discuss some business with you, Master Pack or Pillar of Skull. Then get on with it, I growl. I'm already behind schedule. I would, but there are too many people around. Why don't you step into the forest so we can have a private chat? I have to smile at their nerve. To ask someone of my position to leave their guards behind willingly is a haughty demand. How dare you? Come out and die, wretch. The commander shouts into the trees. The only thing he receives from his challenge is a mocking laugh in return that sounds eerily like a dozen children giggling. I have to admit I find myself curious. Fine, I agree to the astonishment of my men. Master Packor, you can't, the commander quickly objects. It's fine, I tell him as I make my way towards the trees. But sir, what if something happens to you? He tries to stop me. I stop and turn on the man. Are you questioning my authority or my abilities? Releasing a bit of my pressure, the commander immediately closes his mouth and takes a knee. I meant no disrespect, Master Packor. He bows his head in submission. Good, then wait here for my return. This shouldn't take long. I walk into the forest and leave my men behind. If this is truly a trap for me, I hope it doesn't disappoint. It would be the first time an assassin asked me to make their job easier, after all. Walking 20 or so feet into the forest, I can no longer see my men in the distance. This is far enough, come out, I demand, as you wish. My hand moves to my sword as a robed figure appears directly to my left, just out of my sword's range. Their face and entire body are hidden under the large cloak to the point I can't distinguish any of their features. Scary, you didn't even flinch, the robed figure remarks. It no longer sounds like they're talking into my ear, but the voice still sounds different every time they speak. Well, it looks like they really are here to talk, and here I was hoping for a bit of excitement. Who are you? I ask, ignoring their comment. You can call me one. I'm sure that is enough for you to guess why I'm here. You work for Silverherd, it's no wonder you didn't want to talk in front of General Pitts. It appears Silverherd is trying to play both sides of the conflict, how typical for a merchant company. It makes sense why they wouldn't want to talk to me while General Pitts is around. If word of this gets out, the company would be considered traitors. That's right, so my boss would appreciate it if you kept this meeting between the two of us. The robed figure starts circling me, making sure to keep me on my toes. If you're here now, I venture a guess, it can only be related to Aaliyah. Right again, I guess I don't need to tell you anything. The cloaked figure laughs again. I can't help but find this meeting amusing myself. I told Aaliyah to tell her friends about me, but I wasn't expecting such a quick response. Little Aaliyah's ability is highly valued in the company. Of course, we would respond quickly when she tells us she became your disciple. You're saying I can't take her as my disciple? I ask in a challenging voice. You overestimate us, Master Packor. Silverherd doesn't have the power to disagree with you. I wasn't expecting the switch to flattery. Then why contact me now? I narrow my eyes at the circling figure. Their steps are light and well placed. No matter which obstacle they move around, they always keep an exact distance away from me. We were informed you were planning to deal with Leonard Gray. Is that true? I can't have my new student chained down by such a malicious contract. Now can I? I grin. What kind of master would that make me? The hooded figure pauses mid-step for a moment before continuing to circle me, laughing like they heard the funniest joke ever. It's grating on my ears for the laughter to quickly shift between a child's giggle to an old man's laugh. You underestimate your new apprentice. She has already stated she would help us if we asked her to, but she ultimately left us to deal with Gray on our own terms. My eyes widen at the revelation. I thought it was strange how she didn't seem that concerned with the contract she signed. Now I know why. Even if I didn't say I would take care of Gray, Aaliyah already had a backup plan. Then you're coming here to thank me for doing your dirty work for you. Under any normal circumstances, that would be the case. However, now is not a good time for Gray to die. Even with the voice shifting, I can hear a bit of disappointment leak through. I guess my hooded friend isn't a fan of sparing Gray either. Gray waited for your invasion to corner Aaliyah. If you kill him now, our branches in your cities will fall apart. That isn't good for either of us. What makes you think I can't solve a simple supply chain issue? I emptily boast. The local supply chains are of great importance to our plans. With each hiccup we encounter, less food will be sent back to Skull and more innocents will die. Then I guess I no longer need to stay, the robed figure comments with a young girl's voice. The figure starts to slowly inch away, calling me on my bluff. Wait, I finally call out once they're about to disappear amongst the trees entirely. You're quite informed, I dryly remark when the figure returns to where they were standing. Just as you have spies in Blaton, we have people in Dre. We're quite aware of your situation. That's why I was set to negotiate on behalf of the company. The figure's artificial smug voice fits perfectly. You're planning to betray Olbert. I raise a curious eyebrow. Not exactly. The stipulation for us helping you is that you need to take Blaton first. Silverherd can't be seen as traitors, I'm sure you understand. Once the city is under your control, Silverherd will, reluctantly, agree to help you. Once we're reconnected with the Dre and T-Burn branches, Gray's value drops to 0. I hum in thought and stroke my beard. I'm not one to let threats linger nearby, but I'm painfully aware of the current situation. Still, I see how this deal is necessary, even if it favors Silverherd. You won't help me until I take Blaton. What if we don't plan on attacking the city? We can dig in and hold Dre. What would you do then? If push comes to shove, I need to know what they will do. My people informed me Silverherd only operates in 4 cities. With the battle lines drawn, their market is cut in half. No merchant company could sustain itself after such a reduction. My questions give the robed figure pause. That would be unfortunate, they finally answer. It would make all the trouble we've gone to storing extra foodstuffs pointless. I suppose it will go bad long before we ever sell it all. That's low, I grit through my teeth. We were making plans to trade with you once you took the city. How is it our fault if you fall through? I don't think you forgot how dangerous it is for us to be talking to you. If it ever gets out that we didn't report your whereabouts or General Pitts's location, many would be labeled traitors and killed as an example. I came here to tell you Silverherd has no problem working with Skull, but to do that, we need a guarantee that our people won't be labeled traitors in the near future. It shouldn't be hard for the Great Master Pack or the Deathless to conquer a city, is it? To think such a small merchant company would put up such terms fully knowing who they're dealing with. And my new apprentice, where does Aaliyah fall into your plans? I ask with a grin. The robed figure takes a step back, not expecting my relaxed attitude. Do they believe this is the first time I'm negotiating with deserters, turncoats, spies? I've encountered countless individuals trying to negotiate during war. It's usually impossible to trust anyone who would sell out their own people. The only reason I'm entertaining this deal is that we need their connections and carts. But if they try to use Aaliyah against me, I'll destroy them just like I'll do to Blaton. After all, I mostly just need their carts. She's not a part of this deal, the robed person briskly answers. Silverherd recognizes her potential and won't jeopardize our relationship with her. The reason we're meeting early like this is because we value our business with her. Silverherd is betting on Aaliyah's future growth after all. She won't be here for much longer, I point out. It's hard to notice, but the figure nods in understanding. That may be true, but we are aware of Aaliyah's personality. We might lose her business in the short run, but my boss is confident she would choose to do business with us in the future. That's the kind of person she is. She's only 15, and yet she's drawn in so many people betting on her success. It almost sounds like they're more interested in maintaining their relationship with Aaliyah than they are working with me. What's so funny? My shady friend asks, nervously taking another step back. Life in general, I joke. Sometimes it feels like the gods are moving things in my favor. Does that mean you accept our deal? Yes, it does, I answer with a smile. But just to be clear, if you answered any differently regarding Aaliyah or threatened me with her, I would have dismantled your company by myself. Then we should get along fine, the figure retorts. I'll let my boss know that you agreed. The hooded person slinks back into the forest and quickly disappears. Not even a handshake, I complain out loud. Maybe next time a man's voice whispers in my ear. I don't wait long to start walking back to my waiting men. I'm still ready to defend myself should this be an elaborate trap, but I doubt it. As soon as I re-emerge on the forest trail, I'm assaulted by young Jason and the unit commander's questions. I wave them both away and demand, we make way for Dre at double speed. I need to hurry back and prepare. Blaton won't know what hit them. Aaliyah's point of view, 198. I bring my axe down in front of me again. My arms are screaming for me to stop while the sweat is pouring from my face. 199. I swing again, letting the pain in my hands distract me from thinking about my family. I thought we were supposed to be working together on the engraving ink today. Sandra complains from over by the forge, pulling me out of my thoughts. It's no use, she's been practicing like this ever since Packer left. Master comments from his bench. Damn, Sandra swears, and what's wrong with my practicing? I hiss in frustration. Nothing, Master remarks in a fake tone of voice. Just the fact you've been straining yourself for 4 days straight. I know how you feel, but you need to take a break soon. Do you? I snap. Because we got our asses handed to us without leaving a scratch on that old bastard, and I'm the only one who seems bothered by it. Master sits up and frowns at me, and I immediately start to feel bad. I know Master isn't happy about the result of our fight either. Expecting a tongue lashing, I close my eyes, waiting for Master to yell at me. It isn't until I hear a deep sigh that I open my eyes to see Master leaning forward with his head down. You're right, he admits. Master looks up with a sad expression. If only I were stronger. No, I say, putting my axe down and grabbing a nearby clean rag to wipe my face. As soon as Packer got serious, we were doomed. Even if we were both stronger, I doubt we would have done much damage to him. It was that bad. Sandra asks us in disbelief. My dad told me you guys lost, but he didn't mention it being so one-sided. We caught him off guard in the beginning, but after that, he moved like he knew what we were going to do before even we did, I tell Sandra. I try to clench my fists in frustration, but they're sore from excessively practicing my weapon skills. And now you have to leave the village, Sandra hesitantly asks. Not at the moment, but eventually, yes, I'll have to leave the village with Packer. The three of us brood in silence, with only the crackling of the forge's fire in the background. I break the silence by growling in frustration. I'm just so mad, I yell. Sandra moves over and hugs me. It's okay to be mad, she tells me. The hug doesn't douse my anger, but it does smother it a bit. You know, that batch of ink is ruined now, I whisper to her. It's your fault, Sandra playfully pushes away from me and moves to remove the beaker of black sludge from the fire. This wouldn't have happened if you were helping me, she jokingly complains. Yeah, I hear you. Give me a second to go over my status page and I'll help you with the next batch. You better, Sandra threatens me through her mask. Shaking my head, I pull up my status page, LV73. Total experience gained, 116,176 exp. It's been over a week and a half since I checked my status page, and I know I should be proud of earning so much experience in such a short time, but after my defeat, it feels hollow. My weapon skills have only leveled because of the fight with Packer and the subsequent training I've been forcing myself to do the last few days. I've been practicing mana threads constantly since I unlocked it, but now that it's about to hit level 10, its growth has started to slow down. The levels I gained from the contracts with Packer are bittersweet, and each night since my defeat, I've been trying to raise my soul skills. I crafted another 2 Kaggle spears, 1 Kaggle sword, and 4 steel spears before Packer showed up in the village, and since then, I haven't had time to forge anything else. I don't even want to think about the experience I got from fighting Packer. Master and I treated it like a life or death battle, but the amount of experience shows just how little effect we had against him. Sighing, I close out my status page. Stop being gloomy and get over here and help me. Sandra waves me over. She really knows how to cheer a girl up. While I was going over my status page, Sandra was mixing a new batch of engraving ink and putting it into the forge. Step 1 was mixing the herbs together. Step 2 is heating the solution. And Step 3 was adding in crushed magicite. It took us almost a full month just to get the third step correct. Grabbing my notebook from the nearby bench, I review the exact details of the 3 steps we've deciphered so far. Step 1, first, mash the ethros into a paste. Then mix 2 ounces of ethros paste with 16 ounces of purified water. Dice 5 ounces of devil's poke and add it to the mixture. Lastly, stir the entire mixture until it becomes a purplish-black color. Step 2, the mixture must be heated from the bottom and sides evenly, using a fire around 600 if the mixture starts binding after 7 minutes and finishes after 11. Step 3, while the heated mixture is still in the forge, add 43 ounces of crushed magicite to the mixture. Stir rapidly while increasing the temperature to 850 F. Maintain that temperature for 5 minutes while continuing to stir before removing the mixture and letting it cool. Sandra has already stirred in the magicite, and it should only be a few more minutes before we pull out the beaker. Step 3 was the most challenging step, yet because the first half of the step lured us into a false sense of security. It was easy to figure out the mixture needed to remain heated while adding the magicite, and we figured out the quantity needed in only a single day. All we had to do was add small amounts of magicite to the mixture until we put in too much and ruined it. We thought we would have step 3 down after a week, but we were sadly mistaken. The two of us burned through probably a dozen mixtures before we figured out we needed to up the heat in the forge. Then we wasted even more time trying to figure out how long it needed to remain at that temperature, along with the fact that we need to continually stir it along the way. The last part of step 3 was only solved because Sandra was mad after a day of failures and removed the mixture, thinking we were done for the day. Needless to say, we were pissed when the mixture settled properly after we had given up. I have no idea how alchemists figured these steps out from scratch. And because Sandra and I like to torture ourselves, we can't just give up after all the work we've put into everything. I watch Sandra grab the beaker with a pair of tongs and move it over to a metal stand we have waiting nearby. We were supposed to start step 4 5 days ago, but that was the day Pacor kicked our asses around the quarry. What should we try first? Sandra turns and asks me. I don't know, I half-heartedly reply. In the instructions Reel brought me, step 4 simply said add mithril, and after the last step, those 2 words are like a punch in the gut. If you're not going to help me, go mope over by your master. Sandra narrows her eyes. I can't read her expression under her mask, but I'm sure she's frowning. I'm fine, I groan. No, you're not, Sandra rebukes me. And the quicker you realize that, the faster I'll get my friend back. This is the first time I failed, I whispered dejectedly. You're over-exaggerating, Sandra huffs. She really isn't, Master comments from his bench. Sandra's eyes widen. You've never failed at something before. I almost absent-mindedly say, not in this life, but catch myself before I do. You have to have given up on something. Sandra drills me. I shake my head no. I've always powered through until I eventually succeeded. There were a few close calls, but everything turned out all right in the end. I always managed to grow stronger to meet the challenges at hand, but not this time, I hang my head. That's honestly a little scary. Sandra tries to poke my side playfully, but she doesn't have the strength to get through Mana's skin. But I think I figured out what has you so bothered. Her cheery voice gets me to raise my head again. I'm bothered because I lost. Nope, that's not it. Sandra shakes her head. The reason you're having such a hard time accepting your loss is that you think you'll never manage to beat Pacor. What? I ask, dumbfounded. Sandra patiently explains herself. You've already told yourself you'll never beat Pacor. Usually you never give up until you succeed, but now that you have, you feel terrible. I haven't given up, I protest. Oh yeah, Sandra challenges me with her eyes. I'll punch him the next time I see him, I tell her. Sandra just shakes her head again. That's not what I'm talking about. Tell me 100 honestly, can you see yourself beating Pacor in a fight ever? I want to shout yes, but the word doesn't come out. See, Sandra moves in and gives me another quick hug. Holy crap, she's right. Sandra just filled me. But when did I tell myself I would never beat Pacor? I told myself I would kick his ass, but that was more of a way for me to rebel against him. I'm not even sure if I meant it. I try to imagine fighting Pacor again, and the first thing that comes to my mind is me lying on my back with his sword pointed at me while I'm weak and helpless. I don't want to feel this way, but like I said after I finished my practice swings, I can't help but feel that any chance I have at fighting him is doomed to fail. I think you're right, I finally squeak out in a quiet voice. That's okay, Sandra consoles me. Now you can move past it. I wish it were as easy as she said. I'm not sure if I can, I admit. You didn't see him fighting us, we outnumbered him. We were faster, stronger, it didn't matter. He was covered in magic items. And what about your magic items? Sandra questions me. I frown, we don't have stuff like that. But if you did, would you have lasted longer? Sandra grins at me. If you had a few years of training, would he still be able to dodge all your strikes? Pacor sounds like a legend, Sandra continues. I know you're strong, but did you really consider it a fair fight between the 3 of you? I bet he had an emergency magic item that could have saved his life even if you managed to hurt him. How many years do you think he spent fighting? If you had all of that, do you think you would have stood a chance? Maybe, I answer. That's a start, Sandra exclaims. Now help me figure out step 4 so you can make your own crazy awesome magic armor. All right, I agree, with a smile starting to return to my face. I'm not ignorant to what Sandra just did, but sometimes you need people to spell something out for you to understand properly. She's right if I feel inadequate when I compare myself to Pacor. I just need to continue to grow stronger until that feeling disappears. And when it does, I'll re-challenge Pacor, and when I do, I'll win. Let's figure out step 4, I smile at Sandra. Now you're talking, she exclaims. Sandra is going to make a great mom, I know it. And I'll grow stronger too, and be the best aunt I can be. Have you ever seen magicite like this? I ask Sandra. The most magicite I've seen in one place was your storeroom, Sandra tells me while she stares wide-eyed at the walls of the mine. Really? I ask, surprised. I'd thought magicite would be a lot more openly traded in Dre, especially for mages. Master told me how magicite is rare in large quantities, but not exactly hard to find in general. Sandra shakes her head as she moves over to the cavern's wall and starts touching the protruding chunks of mana-dense rock. I'm sure that's true from a stonekin's perspective, but magicite is mostly traded between mages and the wealthy. The average person doesn't need magic items, meaning magicite itself isn't needed. My master explained that magicite is actually one of the only cheap magic materials out there, because the items that use it are more expensive than the ore itself. Huh, I remark. You learn something new every day. Be careful with your hands. Magicite is crystalline in nature and can be quite sharp. Also, don't try to use your sense mana on it, you'll get a killer headache, I warned Sandra. She carefully pulls her hand back before looking at me like I'm an idiot. I'm not a child, and of course, you get a headache. Magicite is almost pure mana. If anyone other than you tried to directly sense that amount of overwhelming magic, they'd be knocked unconscious. No one exactly taught me these things, okay? I try to defend myself. Sandra continues to wearily shake her head, like an older sister berating their sibling for doing something ridiculous. I huff in annoyance and move to the other side of the cavern. I do this partially to get away from my patronizing friend and partially to distance myself from her, so when I swing my pickaxe, she isn't harmed by any falling rocks. Everyone makes fun of the village girl for not knowing anything. I playfully pout. Sandra starts giggling at my obvious overdramatization. Keep your mouth shut unless you want to know what magicite tastes like. I give Sandra one last warning as I raise Master's pickaxe. The pick glows as I fill its enchantment with mana. Using pinpoint accuracy, I slam the pickaxe into the rocky surface with all my strength. I might not be as good as Master yet, but I still cause a small explosion of rubble with every one of my swings. The enchanted pickaxe makes short work of the magicite walls, easily carving its way through the magically infused stone. Briefly looking back, I see Sandra watching me work with the kind of rapt attention people have when they're watching something be destroyed. Knowing my friend is watching me only drives me to work harder to impress her. Even though it's entirely unnecessary, I activate Double Strike and Weighted Strike together. The two skills combined tear down hundreds of pounds of magicite as if the rock was made of foam. I have to remind myself I only have so much room in my cart before losing myself in the mindless digging. Finished, I reabsorb the magic in the pickaxe and heft it onto my shoulder. While I look over my handiwork, I hear a light clapping behind me. Turning around, Sandra grins at me. That was pretty cool. You're amazing, you know that. I immediately start to blush under her praise. I should be thanking you for bringing me along. I thought it would be nicer hanging out with you rather than dragging Master down here. I jokingly laugh. Sandra has been hanging out with me in Master's clearing a lot more this past week. She still spends time with her family and Richard, but when she's not with them, Sandra is hanging me. Even when we're not working on the formula for engraving ink, Sandra watches me forge or practices her magic off to the side. Master grumbles that his clearing is a lot louder these days, but I can tell he doesn't mind having her around. I mean, the two of us can't possibly be louder than when I'm blacksmithing, can we? I might have followed you down here even if you didn't invite me. Sandra grins at me. I heard rumors of what it's like in a magicite mine and I wanted to experience it for myself. Really, is it that exciting? I ask. Again, Sandra looks at me like I'm the weird one. What mage wouldn't want to feel this level of ambient magic? I should practice my earth magic while I'm down here, Sandra excitingly tells me. Won't all this earth mana poison your mana network? I remind my friend. Sandra shakes her head at me again before straightening her back and going into teacher mode. If I was practicing any other type of magic, maybe, but as long as I only use earth-attuned spells, it will reduce the stress on my mana network. You can do that. My surprised voice echoes in the chamber. Sandra nods her head and grins at me like she's expecting me to praise her. I'm too busy wondering how I missed something like that, but it makes sense. Our bodies convert ambient mana into our own magic reserves. That magic is what we use to shape spells in return. When I cast my cleaning spell or other spells, I've seen how my magic attunes itself to the element of the spell I'm using. I should have been able to guess I can mix in the ambient mana my body absorbs into my spells, as long as it fits with the magic I'm casting. Maybe I didn't realize this because I mostly absorb earth mana from the ground. After all, it's the slowest and easiest mana to work with, but none of the 3 spells I know use earth-attuned mana. I should try pulling some of the fire mana from the forge next time I'm working, and see if it improves my hovering light ball or small flame spells. All this extra mana is perfect for me to practice a few earth spells. It will help with my reduced mana pool. Sandra's comment pulls me out of my thoughts. What's wrong with your mana pool? I ask her. Sandra brings her hand up to her stomach. A quarter of my mana pool is protecting the baby. Really? I exclaim. Using sense mana, I look at Sandra's mana network. She's right, a large chunk of her mana is revolving around the growing fetus. Her mana is creating a blanket, protecting the growing baby from any ambient magic her body absorbs. It's been a couple of months since I met Sandra and brother on the road to Dre, and since then I haven't scanned her with my skills. Sandra is still in her first trimester, and the baby is still microscopic, but it's developed a lot since I had last seen it. Hey ye, Sandra wraps her arms around her waist defensively. What? I try to act innocent. You were scanning me again, Sandra looks at me accusingly. How could you tell? I ask her, not exactly denying her accusation. Unlike Sense Soul, Sense Mana isn't intrusive. Sandra shouldn't have been able to tell I was using the skill on her. You kept staring at my stomach like you were trying to see through it, obviously. I sheepishly look away. I was just curious, is all. It's not like you don't check up on your baby. It's my baby, Sandra stresses. Fair enough, I admit. I move over to the cart I brought and push it closer to the rubble I knocked down. Grabbing a shovel, I start scooping everything into the cart. I need to get one of those mana obscuring tools like you have, Sandra complains, moving closer to me now that I'm not tearing down the walls. It will have to be a good one if you want to block me, I joke. Sandra blankly looks at me, not impressed with my flexing at the moment. That isn't funny. Sorry, I quickly apologize. As soon as we finish the engraving ink, that'll be the first thing I make. Sandra snorts, but a smile starts to creep back onto her face. You better, after all the time I'm spending helping you. The two of us share a laugh while Sandra stands nearby, content to watch me shovel the magicite. Our conversation falls into a lull right up until I have most of the cart filled. How's the discussion with your parents been going? Sandra questions. I let out a small sigh, and not because I'm tired from working. It's ongoing, I tell her. You know how my mom can be. And this time she has Dad on her side. They still want to go to school with you, huh? No problem, but he's still worried about you just as much as they are. We all are. It's sad to see my friends so concerned for me, but at the same time, I'm happy they care so much. That's what I'm here for, she beams at me. Is that why you're here? I joke as I start pushing the cart out of the magicite cavern and toward the mine's exit, because I thought you missed me or something. Well, that too. Sandra walks next to me. Have you figured out where Pacor's student is going to stay? They're supposed to be here soon, right? Don't remind me, I grunt. Pacor said she would be here soon, and it's been almost 2 weeks now. It's been what? Sandra starts counting with her fingers. 5, 8, 12 days since Pacor left the village. Did he say where she would be coming from? Nope, not a word. But if she were in Dre, she'd be here by now, so I guess she was in T-Burn or maybe even Skull itself. Who knows how long it will take her to get here. I push the cart of magicite up the gradual incline of the mine. But what are you going to do when she does get here? Is your family going to host her? It's hard for my family and me to plan anything regarding her because we have no idea what she's like. What if she's an old weirdo like Pacor? Didn't Pacor say she was a student like you? How old can she possibly be? Pacor is ancient, I point out to Sandra. For all we know, she's older than Granny Jeller. That would be funny, Sandra giggles. Sue, you don't have any idea where she would stay. For a second, Sandra smiles like her mom, and I know she has something planned. You going to tell me your diabolical plan, or are you going to make me guess? I press her. Listen to this, Sandra starts explaining her plan to me, and the more she explains to me, the more I want to get behind her idea. Everyone wins. Well, Sandra and I will be the big winners. Master Pacor, the deathless point of view. Master Pacor, your orders, sir. Have the away unit set up around each of the city's gates. We can't have them getting a hold of any more supplies. It will be done immediately. And young Jason, I turn to address the young man beside me and stop when I remember it isn't Jason, but one of the communication mages. The young mage doesn't so much as twitch when I call him by the wrong name. He just waits patiently for me to finish my orders. I clear my throat, pretending like I swallowed something wrong. Excuse me, have the men start constructing 3 siege towers, 2 for defense while the third will help us punch through the gate. By your orders, the mage salutes me and steps aside to broadcast my orders to every unit. Once I'm left alone, I start running my hand through my beard. I can't believe I addressed that young man as Jason. This is the 4th time I've done that since I started my march on Blaton, and the 4th time I've felt like a fool for doing so. It was right of me to leave him and General Pitts behind, but I missed the young man's company. But as I predicted, this battle will be a lot more complicated than the last ones. No place for a child such as Jason. Standing on a small hill, I survey our surroundings. We reached the city a few hours ago and are in the middle of establishing our main camp. Much like the siege on Fort North Ridge, I can immediately tell this will be a real battle. Blaton has had ample time to prepare for us, and they didn't waste it. The city has a trench dug around its walls, and all the water from the melting frost has turned them into one long mud trap. There's a small bridge, maybe 10 feet across, that stretches over the ditch to the city's gates, but chances are it's booby-trapped, seeing as how they conveniently left it for us. Unlike Dre, I can clearly spot thousands of figures stationed on the walls, along with plenty of siege weapons. And most of all, unlike Dre, there is a spark in the air. Blaton believes they can hold us off, the complete opposite of what the skeleton force left in Dre felt. It would be nice to order my men to form ranks and charge the walls, but this fight won't be that simple. Blaton might not have someone at General Pitts' level, but they're more prepared and better staffed. To make things more challenging, I need to take the city in a way where we can march on Illels soon afterwards. My spies tell me Illels and the Earl's Fort are only held by a token force at the moment, so we can't give them a chance to reinforce themselves. I can also see some of the soldiers are sporting Dre's guard uniforms, meaning there are effectively 3 cities worth of defenders packed onto those walls. Not even I will be able to take this city without incurring some losses. With our forces stretched thin, I don't have the option to send for backup either. I would love to discuss these issues with Jason or mess with the general to distract myself from my problems. Sadly, neither are here at the moment. I continue to stroke my beard as small platoons of soldiers take off to circle the city. We don't have enough men to surround the city altogether, but I can certainly make it difficult for them to receive supplies. Sieges are usually won by one side outlasting the other. For a country like Skull, which prides itself on its strongest people, usually such tactics would be considered a sign of weakness, but I have to be smart with what I have. Instead of ordering my best soldiers to lead a charge, we'll build a few siege towers. They'll take the brunt of the force from Blaton's siege weapons while we try to knock in their front door. I still plan to stay true to Skal's methods of overwhelming force, only this time, there will be much more planning involved. The downside is that the preparations will take days to set up correctly. Days of soldiers silently judging my methods without anyone to bounce ideas off of. It's important for my image that my men never see me as weak. I can never complain to a random soldier. I can't just sit down and explain myself either. No, I need to remain the unbreakable wall to all my men. Why didn't I bring Jason with me? I groan aloud. No, bringing him would have been a mistake. I have to once again remind myself. This isn't a stroll to another village or a quick skirmish before the city surrenders. With everything the local nobility has done to prepare for my arrival, I have to assume they have assassins and other saboteurs prepared as well. If I brought young Jason along with me, he'd be one of the first people targeted. And no need to think about what would have happened if I brought General Pitts with me. Blaton would stop at nothing to recover her. It was the right decision to leave the two of them back in Dre. I'll send for them after I take the city, after I secure Skal's future. Aaliyah's point of view, your friend not coming today. Master asks me from his bench. I smile at him as I stoke the forge. You're just assuming she's coming here every day now, I ask in a smug tone. It feels like it. She went into the mine with you 2 days ago and spent almost all day yesterday watching you work. I'd assumed the two of you were connected at the hip. Are you jealous because I have friends and you don't? I smugly ask Master Dell. He looks up at me with a salty look. You have a friend, that's hardly that much more than I do. At least I have one, I try to retort. One, Master emphasizes. I chose to live alone. Can you say the same thing? Master smiles, knowing he won our little verbal spar. I snort at his gloating and turn back to the forge. Damn, Master is winning our back and forths more and more often. Am I losing my touch? Shaking my head, I clear those thoughts out of my mind as the forge reaches the temperature I want. Richard and Salas finished the village armory yesterday, and I figured I start off the day's work by making a few more shields as a warm-up. The village already has more weapons than a village our size should rightfully have, so I figure I should shift toward more defensive gear. My specialty is weapons, but I know I still need to practice my armor designs more. Maybe I should start making some helmets too, I ponder to myself. I'm about to move a steel ingot into the forge when I sense someone nearing the clearing. I assume it's Sandra and prepare to hear Master say, I told you so. But as the person gets closer, their mana network becomes clearer, and I realize whoever's approaching doesn't have anywhere near Sandra's mana pool. We have company, Master. I give Dell a quick heads up. Master swings his feet off his bench and sits up properly while I stop working the bellows. Thankfully, I didn't start the day by preparing to forge Kagos weapons. I'd have wasted the better fuel trying to get the forge hot enough only to be interrupted before I could start. If someone's coming to the clearing, it either means they want to order a pot or something, but more likely it's, Good morning, Aaliyah. You look wonderful today. Sandra's older brother Braden gives me his most charming smile as he enters the clearing. I roll my eyes, mourning Braden. I'm not stupid enough not to notice his advances, but I've never felt attracted to him. I don't spend much time pondering my love life or a lack thereof, but I'm 100% positive I don't have feelings for my best friend's older brother. I'm pretty sure he's noticed my verbal cues, but the hunter hasn't given up the chase yet. What brings you here? I bluntly ask, already pretty sure I know the answer. Not put off by my dismissal of him, Braden continues to smile at me. I was asked to escort the beautiful lady back to our house. Your guest has arrived. Even though I was preparing myself for the news, my body still trembles a little hearing Pacor's student has finally arrived. My plans will change a lot depending on my babysitter's mood. I turn to Dell. Master, can you watch the forge for me? I'm not sure how long this will take. You want me to come with you? Master Dell stands up, giving me a concerned look. It's fine, I wave him back down. Shall we? Braden offers me his arm as a boyfriend would. I just sigh and walk past him shaking my head. At this point, I'm debating whether or not I should try using Sense Soul on the persistent bugger, but I'm not even sure that will work at this point. I did beat the crap out of him in his basement that one time, and if anything, I think that only made him more interested in me. Wait up, Braden calls out after me as I start jogging toward his house. I make sure I use double step just enough to stay a few paces in front of him. It isn't surprising that as soon as we make it back to the village, I see groups of people talking to each other. Groups of people that stop talking as we near them and watch us as we head towards the headman's house. Since we're a small village with a tight community, it's always easy to tell when something happens or if someone shows up unannounced. The groups of people grow larger as I see Camden's house in the distance, and I can hear whispers of a night. The whispers continue as Braden and I make our way over to his front door and walk inside the house. Moving down the hallway toward the drawing room, the passageway feels longer and narrower the closer I get to the door. I know it's just my imagination, so I stop myself before opening the door to collect myself. Shake out my shoulders, crack my knuckles, take a deep breath, make sure my mana obscuring magic tool is topped off, and I'm ready to meet Pacor's student. Pushing open the drawing room door, my eyes immediately fall on my target, and I can see why everyone was calling her a knight. Sitting in a chair across from Camden and Surette is a woman who looks like the quintessential picture of a female knight. Her dark blue hair draws my attention along with the multiple feathers adorning it. Red, gold, black, each feather has a different mana signature to it, but with one look I could tell each came from a fearsome magic beast. Pulling my attention away from her hair and feathers is how young the woman looks. I was expecting an older woman or maybe someone who looked to be in their 40s, but the lady in front of me appears to be around the same age as Mom. She has more of a vitality glow about her, so I'm sure she's older than my mom, but it's hard to tell by just how much. She sits with a rigid military posture wearing a shiny gray set of plate mail. To her side is a traveling pack along with her sword and shield, while her gauntlets and helmet are placed on the table. She's sipping a cup of tea as I enter, and like a machine, her arms gracefully lower the cup away from her lips before setting it on the table. Her every movement is precise as she turns to look at me. When her green eyes meet mine, I have to swallow back a lump in my throat. Unlike Pacor, who gave off the air of a sleeping monster, the woman before me feels like a drawn blade ready to strike. I only need to see a vague glimpse of her soul to tell she's around level 90. I'd guess at least 20 levels higher than me. Are you Aaliyah? The knight asks me in a robust and noble voice. Yes, I hesitantly answer. She looks over me once and nods once like I passed some sort of unspoken test. I thought Master was exaggerating in his letter, but I guess I was wrong. What did the old man say about me? I ask. The knight's eyes narrow and every hair on my body stands on end. You are now an official student under Master Pacor. You should address him as such, she informs me in a cold voice. Everyone in the room flinches. Sandra and Nicholas are standing in a corner, telling me to shut up with their eyes. I haven't even fully stepped into the room yet, and if Braddon wasn't standing behind me, I might have turned and bolted that very second. Lady Tabitha, I'm sure Aaliyah didn't mean any disrespect. Camden tries to appease the knight. I'm sure she flatly responds without looking away from me. So her name is Tabitha. I don't know what possessed me to, but in that moment, I felt my anger start to build under her judgmental gaze. I might be considered Pacor's apprentice, but there's still the fact that title was forced upon me. So I do what comes naturally. I stick my foot in my mouth. No, there was some disrespect intended. Camden and everyone else pales in fright. Lady Tabitha just continues to stare at me, and a deep silence fills the room. I return her cold gaze with a challenging smirk while I mentally kick myself for saying that. I see Tabitha closes her eyes, looking like she's thinking of a million ways to murder me. After a few seconds, she opens her eyes again, only instead of anger, she looks tired. I see you and Master share the same challenging personality. I want to disagree with her, but she turns her attention to Camden. Before she arrived, we were discussing what I would be doing in the village. Yes, Camden wipes a bit of sweat from his forehead. My master ordered me to defend this village and to look after Aaliyah. I don't need a babysitter, and I'm standing right here, I growl. Tabitha ignores me and continues to talk to Camden. I was informed there might be some magic beasts in the forest, but if there isn't, I can patrol for goblins or anything else. It doesn't matter, Tabitha tells him. This village is quite remote, but the less word spreads about me, the better. As long as you explain this to your people, we should be fine. Tabitha reaches over and picks up her teacup. She takes a sip before asking, where will I be staying? Am I invisible now? Camden awkwardly looks at me, and I angrily fold my arms in front of my chest. I believe you'll be staying. Camden tries to say that Tabitha would be staying with us, but he is quickly cut off by Sandra before he could finish. You'll be staying in my room here. Sandra finishes for her father. Tabitha nods curtly while Camden's eyes turn into dinner plates. What? Lady Tabitha is an important person, and it's only right you host her, Daddy. Sandra feigns innocence. Most of my stuff is at Richard's house already, so I'll just move in with him. Sandra turns to Tabitha. If you give me an hour, I can have the last of my stuff out of my room. I'm in no rush. Tabitha takes another sip of tea, undeterred by the atmosphere of the room. It's settled. Sandra happily claps her hands. What is happening? Camden is stunned in his seat. Surette leans over and grasps her husband's hand. Breathe, dear. Sandra looks at me and winks. Well, her plan went off without a hitch. Tabitha doesn't need to move in with my family, and Sandra gets to live with Richard like she originally wanted to. I'll go grab Richard and have him help me move my clothes chest. Sandra dances past me out of the room, happy as can be. Camden wants to shout after his daughter, but he's painfully aware of the woman sitting across from him. Can you excuse me for a moment? Camden politely asks his guest. Of course, Tabitha nods to him. I would appreciate some privacy anyways, so that I can discuss a few things with my master's youngest disciple. Of course, Camden readily agrees despite seeing me frowning at him. Moving aside, I watch as Sandra's family leaves the room, shutting the door behind them. You should take a seat. Tabitha motions to where Camden and Surette were sitting. I'm fine where I am. I continue to keep my distance from the armored woman. Suit yourself, Tabitha remarks in an uncaring voice. I continue to hatefully stare at the woman while she sips her tea as if she's at a garden party. My anger starts to build again as she continues to ignore me, until I hiss, "Isn't there something you wanted to talk about? I'll wait for you to sit," she informs me in a monotone voice. So this is a test to see who cracks first. Well, game on, bitch. I'm not letting her establish dominance. Minutes pass as I stand near the drawing room's door watching Tabitha slowly drink her tea. I expect her to demand me to sit once she finishes what's in her cup, but she just sets it down and continues to sit with her back straight, the whole time staring at me with her green eyes. Another 5 minutes pass and I start questioning what I'm doing. I'm starting to feel like an idiot. I'm thinking about what I should do when Tabitha breaks the silence. "I'll remind you I have to deal with my master on a regular basis. He once made me wait in the same spot for 2 days just to prove a point. What the fuck? I'm used to being tested, and I'm even more used to having my buttons pushed. If you wish to continue this, then fine, we will. But I hope you'll realize how childish you are being and sit." Tabitha proceeds to reach over for the teapot surette left on the table and fills up her cup. I might have bitten off more than I can chew. Lord Ray's of Blaton point of view, hands on my head, I glance around the command tent and listen to the various nobles quarreling with one another. We should use long-range magic to attack them while they are building their siege towers. Skull doesn't use stall tactics, the towers are a diversion. We should send scouts out to investigate the surrounding area. Then what? Are you suggesting they spent the last 2 days building those towers for no reason? That makes a lot of sense. Kelder, a high-leveled mercenary sent by the Lord of Illels, angrily slams his hands against the table, earning him an angry look from the man who continues to suggest Skal is building fake siege towers. We should attack first and reclaim Dre. Everyone groans and hurls insults at the Lord who fled Dre for suggesting such a stupid idea. We need more archers around the main gate. We need to spread the archers out. We need fewer archers. I suddenly feel the need to bang my head up against the table. It's a miracle we have men stationed on the walls at all. I can only hope that the constant shifting of our men makes our forces seem larger than they truly are. Standing up, I walk out of the tent with only a few people actually noticing my leaving. Walking a ways away from the tent, to a spot without anyone nearby, I lean my head back and close my eyes, letting the spring sun wash over me. That is until a familiar voice calls out to me. "Things going that well, are they? That obvious?" I turn to face Javanni and his bodyguard Marshal, who's confidently strolling over to me. Javanni glances back at the tent we're using for a command center and frowns. "The Earl appointed you to lead, why not kick them out?" I sigh and meet my friend halfway. "It isn't that easy. Unlike you, who owns his own company and can fire people on a whim, I have to contend with the other nobles in the area. Most of the people in there are in charge of the surrounding villages. They came here thinking they could earn merits in battle, but are just now realizing things aren't that simple. Then there are the representatives from Illels and high-leveled warriors sent by the Earl. I can kick them all out if I want to, but then who will help me defend the city? Have you received any word from the Earl? Any news about reinforcements or more supplies?" "Just more requests for food and alcohol." Javanni disappointingly shakes his head. Now that the city is cut off from Illels, the branch over there is having a hard time meeting his demands. "You don't think the Earl will flee, do you?" I ask my longtime friend for his opinion. Javanni has a talent for finding a good deal and an even better knack for knowing when it was appropriate to jump ship. Honestly, Javanni scans our surroundings before answering in low voice. I wouldn't put it past him. I inhale a sharp breath. I expected as much, but hearing his answer only brings the proverbial axe that much closer to my neck. "Do you have an exit strategy?" I ask him, glancing around to make sure no one is listening. Javanni gives me one of his merchant smiles. "One must be prepared for all possibilities." I nod in understanding. "Would the two of you care to join me on the wall?" "Sure." Javanni readily agrees, but not without an angry look from his bodyguard. The man has always taken his job seriously, but he has nothing to worry about. Skal is still preparing for their offensive and has only launched a handful of spells at us periodically. "Javanni, yes, my friend, if I should lose, could you help my family escape the city?" "If it should come to that, I'll do everything in my power to protect your family." Javanni thankfully reassures me after a brief pause. "Our families have done business for years, it's the least I can do. But if I may make a suggestion." "Yes." I turn to my sly merchant of a friend. "Do your best to protect the city, but that doesn't just mean keeping Skal out. I've heard rumors from my people who stayed behind in Dre." Javanni leans in closer to me. "You have my attention. My people tell me Pakor is a battle maniac, but not a monster. There's little chance he'll go on a slaughter should they break through the walls." Javanni tries to reassure me. I have to chuckle at that. The idea of Pakor sparing myself or the other nobles is a laughable one. Leaving us alive wouldn't be practical. Not that many of the men arguing below plan on being captured. They think I don't know about their hidden men readying to help them flee the city, but I do. "Let's hope you're right," I remark, watching Skal move about in the distance. "Let's hope you're right." I never considered it before, but when someone calls you childish, you feel the overwhelming desire to prove them wrong. Pouting the whole way, I walk over and take a seat across from the stony-faced knight. I fold my arms and cross my legs with a look of defiance on my face, which doesn't make much sense when I think about it because I'm the one who gave in and followed her directions. They're happy, I sulk. Ecstatic, she dryly remarks, proceeding to set down her teacup. Now that I'm directly in front of her, I get a better view of the blue-haired knight. I didn't notice it earlier, but she's shorter than I initially realized. It was hard to tell with her sitting in her armor, but based on the length of her legs, she can only be maybe 5'4" max. And though she's keeping up her rigid military persona, she has contradicting delicate facial features, especially around her eyes. If she weren't wearing armor and slouched her posture a bit, I'd say she'd look like the average mom next door. But I don't let her appearance fool me. She's strong, really strong. And like Pakor, she has quite a few magic items hidden around her body. Her mana obscuring ring is better than mine, and I have to focus to push past it and scan her other gear's enchantments, especially the beautiful set of armor she's wearing. Tabitha's armor isn't as unique as Pakor's, but his was enchanted to remain invisible all while deflecting magic, making it a mana-obscuring tool in and of itself. Still, the runes in Tabitha's armor and other gear are incredibly complex. I've only seen around a dozen basic runes so far, and none of them allow me to guess what her armor can do. Using sense mana, I can see the runes' general shapes, and I'm sure they're at least tier 4. I still have no idea how people can make such beautiful three-dimensional runes inside the metal like that. Maybe she'll let me take a closer look at her armor sometime. No, Alea, stop that. I berate myself. You're angry at her for calling you childish, not impressed with her gear. I shift in my seat, still staring at Tabitha with a frown on my face. Tabitha just watches me with cold eyes, not perturbed by my open hostility in the slightest. We watch each other like that for a few minutes before Tabitha moves to break the ice. My name is Tabitha Lurs, student under Master Pakor the Deathless. It is a pleasure to meet you. Tabitha introduces herself like we haven't been in the same room with each other for the last half hour. Tabitha proceeds to offer me a polite salute while I look over my shoulder to make sure someone isn't standing behind me. I point a finger at my chest and give Tabitha a "are you talking to me" look. If I'm going to be overseeing you, it is only right I formally introduce myself. It would be polite for you to do the same, she informs me in her mechanical voice. A wicked smirk crosses my face. Greetings, Tabitha Lurs, student of Pakor, I say in a grandiose manner. I even wave my hand out in front of me like I'm addressing a crowd. A bit of showmanship never hurts. My name is Alea, protector of Spotted Creek Village, slayer of goblins. Order of epic swords. I have to pause to make up more ridiculous titles. Youngest sage in existence, hunter of magic beasts. Are you finished? Tabitha matter-of-factly asks me. Give me a second to come up with one more, I tell her. Tabitha patiently waits for me to finish, but I can't think of anything else. Never mind, I'm done, I reluctantly tell her. You have the same title as I do, she reminds me. I refold my arms. So far, I've only had one teacher, and it isn't Pakor. I'll call you Master long before I address that old man as such. Again, Tabitha angrily narrows her eyes at me, but she quickly relaxes herself this time and returns to giving me a blank look. I'm aware of the circumstances behind your joining Master as an apprentice. I won't ask you to change your mind about Master, but I will ask you to respect his name in my presence. Master Pakor might not be the strongest warrior in Skull or the best mage, and he might not be able to single-handedly kill beasts higher level than himself. Still, Master Pakor has participated in countless battles and is one of the oldest humans in the world. As someone who's fought him, I'm sure you can at least acknowledge that much. Tabitha starts to show more emotion the longer she talks about Pakor, and the worshipping look in her eyes tells me a lot about how she views her master. It's hard to argue with someone like that, but I'll admit, even though I hate Pakor for coming to our village and forcing me to join him, I fully recognize his strength. Pakor's level alone shows how much he's been through. The average villager is lucky to hit level 50 by the time they die. Pakor's level is 3 times that. Tabitha takes my silence as agreement and continues. If it makes you feel any better, I don't want to be here any more than you want me here, she flatly tells me. Really? I sarcastically say and roll my eyes. My master is fighting for our country. My friends are holding the line at T-Burn. When I received a letter from Master, I assumed he wanted me to join him, not ask me to go guard a small village out in the middle of nowhere. I had to forego the honor of battle to watch over you. I cringe under her powerful gaze. Her eyes had a crazy look to them when she talked about missing the chance to fight with her fellow soldiers. Is this chick a battle maniac or something? Where did the expressionless woman go? I didn't ask for Pakor to send anyone, I grumble. That is true, Tabitha gives me a slight nod. But the fact that Master saw fit to send me here shows how much he values you. Or your precious master sent you here on a whim, I point out to her. My master wouldn't do that, Tabitha tells me without a hint of doubt in her voice. Master takes his role as a pillar of Skull very seriously. Tabitha notices my look of doubt and explains herself. Master only reveals his playful side to those he finds interesting or those he respects. I wonder which were you. Tabitha gives me a kind look that catches me off guard. Because I respect my master's decisions, I agreed to come out here. And you coming out here means what exactly, I ask, to make sure I don't run away. Tabitha shakes her head. If that were the case, Master would have instructed me to rush here. No, Master sent me here to protect you and to offer you training should you ask for it. What? I ask in astonishment. Forget about the training, why would I need your protection? It isn't like I have enemies or anything. People fight over me, not attack me. Master's letter explained your situation with Silver Herd. They have people in their employ that could be quite dangerous. She must be talking about two and real. I admit they're pretty strong, but it's hard for anyone to sneak up on me. Why would Silver Herd attack me? I ask, dismissing her concerns. I've already agreed to work with Javanni for as long as possible, and Gray thinks I'm ignorant of his contract's purpose. Why would either of them want me dead? What will happen when the two factions in Silver Herd finally clash? Tabitha asks me like she's trying to lead me to an answer I can't see. I assume Javanni would win, but I doubt that's what she's looking for. Then they fight, and one of them wins. I state the obvious, not sure where she's going with this. Tabitha nods. That's right, and one of them will win. What do you think the loser will do once the other wins? I shrug. Does she want me to predict the future or something? When someone loses, they rarely take the loss well. Both groups know about you, yes. Once it becomes apparent which side will lose, what do you think will stop them from making more drastic decisions? Tabitha asks me with a small grin. I feel the blood drain from my face when I finally see what she's getting at. That's right, my master is not the only one who knows about your value. When things get heated inside Silver Herd, you can't be sure which side might try to abduct you or your family, maybe even try something worse. I'm here to make sure nothing like that happens until Master can come to pick you up and take you back to Skull with him. Tabitha reaches over and sips her tea, happy to let me ponder over this new bit of information. I wouldn't put it past Gray to try something shady, but would Javanni do the same thing? I can't predict how either of them would react if they were about to lose everything. And the training? I ask, trying to change the subject. Tabitha doesn't press me on the Silver Herd issue and thankfully doesn't gloat as I'm sure Pacor would. I was told you were talented for your age, but that you don't have any fighting experience. You won't be forced to train with me, but the offer is open should you choose to. That old. I start to complain, but stop myself when Tabitha's brow creases. Pacor said I didn't have any experience fighting. I ask in a more measured tone. Thankfully, Tabitha doesn't look mad at me for addressing Pacor without any titles. He wrote that you didn't have experience fighting other people, though you didn't seem hesitant to kill him, which was a start. The hair on the back of my neck stands up when she casually compliments me for trying to kill her master. Have you had to kill people before? Once I tell her, some bandits ambushed me while I was on a run. Did you find it easy? She asks a little too enthusiastically. The fighting or killing them? I ask for clarification. Both. I once again feel Tabitha's eyes light up with passion, just like when she talked about Pacor. So she is a battle maniac. What kind of people did I get mixed up with? She was so quiet a minute ago. I was tired after a long run, but I got lucky with a large-scale fire spell and managed to kill all of them. I did what I had to do. I tell her the short version of my run-in with the bandits. You won through your own strength, that's all that matters. Tabitha gives me another half-smile. I don't like fighting. I try telling her before she gets the wrong idea about me. Tabitha just lightly shakes her head. Don't worry, that will change. Everyone has a tough time killing for the first time. She definitely misunderstood me there. I don't have a problem killing to save myself or other people, but I don't take pleasure in battle to the point I want to go searching for a fight. Something tells me Tabitha won't understand me even if I try spelling it out for her. That said, I'm curious about her offering to train me. Master is like me and only fights when he has to. Camden has defended his village for years, but that's mostly against monsters. If I'm going to leave the village soon, I need to know how to defend myself against other people, and Tabitha is the best person to teach me those skills. You'll teach me to fight people like you and Pacor? I question Tabitha. Tabitha gives me a real smile, not one of her small half-smiles, but a genuine smile, and honestly it freaks me out, if you want. She grins at me. I'm confident I'm talking to a demon disguised as a woman. I don't know if this is a bad idea or not, but here goes nothing. I would appreciate it if senior sister Tabitha would instruct me, I ask, bowing my head respectfully. I would be happy to. Tabitha's smile widens, and I don't think it's because I called her senior sister. First, we should spar to see where you're at. Tabitha eagerly stands up, reaching for her gauntlets. How can a person change their personality so quick? She was calm and collected when I walked into the room, and now she's acting like a child that was just given a present. Wait, I quickly try to stop her. What's wrong? Tabitha gives me a questioning look. I can't fight you right now. Need some time to prepare. All right, then I can wait an hour. The previous stony-faced knight is gone, and her place is an unreasonable battle junkie. I mean, I can't fight you today, I clarify. Why not? Tabitha frowns at me. I have other stuff I need to do, I tell her. My parents are probably waiting for me back at home to hear about Tabitha, and I'm sure Master Dell is waiting for my return as well. Just because I agreed to let her teach me doesn't mean I want to fight Tabitha this exact moment. What could be more important than working on your fighting skills? For one thing, I was preparing to do some forging with my master today, I flatly tell her. You mean with the stone kin? Tabitha blankly looks at me before sitting back down. Yes, my master, I stress. I'm a crafter by profession. I can't spend all day every day sparring with you. And don't you need to move into Sandra's room? The disappointment on Tabitha's face is clear to see. But as if a switch is flicked, all the emotion slowly drains from her face after hearing we won't be sparring today. I didn't bring much with me, so unpacking won't take that long, she answers in a detached voice like when I first met her. How? Is she screwing with me? There's no way someone can flip-flop emotions like that. When you're ready to train, you can come and find me, she tells me in a dismissive tone, moving to reach for her tea again. I don't think she's screwing with me. Does she only show emotion when she's talking about her master or fighting? I'm curious, I need to test this out. Sister Tabitha, a little brown nosing will go a long way if I'm wrong about this. Yes, could you tell me a little more about Pakor? It's hard for me to accept him as my master when I don't know anything about him, I ask in a sickeningly sweet voice. Tabitha's eyes light up again as soon as I ask about Pakor. For someone who said they were used to dealing with people like me, Tabitha doesn't appear to realize I was feigning excitement to get her to talk about her master. That or she doesn't care and was just waiting for an excuse to talk about Pakor. Master has been serving the Skal royal family for generations, she happily tells me. Most rulers invest heavily into their vitality stat, but Master has outlived the previous king and will certainly serve young Prince Calix when he takes over for the current king. Tabitha continues to talk about how Skal's previous king supported Pakor for his bravery in battle and how he was always on the front lines of any conflict. I recoil as Tabitha starts going on and on about Pakor like she's teaching a history lesson. She covers his major battles all with a bright smile on her face. I only half listen to her as she talks about battles that happened before my parents were even born. I use this spare time to check my status page for the week. LV73, not my most impressive week ever, but I managed to raise almost a dozen skills while working on my forging. I finished another 5 Kaggle spears and 3 matching swords. Then, I added another 4 steel spears to our new armory, along with 8 more bucklers. I wanted to make some helmets today, but at the rate Tabitha is talking, I don't think I'll be getting to it. It's annoying that I won't finish what I had planned today, but I'm ahead of schedule, so I can afford it. I'll have to keep this in mind as I move forward in my craft because even though I tried to plan ahead when it comes to materials, I couldn't correctly predict how long my supply of Kaggles would last me. This experience only proves I'll need a steady supply in the future and not to rely on one-time large deliveries. Still, I made a decent amount of experience from all the crafting I did. I even gained a small amount of experience in practicing alchemy with Sandra. We haven't produced an actual vial of engraving ink yet, so the tiny bit of experience we're getting is only a consolation prize, just like the experience I gained from practicing my swordsmanship with Camden. While I gained a good amount of experience from my crafting, the bulk still came from leveling my skills. But looking at my status page, I'm starting to see a slowing in the speed at which I level my skills. Besides hammer skills, only my lower-leveled skills saw any significant growth. Then Master charged the Blagist and blocked the beast's claws with his hands. I turn my attention back to Tabitha, who's still praising everything Pakor has ever done. I've been tuning her out for a while, and I don't even know what a Blagist is. Oh, all right. All the excitement Tabitha was just expressing talking about Pakor quickly dries up. Tabitha watches me stand up with her stony expression back on her face. I need to get going, but there's still one more thing I wish to ask her. Sister Tabitha, why did Pakor make you sit in place for 2 days? Master was messing with me and wanted me to read a book or something. I just remember it being pointless, she lazily informs me. I don't think Pakor was trying to mess with her. I think he just wanted to see if he could get her to read a book. I've only known Tabitha for a couple of hours, and it's obvious the only 2 things she cares about are fighting and her master. Surette and Camden are going to love hosting her. In my head, I offer the 2 of them a silent prayer. I hope I get to see Surette's face when she realizes her houseguest has no real interest in tea or gossip. I'll see you around. I give my farewells to Tabitha. She doesn't say a word as I leave, only giving me a nod goodbye. I open the drawing room door and walk into the hall. Making sure the door closes behind me, I start grinning to myself. I might have lucked out with Tabitha. My family and I were worried Pakor was going to send someone who would try and supervise us. Not only did Tabitha say she wasn't going to force me to do anything, but she sounded content to leave me to myself until Pakor showed up. I'll have to watch my smart-ass mouth around her when it comes to Pakor, but unless I'm wrong about her, interacting with Tabitha can be a bigger blessing than I ever thought. I still want to see what lies in the deeper parts of the forest, and I have a feeling I know a knight in shiny armor that would love to go with me. While the monsters are trying to eat her, I can enjoy the scenery. What's done is done, Dad. I hear Sandra arguing with Camden from the direction of their front door. Walking down the hallway, I see the 2 of them are arguing in the entryway while Richard is standing nearby holding Sandra's clothes chest. Surette is standing next to my brother, watching the argument play out. You're not moving out, you're too young, Camden argues. Sandra just gives him a really look. Dad, I'm 20 already and I'm pregnant. I'm moving in with Richard whether you like it or not. I thought this was resolved a while ago. Have they been arguing this entire time? Camden tries to search for a convincing answer, but the longer he stays silent, the deeper the hole he digs himself into. I'd love to stay and watch this play out, even if the ending was already predetermined, but I need to tell my parents and Master that I'm okay. Excuse me, can I get through? I grab everyone's attention. They were so busy arguing they didn't notice that I finished my meeting with Tabitha. Aaliyah, dear, are you done talking to Lady Tabitha? Surette asks as soon as she notices me. Yeah, we hashed out a few things, I tell her. That's wonderful. Surette happily claps her hands together. Camden looks like he's trying to decide whether he wants to continue his argument with Sandra or ask me for the details about our conversation. Too bad for him, Sandra notices when Camden turns his attention towards me, and she secretly motions for Richard to follow her. Sandra quickly opens the front door for Richard, and the two of them take off. Wait, we're not. Camden shouts after his daughter while Surette starts to giggle. I see my opening and follow Sandra's and Richard's example by running past a stunned Camden out the front door. Wait, Aaliyah, I need to talk to you about Lady Tabitha, Camden calls out after me. Sorry, Camden, but I have places to be. I rush home with a smile on my face and some good news for my family that's long overdue. Master Packer, the deathless point of view, I stare up at the 3 war machines in front of me. Each war tower is being constructed from hundreds of nearby trees and all the metal we could scavenge. The frames and wheels are reinforced with the strongest steel we could form with magic. Large stones were carved up and attached to the tower's front and sides to help protect them from projectiles. The 3 towers are taking longer to build than I expected, but it shouldn't be long before they're ready. My engineers aren't trained for this sort of thing. Their job is to help find flaws in my opponent's defenses, and only one of my engineers had any experience building siege weaponry, so I made him the project's leader. I wonder if this will make it into the history books. The day Master Packer turned to common siege tactics, I'm sure future historians will eat that up. Master Packer, sir, the leading engineer salutes me as soon as he finishes directing a few builders. I give him an approving nod to reduce some of the tension my presence has on the man. Are they almost finished? I ask him, gesturing at the masses of wood, stone, and metal. The 2 flanking towers' frames are complete, we just need to attach the outer paneling. The breaching tower's mechanism is giving us some trouble, but that was expected with the limited resources at our disposal. They're almost ready then, I dryly remark. The leading engineer must think I'm displeased with construction speed because he starts to sweat. I apologize for the delays, Master Packer. It's one thing to know how something works and it's another actually to build it from scratch, he stutters. Will they hold under Blaton's barrage? That's the only thing I care about. They will, the lead engineer hastily assures me. Then the extra time will be well spent, I remark to the man before walking off. I make my way back to my tent, overly conscious of the many soldiers stealing glances at me. We've been camped outside Blaton for days now, and other than capturing a few supply wagons trying to enter the city, we've hardly done anything else. I've had the mages toss a few spells at their walls, but only so much that our mages could refill their magic by the next day. The men are getting antsy over the long wait, and I understand why. These men and women are Skal's pride, most volunteered after the dragon took up its nest and pushed everyone away from the heart of Skal. They're here to fight for their families, knowing time is of the essence. If anyone else were leading, there'd probably been a revolt by now. But with the war towers almost done, we can proceed with the next steps, though I'm not sure how well they'll be received. When I make it back to my tent, I address the communication mage stationed outside. At least one communication mage is permanently stationed around my tent should I need to give out orders. Call a commander meeting, I order the female mage. She salutes me as I walk past her into my quarters. In the middle of my tent is a mud mock-up of Blaton that was crafted using earth magic. The miniature shows all of Blaton's gates along with all their defenses we've been cataloging. While I stare at the battlefield model, it doesn't take long for the commanders of the various units to start showing up. Each one of them has an excited look on their faces, and it's infectious. Is it time, Master Packer? Daryl, the head of one of our archer divisions, asks me once everyone who's supposed to show up has arrived. My tent is quiet as everyone awaits my answer. The communication mage from out front has joined the meeting and will convey everything that happens to all the leaders who couldn't leave their posts. I want to smile, seeing my men's excited faces, but I can't. We start our attack tomorrow morning, I confirm their suspicions. I want everyone to gather around. You all know the stakes. Each soldier we lose, our overall chance of victory diminishes. I convey the severity of our situation with my eyes. We are almost guaranteed to take Blaton, no one doubts that. The city would have been ours the same day we set up camp if we pushed ourselves, but the cost in blood would have been too high. I point at my model. Blaton is only the first city we must take. I'm aware of the whispers around the camp. A few of my commanders flinch back, but I continue pretending not to notice them. I don't have time to worry about insubordination. We need to change our tactics for this battle, or else we'll lose the overall war. As soon as Blaton falls, we need to march on Illels. We'll need to leave behind at least 40 of our troops to secure Blaton while the other 60 finishes our campaign. We cannot lose more than 10 of our forces. If we do, there's a chance our overall mission won't succeed. I pause and look each of my men in the eye. Skal is a kingdom based on strength. Battlefields are merely testing grounds for us. Those who die do so for the kingdom. No sacrifice can be more honorable. These are the values we live by. These are the values we die by. A few of the commanders start to cheer but stop when they see the pained look on my face. This is the only time I'll show weakness to my men. That's how important this is. It pains me to say it, but we have to set our core beliefs aside this time. A few murmurs break out amongst the commanders, but they all quiet with the raise of my hand. Too much is at stake should we fail our mission, and I will not tolerate failure. I release my pressure, nor insubordination. We will forego our honor this one time, and in doing so, we will save everyone counting on us back home. Our friends, our family, our kingdom, they all hinder on our success. We won't like it, but we will hide behind our war towers. We will chip away at their forces, and in doing so, we shall win. Any objections? I bellow. I'm not surprised when no one answers me. I start thinking about how I'm going to convince everyone to forego their honor and follow my plans when the first commander steps forward. I follow Master Packer the Deathless. As do I. Another commander steps forward. I will serve. As will I. Me too. Good, I address them. Then gather around and listen. We have a lot to cover before the sun rises tomorrow. Lord Rays of Blaton's point of view. I stand on the remains of Blaton's walls, staring out at a burning city. Looking down, there's a large gash across my chest. The blood dripping down my front becomes warmer to the touch as my body goes cold. I failed. Blaton has fallen. Countless corpses litter my beautiful city's streets. How did it turn out like this? I can't even remember how Packer took the city. I suppose it doesn't matter now. I wheeze through my blood-filled lungs, dropping to my knees like a marionette with its strings cut. A horn sounds in the distance as my world starts to darken. More horns start roaring around me as I slip into Goddess Ebion's embrace. Watching my city burn, my eyes close for the last time. Ah! I let out a scream as I jerk awake in my cot. I don't have time to think about the nightmare I just awoke from before I hear a blast of a horn from outside my tent. Flinging myself out of bed, I scramble to put my armor on. It fights me every step of the way as I try to throw it on as quickly as possible. I stumble around my tent like a newborn trying to walk, almost forgetting my sword in my haste. When I finally fling my tent flap aside, a chilling morning breeze hits me square in the face, sending a shiver down my spine. At least the cold helps me to wake up quicker, though my adrenaline is doing quite a good job by itself. The sun has only started to rise in the distance, and it's yet to push back the chilly spring morning. Everyone is shouting and running about. Soldier, I shout at the closest person running past me. The young man almost drops the crate he's carrying when he hears me call out to him. There's no time I need to. The young man starts to yell at me before he realizes who I am. Lord Rays, I'm deeply sorry. I didn't mean to. He tries to apologize to me. Enough, I cut him off. It's fine. Tell me what's happening. It's Skal, my lord. They've started their attack. To your station, then. I let the young man get back to his task. Right away, sir. He takes off, running towards the nearby rampart stairs. I stand in front of my tent for a minute, frowning. This isn't good. We've been making our preparations on reports from Fort Northridge and Dre. I'm no military expert, but I've never heard of Skal starting their attack without first showing off their might. Yet another sign that Skal has completely changed their tactics. Gods help us all. I expected Packer to use psychological warfare, much like he used at the fort and when he took Dre. What does Skal's finest have up his sleeve for us? Making my way up the ramparts, I'm relieved not to hear the siege weapons firing yet. If we were already firing our ballistas and catapults, then that would mean Skal's forces were already within range. No sooner does that thought cross my mind than I hear the nearby thud of a catapult being fired. You can feel the vibrations through the wall's stones as the siege weapon lets loose its first volley. I pick up my pace, rushing up the stone stairs as I hear more of our siege weapons being fired. When I finally make it to the top of the wall, I scan the plains around Blaton. My heart drops when I see Skal's army slowly closing the distance between us. The 3 completed siege towers are being pushed towards the western gate in a triangle formation. The middle tower, which is flanked on either side by the other 2, is shorter but looks bulkier, while the other 2 are as tall as our walls. The way they're advancing, it looks like the 2 outer towers are meant to guard the centermost one. What's surprising is that instead of using their pack animals, it's Skal's heavy infantry pushing the large towers forward. The towers themselves are teeming with soldiers wielding bows alongside entire mage battalions. There are units spread around the 3 towers, but the man walking in front of the army draws my attention. An old man with feathers in his beard not wearing armor that has to be Packer. Just watching him confidently escort the towers closer to us makes my knees wobble. Even though he's still far away, I can't take my eyes off Pakor in fear that he'll morph into some unstoppable monster should I look away. Stories have spread from the survivors of the Fort North Ridge attack. Tales of Pakor defeating General Pitts after single-handedly withstanding everything the fort could throw at him have been spreading throughout our ranks since Skull first set up camp outside the city. We tried to silence talk of the battle by issuing a gag order, but word had spread too quickly for it to make any sort of difference. Release. A nearby shout pulls my attention away from Pakor. The closest catapult has just finished reloading, and with the unit commander's order, a soldier pulls the siege weapon's lever, releasing a 500-pound stone in Skull's direction. Along with a few other soldiers, I watch the stone sail through the air at breakneck speeds. 500 feet, 750 feet, 1,100 feet. It's incredible how far a well-tuned siege engine can throw a boulder of that size. However, I would be more impressed if the stone landed anywhere near Skull's forces. I'd estimate Skull needs to advance another 100 feet or so before they even enter our catapult's range. Reload. The unit commander bellows at his men. What the hell are they doing? Who gave you orders to start firing? I angrily storm up the unit commander. Unlike the young soldier earlier, the unit commander immediately recognizes me. Snapping to attention, he offers me his best salute. Sir, I was ordered to start firing 20 minutes ago and told not to let up. By who? I growl. Though it's hard to gauge how far away Skull is, any fool could see after the first volley that they're not close enough yet. Commander Helios, sir, the unit commander quickly replies. Judging by the awkward look on his face, he's aware of how asinine the orders are. Helios, I bark in anger. He's one of the bigwigs from Illels that thinks he should have been placed in charge, but unlike Kelder who was sent with him, Helios is only the captain of the guard back in Illels. Much like me, he has almost zero battle experience. Most likely he's just here for the glory. Don't waste any more ammunition, I order the unit commander. Yes, sir, he salutes me once more before moving back to ordering around his catapult unit. While the unit commander looks happy now that he has new orders, I'm still steaming mad. Our chances of winning are already slim, and we can't afford mistakes like this. Communications mage, I shout. Here, a woman wearing a robe and some light armor rushes over to me. Send word immediately to all the siege units they're not to attack until Skull is in range. And I want them to focus solely on the towers. Is that clear, sir? The mage starts mumbling her spell. It takes 20 or so minutes before my orders are conveyed, and I hear the rest of our catapults stop firing. Lord Reyes, Sir Helios is demanding to know why you've stopped our bombardment. I turn on the communications mage with fire in my eyes, and she steps back. Where is Helios right now? I demand. One moment, please. The mage bows her head and mumbles another spell. She eventually looks back up at me with an awkward look, obviously uncomfortable answering my question. Spit it out, I command. Sir Helios said he's reinforcing the southern gate. The mage squeaks out. That bastard. You can't even see Skull's main forces from the southern gate. How is he in any position to give out orders? Tell him he can order the men around the western gate if he joins us here. Are you sure that's exactly what you want me to say? The communication mage hesitantly asks me. I narrow my eyes, and she takes the hint and sends Helios my offer. Helios' reply comes so quickly it's almost comical. Sir Helios offers his apologies, but he's tied up with the Skull unit outside his gate. The communication mage conveys the man's message. I snort, hearing his excuse. The Skull unit he's referring to is a scouting party meant to keep supplies from entering the city. Similar units could be found around the northern and eastern gates, but they aren't equipped to attack the walls. Now that that's taken care of, I can turn my attention back to what really matters, Skull's main forces. The war towers have only moved a few dozen feet forward. If they stay at this speed, they'll reach the walls by sundown. We can't let that happen. I have to raise my hand to shield the morning sun as it crests over the horizon. Today is going to be a long day. Signal the next volley, I command. A soldier with a horn blows twice, and the wall trembles under my feet. Nearly 20 large stones along with 10 ballista bolts are launched at Skull's right tower. In the distance, all three of Skull's war towers light up with magic. Dozens of mana shields overlap with one another, covering most of the tower. A few of the shields break, but most of our attacks are simply brushed off. The soldiers stationed around the towers dodge the falling projectiles with ease and quickly reform their formation. So this is what a trained army can do. I'm both awed and terrified by the spectacle. None of my men have seen war. I haven't seen war. Are we making a difference? It's so hard to tell. I can only reference the books my parents made me study in my youth. Blaton hasn't seen war in years. I think the last time the city was attacked was during my great-grandfather's time, and that was merely a large bandit brigade that grew too confident in their abilities. Sure, every so often, a large goblin horde might try to attack the city, but killing them is never any trouble, not like this. Once Skull entered the range of our siege weapons, we started pelting them with rocks and ballista bolts, and thankfully we've managed to slow them down a bit. But no matter how hard we hit them, they don't retreat an inch. The towers have been inching closer to us all day, and soon they'll be in range to start counterattacking us. They're switching again. A nearby scout with perception skills informs me. Quick, reload and send another volley before they can finish, I shout. My commands are signaled by horn and conveyed again through magic. As one, the various siege teams hustle to follow orders. Skal has managed to continue as they have because they have multiple mage squads switching out with one another. My mages informed me that the towers should hold enough mages that none of our attacks should break their shields, and yet every 30 minutes or so, we score a decent hit and part of their shields fall. But just as quickly as we destroy them, a new shield forms and takes its place. After the first 2 hours of this, we quickly deduced what was happening. Skal is using the fewest mages possible to defend their siege towers. As soon as a mage's shield breaks, they're swapped with a new mage and given time to rest. They're doing the same thing with their men pushing the towers forward. And then we have Pakor. I was skeptical when I heard the stories about Pakor surviving an entire mage volley by himself, but not any longer. Pakor acts like a magnet and regularly draws in our attacks to give his mages a slight reprieve. Though most of what we've done could be considered a failure, we've learned a bit about our opponents. Like right now, in these rare moments when Skal switches around their people, we have a small window to do extra damage. I pray for a miracle as another volley is launched at Skal's right tower. Again, their shields flare to life, and most of our projectiles are deflected. That is, all but one boulder was deflected. I grin when the large chunk of stone punches a hole into the siege tower. It didn't do much other than rip a 3-foot hole in the tower's siding, but it's progress. The real takeaway from that volley is much more critical, however. Even though the tower's shields failed, Pakor didn't use his skill to defend his men, or rather, he couldn't. I've been tracking the intervals between Pakor activating his magnet skill, and I've noticed he can't use it more than once an hour. Pakor changes the frequency at which he activates his skill, but there's always been at least a 55-minute interval before he uses his skill again. I can't be sure, but I'm guessing his skill has a 55-minute cooldown. Let's make it 45 minutes just to be on the safer side. It might be a small detail in the grand scheme of things, but we can use one more opening to exploit. And that isn't the only thing I've observed about Pakor. Knowing the cooldown time for his skill is a good bit of information to have, but his skill limits have also started to become apparent. Volleys are much more effective when synchronized. Punching through magic shields is already hard, but if the projectiles are spaced out, it gives the mages time to recover and reinforce their shields. If we stagger our shots, even if Pakor activates his skill, it would effectively become useless, but our overall damage would plummet to almost nothing. It's quite the conundrum indeed. Do I change our plan of attack, or do I continue to? Suddenly, while I'm debating over my strategy, bright light erupts from the tops of Skal's 2 leading towers. That's not defensive magic. Mages, shields up, I scream. The nearby mages follow my orders, while the communication mage frantically sends my commands to the rest of the wall. Our shielding spells activate just as 2 massive siege fireball spells are launched from Skal's towers. One ball of flame soars directly to my section of the wall, while another is sent flying at one of the other lesser-guarded catapults. The mages around me brace for the spell's impact, and for a moment, I see what the inside of a fireball looks like. The air itself burns the inside of my throat as the siege fireball spell collides with our defenses. The force of the spell hitting our shields creates a small shockwave that pushes a few unprepared people off their feet, but thankfully, our shields did their job and no one suffered any major injuries. The spell immediately starts to dissipate after failing to break our shields, but not before heating all the moisture in the nearby air. The moist spring air becomes humid and clings to the skin. When the flames around us finally dissipate, I look over to the other section of the wall that was targeted. Shit. I swear seeing the burning siege weapon. It looks like most of the catapult's operating team survived, but 2 smoldering husks weren't so lucky. Now the real battle begins. Mages form up. One group protects the siege engines while the other returns fire. We mustn't lose our catapults. I bellow before turning to my communication mage. Inform the other commanders that I want them to switch targets. Sir, the mage gives me a questioning look, but I don't have time to explain myself. Spread word that I want our men to target the groups of Skal's soldiers stationed around the towers. Now, I demand. Leaving my frantic mage to convey my demands, I turn my attention back to Skal. It looks like they aren't moving to immediately launch another barrage like that one. Skal needs to keep its defenses up, or our siege weapons will pick them apart, so they need to ration their magic. At least that's some good news. I don't think we would be able to hold out for long if they could continuously launch spells of that caliber. I've heard people talk about siege magic before, but this is the first time I've seen it for myself. I bring my hand up to my chest. I can feel my heart beating through my armor. To be the target of such magic, I feel like I've aged a few years in that split second the spell hit our shields, and I'm not the only person shaken up by the spell. Looking at the soldiers around me, many look more terrified than I after that first spell. Most of my mages are conscripts from all the nearby cities. Few have actually experienced a life or death situation in that. We are the same. I'm just happy none of my men fled after the attack. But if Skull is close enough to hit us with magic, we can do the same thing. A group of 5 mages to my left start chanting under their breath together. All 5 of them are standing in a semicircle around a large rock, like what we use in the catapults. I watch, amazed, as the stone starts to hover and glow. I might not have been born with any magic talent myself, but I still had to study the subject before the title of Lord was passed down to me from my father. If I'm not mistaken, they're casting Stone Missile. The spell is not usually considered a siege spell, but siege magic has many common misconceptions. Few spells are genuine siege spells. Most people think that just because a group of mages can cast a colossal fireball together, it's a siege spell. In truth, in a group of mages, at least one will have a linking skill that connects the group's spells. They're all just casting the same spell using the skill to magnify the outcome. A genuine siege spell is cast by a single person, using vast amounts of control and mana. Merging 5 spells into one will create a seemingly massive spell, but forcing those 5 magics together, no matter how similar they are, will not equal a genuine siege spell. When magic is used in tandem with multiple people, there's a degree of resistance between each of the spells. Skills mitigate this resistance, but not completely. It's a good thing my father demanded I learn to differentiate the two, along with those boring books on military strategy. One is a standard method taught to those who study magic, the other is a sign of a truly powerful mage. I can only hope Skull didn't bring anyone like that with them, because I'm not sure my conscripted mages could defend against such a spell. Only a 2-star mage could perform such a feat, and the Earl employs the only one in the area. It would have helped immensely if he came to our aid, but after what Javanni told me, I highly doubt the Earl would let him leave his estate. The mages finish their spell, and with a loud boom, the boulder is launched at Skull. Like I ordered, the magic projectile is aimed at the units trailing behind Skull's towers. A shield forms to stop the magic-propelled rock, but Skull obviously wasn't prepared for us to target their back units. The units trailing behind the towers are those waiting for their turn to push. Some must be tired from just switching out, and now is the best time to strike. If we can kill a significant amount of their forces, they won't be able to push the towers any further. After the magic stone crashes into Skull's men, a dozen other spells are launched from our walls. Our targets are physical fighters, so I'm not expecting many fatalities, but Skull is the one who decided to make this a war of attrition. It's only fitting I show them what that looks like. Light the torches, light the torches, light the torches. My soldiers' voices echo across the wall as they scramble to light the evening torches. In the distance, Skull's war towers light up with magical light. It must be nice to have so many well-trained mages at your disposal, I complain to myself. Incoming, someone shouts. I run forward and take shelter behind a mage unit that just erected its shield. Grinding my teeth, I wait for the fireball spell to dissipate. I've grown numb from all the times I've had to take shelter like this. Report, I shout as soon as the spell dissipates. Another catapult lost, sir. I'm informed by my new communications mage. The previous girl was running low on mana and was injured by one of Skull's spells a few hours ago. My new communication mage looks too old to be on a battlefield, but surprisingly he's been able to keep up with my orders. How many left? I ask, not sure if I want to hear the answer. We have 3 catapults and 5 ballistas left, Lord Rays. Damn, and the ones from the other sections of the walls. I'm being told the nobles guarding the other gates are reluctant to give up their siege weapons. The mage tells me with a frown. Gods damn them, I can't help but shout. Do they not realize if they don't send reinforcements, we won't hold through the night? No, of course, they do, it's just that they don't care. As soon as Skull breaches our walls, the nobles guarding the other gates will flee to Illels. They only care about how long I can stall Skull here and how much damage I can do. If the lives of my family weren't on the line, I would probably cede the city to Packor just to spite them. But their lives are in my hands, so I refuse to lose. My lord, my communications mage reaches out and pulls me behind a mage casting a shield spell. An arrow strikes the rampart, stone floor, and ricochets to the side. Are you okay, Lord Rays? Jarjan, my lord. My name is Jarjan, he tells me. That's my job, my lord. Jarjan bows his head in a way that looks respectful while keeping one eye directed towards the battlefield. I look through the mage's shield at the approaching towers. They're close enough now that they've switched from using mages to archers to attack us. My teeth hurt from gritting them so hard. How are they still advancing on us? Both of their leading war towers are filled with holes, and we've killed or injured enough of their foot soldiers that many were rushed from the battlefield. We've done all that, and yet Skull hasn't stopped pushing forward for even a minute. The towers are only 300 feet from our walls, and they've shown no signs of stopping for the night. How much more must we make them bleed before they retreat? I curse under my breath. Skull doesn't retreat, my lord. Jarjan must have heard me. Just because they changed tactics doesn't mean they've lost the ferocity they're known for, he tells me. You know how Skull fights? I ask the older mage. Jarjan nods, I do. I've lived a decent life, and I've heard about how Skull wins its wars. They fight to the last man standing and never retreat. If you're hoping to break them emotionally, I'm sorry to say that's a fool's gambit. We'll have to meet them with the same ferocity then, I proclaim. That would be wise, my lord. Skull and Pakor would see anything less as a sign of weakness. It's my job to help my country, Jarjan smiles at me. I'll convey your orders right away, sir. Jarjan moves to cast his magic as the sun finally disappears and night overtakes the battlefield. With all the magic being tossed around, visibility isn't impaired by much, so I notice when Skull's two leading siege towers stop moving. Skull doesn't stop pelting us with arrows or drop its shields, but they do finally stop advancing. Are they about to retreat? Sadly, Jarjan was right, Skull isn't retreating. Skull's forward two war towers have stopped moving, but their men have moved behind the trailing tower and are pushing that one forward at a much faster rate. Shit, I can see that it's heading for the gate. Jorgen, all units fire on the middle tower. Every one of our remaining siege weapons turns and targets the fast-approaching tower. We throw everything we have at the tower, and Pakor activates his skill, but it's only been 39 minutes since he last used it. I curse. Does that mean he's been holding himself back? 6 minutes, that's how long we have to wait before we can attack again. 6 minutes for the war tower to get closer to the gate. Detonate the bridge, I command. A vial is dropped over the ramparts, and when it crashes against the temporary bridge we built, the whole thing ignites in flames. The wood was doused in a highly flammable alchemical solution as soon as Skull showed up. The vial that was dropped contained an agent that created sparks as soon as it was exposed to air. 5-4-3-2 Jarjan, resume the attack on the tower. Jarjan conveys my orders, but it's too late. As if possessed by demons, Skull's soldiers push the war tower forward at incredible speeds, covering dozens of feet in mere minutes. We still have time. I turn to Jarjan, send word for all available soldiers to converge on the western gate, hurry. Skull still needs to get past the ditch we've dug. As if to spite me, two flaps on the front of the third war tower open, one on each side of the structure. In each opening stands a single person, both of which have feathers adorning their hair. Oh no, the two individuals start to glow as they channel large amounts of mana. Kill the mages, I shout, but it's too late. The two mages move their hands like they're trying to lift something invisible. Blaton's walls start to tremble as a large stone ramp rises out of the muddy ground, creating a seamless path to our gate. The two mages are close enough I can see their pale faces as they finish casting their magic. How much mana did they just use? To move that much earth, the both of them have to be over level 70. The two of them waited this long to show themselves. The only thing that keeps me from freezing up upon seeing their overwhelming power is the thought of needing to protect the city. All earth mages to the front gates. Don't let them in. All the nearby mages rush to the stairs leading down the ramparts. How far out are our reinforcements? I ask Jarjan in a panic. Jarjan shakes his head. I don't know what's happening. I sent the other gates our emergency message, but none of them are responding, he tells me with a panicked look. Those traitors didn't already flee, did they? Loud thundering comes from the western gate as my mages try to fortify it with earth magic. As my men work to reinforce what they can, Skull's war tower stops on the other side. Large panels on the front of the tower fall away to reveal a large battering ram hidden inside. I want to order an all-out attack on the tower, but at this exact moment, the two war towers close by light up with their own magic. Foregoing all manner of defense, the two towers that we've been attacking all day launch countless spells towards our walls. Fireballs, bolts of lightning, rocks, all manner of spells are launched at us with reckless abandon. My mages have no choice but to erect shields in defense. They're pinning us down. Boom, boom, boom. You can feel Skull's battering ram strike the western gate. It won't hold. Run, I hear a mage down by the gate scream and take off. Everyone down there, we can't let them enter the city. I draw my sword and raise it into the air. I've only ever used it during practice, but that hardly matters at the moment. We can't let Skull into the city. They're breaking through. I hear more shouting from the gate. To the gate, I valiantly shout. To the gate, a few others roar, following my lead. That inspires just enough people to give hope to those about to run away. On me, I move to gather everyone and rush down the walls. We'll fight them street by street if we have to. I'm sorry, Lord Rays, but I can't let that happen. I hear Jarjan say directly behind me. I can't even turn around before Jarjan knocks my sword from my hand. He then forces my head back with his left hand and holds a knife to my throat with his right. Everything happens so quickly all the surrounding soldiers are stunned in place. What are you doing? I choke out. My job, Lord Rays, Jarjan answers loud enough so everyone can hear him over the sounds of Skull breaching our gate. Fighting in the streets would go against Master Pakor's wishes. The hair on my arms stands on end. You're a spy from Skull. That's right, he calmly tells me. I had already infiltrated your communication core a long time ago and was watching the battle. After your previous mage was injured, I took the opening to get close to you. I hope there aren't any hard feelings. Then why didn't you kill me earlier or let me die? It would have been easy for you. I growl in frustration. For now, Master Packer wants to capture as many nobles as possible, Jarjan or whoever he is chuckles in my ear. Then your master is going to be disappointed, I bite back. The other nobles are probably halfway to Illels by now. The Skull spy just laughs harder. Master Packer is well aware of your nobility's tendency to flee. Not all those who left the battlefield were injured. We have ambushes set up to catch all the fleeing rats. Now, tell your men to stand down. He pokes his dagger into my skin, and I can feel a drop of blood crawl down my neck. All the soldiers around us are wearily looking to one another, unsure of what they should do. Fools, didn't I say we can't let Skull into the city? I nervously swallow a lump in my throat. Men. I shout and everyone looks at me, some instinctively raising their weapons. Skull is not to enter this city. Kill this man and defend the gate. That is my final order for all of you. Jorgen laughs. I wasn't expecting that. A nearby soldier understands my orders and rushes at us with his spear raised, prepared to skewer us both. I close my eyes, expecting Jarjan to kill me or feel the man's spear pierce me, but instead he throws me to the ground before stepping forward. With an open hand, Jarjan sidesteps the spear thrust and slaps it aside before opening up the soldier's throat with a well-placed swing of his dagger. I scramble to get to my feet, but Jarjan kicks me in the side of the head, and everything becomes fuzzy. The only thing I register before passing out is Jarjan killing a few more soldiers and the rumblings of the western gate crumbling. I failed. The city is doomed. Are you enjoying your new teacher? Sandra playfully smirks at me. I don't know, are you enjoying living with Richard? I try to sound malicious, but I realize how silly I sound halfway through, and by then it's already too late to stop myself. I'm actually, Sandra raises an eyebrow at me. Is that really what you were going for? No, I huff as I work the forge's bellows. I just couldn't think of a good comeback there, I sulk. You're losing your touch, Aaliyah, Sandra playfully elbows me. I can't have a witty remark ready all the time. Besides, Tabitha hasn't taught me anything yet, I complain. She's been here for 4 days now, Sandra exclaims. What have you been doing? I've been busy with work. Sandra puts her hands on her hips and gives me a look that says she isn't falling for my excuse. What I have, I try to defend myself. I had to finish the work I started when she arrived. Then it was my back-to-back break days I spend with my parents. And today, Sandra asks me. Today I'm making helmets for the village. I motion to the steel heating up in the forge. Helmets, really? Damn, Sandra's mom look is leveling up faster every day. Helmets are important, I pout. Why are you hesitating? You seemed excited to learn from her a few days ago. Sandra gives me a questioning look. Because she's crazy, I finally shout in frustration. Sandra is surprised by my outburst, but she quickly raises a hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh. That's rich coming from you. What makes you think she's crazy? You only need to talk to her for 5 minutes to see she's crazy, I retort. That's funny, Mother hasn't said anything about her acting weird. Sandra doesn't look convinced. Mom has complained that Lady Tabitha is too quiet and hard to talk to, but nothing extreme. I snort, tell your mom to ask about her master. Then we'll see if her opinion of Tabitha changes. No way, I'm not using my mom to prove you're right. You do remember she's living with my parents, don't you? I didn't see all this concern for your parents when you used Tabitha as an excuse to leave. I snarkily grin at my friend. Sandra folds her arms. That was totally different. Now, who doesn't have a comeback? I tease. You're horrible. Sandra elbows me in the side again, but this time she tries to put her back into it. Is she really that bad? Sandra asks me after her elbow fails to break through Mana's skin. She gets this crazy look in her eyes every time we pass by each other in the village. You've seen her walking around in her armor, right? I ask my friend. Lady Tabitha is kind of hard to miss. She always has her armor on and sticks out amongst the villagers. I overheard she's been patrolling the village with a blank expression on her face like she's bored or something, Sandra tells me. I do not doubt that she's bored. There's no longer any danger to the village, so the battle junkie can't get her fix. She doesn't approach anyone, so people just leave her alone and try to avoid her. Yet so imagine how creepy it is for me when she approaches me every morning after my run and randomly throughout the day to ask me if I'm ready to train with her. I'd agree to get her to stop asking me, but she always asks with her hand on her sword and a vicious smile on her face. I shiver just thinking about it. You're scared of her? Sandra asks, surprised. I'm reluctant to spar with her, I clarify. You're scared of her, Sandra repeats herself. It's okay to be afraid of her. Dad told me he thinks she's around level 85. That is pretty intimidating. Try 95 and I'm not afraid of her. I just don't want to lose again, I admit to Sandra. I know I need Tabitha's help to grow stronger, but I'm reluctant to find out how weak I am. I stare into the forge's fire, remembering how easily Packor beat Master and I sparring with Tabitha will probably be the same thing. I hear a giggle from my side, and when I look over at Sandra, I see she's trying to hold back more laughter. I'm sorry, she waves her hand, trying to apologize without laughing. I frown at Sandra. Is this funny to you? This isn't easy for me, you know. I'm sorry, it's just funny to hear you call yourself weak. Sandra feigns wiping away a non-existent tear. You know you're getting caught up in your own head again, right? Just let the lady teach you, and soon you'll surpass her at the monstrous speed you've always have. Sandra gives me a confident smile, but for some reason it doesn't look like it's reaching her eyes, almost as if she's just telling me what she thinks I need to hear and not what's really on her mind. I blink in confusion, but just like that, Sandra's smile has shifted into her usual bite smile. Did I imagine that? Regardless, I think she's underestimating Tabitha a bit or not fully understanding the Pandora's box I'll be opening once I finally agree to spar with her. I haven't known Lady Tabitha for long, but I doubt she'll stop pestering me just because I agree to train with her a few days a week. If anything, I expect her to hound me even more once we start. Will it make you feel better if I'm with you tomorrow? Sandra jokingly offers. Sure, Sandra agrees immediately. Worst case, I get to watch Lady Tabitha throw you around a bit, Sandra jokes. Reaching for my tongs, I remove the small steel ingot I've been preparing. The steel glows a beautiful red as I shift it over to my anvil and start hammering away. I need to take special precautions as I start working on the metal. A helmet's shape is very important. When making a helmet, you need to factor in the area it covers and all the angles you're working with. The purpose of a helmet is to deflect a strike's force and keep the wearer from having their brains scrambled. Whether the helmet is deflecting arrows or a blade, you want anything that hits the steel cap to slide off, preferably away from you. The problem is I'm making these helmets so anyone in the village can wear one. That might seem like a good thing, but if I want my helmets to be universal, I can't use any of the designs that would cover the entire head. Helmets that cover the back of the neck, face, and eyes offer a superior defense, but they limit your sight, are hard to move in, and uncomfortable unless fitted for a specific user. When Master Dell taught me how to make armor, I assumed all helmets would look like those I saw in movies. The types of helmets with a faceplate that hilariously drops down when the hero leans in to get a kiss, those kinds of helmets. However, I've long since realized movie knowledge shouldn't be trusted. There are plenty of helmets that cover the entire head and neck region, but in reality, most helmets were simple metal caps that anyone could wear. They have more openings for your opponent to exploit, but cap helmets offer more benefits for the inexperienced fighter, like the people in our village. With all this in mind, I decided to make the helmets for the village resemble my own. My helmet is modeled after the standard army helmet from my past life, a dependable design that's been in use for forever. The helmets stand out with their modern design, and best of all, they're proven effective. I might not be able to replicate the advanced materials used in Earth's modern-day body armor, but I'm confident my helmets will do their job against arrows and the occasional sword blow. I pray my helmets never see use, but you never know when you're living this far in the woods. Knowing that Pakor has taken me as his student, my time in the village is limited. If another goblin horde shows up when I'm no longer here, I don't want there to be a repeat of what happened at the beginning of the year. And that involves switching from making only weapons to making universal armor that anyone in the village could wear. So why helmets? Sandra asks me when I move the metal back into the forge. Because helmets protect your head, I sarcastically reply. I thought you know that, great mage. Funny, Sandra dryly remarks. I mean, why are you making helmets first when you could be making breastplates or something? Pulling my metal from the forge and moving it back to the anvil, I explain my reasoning to Sandra in between my strikes. People already have leather vests and other clothes they can wear in a fight. Animals and goblins instinctually go for a person's face. I'll get to breastplates and other pieces of armor, eventually. But I'm not sure when I'll have to leave the village. I want the armory to have at least enough spears and helmets for everyone before then. I heard about the goblins from Father. Was it as bad as he made it sound? Sandra's concerned eyes drill into my soul, and I don't miss how she puts a protective hand over her abdomen. It wasn't a fun experience, is all I tell her. My master would take us on short hunting trips outside Dre. He had us practice our magic on small groups of goblins a couple of times. One of the other students once commented on how easy it was to kill all of them with a single spell, to which our master replied that he hopes we never have to deal with stronger goblins. He was probably referring to horned goblins. There were 2 of them in the horde we fought. Big bastards with a lot of fight in them, I grumble. Do you think I could take one? Sandra asks me. I don't know, I honestly tell her as I continue with my work. I only fought one of them, and it was back when my level was a lot lower. Plus, you still haven't shown off many of your spells yet. Were you one of the people who thought killing goblins was easy? Sandra shrugs. Throwing a fireball into a group of goblins is easy, but then again that applies top most things. I find myself struggling not to feel jealous of Sandra. Ever since I reincarnated, I wanted to figure out how to throw a fireball, and standing in front of me is someone who knows the spell but isn't allowed to share it with me. Who knows, that might be all you need, I remark, focusing on the helmet taking shape in front of me. Now that Sandra has me thinking about it, I wonder if I'd still have trouble against that horned hob I fought. Much has changed since then, and I'm curious how I would stack up if I encountered another goblin above level 50. Sandra shouldn't worry about another horde attacking the village. What we experienced was the first in the village's history. Plus, if we had someone throwing fireballs into that mass of goblins, like if Sandra was around, we might not have lost as many people as we did. I shake my head. I shouldn't dwell on what might have been. The only thing I should think about is how to improve myself and the village, and that starts with me sucking it up and starting my lessons with Tabitha tomorrow. I can only imagine what that battle junkie has planned. That was a good run, Mom smiles at me. Want some water before you finish up by yourself? I'll take the water, but I'm not running my second course today, I tell her. What's the occasion? Mom asks. I'm going to train with Tabitha today. Oh, are you starting today? That's news to me. Mom's eyes narrow menacingly. Maybe I should go with you today. I give Mom an apologetic smile. I would love for you to join me, but you promised you and Dad would try to avoid Tabitha. Mom's face softens, but what if something happens? It will be fine, I try to reassure her. I already talked to Master yesterday to let him know what's happening, and Sandra's coming along too. Aaliyah, I hear my name shouted. Speak of the devil, I turn to see Sandra walking over to us. Morning, Sandra smiles at Mom and me. You're going with Aaliyah, dear? Mom questions Sandra. Sandra looks between us and quickly understands what's happening. How could I let her go by herself? Sandra moves to my side and wraps an arm around my waist, trying to pull me closer to her. I have to physically relax my body before Sandra can move me with her low strength. See, Mom, everything will be fine, I reassure her. I'm sure it will, Mom cynically remarks, but she doesn't push the subject further and opens our front door. Sandra, dear, would you like something to drink? I'm sure Aaliyah will need a few minutes to get ready, Mother asks, holding the door open for us. I'll take whatever you have. Sandra politely accepts Mother's offer while we follow her into the house. I'll be just a minute, I tell Sandra after the three of us have our shoes off. Take your time, she tells me as she and Mother move into our kitchen while I walk to my room. Pushing open the door to my room, I grab my armor I have hanging on the wall. I don't see Tabitha's training being easy, so I plan to treat this like I'm going to war. Donning my Kaggle's armor, I make sure each strap is secured. My knife and scimitar are tightly fastened to my side before I pick up my axe. I already did my morning stretches before Mom and I went on our run together, but I go through them once more with my armor on to get a better feel for things. All right, Aaliyah, let's show Tabitha what you're made of. I try psyching myself up for the battle to come, but all I do is make myself embarrassed for yelling that out loud. Confident I have everything I need, I walk back to the front of our house. Mom and Sandra both watch me approach the kitchen table in my armored splendor. I puff out my chest and put on a cocky grin under their scrutinizing gazes to hide the embarrassment I'm still feeling from what I said in my room. Yeah, girl, ready to show Tabitha? Sandra mimics my voice and she and Mom burst out laughing. I feel my face start to redden, realizing they must have heard me a minute ago. It's okay, dear. Mom tries to console me in between her fits of laughter. We all need to be cheered for sometimes. What, no more words of inspiration? She pokes fun at me. Let's go, I hiss to my friend. All right, Sandra stands up from her chair, still giggling like a schoolgirl. Hang on a moment, Mom calls out to me. She walks over with a full waterskin in her hands and offers it to me. I take the offered water despite not holding it correctly because of my axe, instinctively thanking Mom. As soon as I take the waterskin from her, Mom wraps her arms around me, being careful of my axe. Promise me you'll be safe. I'm probably about to get my ass kicked again, I point out to her. Promise, Mom demands. I promise I'll be safe. I shift my axe to my shoulder and use my free arm to return Mom's hug. Good, now go show that soldier why she shouldn't underestimate my daughter. Sounds like a plan, I smile. Mom releases her grip on me, and I'm able to set my axe down and attach the waterskin to my belt. Sandra slips her shoes back on while I change into my thickest boots. We wave goodbye to my mom, and soon we're standing in front of my house again. I turn to Sandra, no more jokes. She looks at me with a straight face and says, that was beautiful. I snort, and the two of us laugh together. So when does Lady Tabitha usually show up? Sandra questions. I don't know. I try to avoid her, but Tabitha seems always to show up the minute I finish my run. And like a bad horror movie, no sooner than I finish talking, does Lady Tabitha round a nearby house. Sandra and I immediately notice the armor-clad knight. Okay, so that is a little spooky, Sandra says off to my side. Wait for it, I tell her. Sandra casts a sidelong glance at me, not understanding what I mean, almost missing what I was talking about. Tabitha and I make eye contact, and as soon as she sees me in my armor, a feral grin emerges on her passive face. Her hand flashes to her sword's handle and grips it like she's afraid it's going to run away from her. Tabitha wastes no time and starts walking quickly in our direction. I ignore the goosebumps forming on my skin and turn to Sandra. Told you. Dear gods, Sandra exclaims. I thought you were joking. You should see her when she's talking about Pakor. Is this what it was like when the goblins were charging you? Sandra asks me, nervously gripping her forearm and shaking under Tabitha's pressure as she nears us. I scoff. The village would have been destroyed if the goblins had half the presence as Tabitha. Obviously, I'm embellishing a bit, but I'm sure Sandra gets what I mean. I take it you're finally ready to start your lessons. Tabitha stops a few feet in front of us and grins at me. She barely spares Sandra a glance, entirely focused on me. I say, trying to sound more confident than I really am. That's good, Tabitha mumbles in an ominous voice. I've been getting bored waiting for you. She swings her shield off of her back, and I watch it magically fasten to her arm. Prepare yourself. Wait, does she expect us to fight here? What am I thinking? Of course she does. I clear my throat, getting her attention. I think it would be best if we take this somewhere else, I suggest. A tiny bit of sanity returns to Tabitha's eyes, and she glances around us at the homes nearby. You should be prepared to fight anywhere, but I guess we can work up to that. Do you have a spot in mind? I thought we could use the quarry outside the village. It should be nice and private there, I tell Tabitha. That's where I jeweled Pakor. I add that bit of information in, hoping mentioning her master will make her more agreeable. Tabitha's grin widens, hearing me mentioning her master. Show me where you tried to best master Pakor. You can feel the excitement radiating off her. I glance to my side at Sandra. I should make sure Tabitha's okay with her joining us, but I don't think I'll have a problem convincing her. Senior sister Tabitha, what is it? Tabitha asks, sounding annoyed that I haven't started leading her to our sparring site yet. When I had my fight with Pakor, he brought 2 people to observe us. This time I would like to bring my friend Sandra. She won't interfere with your lessons. Tabitha's features soften at the mention of her master, and for the first time she really looks at Sandra, who's standing next to me. Tabitha's judging eyes scan every inch of Sandra, scaring my friend enough she takes a step back. A mage, huh, Tabitha dryly remarks. You must have been the one using magic on the fields. Yes, that was me, Sandra meekly admits without Tabitha even doing anything to pressure her to answer. I know how Sandra must be feeling. It's hard to stand up to someone twice your level, especially when they're radiating such bloodlust. Tabitha is only 20 levels higher than me, and even I feel intimidated by her. Do you know any healing magic? Tabitha excitedly asks Sandra. I'm sorry, but I don't. Sandra hangs her head, not wanting to meet Tabitha's fevered gaze. Tabitha lets out a disappointed sigh. I should have expected as much from such a remote village. If you need to be healed, our village does have someone who can use basic healing magic, Sandra offers. Tabitha shakes her head. I've met her. I don't need healing, and certainly not from someone so unskilled as her. I was merely curious if I could have you heal Aaliyah during our training. Heal Aaliyah? Sandra asks, not understanding the meaning behind Tabitha's words. Training is much more efficient with a decent healer on hand, Tabitha tells Sandra with a sinister smile on her face. I swallow back a nervous lump in my throat. Sandra backs away from Tabitha, either ignorant of Sandra's feelings or just not caring. Tabitha continues talking like nothing is wrong. Even if you can't use healing magic, I'm sure you can be useful for something. Now, will you show me to this quarry? Tabitha turns her attention back to me. This way I motion for Tabitha to follow, happy to end this conversation. I start walking towards Master's clearing, and Sandra rushes to my side, keeping a wide berth from Tabitha. I take back everything I said, Sandra whispers to me. Glancing over my shoulder, I check to see how much space we have between Tabitha and us. I don't want to say anything if she's listening in on us. Thankfully, Tabitha is trailing behind us by a good 10 feet. I don't think she's a senses build, so as long as we whisper, she shouldn't hear us. That said, the armor-clad woman looks content to give us our space while she watches us like a hawk. Apology accepted, I whisper back to Sandra. You sure you want to do this? Sandra quietly asks me. It's a little late to back out now, I snort. Sandra moves closer to me. You don't have to worry. If anything should go wrong, I'll immediately run back to the village for help. It doesn't take long for the 3 of us to swiftly make our way to Master's clearing, and instead of seeing Master resting on his bench, as usual, he's waiting for us close to the clearing's entrance, wearing his full armor and brandishing his hammer. Master's eyes quickly fall on Tabitha as she follows us into the clearing with an excited grin on her face. She doesn't look the least bit concerned to see Master wearing his full gear. Is this the place? Tabitha asks me, scanning the clearing. Almost, I tell her, pointing further into the forest. The quarry is just up ahead. Let's go then. Tabitha eagerly starts walking through Master's clearing in the direction I pointed out. Now Sandra and I are following her deeper into the woods. I'm sure no student of Pakor would get lost in the forest when there's such an obvious trail. That her. Master follows along with us. That's her. I confirm Master's suspicions. Tabitha lures, Pakor the deathless student. Master hums thoughtfully. There's a dangerous air about her. How did Camden agree to let her live with him? She's usually stony-faced and quiet while she patrols the village. She got like this when she saw Aaliyah in her armor. Sandra informs Master. Del, do you think you're in any danger? Master asks me. I shake my head no. Tabitha may be crazy, but I don't think she would do anything to threaten my life. Pakor did order her to watch over me in the village after all, and I don't see Tabitha disobeying her master's orders. I'll be watching just in case, Master reassures me. I wonder how Master Del would stack up against Tabitha. Both of them have close to the same level, but after our fight with Pakor, I'm not sure if Master has the skills to fight someone who's trained for battle. I see a break in the trees up ahead, and soon we hear Tabitha exclaim, "This will do nicely." As soon as we leave the trees and look down into the quarry, Tabitha jumps over the ledge, and Superhero lands on the rocky ground below. The 2 of you should stay up here, I tell my 2 companions. Master hums in agreement while Sandra shouts at me, "Good luck, don't die," while I walk over to the ramp leading down into the bottom of the quarry. Tabitha watches me as I slowly make my way over until I stop 50 feet in front of her. How is this supposed to work? I ask, nervously tightening my grip on my axe. Grinning, Tabitha slowly draws her sword and takes a stance with her shield directly in front of her. I need to see what I'm working with, so let's start with some light sparring. Without asking for my opinion or stating any rules we should follow, Tabitha charges me. I wasn't expecting such a sudden charge, but I still instinctively kick backward to keep my distance from the woman. Packor barely moved during our fight, and I thought Tabitha would be the same way considering she's using a shield. The fight has just begun, and I've already misjudged my opponent. Tabitha issues a battle cry as she uses her shield as a battering ram. Dodge or meet her strike. I only have a split second to decide as she closes the distance between us. My instincts are telling me to flee, but I can't let them cloud my judgment. I won't stand a chance if I only try to avoid her. Raising my axe, I extend magic threads and prepare to meet Tabitha's charge. Her smile widens when I stop retreating and ready myself for an attack. My heart threatens to beat out of my chest as Tabitha enters my striking radius. Ah, I yell, releasing the air from my lungs and swing my axe with all my might. I'm rooted in place and I'm confident in my strength. Tabitha is rushing me, so her stance won't be solid enough to counter my strike. And just for good measure, I activate weighted strike to put more force behind my swing. Take this. My axe reverberates in my hands as it slams into Tabitha's shield. A smile forms on my face with the clean hit. Only Tabitha doesn't go flying as I predicted. My eyes dart to the ground and see she somehow switched her stance in a split second, and that isn't the worst of it. Tabitha adjusts her shield, so my axe skims across its surface. Even using magic threads, the force behind my swing empowered with weighted strike destroys my balance. I panic and try to pull my axe back, but Tabitha doesn't miss the opening I left her. My eyes track her sword as she raises it to slice at me. However, watching Tabitha raise her sword is another wrong decision. Because I was so focused on her sword and trying to fix my stance, I don't even notice her slamming her shield into my chest, sending me rolling across the quarry's floor. The strike is even more effective because she hit me when I was out of breath. Gasping, I scramble to my feet. Tabitha doesn't wait for me to catch my breath and continues her attack. I'm forced to use Flash Step to gain some distance between us, or she would have hit me a second time before I could have recovered. I see you're good at running away. Tabitha shouts as I dodge away from her sword that came mere inches away from my chest piece. I use Flash Step again to try and position myself behind Tabitha for a counterattack, but as soon as I swing my axe at her back, her stance immediately shifts again, and she brings her shield up to block me. Fuck, that's definitely a skill. Again, Tabitha uses her shield to deflect my strike, but she doesn't use it to counterattack this time. The blood drains from my face as Tabitha's sword lands on my left shoulder and slashes diagonally down my chest. The screeching sound of metal colliding stabs into my ears as Mana's skin does little to stop Tabitha's sword. I stumble backward from her strike, and thankfully Tabitha doesn't pursue me this time. Glancing down, there's a significant line carved into the front of my armor. Did she just try to cut me? Like actually cut me? With a shocked expression, I look up at Tabitha, who has a happy look on her face. Good, your armor isn't just shiny. I can swing my sword without worrying about cutting you too deep. Let's continue. Tabitha runs straight at me again like a runaway bulldozer. God's damn it. I throw my axe horizontally at the charging woman. Drawing my scimitar, I watch Tabitha gracefully jump over my flying weapon and continue her charge unperturbed by me throwing away my weapon. She's taking this too far. If I'm not careful, I'm going to get seriously injured. Let's hope my sword works better against her. Tabitha was easily deflecting my axe with her shield, and the strength behind my swings was doing more harm than good. I swing my sword at Tabitha, and like my other strikes, she quickly raises her shield to block me. But this time I don't have all my weight behind my swing, and I don't lose control of my weapon. Taking a step back and adjusting my stance, I'm able to bring my scimitar up and block her counterattack. I lock eyes with Tabitha as we push against one another with our weapons. It was an excellent decision to swap weapons. Maybe now I'll stand a chance. My lips start to rise into a grin. Why did you change weapons? Tabitha's question quickly stops my smile from forming. You switched to a weapon that uses weaker skills. Stupid choice. I don't have time to comprehend Tabitha's words before she breaks our deadlock with a flourish of her sword. Tabitha steps in and delivers 3 rapid slashes across my chest piece, one deep enough I feel it cut my clothes underneath. I'm knocked backward for the 3rd time, and our fight hasn't even been going on for 3 minutes yet. Is this really all that you have? Tabitha asks disappointingly. For just a moment, I wish it was Packor standing in front of me. I went into this fight not underestimating Tabitha and prepared to lose, but I never could have predicted our fight to be so one-sided. I'm in serious trouble. Leah, are you all right? Sandra shouts from the top of the quarry. I'm fine. I yell back, reassuring my friend, but honestly I'm not sure. Tabitha's cuts were deep, but she didn't reach my skin. I'm not sure if that was her intention or not, but I don't exactly feel like asking. You're fine, huh? Then I suppose we can continue, Tabitha dryly remarks. It looks like she's lost most of her excitement after our initial clash. I ground my teeth in frustration. Is fighting me so easy that a battle maniac like Tabitha can't even find joy in it? No, screw this. I might not be able to beat her, but I'm not so weak that I'll just roll over against her. Tabitha notices my defiant look, and her smile starts to reform. Good, Master Pakor wouldn't have accepted you as a student if you didn't at least have a spine. I bite back an angry retort and activate Flash Step twice to close the distance between us in a split second. Tabitha prefers to take the offensive, so I'll try attacking her this time. Slashing downward, I aim for the shoulder of her shield arm. Tabitha backsteps, her feet gliding across the ground, much like how Pakor moved in our fight. She raises her shield to stop my attack, so I shift my grip and try to direct my sword towards her breastplate instead. Better, Tabitha remarks, raising her sword to parry my strike. Our swords cross again, and this time I'm ready for her to. Tabitha jumps backward, using the force behind my attack to move easier. And to add insult to injury, Tabitha's sword flashes again right before she's out of range, and I feel a new cut in my armor. Tabitha stops 15 feet away from me with a cocky grin on her face. The dam inside me breaks, and I shout at the infuriating woman, "Will you stop fucking up my armor already? Will you ask the same from your future opponents?" Tabitha retorts, "I thought you said you were a blacksmith." Fixing your armor shouldn't be that hard for you. It still takes time, I hiss in frustration. Tabitha snorts at my remark, "You're the one complaining about time. You're not the one who needs to train a child from scratch before her master returns." I'm stunned by what Tabitha said. Does she consider beating the shit out of me a necessary training method, all just to save some time? Tabitha's grin widens when she sees my shocked expression. "You're the one who chose this, remember that. When did I ask for this?" I slam my hand against my breastplate and the deep cuts Tabitha left in it. "When you agreed for me to train you," Tabitha grins like a demon. "I offered you a choice," she points out. "You could have denied my offer and waited until Master came back for you. However, you choose to accept my tutelage, and now you represent me." "What?" I ask, not understanding her reasoning. "You asked me to train you," Tabitha reiterates. "The next time Master sees you, your growth will reflect on me. Master Pakor wrote about how talented you were and your future potential, but all I see are bad habits you've learned in this backwater territory. I'm 15 and not a warrior. I feel the need to defend myself, and I've been practicing sparring with a sword and other weapons for years now." Tabitha laughs like she just heard the funniest joke in the world. "And tell me, did you outlevel the people you've been sparring with? Why does that matter?" I answer Tabitha's question with another question, not wanting to mention my father's or Camden's levels to my sadistic sparring partner. "You won most of your bouts then," Tabitha presses her point. "I don't see how," I begin to say, but Tabitha cuts me off. "A rabbit can't teach a dragon how to fly," Tabitha states with a knowing look. "Unless your sparring partners were ex-military or retired monster hunters, I doubt they could have properly taught you anything more than holding your weapon correctly. You would have been stronger and faster than them with much more stamina. Unless you're pushed during training, you'll start to form bad habits. It's hard for the weak to teach the strong. I've learned a lot from others," I counter. Tabitha points her sword at me. "If you had a competent teacher, they would have told you shouldn't have practiced with so many weapons. My master didn't let me add a shield to my training regimen until sword skills reached level 75. Let me ask you, was axe skills your highest weapon skill?" Tabitha's eyes drill into me, and I reluctantly answer. "It's close, but hammer skills is my highest weapon skill." Tabitha nods her head. "I thought so. I'd call your master incompetent if it weren't." She sends a quick glance up at Master Dell before turning back to me. "You should have brought a war hammer to our fight, not an axe and a sword. But I've sparred the most with my sword and axe. Why would I use a weapon I'm not familiar with?" I find myself asking a surprisingly chatty Tabitha. I can admit she knows a lot about combat. "And yet, your hammer skills is still your highest leveled weapon skill. Why is that?" "It's because, as a blacksmith, you hold and swing a hammer more than anything else. Weapon and tool skills are by far some of the easiest skills for a person to learn. As long as you have some decent training, reaching level 50 in these skills is easy for people like us." I assume Tabitha is talking about talented individuals because reaching level 50 in a skill, even if it's tier 1, is considered impressive by village standards. Weapon and tool skills are the representation of the time you spent practicing with them and grant a natural familiarity whenever you use them. Though you say you fought more with your sword, I could tell your body was much more relaxed with an axe in your hands, Tabitha explains. "I never realized that. I know it always felt more natural to work in the forge than spar with Dad and Camden, but I didn't know that feeling came from my skills. You should not have focused on so many weapon skills, or at least kept one as your main weapon without spreading yourself so thin." Tabitha reprimands me with her sword still pointed at my chest. "And that is only the first problem I've noticed. If we are continuing, prepare yourself." Tabitha rushes at me again without any prior notice. I hastily find my footing, which I'll admit softened during Tabitha's impromptu lecture. Tabitha leads with a shield bash attack which I use Flash Step to dodge. I'm using Flash Step a lot, and it's burning through my stamina at an incredible rate, but I can't dodge Tabitha without using it. Like Pakor, Tabitha's footwork is scarily precise with no wasted movement. That said, I don't get why I can't match her. Tabitha might have a few more points in dexterity than I do, but it can't be by much. That means she has to be using a skill to move like she is, but what is it? I bring my scimitar up defensively and block 2 quick slashes from Tabitha. She's still trying to cut up my breastplate like earlier, but I'm feeling less malice behind her attacks now. Is this just her way of teaching? My sword is larger than Tabitha's, and yet I can't seem to push through her defensives. Each time I swing, Tabitha blocks with her shield and delivers a lightning-fast counterattack. And whenever she attacks, I try to block her sword with my own, but she never lets our clashes turn into strength competitions. This is nothing like my training with Camden. He'd be out of breath already. And though Dad can match my strength, he can't keep up with my movements whenever we spar. I see what Tabitha meant when she said the weak couldn't teach the strong. Dad and Camden did teach me how to hold an axe and sword, but if I compare all our sparring sessions to my fight with Pakor and now with Tabitha, I can see we might as well have been children fooling around. Every fight I've been in has had me forcing out a victory through the strength of my stats. The goblins weren't trained warriors. We ambushed the chameleon spiders as a group. I used up all my mana to blow up the bandits. Then, I did the same thing again when I encountered the Soul Eater. I haven't won a single fight through skill. Stay focused, Tabitha shouts, reminding me I'm still in a fight. She stabs her sword at my gut, and I'm forced to use Flash Step again to evade. Only as soon as I shift positions with my skill, Tabitha swings her shield at the spot I appeared and sends me flying through the air. Mana skin absorbs a lot of the impact when I hit the quarry floor, but I still groan in pain as I get up. How do you know where I'll be? I ask, hoping Tabitha will take the bait and give me a minute to catch my breath. I know my plan succeeded when Tabitha doesn't immediately appear in front of me, trying to stab me. Your footwork is terrible, Tabitha flat out tells me. You know a few basic stances, but again, you aren't used to shifting between them during combat, probably because you've never needed to. I can take one look at your feet and see whether you're going to try and attack me, shift positions, or defend. That combined with your stiff movements makes reading you a breeze. Stiff movements. I stretch every morning. How am I stiff? This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Yes, what footwork skills do you have? Tabitha asks me, having seemingly gone back into lecture mode. I know this pause in our battle won't last forever, so I touch up Mana skin and try to recoup some of my lost stamina while answering Tabitha. I have running at level 77. Is that what you're asking? At this point, I don't even care about revealing a few of my weaker skills to Tabitha. I'm not exactly winning by keeping them secret. Tabitha freezes, hearing my skill level, and her eyes go wide. What 77? I hear Sandra exclaim from the top of the quarry. I'd like to see her expression right now, but I won't take my eyes off Tabitha. I don't know when she'll resume our sparring, and I won't be caught off guard again. I see, so Master wasn't exaggerating your potential. Tabitha throws me off guard with a respectful nod. I didn't manage to pass my first level 75 skill test until I was 32 and after much hard work. For you to get a tier 1 skill to that high of a level at your age is certainly commendable. You must have put a lot of hard work into it. All of the sudden compliments from Tabitha make me start to feel a little embarrassed. I wonder what Tabitha would say if I told her meditation was higher than running and that my highest leveled skill is actually sense mana, which is tier 2. I don't know why you put so much effort into such a skill, but I can respect you for it. However, though running is a movement skill, it isn't what I was referring to. I meant skills like steady feet, quick feet, anything with feet in its name, really. I have double step and flash step, I embarrassingly reply, seeing where Tabitha is going with this. I see, is that all? It's sad to see Tabitha going from praising me back to looking disappointed. I'm sure those skills help you run long distances relatively quickly, but neither of those skills will help you in combat without significantly more training. But flash step has helped me a lot, and it's the only reason I can dodge most of your strikes, I point out to Tabitha. Flash step is a common tier 3 movement skill. It's unlocked when you cover a certain amount of distance in a certain amount of time, but it's dependent on the skill it originated from. Your skills are meant more for linear movement, so unless you unlock more movement-related skills and integrate them into flash step, I'll be able to predict where you'll appear every time you activate the skill, Tabitha explains. I've always pushed myself to go faster, but I haven't prioritized movement during my battles other than flash stepping away from enemies. Or, as Tabitha might point out, I never needed to. I have a lot to teach you, is the only thing Tabitha says further on the matter before resuming our sparring. You'd think having one of my significant flaws pointed out to me would improve my chances of winning, but now I'm stuck overanalyzing all my movements, trying to overcome my sloppy footwork. As I block a flurry of swings from Tabitha, I'm trying to move more while keeping up a reliable stance, holding a weapon I was told I shouldn't be using. Is Tabitha aware that her advice is throwing me off, or is that her diabolical plan? Now you're overthinking, Tabitha berates me, cutting yet another slice into my breastplate. At this point, I've recognized I'll have to take the thing apart and reforge the plates inside, and now I'm curious just how many cuts my new armor can take before it becomes useless. We continue to trade blows with each other for an agonizing 20 minutes, and in all that time, I never get a clean hit on her. I grazed her armor once, but her smile makes it hard to tell if she just gave me that one. Sweat is pouring down my face. My mana pool is half empty from refilling the holes in mana skin, and mentally I feel just as exhausted. My arms are trembling, holding up my scimitar. The only thing that shows my attacks weren't completely pointless is the small amount of sweat on Tabitha's forehead. Her armor is pristine, but seeing her start to show some fatigue means I put up at least a semblance of a fight. That was a good warm-up. Tabitha's demon grin doesn't even anger me anymore. "Can you continue?" she asks me in an excited voice. She's flip-flopped emotions so many times, I've given up on trying to read her and decide to take her question at face value. I want to say let's continue, but our last few clashes have been exceedingly one-sided. Shaking my head, I sheath my sword. I'm done. I tiredly collapse to my knees. "Really?" Tabitha asks, clearly disappointed. "You can't continue a bit longer." She pleads like a child asking for another cookie. "I don't think it will be very exciting for you if I do," I wheeze with a bit of sarcasm. Tabitha hums in thought. "At least you have a decent amount of stamina. You might not be well trained, but at least you lasted longer than some of my other sparring partners." I choose to take that as a compliment, while Tabitha looks like she's thinking hard about something. Where to start, she mumbles to herself. Oh gods, she just spent the last 30-something minutes putting me in my place, and she already wants to start my training. "You don't have a proper weapon with you right now, so I suppose we should start on your footwork," Tabitha ponders out loud, walking towards me. At least I can let out a sigh of relief when Tabitha sheathes her sword and moves her shield back over her shoulder. I may be tired, but the thought of figuring out how Tabitha and Pakor move as they do fills me with enough energy to get back to my feet. I'm ready to learn whatever secret skill they've been using. Tabitha stops a few feet in front of me with a serious look on her face. "I'll have to start you with the basics, just as Master Pakor did with me when he took me in as his disciple." "Okay," I grin, letting a bit of my excitement show. "You'll need to learn the skill Master Pakor has taught all of his students." "I'm ready," I confidently reply, which earns me an approving nod from Tabitha. Sandra is going to be so jealous after I master whatever skill I'm about to learn. Wait, I cast a glance up at Master Dell and Sandra, who look happy to see our sparring session is over. Is Tabitha going to teach me a new skill in front of them? I would assume a skill Pakor teaches to each of his students must be a well-kept secret shouldn't Tabitha ask them to leave. "Hold up your arms," Tabitha instructs me, not caring one bit about our onlookers. Like this, I stick my arms out to my sides, trying to follow her directions. "No, like this." Tabitha moves directly in front of me and positions my arms. "Bring this foot forward." She kicks my right shin guard. "Now move your other foot here." She taps the ground with her boot. I feel like a mannequin as Tabitha directs me into a weird full body position. How does positioning my body like this help with my footwork? "All right, that looks right." Tabitha nods at her handiwork before moving uncomfortably close to me. What is she? Tabitha takes my left arm and has me wrap it around her armored waist. She then proceeds to take my other hand into her own and my brain crashes. "Now match my feet," Tabitha instructs me, stepping forward so I need to step back. "Good, keep doing that." My body clumsily follows Tabitha's as she leads me in a slow dance. That's what she's doing, right, dancing with me. She isn't teaching me some super secret skill or anything, she's just having me dance with her. When my brain finally reboots, I stop in place. "You messed up already. We haven't even picked up the pace yet." Tabitha looks up at me with disappointment in her eyes. I pull away from Tabitha and take a few steps back. "What the hell are you doing?" I shout at her. With a puzzled look, Tabitha cocks her head to the side. "We were dancing, obviously," she answers in a matter-of-fact tone. "Do you not know what dancing is? Is this village that remote?" Tabitha's seemingly genuine questions make them that much more insulting. "I know what dancing is," I hiss. "I'm wondering why we're dancing." Oh, Tabitha has a light bulb moment. "You see, dancing together is the quickest way to earn the dancing skill." Tabitha replies like that's the answer to all my questions. It doesn't help that I hear Sandra laughing from the top of the quarry. Can't she go back to feeling concerned for me? I swallow back the anger, slowly building. Yelling won't solve anything. It's just so frustrating that Tabitha seems to have lost a few brain cells since we stopped sparring. She articulated my flaws perfectly when she was pointing a sword at me. Now she's teaching me with half answers. "And why are you teaching me to dance?" Keeping the anger out of my voice is harder than I thought. "To fix your footwork," she simply explains. "With dancing, this is the first thing Pakor taught you?" I bluntly ask, picturing a giggling Pakor messing with a young, ignorant Tabitha. As if on cue, Tabitha brightens up at the mention of her master. Of course, Master Pakor, in all his wisdom, spent our first lesson teaching me to dance. I was young and reluctant to learn such a skill, but Master took the time to explain to me why the skill is so important. Tabitha continues to sing Pakor's praise while finally giving me a decent answer. You see, what is dancing, if not a duel using our feet, Tabitha proclaims. You have to match your opponent's rhythm and predict where they're going to move. It is a beautiful form of battle that the nobility has been practicing for ages. Why do I get the feeling that's just how Pacor worded it so his battle maniac student would listen to him? Let's try again, and this time try not to mess up. Tabitha offers me her hand, to which I blush as I step forward taking her outstretched hand. Tabitha repeats the initial steps, and I quickly find myself in a slow rhythm waltz type of dance. I wasn't exactly Mr. Popular back in my past life, and the only dancing experience I have under my belt is a couple of awkward middle school dances, where I was the definition of a male wallflower. My stats allow me to keep up with Tabitha's movements, but I'm stiff and overly focusing on her feet. I feel like a fool, and it doesn't help that Sandra sounds like a cackling hyena overhead. I'm glad she finds this funny. Plus, while we're dancing, Tabitha has her battle grin plastered on her face, and I soon see why. The longer the two of us dance, the faster Tabitha's footwork speeds up, to the point I'm almost tripping over her feet. So she does treat this as a battle and is deliberately trying to trip me. It's hard enough with her being shorter than me and leading the dance, but I certainly can't match her skill. If Pacor demanded she had her sword skills at level 75 before picking up a shield, I could only imagine what level Tabitha's dancing skill must be at. For that matter, what level was Pacor's dancing skill at? Not even Tabitha's movements could compare to his. It isn't long before I'm stumbling backward after tripping over one of Tabitha's armored boots. I try to drag her down with me out of spite, but like a slippery snake, Tabitha pulls her hands free and watches as I crash to the stone floor. Is it so much to ask for an ordinary teacher? I ponder to myself as I look up at Tabitha. Again, Tabitha leans over and offers me a hand back up. She may be brutal in her training, but she's considerate in her own way, I guess. Taking her offered hand, we start over from the beginning. Again, I try to match Tabitha's footwork for as long as possible, and again I end up falling on my ass. We repeat this again, and again. And again, with me improving by a few seconds each time. Having not fully recovered after the sparring, and just like running for long periods, my stamina bar starts to drop pretty low. The fatigue of dancing continues compounding with my earlier sparring sessions' exhaustion, making getting up more and more difficult. I get a short moral boost when I feel a slight shift in my soul indicative of a new Tier 1 skill, but falling on my butt again quickly reigns in my joy. Again. I stare up at Tabitha's outstretched hand. I don't suppose you can teach me any other skill, I ask, taking Tabitha's hand, aggravating to another round of punishment. You need to work on the basics first, Tabitha tells me, sounding like a real teacher for a moment. If I tried teaching you a stronger skill, and even if you were able to learn it, that doesn't mean it would do you much good. Why? I ask, dodging one of Tabitha's feet. You lack knowledge that comes from having a good teacher, Tabitha points out to me, shifting her feet and picking up the rhythm. Hey, I try kicking her shin, but Tabitha easily shifts her legs out of the way. Do you think I don't speak the truth? Tabitha asks me, not caring that I tried to kick her. She twirls us in place and sends a glance up at Master Dell the Stone Kin, the person you called Master. He is stripped, yes, she whispers to me. I almost lose my footing then and there, but I manage to shift my hips and hop over one of Tabitha's feet. How did you? I couldn't feel much magic from him while we were walking here. Stonekin place great importance on magic, to the point they look down on anyone with little to no magic skills. Our kingdom had to order Master's armor, because the Stonekin outpost bordering Skull wouldn't accept any of his personal orders. Pacor can't use magic. I ask, surprised by Tabitha's casual revelation. Tabitha nods like it's no big deal. Master Pacor never had talent with magic, but that never stopped him from becoming great. Now it makes so much sense why Pacor had such a massive magic gem embedded in his armor. It was so that other people could charge his equipment, and he wouldn't need to worry about the enchantments running out of mana. That's good to know, but what does that have to do with my master? I asked Tabitha, oddly keeping up with her increased speed for the first time. If your master has no mana, then his people would have treated him as worthless despite any success he might have had, just as they did Master Pacor. They would not have wasted their time teaching him crucial information. Tabitha spells it out to me. I grit my teeth in anger. I know how much Master was underappreciated. Master Dell doesn't like to talk about his life before he left Truset, and I can see why if what Tabitha is saying is true. Many believe the higher the tier a skill is, the stronger it makes them. It's the job of experienced masters to dispel this rumor. Yes, the higher the tier the skill is, the more potential it has, but as I said earlier, it needs to be supported by your lower tired ones. Is that the reason why I'm having trouble leveling Precise Strike and my other skills past level 40? Is it because Blacksmithing has yet to reach level 75, or is it because my highest weapon skill is only level 61? It makes sense you need a strong foundation. That's probably why my magic skills are leveling quicker than my other skills. From tier 1 to 4, all my strongest skills are mana related after all. Then if I practice dancing night and day, I'll be able to beat you. I cockily grin at Tabitha. She chuckles, "You're welcome to try. Skill levels aren't everything." "Let me ask you a question," Master Pakor asked me when he accepted me as his student. "Who would win between two evenly leveled warriors? Both men share the same stats and are the same age. The only difference is one has spent every minute of his life swinging his sword at a practice dummy getting his sword skills level to 100, versus a man who fought in numerous battles and managed to only get his sword skills level to 75. The warrior who participated in all the battles," I confidently answer. That's obviously the answer she was looking for. Tabitha nods with a smile. "You're smarter than I was at your age. It again comes down to how you practice. You can dance 20 hours a day and eventually raise your skill level higher than mine, but it won't improve your footwork in battle by much. Just because you have a high-level skill doesn't mean you've mastered all its applications." I'll have to seriously consider that as I move forward with my training. I started off hating this day being looked down on by Tabitha, but she's not as bad as I thought. She's not much company outside training and combat, but you had to respect her knowledge and skill on the subject. I may be tired, but I finally see the reward dangling in front of me. It's at this point Tabitha trips me again, and I end up on my ass. "If you continue this training, you'll at least be able to put up a fight eventually," Tabitha reassures me, offering her hand again. I want to reach out and continue our training, but I need a quick rest. "Can I just sit here for 20 minutes, I ask. "If you must," Tabitha calmly replies, pulling back her hand. Her excited grin disappears and is once again replaced by her passive stare. I turn away from her, not wanting to be reminded that she's just standing there waiting for me to catch my breath. Using this short break, I plan out the rest of my day and how I'll proceed in the near future. I'll need to leave my armor at Dell's, so Mom and Dad aren't worried when I get home. Plus, I should stop by Anastasia's and have her do a quick touch-up. I wasn't seriously injured today, but my ass is sore, and I'm sure I'll have a few bruises from my earlier sparring. That's what I need to do in the short term, but more importantly, I need to reconfigure my schedule to fit in training sessions with Tabitha. She's shown just how much I lack in my fighting skills, and fixing those problems is just as important as my other skills. I need to spar with Tabitha, work on my forging, finish deciphering the engraving ink recipe, all while finding time to practice my mana skills and spending the limited time I have with my family. But I'm not sure if there's enough time in my schedule for all of that, and how am I going to tell Tabitha I won't be able to spar with her as much as she wants? Turning my head slightly, I glance at Tabitha out of the corner of my eye. She's still watching my every move with her stony expression. I'll break the bad news to her later. No reason to make her mad when we still have hours left in our training. Why does it feel like life is becoming busier? Oh well, life moves on. The only thing I can do is continue to do my best. I'll make mistakes, but I'll learn from them. That's life. You know your stitches should be one continuous line, right? They shouldn't zigzag all over the place like that. Sandra makes fun of my needlework. It gives it character, I point out. That's a whole lot of character, she jokes, and I can't help but laugh along with her. Don't you think it's time to make a new one? You may be right, I agree, looking over my breastplate. Poor thing only made it a few months too. It's been 3 weeks since I started my training sessions with Tabitha, and this is the 4th time I've had to fix it. My beautiful leather-studded Kagos breastplate looks nothing like it did when I first made it. The leather is more seams than leather at this point, and the Kagos plates are smaller than when I originally made them from all the reforging. The alloy has also lost a bit of its mana conductivity. I think microscopic amounts of mithril are being eroded when I reforge the metal. And if that's true, I'll have to keep an eye out to see if the mithril fragments bind with my tools and mess up their mana structures. It might seem like a good idea to mix some mithril into my anvil and hammer, but mithril is a soft metal, and the last thing I would want mixed in with my tools. I've discussed this problem with Master Dell, and unfortunately, he has no ideas on how to remedy the situation. Master rarely got to work with magic metals, let alone find a situation where he needed to recycle them. Depending on how intense our sparring sessions are, I can usually get away with just heating the plates and hammering the cuts out, but not all the time. I had to remelt the plates and reforge them from scratch after that fateful first sparring session and again the following week. At least Tabitha limits her attacks to my chest piece, or else I'd have to reforge all my armor. I'm sure my breastplate could be made to look decent again, but that would require me asking my mother for help, and I'm still downplaying my sparring sessions with Tabitha to my parents. Soon I'll need to experiment by adding more mithril to the plates in hopes of restoring their previous magic conductivity. If I can't, I might have to just deal with the weaker armor, seeing how I'm out of Kagos. I've used up my whole supply, and all that remains is what I have set aside for the arrows I still need to make. Over the past few weeks, I've been busy and crafted another 9 spears and 10 swords, giving me an even 40 of each to sell after the new year. In fact, I finished my Kagos weapons 2 weeks ago and have been focusing on the village's gear since then. I added another 12 bucklers to the village's armory and a whopping 48 helmets. Now the village has 20 small shields, 60 helmets, and over 100 spears. Should something happen to the village in the future, I'm much more confident everyone could protect themselves. That is, as long as it's an everyday threat like goblins or farkas. Casting a glance over towards Master on his bench, I make eye contact with the woman in armor sitting across from him. Tabitha's blank face lights up for a moment before pouting in disappointment when I shake my head no and look away. Go somewhere else. It isn't one of your days to spar with her. I hear Master growl in frustration while he pretends to be asleep. Then why don't we go another round? Tabitha excitingly suggests to Master. Never again. Del huffs and rolls on his side, facing away from Tabitha. All these people in my clearing. Come on. Tabitha leans closer to a grumpy Del. Just a quick match. I'll even go easy on you this time. Children these days, no respect for their elders. Master continues to grumble and ignore Tabitha. Doesn't she want to fight you because she respects you? Sandra points out to Del, seeing an excellent time to butt in. I add the icing on the cake. You know Sandra's right. Del sits up with flames in his eyes. Now the two of you are against me. Where's your loyalty gone? Sandra and I start laughing in response to Del's reaction. This isn't the first time he's got mad like this. Tabitha started showing up in the clearing on the days we weren't scheduled to train, and now she's dug herself in like a tick. Early on, Master Del took on Tabitha's offer to spar with one another, hoping to get her to leave, but his plan backfired horribly. The fight was both fantastic and boring at the same time. Tabitha tried blocking Master with her shield much as she did with me during our initial clash. Only Master's 420 points of strength weren't so easily deflected, and Master sent Tabitha flying. By that point, I had already fought Tabitha twice, and I'll admit I took some pleasure in seeing the armor-clad woman finally take a decent hit. Unfortunately, I only got to see it once. After taking Master's initial blow, Tabitha made sure to dance around his following attacks, choosing to avoid his strikes altogether and delivering swift counterattacks until Master had to throw in the towel. Master has plenty of dexterity as I do, but also like me, he had virtually no fighting experience against a trained opponent. Since Master's lost to Tabitha, she's proposed several rematches, all of which Master has declined. But like a stubborn mule, Tabitha continues to ask him, hoping he'll eventually say yes. But other than asking Master Del and me to fight her, Tabitha has been a surprisingly good house guest. She's quiet 90% of the time and doesn't interfere in our work unless we give her our attention. Every so often, Tabitha comments that I should spend more time practicing my combat skills, but that doesn't bother me anymore. My family comes first, then blacksmithing, then spending time with Sandra, and all the extra time I can spare goes to Tabitha and her crazy dance lessons. That's why I've made sure to keep my 2 days off with my family intact and just cram the other 5 days with everything I need to do. 2 days of rest, 2 days of blacksmithing, 2 days of sparring, and 1 day to research engraving ink. I've been running myself ragged, and if it wasn't for everyone helping me, I might have snapped. For the last 3 weeks, every morning has started the same. I get up and do my usual run with Mom, only now we spend some time dancing afterward. Mom was happy to pick up another new skill, even if she'll probably never need it. But hey, who doesn't love more experience points? And unlike my sessions with Tabitha, dancing with Mom is much more fun and relaxing. Both of us don't have our skills at that high of a level yet, so we don't do anything crazy, but it sure is fun to dance with someone not trying to trip you every second. And on rare occasions, I catch Dad before he goes to work, and I get the chance to dance with someone taller than me for a change. I was skeptical whether or not practicing dancing would really help me with Tabitha's sparring sessions, but I have to admit, I sure was happy when I started noticing small changes in my overall footwork. My dancing sessions with Tabitha now last twice as long and see me falling on my ass a lot less. Tabitha even gives me the odd praise here and there, complimenting my rate of improvement, and my footwork isn't the only thing that's seen improvement either. Tabitha has made me leave all my other weapons at home and has demanded I only carry my warhammer with me. I'm still not able to hit her, but since Tabitha had me focus on a single weapon, I've noticed a slight improvement in my blacksmithing. Ready to help me, Sandra snarkily asks me behind her cloth mask. Yeah, I'm done, I tell her, setting my freshly mended breastplate off to the side. Today's supposed to be our day to work on the engraving ink together. Not me doing all the work while you badly sew off to the side, she snaps. Harsh, I reel back, acting like I'm offended. Sorry, mood swing. Sandra quickly apologies, rubbing her stomach affectionately. Sandra is almost into her second trimester now, and her vitality glow is almost blinding. Her loose clothing hides her barely protruding baby bump, but that doesn't stop Sandra's and my mom from demanding she shows them her progress every time they see her. Soon-to-be grandparents are scary. It's fine, I give Sandra a reassuring smile. I'm already used to Sandra joking with me 1 minute and trying to tear my head off the next. At this point, I just find it funny and laugh it off. Though sometimes I get the feeling she's angry at me for other reasons, but for the life of me, I can't think of a reason she would be and chalk it up to my imagination. Sure, I smile to myself as I get the forge going. Sandra's really taken to researching engraving ink. It's gotten to the point she had me construct a small stove off to the side so she can practice making engraving ink while I'm forging. Sandra has a passion for all things magic and has already convinced her father to purchase the materials needed for Master Dell to create her own engraving pen when trade resumes in a month or so. A very hormonal Sandra hounded poor Master until he agreed to make her a pen as he did for me. I hope Master doesn't find out I'm the one who told Sandra she needed to ask him because I was unfamiliar with the process. It isn't because I was lazy or anything like that, it's just that I'm pretty busy, and I'm not sure if I'll still be around by the time Sandra gets the materials she needs. That's undoubtedly why I did it, and certainly not because it was funny to watch Sandra hound Master until he reluctantly caved in, certainly not. I hold in my laughter as I build up the fire we need. I bet most of Sandra's excitement comes from the fact a contract doesn't restrict everything we're learning about engraving ink. It would probably take over a decade for Sandra and Richard to save up enough coin to buy herself out of her master's restraining contract. Still, if she can learn to enchant items alongside me, that time will be drastically reduced. Her crazy amount of motivation is the driving force behind our success. Sandra thinks we're close to figuring out the fourth step, and after we succeed, we'll only have the fifth one left. I glance over at Sandra, who's preparing the next batch of engraving ink. Her smile is hidden behind her mask, but you can tell how excited she is by looking at the fire in her eyes. As Sandra's eyes reflect the growing flame in the forge, I decide I should take this time to check my status page. I've been so busy as of late, I haven't taken the time to browse over my recent gains. LV 73, total experience gained, 318,799 exp. A manic grin forms across my face when I see how much progress I've made. My goal was to hit level 74 by year's end, and it looks like that's almost guaranteed at this point. There's one more month left in the year, and even if I don't level a single skill and just continue my crafting, I'll easily reach level 74. But I'll admit, I didn't expect to see such spontaneous growth after I started practicing with Tabitha. Focusing solely on my hammer-related skills, I've finally managed to pass level 40 in weighted strike and spurred the growth of many other skills. My most used skills have all felt some sort of growth, with a few seeing exceptional improvements. I've grown more used to using magic threads in my everyday life, and combined with the skill levels I gained in air walk and dancing, I'm much more nimble on my feet now. Plus, every other night, I go into my soul and practice soul manipulation along with mental resistance. I wonder if it's the pressure of leaving my village that's furthering my growth, or maybe it's having a seasoned training partner like Tabitha that's helping me. Either way, I realize I'm still not strong enough yet. I still haven't managed to land a hit on Tabitha, and Pacor's strength is an even greater enigma. I can't let my recent success go to my head. Is it ready? Sandra asks me, holding a beaker of prepared herbs. Ready when you are, I give her the go-ahead, dismissing my status page. I don't know what it is, but as Sandra uses the tongs to place the beaker into the forge, I get the feeling that today is the day we finally decipher engraving ink's fourth step. Today is the day we succeed, I know it. A certain receptionist's point of view, your manifest. I hold out my hand, giving the young merchant a dazzling smile. Right here, ma'am. The young man fumbles over a piece of parchment, clearly dazed by my smile. It's incredible how good looks effortlessly sway some people. Blushing, the merchant stutters out a reply. We ran into a small goblin pack in between villages, but my guard and I took care of them, the young man proudly proclaims. Flexes one of his arms, showing off his less than toned muscles. But I shouldn't expect much from a level 37 traveling merchant. The boy is still green enough that he isn't aware of my status here. He's probably one of the new hires Gray picked up to temporarily fill in the open positions while the company is divided. Blaton, Illels, and the Earl's Keep fell weeks ago, and there's been little communication from Javanni. I hope the boss is okay, I mumble to myself. What was that? The young merchant leans forward, thinking I was talking to him. Nothing, sweetie, I playfully push against his chest as to keep him from leaning over the counter. I was just remarking what a wonderful job you did. The young man is so captivated by my smile that he overlooks my hand, blurring over his document, stamping it as required, or when my eyes scan the document, double-checking the math in my head. Everything appears to be in order, and it doesn't appear he fudged a single copper in his report. Just another sign he's new to the game. Do you know where to receive your pay? I ask the still star-struck man, holding out his pay stub. He stammers, taking the offered piece of paper. I patiently wait for the boy to gather up his courage and ask what all the new hires ask me. This is my first big payday. He motions to his pay stub with his eyes. Would you care to celebrate with me tonight, my treat? I give the young man another radiant smile, if only to keep myself from laughing. The young man just got back from his first route, and just because he was paid a little more than a single gold coin, he believes he did a good job. Once he starts drinking later, I'm sure he'll brag about his accomplishments to anyone who will listen. then he'll learn from his seniors that returning from a route earning less than 3 gold coins for your work is only considered sad. Sorry, maybe next time. I smile politely, letting the boy down easily. I'm sure he'll hear stories of me tonight as well. Oh, the young merchant hangs his head in defeat. Then I'll see you around, miss. I don't think I caught your name. He rubs the back of his head embarrassingly. I hold a finger up to my lips. It's a secret. Let me know if you figure it out. I playfully wink at him and his hope is rekindled. I will, he happily proclaims, waving goodbye to me. No, you won't, I say to myself as he leaves through the building's front door. With that taken care of, I turn around in my chair and address the girl who's been patiently waiting for me to finish talking to the budding merchant. News from Blaton, head receptionist. The girl bows her head, offering me the letter with both hands. She curtly nods and scampers off while I open the letter that has the boss's seal on it. I promptly scan through the letter that looks like a simple update on the surface. The letter mentions how boss Javanni has successfully brokered a deal with Skull and that soon the branches can be linked up again, an essential update, but that's only the surface message. Using a code only I know, I read the message that is secretly hidden in the text. Hacker agrees now is the time to remove Gray. Leave no loose ends and make sure he suffers. Short and sweet, just like the boss. I activate twin minds and think to myself, Javanni has permitted you to take care of Gray. All right, I'll start making preparations. A voice similar to my own echoes back in my head. Does he suspect anything? I'm not sure, I think to myself. I need to report that Javanni's message arrived, and I'll see his reaction to the news. Be careful, the voice in my head warns me. Of course, I reassure it. Straightening up my workstation, I turn to the other receptionist working with me. I have to deliver an important message to Mr. Gray. Does he have any appointments at the moment? My coworker shifts a few papers around before shaking her head no. It looks like Mr. Gray cleared his schedule for today, she informs me. Is that so? That's good news for me, I giggle, but on the inside, I'm on high alert. I heard nothing about Gray clearing his schedule, and if the information never naturally made it to my ears, it means he took steps to hide it from me. I grab the letter from Javanni and head up to Gray's office to see his reaction to its contents. The cipher I've memorized is incredibly complicated, and there's no worry that Gray or his associates could unravel it, so I have no fear of leaving it with him. Besides, Gray would think it more suspicious if I didn't show him the note from Javanni. As I make my way up the last flight of stairs leading to Gray's office, I notice it's quieter than usual. I can still hear staff members talking to one another, but it's muted for some reason, like the offices nearby are emptier than usual. There might be something going on. I communicate through twin minds. What is it? I'm asked back. I'm not sure, I reply. Retreat for now, the voice in my head demands. I'm fine. I try communicating my feelings through the link. I have the defensive treasures you gave me. At the first sign of trouble, I'll activate them and escape. Always so paranoid, I playfully admonish the voice in my head. I come to the hallway leading to Mr. Gray's office and see his office doors are closed. Sneaking up to the doors, I try to listen in on any conversations that might be taking place on the other side. I hear nothing, but I use my meager magic skills to activate my defensive rings should this really be a trap of some kind. Great, now I'm paranoid too. For all his cunning, Gray wouldn't risk burning all his bridges by attacking me. I bring my hand up to knock on the door. One's point of view, a loud explosion rips through Dre as my connection with my sister abruptly cuts off. Lizzie, I scream as I emerge from my hiding place. Leaving the shadows of the alleyway behind me, I activate every one of my movement skills and rush across the branch's front lawn. Fragments of charred stone and still burning wood are scattered everywhere. People are lying on the ground, dazed from the explosion that just tore a giant hole in the building. Where once was Gray's office is now a raging inferno. The world slows as a vast pit forms in my stomach. I activate a magic ring meant to protect me from flame spells and quickly scale the building. Holding my breath, I dive into the flames, searching the wreckage for my sister, telling myself she must have activated her defensive magic tools before she entered the office. I overturn flaming rubble again and again, looking for any signs of her. My sharp eyes pick out the fragments of an alchemical bomb as I search the remains of the room. Gray, you bastard, I don't know how you knew to run, but I'll enjoy torturing you to find out. And God's help you if you killed my sister. I'll make your death so gruesome it will even frighten the goddess Ebion. Struggling to hold back my rage, I scour every inch of the blast site for any signs of my twin sister. I'm about to give up hope when I see one of Gray's doors leaning over the remains of a nearby wall. Rushing over, I fling the door to the side and see my sister's charred remains underneath. We're identical twins and have always looked alike despite the scars I've gotten from my line of work, but my sister is almost unrecognizable. Most of her hair was burnt away by the blast, and I'd estimate over 90 of her body is burned. Her only defining feature that lets me know that it's her are the 2 magic rings on her left hand that I gifted her years ago. I scoop my sister up in my arms and jump out of the burning hole in the wall. People shout as my robed form crashes to the ground below, but I ignore them as I fish my best healing potion out of my satchel. It's faint, but her heart is still beating. Uncorking the healing potion, I take a large swig of the bitter brew and force it down my sister's throat with my lips. I don't waste any time waiting to see if my potion starts working. Picking up my sister again, I rush out of Silverherd's courtyard, heading towards the best healer remaining in the city. Pushing my body to its limits, I don't slow down for anything. I don't have time to be stealthy, so dozens spot me as I weave myself through busy streets and run across rooftops when needed. Don't die on me, Elizabeth. I keep repeating over and over, hoping my sister will regain consciousness. It's only been 7 minutes since the explosion, and the fire bells finally start ringing in the distance. Once one bell starts ringing, the entire city comes alive. Soldiers are signaled to take up their positions on the wall as emergency bells meant to warn people to return to their homes start going off around the city. Damn you, Gray, I hiss through my teeth. I can't believe he would resort to an alchemical bomb in the city. I can see him retaliating against Javanni, but this is overkill. Skull won't show mercy after such a stunt. I only hope he evades their capture long enough for me to find him. Leonard Gray's point of view, it appears our parting gift was found, I remarked to Max, glancing back at Dre in the distance. I'd say so, Max dryly agrees. It's faint, but I can hear the sirens going off in the distance. Do you think we got that number, bitch? I smile at Max. I instructed everyone that you weren't to be disturbed unless it was important, so chances are she's the one who set off the bomb. Only the head receptionist isn't afraid to interrupt you. But do you think she's dead? I clarify my question. I'm not sure, Max admits. If she were really one like the evidence suggested, then I'd say there's a 6,040 chance she's dead. Only 60, I shout. That was a fucking alchemical bomb I had you prepare. You asked for my opinion, Max calmly tells me while leading our two Jellin forward. We're talking about Javanni's top agent after all. It took us 4 years to put her identity together, and even longer until she was assigned to our branch. Even now, I'm not 100% certain she was one in the first place. I snort at my bodyguard. It doesn't matter if she was one or not. That blasted woman reported my every move to Javanni and got what she deserved. I grin from ear to ear. Let's pick up the pace. I want to reach Red Dust Mountain before nightfall. Are you sure your information is accurate? Max asks me with a worried look. I can't help but laugh at my companion. He didn't hesitate to get me an alchemical bomb, but he's worried we'll get lost in some old caves. I have the map right here. I pat my pocket, reassuring my friend. And the route leads through Red Dust Mountain, Max skeptically asks. My people found this map when we took over the operations in T-Burn. Back when Red Dust Mountain was still known as Iron Pit Mountain, the city had much stricter tax codes. The city lord taxed everything that moved through its gates. It was fine when it was mostly iron being shipped from city to city, but what about when the miners discovered a rare metal sample or even a vein of magic gems? Moving it through T-Burn meant you'd lose a good chunk of your profits. So one day, the various mining crews got together and found a single route through the various caves in the mountain. The existence of this path has been lost to time, but if we follow this map, we'll be able to bypass the blockade around T-Burn. And once we're back in Olbert, we can use the various information we have on Pakor and General Pitts to secure us a new start further in the country. And even better, after we tell everyone how Javanni rolled over to help Skull, he'll never be able to reach us. What about Aaliyah, sir? Max asks me. That silly girl is already bound to me, I laugh. She'll have to seek me out herself if she wants to get anywhere in life. In worst case scenario, she's killed when Javanni realizes he can't use her. I'm hoping we can get some more use out of her before then, but it isn't that big of a deal if she dies. With all the coin we brought with us, starting a new business or joining one of the big merchant companies is only a matter of time. Javanni thought he was so smart placing his spies around me, but he never considered I might have people in Blaton as well. As soon as I heard he meet with Pakor, I could tell he would make his move sooner rather than later. The boy needs another few decades before he can outmaneuver me, I hardly boast. Once we're on the other side of those mountains, we've won, I happily proclaim. I've finally beaten Javanni. Now all that's left is to destroy everything he cares about. My only regret is I can't see his face when he learns that he's lost. One's point of view, I told you, I can't heal someone that has been burned to this degree. The doctor stresses to me, recoiling in fear. And I told you, I hiss, not hiding my natural voice. If my sister dies, you'll be meeting Ebion with her. Now start healing. The doctor stumbles around his operating table, face scrunching up in despair the more he looks over my charred sister. The doctor sends a worried glance over to his hired guard in the corner, but I only need to turn in the man's direction for him to hang his head submissively. Good, so he can sense the difference in our abilities. If he tried anything stupid at the moment, I wouldn't hesitate to slit his throat. Seeing how his hired help isn't going to be stepping in to save him, the doctor starts casting his magic. The doctor starts with a body-scanning spell, and after a few seconds his face drains of color. What is it? I demand, knowing the news isn't good. The doctor nervously swallows, keeping his head lowered as not to look at my hooded face. 92 of her body is burned as well as her esophagus and the inside of her lungs. She has multiple broken and fractured bones from a blast of some kind, and her organs are failing. The doctor pauses to swallow back another lump in his throat nervously. I don't see how she's alive right now, he admits in a low voice. I look at Lizzie's hand, the one part of her body that isn't severely burned. The magic rings I gifted to her are dried up, meaning she must have had them activated when the alchemical bomb went off. I gave her a healing tonic a few minutes ago, but that doesn't matter. Start healing her. There's no way I can save. Start healing now. I move my hand to the large knife I keep at my side. Yes, ma'am, the doctor yelps, placing his hands over my sister. He mumbles a quick spell, and a soft white light starts emitting from his hands. The doctor keeps one hand over Elizabeth's heart while he periodically shifts the other one over her other vital organs. I lean over and grasp my sister's hand, giving it an encouraging squeeze. You're going to be fine, I quietly mumble to myself. You're strong. The two of us have been through worse together. I'm glad my cloak is hiding the tears streaming down my face. I gently pull my arm back and straighten myself up. When you wake up, I'll have Gray's head on a platter for you, I declare to my comatose sister. You're leaving? The doctor asks in astonishment, a bit of hope appearing in his eyes. I'll be back soon. I crush his dreams before he gets any ideas of running. If my sister isn't alive when I return, or I come back to see you've bolted, I'll skin you alive when I catch you. That goes for you too, I warn the doctor's bodyguard. If you let him leave my sister's side, you'll share in his fate. The bodyguard quickly nods his head in understanding, but the doctor starts whining. I told you this is beyond my abilities. He starts to tear up. I don't have anywhere near the amount of mana required to heal such injuries. I ball my hands into fists at my sides, but no matter how much I want to throttle the man, I need him to keep my sister alive. Taking a step closer to the doctor, I reach into my side satchel and grab the spherical vial within. The doctor flinches away from me when I pull the vial out and set it on the operating table next to my motionless sister. What is that? He hesitantly asks me. My best mana recovery tonic, I flatly tell him. I'll bring over more healers after I find the man who did this to my sister. You don't stop healing her for anything, understand? I understand, the doctor squeaks out in a frightened voice. You better, I turn away, leaving after one last veiled threat. Pushing open the door to the doctor's shop, I rush out into the street and immediately dash towards the nearest alleyway. Sirens are still going off around the city, and people are rushing back to their homes. In half an hour, the streets will be deserted, and it'll be much harder to move around. Activating my many stealth skills, I blend into the alley's shadows and start making for my first target. No one so much as spots my figure as I slip through the dark backstreets of Dre. My target is a man named Thomas, who is one of Gray's closest aides. Elizabeth identified Thomas as one of the people who helped slip information between Gray and his other supporters. If Thomas doesn't know anything about the alchemical bomb or Gray's location, he certainly knows someone who does. Start checking alleyways. I hear someone command from a nearby street. Scaling a nearby wall, I move to the rooftops. Looking over the edge, I spot a man in Skull armor issuing orders to Dre's guardsmen. Arrest anyone suspicious. Damn, since Skull took over the city, it's been a lot harder to move undetected. Skull has been taking their rule of the city very seriously, and the guard patrols have more than doubled since their takeover. The standard guards are still nothing I need to worry about, but the same can't be said about Skull's new squad commanders. The average level of a guard is only between 40 and 45, practically harmless in my eyes. However, Skull inserted a few of its military leaders into the watch to oversee its operations, and each of them sports a fancy feather to show they mean business. Depending on their stat distribution, they might notice my movements or even be able to best me in combat. And with the city going into lockdown, the chances of me running into one of those unit commanders raises exponentially. But that won't stop me. Ducking out of sight, I make my way closer to Thomas's house. Luckily, I've previously scouted out the area around my target's house. He was meant to be captured around the same time Gray was eliminated. I slide down a building's shingles, grab a protruding board, and swing myself gracefully down into an alley behind Thomas's house. First, I position myself so that I won't be easily seen should someone glance down the alley. Then, I activate far hearing while I listen for any movement in the building. I can hear muffled noises from a room on the second floor, which is all I need to hear before I go through with my plan. Bending down, I flick a small latch on the side of my boots. 3 small spikes protrude from the front of my shoes while I slip on some climbing claws. The small metal spikes and claws help me silently grip the wood and stone walls of the home. If I were scaling the house merely to get over it, I wouldn't need to use such tools. However, now is the time to be silent. I pick a window on the second floor and start my silent climbing. Inch by inch, I crawl up the vertical surface without so much as a beam creaking under my weight. When I reach the window, I peek into the room to confirm nobody's inside. The voices are louder, but a few walls still divide me from them. With the coast clear, I pull out a smaller knife and jimmy open the small hook lock that was securing the window shut. Easy, I think to myself as I slowly lift the window open. Silent steps keeps my boots from making any noise as I swing myself into the unoccupied room. With just a bed and a night table, I figure this has to be an unused guest bedroom. Now that I'm in the house, I can make out the mumbling more clearly. 3 men are talking in the loft nearby. What are we going to do? A panicked male voice repeats over and over. Shut up, you're not helping. I recognize Thomas's voice. And you are, a third snaps. We just have to be patient. Thomas sounds like he's trying to calm down the other 2 voices. Gray told us to wait for instructions. He blew up the office. The first voice hysterically reminds everyone. I draw my knife as I get closer to the arguing trio. Why would he possibly do that? Jack has a point. The third person agrees with his friend. I don't think Gray would stay in the city after that, let alone send for us. Are you forgetting about how he warned us beforehand? Why would he do that unless he was looking out for us? Thomas points out to the other 2. Did you know Gray was going to blow up the building? The third man questions Thomas in an accusing voice. I find myself tightening the grip on my dagger, wondering the same thing. If this asshole knew people would die and didn't say anything, I'm going to make him wish he was never born. You think I would have gone to work today if I knew what was going to happen? I got the same notice both of you did, to quietly leave early. Thomas defends himself. I heard the head receptionist died in the blast, Jack quietly remarks. I have to physically hold myself back from rushing into the room and killing the 3 of them for mentioning my sister. She was spying on all of us, Thomas huffs. She got what she deserved. As will the 3 of you. I step around the corner, unable to listen any longer. What the? Thomas shouts upon seeing me appear in his house. Jack backs away in fear while the third man leaps for the stairs. Did I say you can leave? I change my voice to sound like a little girl, throwing my dagger, spearing the man in his lower left leg. Ah! He falls to the ground screaming in pain. I ignore the wailing man on the floor and focus on Thomas. What did you say about the head receptionist? I switch my voice to that of an old man. I believe you forgot who you work for. New number. Jack stammers at my cloaked appearance. Fuck, Thomas curses, realizing who I am. Fuck indeed. I take a step closer to Thomas. I'll give you one chance to tell me where Gray is. I don't know, he stammers out. That isn't the answer I was looking for, I say, mimicking Thomas's voice. Drawing one of my magic daggers, I flash step next to Thomas, and with one swing of my blade, I lop off his left hand. Thomas's hand hits the floor with a soft thud while Thomas immediately falls to his knees, clutching the stump where his hand used to be. The blade of my dagger is enchanted to be incredibly hot, so there's little blood. I've learned over the years that it's hard to torture someone when you have to worry about them bleeding out. Care to try again? I level my blade to his throat. I don't know anything, Thomas sobs out, shivering in pain and adrenaline. Thomas, I shake my head disappointingly. I have a lie detection skill, and it's quite a high level at that. You should be more careful with your words now I know you know something. I lean over and with a flick of my wrist, I flay a section of Thomas's good arm. His screams reverberate throughout the house. I'll need to gag him moving forward. Let's try this again, I say, standing over Thomas. Tell me everything you know about Gray's movements, and I might kill you quickly. Thomas groans and tries begging with his eyes, but his pleas don't move me in the slightest. He and the other 2 made their choice when they sided with Gray rather than boss Javanni. As far as I'm concerned, they helped injure my sister. None of them will leave this building alive. What a waste of time, I hiss through my teeth, my frustration mounting as I make my way towards my next target. Thomas and his friends knew surprisingly little of Gray's plans. Even as they begged for their lives, the 3 couldn't even guess where Gray was hiding. And considering Thomas was one of Gray's more important aides and knew the most about his movements, I can't help but feel if he didn't know anything, chances are Gray's other accomplices won't either. Is this Gray's plan? Is that the reason he gave a warning to all his people? I waste all my time hunting down his men while Gray makes a break for it. My instincts are telling me he has already left the city, and if that's true, every second I waste on his underlings, Gray gets that much further out of my reach. But what do? Should I make for my contacts at the gates or continue hunting down Gray's men? If I make the wrong decision, it will cost me precious time. I rack my brain for the correct answer. I can't help but bring my hand up to my chest. It's times like this I would use our unique skill to communicate with my sister. She was always good with dilemmas like this. Elizabeth was the calm, calculating one, while I was the monster sent to collect blood. Elizabeth was my eyes and ears, always collecting me the information I needed. Since the explosion, I've been trying to reestablish our link, hoping to hear my sister's voice in my head again. Sadly, I only hear my own dark thoughts. What would Elizabeth tell me to do in this situation? She'd tell me to go with my gut or point out why my thinking is wrong. I should head to the gates then, I tell myself. But which gate would Gray be more likely to use? The northern gate would take Gray towards the endless forest, which makes no sense. Gray could be heading to Aaliyah's village, hoping to use her as a hostage, but she has Pacor's student guarding her. No, if Gray were fleeing the city, he'd leave through the southern gate leading to T-Burn or the eastern gate towards Blaton. Doesn't make sense for him to head to Blaton, though. He couldn't possibly hope to pass by the city without drawing Javanni's attention. Gray's bodyguard may be strong, but he couldn't stand up to two numbers at once. It would be suicide. That only leaves the southern gate towards T-Burn, I exclaim, changing direction. But how is Gray planning to get through T-Burn? Skull has the entire stretch of land between Fort North Ridge and Red Dust Mountain under heavy guard. And once word makes its way to Lord Bullock about how Gray crippled an essential link in his supply chain, Gray will be on every Skull soldier's shit list by tomorrow morning. No matter how I look at it, I can't see how Gray plans to get out of this alive. However, that makes Gray's actions all that more concerning. He's been biding his time for years, and now he tries to run when he's essentially boxed in. Gray is no fool, which means he has to have a way to get through the T-Burn blockade without being noticed. I need to hurry. It takes me a few minutes to cross the city without being seen by the guards, but soon the southern gate is towering over me. Let's see who's working today. I have multiple contacts in the guard that I can call on for information. The only trick is meeting with them without being spotted by the others. Skull is much better at managing their guards' routes, and it's virtually impossible to know where one guard will be stationed any one day of the week. It's supposed to limit the possibility of guards taking bribes, but if I don't know anyone at the gate, I'll just have to wait until a shift change and abduct the guard that switches out. I let out a sigh of relief when I noticed the commander running the southern gate is actually one of my long-time informants. It was a stroke of luck when Packer promoted him. Hiding in the wall's massive shadow, I mimic a common bird call but put a slight spin on the ending. Maz's body goes rigid when he hears my signal, and not so subtly starts scanning each shadow around him like I'm going to pop out at any minute. I reproduce the bird call one more time, and this time his head snaps in my direction. Maz gives a few simple orders to guards under him before he starts walking in my direction. I wait until he's out of sight of everybody before fully revealing my location. Gods, Maz exclaims, bringing his hand up to his armored chest when I finally pop out of the shadows next to him. Must you do that every time? I'd usually ask about anything that's changed in the guard recently, but time is of the essence. Has Leonard Gray passed through this gate recently? I ask in a young boy's voice. Maz is taken back when I skip over our regular introductions, but he quickly realizes what I'm asking must be important. You're talking about the branch manager of Silver Herd, right? He did pass through this gate. Maz confirms my suspicions. What direction did he go in? I pressure Maz. Last I saw, he and his bodyguard were riding Jellens towards T-Burn. Maz quickly answers, taking a step back from me. Slow down, Maz raises his hands in a pleading gesture. What's going on? I don't have time for this, I accidentally say in my real voice. You hear the alarms, I ask him. They're kind of hard to miss, he jokes. They're because of Gray, I snap, sounding like an old lady. Maz's eyes widen in surprise. Fuck, really? Maz looks at the wall, staring in the direction Gray would have traveled. You might be too late, he tells me. Why, I hiss. Gray did come through this gate, Maz says in an awkward tone, but it wasn't recently. Gray passed through our gate hours ago. Said he was off to oversee an inspection at the T-Burn branch. How many hours? I grab his vest. About 3.5, Maz informs me with a sad look on his face. A 3.5-hour head start on Jellens. Even if I replaced my blood with stamina tonics, it would be impossible for me to catch up with them. How did my sister not notice them leave the building? I feel my blood start to boil as reality starts to sink in. I can't get revenge for my sister like I promised. If I track Gray, I'll have to leave my sister behind, and she'll surely die. Anytime, Maz tries to sound comforting, but I can hear the fear in his voice. There's only one thing I can do now: contact Javanni. I make my way along the wall until I'm closer to the eastern gate. I find a dark alleyway and pull out my communication device. Pouring my mana into the communication magic tool, it isn't long until a connection is established. Boss and I exchange our code phrases before he cheerfully asks me, is he taken care of? I grit my teeth in frustration. The boss thinks I'm contacting him to tell him Gray is dead. No, he's not. I finally manage to spit out. The line goes silent for a minute, and the only thing the boss says is, explain. And so I do. I tell Javanni how his message was received by Elizabeth and the subsequent explosion when she delivered it to Gray's office. I'm forced to stop my recanting while I listen to the boss throw stuff around his room in a fit of rage, cursing Gray with every fiber of his being. I detail how I rushed my sister to a healer and that she's still in critical condition. Then I tell Javanni about my interrogation of Thomas and his friends. I explain the reasoning that led me to the southern gate rather than continuing to track down more of Gray's men and what I learned from my contact. He got away. I hear the sound of Javanni tossing more items around his room. Yes, sir, I reply, the failure weighing on each of my words. Could you track him? Javanni asks. For the first time, I'm reluctant to answer the boss. What if he makes me leave my sister behind? It would take a lot of time, I admit. But you would have to leave your sister behind. Javanni seems to read my mind. Yes, I confirm in a sad voice. There's an excruciating pause in the conversation as I wait for my orders. One Javanni finally addresses me. Yes, sir, I hesitantly ask. Stay with your sister. Javanni's orders make my knees shake, and I can feel more tears forming in the corner of my eyes. My sister and I owe everything to Javanni, and I know if he ordered me to track down Gray, my sister would have wanted me to follow his orders. What is the state of the Dre branch? Javanni switches topics. I haven't been back since the explosion, I admit. I'll send orders as to who will be in charge while your sister is recovering, Javanni tells me in a calculating tone. But for now, I want you to see to your sister's injuries and squash any insurrection Gray's men might try. And one more thing. Yes, I ask. Send a message to Aaliyah, tell her I need her to contact me right away. I'll have it done immediately, I reply. Gray will pay for what he's done, Javanni assures me. Go take care of your sister, are the last orders I receive from the boss before the communication between us is cut. Javanni didn't even bother with our closing passwords. It doesn't matter, I have my orders. Protect my sister, squash anyone who even mentions the name Gray, and send a message to the girl in the woods. Aforementioned Aaliyah has a way to screw over Gray whenever she wants. I don't know what it is, but I hope it's painful. Aaliyah's point of view, this is painful to watch. I groan and throw my hands into the air. We almost had it. Our failure doesn't so easily squash Sandra's optimism. I think I jinxed us with my confidence this morning. Oh, stop, you're being overly dramatic, Sandra berates me. How many samples have we gone through today? I ask Sandra with my hands on my hips. I don't know, Sandra plays dumb. Maybe 7 or 8. This will be 13, I correct her, knowing she knows precisely how many times we've failed today. Usually we would call it a day after so many failures, but we both feel like we're close to finally cracking the 4th step. We already figured out we need to add 9.5 ounces of mithril into the cooled solution before heating it back up again. Then we figured out the fire needs to remain around 700 F for 9.5 minutes, matching the amount of mithril we added. But once the mithril is heated into the solution, something weird happens. The solution settles as it does after each of the other steps, but after 10 minutes or so, the solution rapidly burns itself out. We've tried increasing or lowering the temperature after the solution stabilizes to keep it from breaking down, but nothing works. Are you sure we're not missing a step? Sandra asks me. There was nothing in the notes I was given, but I see what you're getting at. I nod along with Sandra. The vague instructions I was given have all worked out so far, but that doesn't mean the 4th step wasn't tampered with. It would be nearly impossible to prove it, but I bet there's something else we need to add to the mithril solution. Of course, if that's true, we might never figure out the 4th step, at least not without burning through my remaining herb and mithril supplies, and even then I'm not so sure. I shake my head in disappointment, but while I'm doing that, I notice Sandra pondering next to me. She took her mask off to get some fresh air after our last failure, and now she has her hand up to her chin, mumbling to herself. What are you thinking about? I ask. I'm trying to think about it from a mage's perspective, she tells me. What does that mean? Sandra turns her body towards me and explains. I'm trying to think of the recipe as a stolen spell. Okay. I'm not following you, but go on, I encourage my friend. My master only briefly talked about it, but he explained how mages hide their spells and what other mages do to uncover their secrets. Untrained mages like to add meaningless phrases into a spell or leave out a section altogether. But do you know what experienced mages do? What? I ask, having been hooked by Sandra. Smart mages only leave out syllables rather than entire phrases. That way their descendants can decipher the spells easier while making them useless to everyone else. I have to imagine the recipe is the same way. I'm willing to bet the missing ingredient in step 4 is something common that we've already used during our testing. I think I understand, I smile at Sandra. I don't want to think about how long it would have taken me to figure that out on my own. We need to make a list of everything we've used so far, Sandra suggests. We've used purified water, ethros, devil's poke, magicite, mithril, and technically fire. I name off everything in the relatively short ingredient list. Sandra hums in agreement. And which do you think makes the most sense to add in with the mithril? Sandra and my eyes widen at the same time. Magicite, we both shout together. I'm happy for the epiphany, but I still slap my forehead for not thinking about this sooner. I'm not sure exactly how we should add the magicite to the mixture, but I should have recognized the possible solution as a blacksmith. Whenever I craft with mithril, I need to add magicite to my fuel, so it binds properly. Whoever created the list of steps given to me left out the fact that you need to use a fire brimming with magic. Sandra excitedly throws her mask back on and starts preparing another batch of engraving ink while I ready the forge. The two of us are brimming with excitement as we go through the first 3 steps. Let's see if we're right. I think aloud as Sandra removes the hot mixture so it can cool before we try step 4 again. Sandra sets the mixture on the anvil to cool before moving over to the workbench and preparing the 9.5 ounces of mithril we'll need. I stroke the fire, lowering Mana's skin so I can better feel the temperature on my skin. Once it's stable, around 700 F, I add a few small pieces of magicite to the flames. Using sense mana, I watch the extra mana fuse with the flames. It's ready, I hear Sandra say behind me. The fire is good to go too, I happily exclaim. The world feels like it's slowing down as Sandra carefully adds the mithril to the solution before placing it in the forge. I'm sure both of us are counting the seconds in our heads until we're supposed to remove the solution. I cross my fingers as time ticks down. At precisely 570 seconds, I remove the solution from the forge. Sandra and I hold our breath waiting to see if we failed again. 1 minute silently passes, then 2, 3, 5, 10. Yes, Sandra and I shout for joy when the solution doesn't burn itself out. We finish step 4. Sandra lunges at me, arms open, looking for a celebratory hug. Thank the gods I retract Mana's skin in time before she collides with me. We jump up and down together until Sandra gets a little green in the face. What's next? She asks me after her nausea slowly passes. The last step says to let it cure. What does that mean? Sandra asks me. What makes you think I wow? I exclaim when I turn my attention back to the solution. What? Sandra sends me a questioning look, seeing my eyes focused on the solution. It's absorbing ambient mana, I point out to Sandra. It is, Sandra asks, surprised. She moves closer to the solution and stares at the vial with a scholar's intensity. I can't see it, she admits defeat after a few minutes of unproductive staring. It's absorbing a teeny tiny amount of mana, I explain. Does that mean we just have to wait for it to finish absorbing enough mana? Sandra asks me with an excited smile. I think you're right, I mirror her excitement. It's no wonder they left out a crucial part of step 4 because step 5 is just waiting for the engraving ink to absorb enough mana. We did it. We discovered how to make engraving ink. I fist bump Sandra, who's equally losing her shit. Want to make another batch? She asks me. One more, I agree. As soon as the ink finishes curing, I'll be able to start practicing enchanting my items. Let's see Tabitha tear through my armor then. As if sensing my thoughts, I feel Tabitha's gaze fall on me. Maybe I'll hold off on gloating until I win. I happily watch Sandra prepare a new batch of engraving ink. We just opened up a whole new world of opportunities for both of us. I think we might have celebrated a little too soon. I sigh at the 3 glass containers of engraving ink sitting on our workbench. In our excitement, Sandra and I completed the second batch of engraving ink, and seeing how both the first and second batches appeared stable, we couldn't help but make a third. We should have stopped after the second batch, but what's done is done. It's been a little over 2 hours since the first batch of engraving ink was completed, and if by now it hasn't turned into black sludge on us like all the other failures, I think we're in the clear. But as if despite all our success, I think I see one more problem we have to deal with. What is it? Sandra asks me, removing her face mask for the day. It's the first sample, I tell her. What's wrong with it? It isn't going bad, is it? Sandra moves over and picks up the glass container of brownish-black ink, holding it up to the dipping sun to get a better look at its contents. No, I don't think it's going bad. The problem is how much mana it's absorbing. My frown deepens. Is it not completed? Master Dell asks, walking over to see our final results. Tabitha walks next to Master with a blank expression, seemingly not interested in what's happening. Tabitha might not be interested in the crafting aspect of my life, but I notice her eyes focus on the engraving ink in Sandra's hands and the other 2 containers on our workbench. She looks interested for a second before all her excitement seems to vanish like it was never there in the first place. I bet she'll be more excited after I figure out how to enchant my gear. But first, we still have one more problem to solve. The mixture itself is completed, I explain to Master and a seemingly bored Tabitha. All that's left is to let the engraving ink absorb ambient mana until it's ready. Then what's wrong with it? Sandra offers me the first batch of engraving ink. I take the offered container of ink and focus on it with sense mana. It's been 2 hours since we completed this batch, and I can hardly see a change in the amount of mana it's absorbed. I'm not sure how much time it will take for the ink to absorb enough mana. Is it that bad? Sandra frowns, understanding the problem. After we bottled each batch, I took note of roughly how much mana was in each of the solutions. I move over to our workbench and pick up the little notepad I used to record ideas and observations. The first solution had roughly 157.38 points of mana in it. That's pretty low considering the ingredients it's made from. Hold up, Sandra interrupts me. You can tell exactly how much mana is in each of those solutions. Not exactly, I shake my head. I can only sense to 100th of a mana point. Only 100th, she says. Sandra huffs under her breath. I need to pick up my training. I'm used to monitoring my mana levels when I practice my magic skills, so it's not that hard to gauge the rough amount of mana in an object if it isn't too massive or too small, I explain to my friend. Each container holds about half a liter of ink and weighs about 75 ounces, I read from my notes. We can assume the solution needs to at least double or triple the amount of mana it currently has. So how much mana has the solution absorbed over the last 2 hours? Sandra asks me with bated breath. In the last 2 hours, the ink has only absorbed 0.13 mana. Sandra hisses and recoils like she just touched something hot. That's it, that's nothing, she exclaims. I know, but I think I might have a solution, I grin back at her. Sandra puts her hands on her hip. Then you were just trying to make me worry. Sandra's accusing glare is dangerous, so I explain myself before she has another mood swing and tries to throw a fireball at me. Again, I'm not sure how we can improve the ink's mana absorption rate, but I was thinking, why do we have to wait for nature? I can just inject my own mana into the ink until it's saturated enough. Are you going to stick your finger into the ink and release all your mana? Sandra sarcastically asks. I thought it'd be a little more refined than that. Moving back over to our workbench, I swap out my notebook with my engraving pen. I uncork the stopper from the engraving ink container and start stirring the mixture with my pen. My engraving pen is a great conductor for mana. I'll push my mana through the pen and into the ink, all while stirring it. Just expelling your magic won't have that much of an effect. Tabitha offers her opinion with a blank expression. I smugly grin at my combat teacher, who said I'd only be using expel mana. I essentially use inject mana twice to pour my mana directly into the ink. Today I've only used my mana to keep mana skin active, so I essentially have almost an entire mana pool to experiment with the engraving ink. Let's see how much mana the engraving ink really needs. I say in a boasting manner, dumping my mana into the solution. I start off with a confident smile on my face, but maintaining it becomes strenuous after I continue to dump more and more of my mana into the few cups of engraving ink with no end in sight. Sure, some of my mana is lost in the transfer, but not much. How much mana does this ink need? Are you okay, Aaliyah? Sandra notices my strained expression and the sweat starting to form on my forehead as I continue to feed my mana into the ink. Sandra knows mana skin keeps the air around me at a perfect temperature, meaning the only reason I would be sweating was if I was overexerting myself. I'm fine, I grit through my teeth. It's just taking a lot more mana than I expected. 300 mana, 400 mana. The engraving ink devours every bit I pump into it. I think that's enough, Aaliyah. Master warns me when my arm starts to tremble. I choose to ignore Master's recommendation and push forward. I know my limits, and I'm not there yet. 600 mana, which is over half my mana pool channeled into the engraving ink. That's close to what I used to blow up those bandits back then, and yet the engraving ink is still readily devouring the mana I feed it. That's enough. I hear Tabitha's cold voice behind me. At the same time, I feel her gauntleted hand grasp my shoulder. I know when to stop. I grumble, pushing the last bit of mana I'm willing to spend today into the engraving ink. Tapping my engraving pen on the rim of the glass container, I make sure not even a drop of engraving ink is wasted as I remove my pen from the solution. Seeing how I'm following her orders, Tabitha removes her hand from my shoulder and moves back next to Master. How much mana did you use? Sandra questions me. Can you hold this for a minute? Instead of answering Sandra, I offer her the container of engraving ink. I can feel the difference in it now. Sandra gasps in amazement when she takes the ink from my hands. You should. I poured 650 mana into it. I finally answer Sandra's question while wiping the sweat from my face. 650, she exclaims, looking at the glass container in her hands. The ink has become glossier than it was, and as Sandra shakes the container in her hand, you can tell the ink has become less viscous. Well, more like 627. I lost some of my mana in the transfer, I point out to her. That's still a lot of mana, Sandra remarks. It's amazing how much it can hold. She holds the ink up to the falling sun again, and it's not even done absorbing mana yet. I can't help but look at the other two containers of engraving ink and frown. At the rate the other two are absorbing mana, it would take them 400 days to match the first sample. There must be a way to speed up the process. There's no way alchemists or enchanters would wait that long, Sandra suggests. My people have no problem with waiting, Master offhandedly remarks. I'm about to point out to Master we humans aren't as patient as stone kin are when Tabitha takes a step forward, drawing everyone's attention. Most likely a mana gathering array is used, she notes in a bland tone of voice. Mana gathering array, what's that? I curiously ask Tabitha. It's a large enchantment engraved inside cabinets, closets, or even an entire room. It all depends on what you're charging. Most nobles have them installed somewhere in their house, so their staff can charge multiple magic items without the need to call in a mage. The enchantment draws in ambient mana and condenses it, so magic items designed to recharge on their own do it faster. Tabitha explains it to us like it was common knowledge. Then an alchemist puts the ink in one of those enchanted cabinets, and it charges the ink faster. Sandra summarizes Tabitha's mini-lecture. Then we need to place the engraving ink in a place with a lot of mana, I think aloud. The bottom of the mine. Sandra shouts out my idea before I get a chance to. I was just about to say that, I sulk. Should have been faster. Sandra playfully sticks her tongue out at me. I start to say confidently, but quickly realize I don't have anything snappy to say back. You grab the ink while I grab a crate from Master's house. I turn away from Sandra so she can't see the embarrassed look on my face. Hurry up, we're running out of daylight, she playfully shouts at my retreating form, holding back her laughter. Yeah, I grumble, fetching an empty crate from Master's house. Sandra puts the 3 glass containers in the box and takes it from me with a smile. I grab my warhammer just in case, and we start making our way towards the mine. Tabitha stays behind with Master knowing we're just taking a quick stroll. It will be interesting to see how quickly the ink charges at the bottom of the mine. Sandra strikes up some friendly conversation as we walk down the forest trail. Want to take a guess at how long it will take? I say 50 days. I balance my hammer on my shoulder and rub my chin with my left hand. So she's guessing it will charge 8 times faster, huh? I think back to the mana levels at the bottom of the mine. The mana there is roughly 22 times what it is on the surface, but just because it's that high doesn't mean the ink will absorb it that fast. Plus, I think Sandra is forgetting the first sample isn't finished charging all the way yet. I'll say 40 days, but it doesn't matter that much. What do you mean? I grin at Sandra. No matter how long it takes for the ink to charge, it will always be quicker for me to do it myself. What about the mana cost? Sandra raises a questioning eyebrow at me. That was just because I was trying to see how much mana the ink needed. I could spare 100 mana a day to speed up the process. Even if it takes me 15 days to fully charge the ink, that's still a lot better than 400 or even 40 for that matter. You're only saying that because you have the mana to spare. Sandra looks down at her midsection. Part of my mana pool is protecting my baby, and the rest I need to practice my skills and spells. I don't think I can waste 9 of my mana every day charging engraving ink. You make it sound like you'll be pregnant forever, I joke. It feels like it, Sandra groans. Isn't it a little early for you to be saying that? I'm allowed to complain all I want. Sandra glares at me with fire in her eyes. Point taken, I take a quick step away from Sandra. I give Sandra some space for a few minutes and wait until we enter the quarry before I move back next to her. Can you handle the light? I'm a little tapped out at the moment. I grin at Sandra, trying to judge whether she's still mad at me or not. I'm not that tapped for mana. Sandra beams back at me. I have officially given up trying to read Sandra. Would I ever act like that if I ever decided to have kids? As soon as that question pops into my head, I nearly stumble over a rock at the entrance to the mine. Sandra is too busy casting her magic to notice, but that random thought throws my mind into chaos. I'm a woman. I've long come to terms with that fact, and I'm quite comfortable in my own body. I have been focusing every minute of my time trying to improve my skills and overall level to reach my goal of traveling the world someday, that I've never considered any other goals in life. Do I want a family of my own someday? And what would that family look like? Somehow I can't picture myself as a typical mom, and that's okay. I'll continue working towards my goals, and if I should have a Disney moment where I meet my significant other someday, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. You okay, Aaliyah? Sandra's question pulls me out of my thoughts. You've been quiet for a while. Glancing around, I see we're nearly to the end of the mine already. While I really wasn't paying attention, just thinking about my future, I chuckled, trying to reassure myself as much as my friend. Oh, were you thinking about traveling the world slaying monsters? Something like that. I just smile along with Sandra. There's no way I'm telling her I was thinking about the prospect of a family. I have a feeling I'm not prepared to open that can of worms with a pregnant Sandra. I was thinking about all the progress we made today and what the results might be tomorrow. I shift the conversation without Sandra realizing it. Yeah, but you forget one thing, Sandra tells me. Yeah, what's that? I ask. We still need to clean up when we get back. The best part of the day, I sarcastically remark with a straight face. Sandra and I laugh together all the way back to Master's clearing. Good night, Master, I wave to Dell. Sandra joins me in waving, while Tabitha locks eyes with Master with an expression that screams, fight me. Night, I'll see the two of you tomorrow. Master nods encouragingly to Sandra and me, but purposely avoids acknowledging Tabitha in any way, shape, or form. Too bad for Master. Tabitha isn't discouraged so easily. Yes, see you tomorrow, Del Raisin. We may spar then. I snort through my nose, trying to hold back my laughter, while Sandra has her hand up to her mouth, barely holding herself together. When did Tabitha learn Master's full name? Master was not prepared to hear his full name and freezes just long enough for Tabitha to consider his silence as a sign of agreement. I look forward to our rematch tomorrow. Master doesn't even recover after Tabitha disappears down the forest trail leading to the village. He just stands there with his mouth open, not understanding how his goodbye could be turned on him in such a way. I think she broke him, Sandra whispers to me. Probably, I whisper back. Sandra turns to leave, so I yell one last thing to Master, breaking him out of his stupor. Don't stand out here all night. As Sandra and I start walking towards the village, we hear Del yell behind us, what just happened? At least I'll get a small break when the two of them spar, I chuckle to myself. The sun is almost entirely over the horizon by the time we make it to the village and walk past Sandra's house. I probably shouldn't consider it Sandra's house anymore since she's moved out, but that doesn't matter at the moment because Camden is waiting outside with a letter in his hand. How's my little girl doing? Camden spreads his arms and ambushes Sandra with a hug. I haven't seen you in forever. Sandra awkwardly returns the spontaneous hug. It's been 2 days, Dad, Sandra deadpans. While the two of them have their lovely father-daughter time, I cast a glance at Tabitha, who's watching everything take place before she retires to Camden's house for the evening. Dad, why are you waiting for us outside the house? Sandra asks, finally separating herself from her emotional father. Oh right, Camden straightens himself out and hands me the letter. This came for you 30 minutes ago. I figured you'd be stopping by soon, so I didn't send one of my boys out to deliver it. It isn't for Tabitha. I cock my head to the side. The last message sent to the village was an update for Tabitha from Pacor, and I can't think of a reason someone would send me a letter unless it were urgent. The letter isn't sealed or anything, so I have no idea who it's from. I unfold the paper to see 3 words staring back at me: contact Javanni immediately. I glance up from the letter at Camden, wondering if anything else was sent with it, but he only shrugs his shoulder. All right then. I turn to Sandra and ask, can you make it back to your house without me? Sandra gives me a really look. I'll take that as you trying to be a good friend and not you looking down on me. When I get home, I'm forced to explain why I'm heading back out again after grabbing the hidden magic transceiver from my room, but after mentioning the emergency message I received, Mom nods in understanding. All right, but be safe and hurry back quickly, she tells me before giving me a quick hug and an encouraging push towards the door. I smartly choose not to comment on Mother's generosity and take the chance to bolt out of the door before she changes her mind. My plan was to sprint into the woods as soon as the door closes behind me, but I'm frozen in place as soon as I step outside and come face to face with Tabitha. The way Tabitha is standing suggests she had been waiting for me, going somewhere. Tabitha asks with a blank expression that is honestly a little terrifying in the fading sunset. I have to take care of something really quick. I start inching myself to the side, not taking my eyes off the woman. I'll join you then. Tabitha takes a step closer to me. Damn, how do I handle this? Javanni told me the communication magic tool is incredibly rare and not to show it to others. Plus, I doubt Javanni would be happy if I brought Tabitha along with me to our emergency meeting. That's quite all right, I tell her. I just have to handle something private. Tabitha's eyes narrow. You aren't running away, are you? I can't help but snort at her question. Yes, I sarcastically reply. I'm choosing now of all times to run away. Shaking my head, I let out a sigh. I have no intention to run away from you and Pacor. There's just something private I need to take care of. If you're that worried, you can wait here until I return. It should only take me an hour at most. Tabitha stares me down, thinking over my proposal. All right, I'll wait here for you, just this once. Pushing sense mana to the max, I use my skill to navigate the almost pitch-black forest and make sure Tabitha isn't secretly following me. I only gave myself an hour, so I need to hurry. Though I'm rushing through the forest, I don't drop sense mana for a second. Not only am I using it to navigate, but I also need to keep an eye out for predators. The chameleon spiders are all but a thing of the past now, and the hunters have once again started spotting Farka's tracks around the village. The wolf-bear hybrids are most active at night, and objectively speaking, I'm a tempting snack. Sure, I could turn them into meat paste with my hammer, but I'm already on a time crunch. Luckily, that thought doesn't jinx me, and I make it to the spot I can connect with Javanni in record time. I wasn't able to move this fast in the woods before I started training with Tabitha. Both my footwork in and out of battle has seen a lot of improvement as of late. Pulling the communication device out of my pocket, I start channeling my magic into it. Gods, I hope this connects quickly. I don't want my mana pool to drop much lower while I'm out here all alone. Maybe I can figure out a way to extend the signal after I get used to enchanting things. Aaliyah, Javanni's abrupt voice pulls me out of my thoughts. We've never connected this fast before. Was he waiting for me to call him? I'm here, I reply to the magic tool. What's the emergency that required me to take a moonlight stroll through the woods? Has anyone shown up to your village? Javanni answers my question with his own. Not that I've heard of, and people showing up is kind of a hot topic around here, I joke, hoping to break some of the growing tension I'm feeling. You need to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious over the next couple of days, Javanni tells me in an ominous voice. I can't help but glance around me when I hear such a warning, even though sense mana tells me nothing is in my perception bubble. What's going on? I demand. What happened? The line goes quiet for a minute before Javanni answers in a solemn voice. Gray has fled Dre. So that's why he wanted me to contact him. You think he'll come for me? No, I hear Javanni sigh on the other end. We have reason to believe he's heading for T-Burn. However, Gray still has plenty of associates in the area, and we can't take chances that he'll try something nefarious with you. We still have a contract with one another, I remind Javanni. Gray would be crazy to try something when he already thinks I'm bound to him. Normally, I would agree with you. Javanni responds in a sorrowful voice that makes me nervous, but I can't underestimate the man any further than I already have. It doesn't sound like Gray left the city quietly. What happened? I swallow a nervous lump in my throat. Gray fled the city, but not without leaving an alchemical bomb in his office. Oh shit, I can't help but exclaim. Indeed, Javanni continues explaining. The fire is out, but news of the devastation is still trickling in. My people report a third of the branch is destroyed along with countless documents. 14 people are confirmed dead, while 3 others remain in critical condition, one of the injured being my best receptionist. The lady who worked the front desk, I mumble, recalling the nameless receptionist that seemed to read me like a book. Yes, Javanni confirms my suspicions. She is one of my best people, Javanni corrects himself. She was the one closest to the explosion, Javanni tells me with anger building in his voice. Gray warned all his people to leave the building beforehand, and we can only assume she was his target. And she's still alive, I can't help but ask. I have experience with surviving explosions, and though I don't know how strong an alchemical bomb is, I can guess it's stronger than my overcharged flame spell. The receptionist was intimidating to deal with, but not in a physical sort of way. I can't see how she would survive such a blast. She was lucky, Javanni cryptically tells me, barely holding back his growing anger. Gray, I hear Javanni growl out the name like itself is a curse. I can't believe Gray would do such a thing. No, that's not right. I can't pretend like I know the man. After all, I've only met him twice, and both times I didn't see how much of a snake he was. I just find it hard to believe a man could do such a thing. Bringing my arms up, I wrap them around myself in a comforting manner. The magic and wonder of this world sometimes makes me forget evil people aren't exclusive to my past life. There will always be people who don't care who they hurt as long as it furthers their goals. This is a grim reminder that I can't take everyone at face value. When I finally leave the village, I'll come into contact with a lot of new people, and it would be foolish of me to think a few of them won't try to use me, whether it's for my blacksmithing skills or my relationship with Pakor. Do you think my family is in any danger? I ask. I'm not sure, Javanni honestly replies. Even now, I have my best agents tracking down every one of Gray's people, but I can't be certain we'll get them all. And Gray himself is still on the loose. It's anyone's guess as to what his plans are now that he's committed an act of open rebellion in Skal's territory. Skal is aware of what he did. They are, Javanni informs me. I've sent letters to Lord Bullock. He's the person sent by Skal to run everything, as well as Pakor, detailing Gray's horrendous actions. By tomorrow morning, Gray will be the most wanted man in this corner of the world. But you don't know where he is, I point out. We don't, Javanni replies dejectedly. That's why I needed you to contact me immediately. Is that the only reason? I question Javanni. There's another long pause in the conversation. Is it right that you can still break your contract with Gray? The distance doesn't matter, Javanni asks me. I answer. And you can force the backlash on him. Javanni further questions. If you want to ask me something, be clear about it, I say into the magic tool. I think I can do that, I respond in a reassuring voice. Gray was already on my shit list, and hearing about what he's done only strengthens my resolve. I'll contact you tomorrow morning, letting you know how it went. I appreciate your help, Aaliyah. Remember to be on the lookout for anyone suspicious. Once you terminate your contract with Gray, he'll see you as fair game, Javanni reminds me. Let them come, I grin into the magic device. I'd like to see Gray's lackeys try anything with Tabitha here. All the same, be careful. I have to continue coordinating with my men in Dre. If anything, and I mean anything at all, happens to you or your village, contact me immediately. I will, I agree to Giovanni's demands. I can only imagine what struggles he must be going through at the moment. Best of luck to you. To you as well, Javanni replies before our connection is cut. I stash the communication magic tool in my pocket and tiredly rub at my eyes. Here I thought I would be able to get a good night's sleep before my training with Tabitha tomorrow. Oh well, at least I'll finally get Gray's stupid contract out of my soul. But first I need to get back to the village and have dinner with my family. Clothes changed, teeth brushed, hair combed out, everything's taken care of. I can finally go to bed. Spreading my arms, I lean back and let gravity do its job. My bed welcomes me with a soft embrace after what was a pretty eventful day. Sandra and I have basically solved the engraving ink issue, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, tomorrow we'll have an accurate time frame to make engraving ink. That should have been enough excitement for one day, but then I had to go and get that letter from Javanni. I still have a hard time comprehending Gray's actions, to willingly endanger so many people, most of which had nothing to do with his and Javanni's rivalry. You wouldn't be far off calling him a monster. I made it back to the village before Tabitha came looking for me, but the rest of my night felt muted after my conversation with Javanni. Bad news tends to do that to people. I know I don't have strong ties to Silverherd besides my working relationship with Curvin, but hearing about such a needless tragedy tends to bring down one's mood. I spent most of dinner explaining the success Sandra and I had today, but in the end, I had to tell my family about the explosion in Dre and about Gray fleeing the city. Dad was surprised such a thing could happen, but Mother was oddly unfazed by it all. She said stories like this were all too common in the larger cities and especially the capital. Apparently, greed has blinded many to try such foolish things. Mother also noted almost every story ends with death. Is it wrong? I agree with that statement. I ask myself as I roll into position on my bed and pull my covers up. I believe Gray deserves to be punished for his greed and what he did in Dre. Or is that what I'm telling myself to justify what I'm about to do? Closing my eyes, I dive into my soul. When I open them again, I'm standing on my little patch of grass in the center of the clearing I always appear in, surrounded by my artificially created plants. My always blooming rose garden is always lovely to look at, and even my work in progress Birds of Paradise brings a small smile to my face. I've perfectly leveled the ground since I have no reason to worry about rain in my soul. Around my patch of grass are multiple stone pathways leading to different sections of the clearing. I take a path to the left that leads over to my Picasso tree and the plaque hanging from it representing Gray's contract. At this point, I've decided to leave the tree as it is, considering it a piece of funky art rather than a sad attempt at replicating I think it was supposed to be an oak tree. Oh well, I shrug my shoulders, it doesn't matter anymore. What does matter is this: I reach out and grab the plaque that's fused with my weirdly shaped tree. Using soul manipulation, I dislodge the ornament without leaving so much as a dent on the tree. The plaque feels heavier than I remember, but that's reasonable since the sign has the same amount of experience crammed in as half of my landscape clearing. Mom said a person's contract level dictates the strength of each contract and how many a person can have active at any one time. Gray definitely didn't skimp on our contract. Since Soul hit level 40, I've been able to look deeper into the plaque I created out of Gray's experience shards, and I've noticed something interesting. There are actually 3 skills mixed into our contract. The primary skill and easiest to piece out is of course contract, but there are 2 other skills mixed in with it, and I think they are what make the contract so much stronger than the contracts I've formed with Curvin. I don't have anything even remotely resembling them, so I can only guess what they do. But no matter how interesting it is to look at, it's been in my soul long enough. I can't help but stare down at the plaque in my hands. I always planned to remove the contract from my soul, but my conversation with Javanni is still fresh in my mind. I promised to help make Gray suffer, and there is a method of removing Gray's contract that I've thought about in passing that would surely do just that. I've grown more accustomed to controlling my soul, and it would only take some meditation for me to drag this plaque out of my soul and back into the real world. The experience would dissipate and return to Gray, nullifying our contract while simultaneously causing him some pain if Curvin is to be believed. That's how I originally planned to expel Gray's contract, but if I really want to hurt him. A slight tremor runs through my soul as I gather excess experience points and merge them with trace amounts of mana circulating throughout my soul. 2 ghostly tendrils extend from my back and grasp either side of the plaque with ethereal claws. If one-sidedly breaking our contract and sending Gray's experience points back to him causes pain, what would happen if I devoured the experience and made it my own? I've been reluctant to experiment with Soul Devourer since I got the skill, but this seems like a good time to test out some theories I've been postulating. I wouldn't be devouring Gray's soul core, only the experience he used to try and tie me down, a fitting punishment if there was one. And if I lose my sanity like I did when I killed the Soul Devourer, there isn't much I could do, there's only so much experience I can take. The more I think about it, the more it seems like a good idea. If I'm going to test my tier 6 skill, I might as well test it on another monster. My 2 tendrils of soul and mana envelop the plaque, and I recite the name of my skill, Soul Devourer. Leonard Gray's point of view, I don't think I can go on for much longer, I wheeze to Max. I'm not physically built like you are. I don't think the goblins will accept that as an excuse. Max stares into the darkness behind us. What? My already pounding heart speeds up as I rush to Max's side. I thought you scared them away, I ask, peering into the void behind us. Max shakes his head. They were only pretended to flee after I killed most of the big ones. They're keeping their distance, but I'm sure they're still following us. Fucking goblins, I spit into the dark. Can't you just kill the rest of them? I turn and plead to Max. It would be a waste of time and energy, he says as he shifts his pack to his side and places it on the ground, taking a seat on a nearby boulder. What are you doing? I feverishly ask Max, nervously glancing down both ends of the tunnel. You said you needed a break, so take a break. Max motions to a smaller boulder protruding from the wall across from him. Max adjusts his pack in front of him, so the magic lantern strapped to the top of it illuminates as much of the tunnel as possible. You just said, I hiss in displeasure. I said they're keeping their distance for now, he smirks at me. We should take this opportunity for you to recover some of your stamina. Gods know I don't need it. Go ahead and make fun of the weak merchant, I roll my eyes. Let's see this attitude when it's time for me to pay you. Max chuckles at my hollow threat. Forgive me, it's just that I'm carrying over 10 years worth my salary at the moment. Max pats his pack. He's the one carrying all the gold we stole from the branch office along with our heavier supplies. My pack is considerably lighter, filled with enough water for the both of us for a few days, along with plenty of dried meat and biscuits. It hurt to leave almost all of my worldly possessions behind, but we had to travel light. Of course, that doesn't mean mine and Max's pockets are empty by any means. The light from Max's backpack illuminates the rings on each of my fingers, some doubled up on my fatter digits. We planned to travel light, prioritizing the lightest and most expensive items, so we made sure to grab every piece of enchanted jewelry we could get our hands on. All we had to do was stop by one of the warehouses before we left the city. No 1 second guessed me when I said I wanted to bring some of our best items to T-Burn to sell to Skull's military while I was in the city. The 15 rings on my fingers are worth over 750 gold coins, and that isn't even counting the bracelets and amulets I'm wearing. Max is wearing his specialized armor and other gear, and between the two of us, I'd say we're carrying over 5,000 gold coins worth of stuff, more than enough for the two of us to live in luxury while we resettle in Olbert's capital. With all this money and information at our disposal, the two of us will indeed be accepted into one of the major trading companies. From there, it is only a matter of time before my talents are recognized, and I'm given a position I deserve. No longer will I slave under that weak family that chooses to play each of its deals safe. Only the bold grow strong in this world. How much farther does this tunnel go for boss? Max's question drags me out of my daydreams. Let me check. I pull out the map. If everything written here is correct, then this tunnel goes for another 300 feet before we're outside again. Max nods and hums in thought. We'll have to be careful once we're outside again. I thought you hated the tunnels. I ask with a smirk. I do. Max rubs the back of his head, but I hate the idea of being ambushed more. Ambushed, I exclaim. SHHHH. Max hisses at me. Keep your voice down. No need to draw the goblins closer to us. And yes, we need to be on the lookout for ambushes once we leave the tunnel. Do you think we were followed? I nervously lean forward. Thankfully, Max shakes his head no. The sun was setting when we entered this tunnel system, and it will be pitch black outside once we leave. Who knows how many goblins are in these hills or what else might be lurking about? Why are these goblins so persistent? I ask. I've never heard of goblins hunting people down like this unless it was a horde. It's probably the environment, Max explains to me. There's little life in these mountains, and I'd bet everything here is a scavenger. Once the mountain range was stripped of everything of value, I doubt many come up here any longer, and it's anyone's guess as to how many monsters have spawned since then. For all we know, there could be a starving goblin horde in these hills. Really? I nervously ask. Max snorts, trying to hold back his laughter. Calm down, I was exaggerating. I'm sure there isn't a horde up here. When that many goblins get together, they need way more food than this barren landscape could provide. Goblin raiding parties would have been spotted along the roads and have had a force sent to deal with them by now if there was a significant population up here. I was just saying we need to be on the lookout for packs of goblins that are looking for food, like the group we ran into earlier. I let out a sigh of relief. As long as it isn't a horde, I'm positive Max could slay any number of goblins we might encounter. And with all these defensive magic tools, I won't have to worry about getting caught up in the fighting. They were all manually charged, so as long as I don't get myself into a situation where they'll activate, they should be good for the rest of our trek through the mountain. However, there is one thing I need to worry about. What are we going to do about sleep? I ask Max. We made it a good distance into the mountain, but at the rate we're going, it'll take us another 2 days of straight travel before we're out the other side. You'll just have to endure. Max informs me with a look that says this wasn't something I could negotiate on. We can't stay in any one place that long, or it will be dangerous. Remember, tomorrow, both Javanni and Skull will be sending people to track us down. We have a head start, but depending on who's sent after us, we can still be tracked down. You'll have to make do with only short breaks now and again. I know, I sigh and hang my head. Give me 5 minutes to catch my break. 5 minutes then, Max agrees. I can do this. Struggling for 2 days is nothing compared to what's waiting for me on the other side of the mountain. Fortune, prestige, it's all there, waiting for me to take it. My heart starts to pound in excitement while my palms start to sweat. Wait, it's not just my palms sweating. My entire body starts to turn clammy, and I start hyperventilating. Boss, I scarcely hear Max call out my name as he rushes to my side. What's wrong? My chest, I manage to pant. Ripping my vest open, I dig my fingers under the many amulets hanging from my neck and try to massage the pain radiating out from the center of my being. My joints and muscles start locking up as it feels like 2 icy hands are trying to force their way through my ribs. The deeper the invisible hands go, the more the pain increases until I'm screaming on the rocky floor. Max tries to muffle my screams with his hand, but my cries echo in the dark tunnel. What is going on? Aaliyah's point of view, you're not getting away. I growl as Soul Devourer's ghostly appendages fight to hold onto the plaque. As soon as I activated my skill, Gray's experience shards tried to flee my soul as if knowing what I was trying to do. Even now, Gray's experience is desperately trying to flee Soul Devourer's grip, but it's all pointless because I just about got it. There it goes. After 5 minutes of trying to break down the contract plaque, my ghostly appendages start dissolving the experience mass. Flakes of experience are torn from the plaque's edges, absorbed by Soul Devourer, and channeled through my soul's avatar into the ground below me. My soul continues to tremble as I feel it slowly growing beneath my feet. I'm used to a quick shake, like whenever soul manipulation levels, but that's just a single quick boost of experience. It will take time for me to devour all of Gray's skill fragments, and my soul will continue to grow as I do so. I can't help but start grinning as I feel more and more experience ripped from the plaque and turned into my own, my ghostly hands refusing to release their prey. Why did I wait so long to do this? I cry out, wrapping my real arms around my body. Each pulse of experience brings with it a wave of pure pleasure. I never thought I could feel this way outside of my body. Closing my eyes, I savor the feeling. Gods, I haven't felt this good since I killed the soul devourer. And as if being struck over the head with a hammer, I'm suddenly reminded of how I acted back then. I lost myself in these overwhelming feelings and almost lost my humanity. But I'm stronger than I was then. Sitting on the ground, I fold my legs and take up a meditative pose. As I calm my mind, I can better feel mental resistance trying to help me combat soul devourer's overwhelming influence. It's a hard feeling to hate because it resembles the natural high people get from leveling. To feel yourself growing stronger, the feeling of endless growth, it makes you just want to keep. Devouring, no, I shout out in defiance of those thoughts. I use the skill doesn't use me. I can't let myself fall into temptation. Such low-hanging fruit does taste delicious, but can it compare to something you've grown yourself? Thinking back, I remember the feeling of accomplishment I had after completing the arrow for the general. The boost of experience I felt that day was just as gratifying as this experience is. No, it was better. Soul Devourer can mimic that feeling of accomplishment, but it comes at the cost of turning me into a monster. The skill allows me to absorb experience, and based on what the goddess hinted at, using Soul Devourer is a slippery slope to tread on. All this begs the question, is the skill worth it? The skill is undoubtedly helpful in certain situations like this one, but I'm not sure if the risk to my psyche is worth it. I'm already stretching the skills used by using it on the experience of somebody still alive. It was much easier using Soul Devourer after I killed the monster, while I'm still fighting the plaque of experience to keep it from fleeing. There is just too much I still don't know about my Tier 6 skill. It's still a mystery whether or not the mental effects will decrease or increase as Soul Devourer levels. There is no telling if mental resistance will ever be able to fully combat or not. I pause my train of thought and let out a small sigh. I can sit here for hours speculating what might happen with my skill, but the only way I'll figure anything out is if I practice using it. And for that, I'd need to kill something. Earlier in the year, that wouldn't be a problem, but things are still quiet around the village, and that's a good thing. Only an idiot or a monster would wish danger on their family and friends just to further a skill. I have no intention of seeking out violence, but I won't shy away from it either. Maybe I could join Tabitha on a few of her patrols around the village, or ask the hunters if they'd let me tag along on a hunt. The only problem with those two options is that I might go a little crazy using my skill, and I wouldn't want either group learning about my Tier 6 skill. No, if I want to practice Soul Devourer, I'll need to do it by myself, and that would mean I'd have to go out and look for something to kill. So much for not seeking out violence, I'm such a hypocrite. I hang my head in shame for a little bit before looking up at the plaque still held in the air by my ghostly tendrils. It's funny spending all this time worrying over my skill has actually helped me block out its mental effects a bit. As my focus returns to Soul Devourer, eating away at the plaque, I once again feel the pleasure of using the skill. But whether because I've gotten used to the sensation or because I've already broken out of its effects once already, my mind isn't overwhelmed by the feelings. And also, I look down at the still trembling surface of my soul. I felt a larger tremor a minute ago. Yep, I think mental resistance gained a level while I was brooding over Soul Devourer. I should focus more and worry about my skill after I've finished absorbing Gray's contract. Soul Devourer has only eaten away at a third of the plaque, and there's still a lot more to go. Maybe if I create more soul tentacles as the Soul Devourer had, I can speed up the process. Concentrating, I try to form a third ghostly tentacle claw thingy without affecting the two already eating away at the plaque. Am I really going to have to refer to them as soul tentacles? Soul tentacles sounds like something a demon lord in a questionable anime you wouldn't tell people you watch would use. Soul Devourer already affects my mental health, and I don't need to use weird terms in my head on top of that. Maybe soul chains would work. No, that doesn't fit. Soul claws, yeah, I like that. Soul Devourer uses soul claws to gather up experience. That sounds much cooler and a lot less creepy. Right. My third soul claw dissipates before I can direct it at the plaque, but I'm not put off by the failure. Practice does make perfect after all. And if I'm stealing experience from an asshole like Gray, why not level a few skills at the same time? Leonard Gray's point of view, it feels like there's a hole in my chest. I scream. Max is trying to hold me down and keep me from thrashing about, but the pain is overwhelming. It feels like someone is ripping my soul from my chest. Open your mouth, boss. Max forces another healing tonic down my throat. And just like the last one, the warm glow in the pit of my stomach fails to combat the sheer pain I'm feeling. It's not working. I hiss through my teeth. Give me a stronger one. That was our strongest tonic. Max frowns down at me. What can be causing this? Max grabs my left hand and pulls it close to his face. Which one protects against curses? The one with the amethyst, I hoarsely reply. It's still charged but isn't activating. This is either a powerful curse or something else entirely. Max ponders out loud while I'm rolling in agony. Can you tell me what you're feeling, boss? He dares to ask how I'm feeling. I try to throw a punch, but my body feels like it's deprived of all its energy. Max easily stops my feeble attack and pushes my hands to the rocky floor. Focus, boss. Max raises his voice. I can't help you if you don't tell me what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong. I whine with tears in my eyes. It feels like someone's hands are digging into my chest and slowly ripping me apart. Max's face turns utterly pale as he releases my left arm and brings his hand to his chest. Does Javanni have access to someone who knows such dark magic? I can see it in Max's eyes that he's afraid that he's next. Is that what this is? Soul magic, one of the taboo magics thought lost to the world. How could Javanni, a man who's never left this small corner of the kingdom, possibly have someone proficient in such dark magic? I would have heard rumors of such a person, whispers in the dark. And why would Javanni wait so long to have his revenge if he had someone capable of targeting me this far away? No, this isn't Javanni's work, this is someone else entirely. But then who was it? Could Javanni have contacted Pakor and asked he have this done to me? I doubt it. I might not be an expert in magic, but I know a mage can't target someone they've never seen before. Whoever is doing this to me has to be someone I've personally met, most likely someone I've made contact with. Working backward through the pain, I try to remember the faces of everyone I've come in contact with over the last year. It can't be anyone from Silverherd, and I've only met a handful of Skull officials, so I don't have to worry about them. Every face that comes to mind is either a known merchant or mercenary, none of which could be responsible for such magic. And then it hits me. Just as it feels like a third hand is reaching into my chest, the face of a village girl pops into my mind. Oh gods, her willingness to sign a contract with me without reviewing it. Gritting through the pain, I try to feel for my active contracts, and just as I feared, I can no longer feel the link I formed with Aaliyah. In fact, the pain feels like it's radiating from where our connection used to be. This should be impossible. Aaliyah is from a backwater village and too young to have got her hands such a rare form of magic. It should be impossible, but I know it to be the truth. Was this her plan all along? Did she somehow cast a spell or curse me when we met? My tears continue to pour down my face as my throat turns dry. The three hands digging around my chest are so painful I can't even move, and each second that passes makes me feel weaker and weaker. I can only imagine this is what dying feels like. I can't even mouth the words to warn Max that it was Aaliyah who did this to me. Suddenly, I hear the sound of dirt shifting, and out of the corner of my eye, I see glowing eyes appear down the tunnel we came from. The goblins are back. Not being able to speak, I look at Max and plead with my eyes that he saves me. Max looks me over before nervously glancing down the tunnel, probably counting the growing number of eyes. He's probably figuring out how many he'll need to kill before dragging me to safety. Max appears to get an idea, and he pulls my pack closer to us. Is he going to throw some of our food as bait? Max opens the pack, but instead of pulling anything out, he grabs one of my hands and starts pulling my rings off my fingers. What is he doing? I'm too weak to protest as he removes every ring on my left hand before switching to my right. After removing each of my rings, he rips open my sleeves and forcefully pulls off the bracelets I was hiding under my clothes. Max then proceeds to take off each amulet from around my neck. He throws every piece of magic jewelry into my pack before frisking my paralyzed body for anything else I might have hidden. Max quickly finds the bag of gems I was concealing in between my trousers and undergarments. He refuses to look me in the eye as he strips me of all that I'm worth, all while keeping a watchful eye on the goblins slowly creeping closer to us. Once Max has everything loaded up, he ties the two packs together and swings them over his shoulder. Finally, after adjusting the pack straps, Max looks down at me with a sorrowful expression. I'm sorry, boss, but this is where we part ways. This son of a bitch, I want to get up and lunge at the man, but I'm still paralyzed in pain and it doesn't feel like it will stop anytime soon. The most I can do is glare up at Max. I truly am sorry. Max has the gall to repeat himself. By the looks of it, you won't be able to move anytime soon. I could drag you, but if the goblins don't eventually pick us off, those sent after us surely will. It was a pleasure working for you, sir. Max bows his head and backs away from me. He's going to leave me behind to be eaten by goblins. How could you, our contract? I managed to stutter through the pain. Hearing me, Max's expression of sorrow hardens into a look of resolve. I'm sure you, of all people, appreciate how someone can interpret a contract. I have to do my best to protect you while never harming or betraying you. Strong yet simple terms I've followed for over 2 decades now. I can say without a doubt in my heart that this is the best I can do. Bullshit, I scream with my eyes, my heart pounding so hard I think it will burst out of my chest. Whether I leave you here or drag you deeper into the mountain, I'm certain you'll die, Max bluntly tells me. I've done my best to protect you, even when you decided to make Skull and Javanni your enemies. I don't know what's happening to you, but it's sealed your fate as well as what I must do. Despair starts to overwhelm the pain I'm feeling, but even though I feel the need to cry, my body refuses to produce any more tears. Allow me to help you one more time, Max offers, seeing me start to break down. Is he offering to save me? Please, I'll do anything I try to convey non-verbally, latching on to this last ray of hope. Terminate the contract between us, Max instructs me. Why, how is that going to help me? Terminate our contract so that I can put you out of your misery. Max's offer is the final nail in the coffin. I'm going to die here in this tunnel, abandoned by the only person I've ever trusted. How can I die when I was so close to reaching my goals, and not even at the hands of Javanni either, but at the hands of a village girl who pretended to fall into my trap? Boss, you need to make your decision now. I need to leave. Max looks down the tunnel again at the eyes that seem to remain just outside the light cast by the magic tool. Bastard is still calling me boss. Slowly, I manage to raise my head and look Max in the eyes. Fuck you, I manage to spit out. So be it. Max shakes his head like he's disappointed in me, like I would let him off the hook for his contract. If I remember correctly, he agreed that he would forfeit his life should he break our agreement. As soon as he starts to walk away, the contract will eat away at him until he shares my fate. Farewell, Leonard. Max turns around and starts walking. Any second now, any second. I want to see him drop to his knees in pain before I die. There's no way our contract will justify his reasoning. You can't fool your skills, that's why contract type skills are so strong. No matter how you try to justify your actions, your skill will still know that you're trying to weasel your way out of it. The light around me grows dimmer as Max walks further down the tunnel. I can hear the goblins breathing in the darkness. Why is he not collapsing? Does the asshole honestly believe he's done all that he can? I curse you, Max. I curse you with every fiber of my being. Max, I shout as he rounds a bend in the tunnel, as the last bit of light vanishes. Aaliyah's point of view, what the hell? Out of nowhere, Gray's contract suddenly became a lot easier to absorb. Where once my soul claws were struggling to rip apart the manifestation of experience, they're now grabbing large chunks of experience and devouring it like it's nothing. And at the same time, I feel a sudden influx of experience, like I just advanced multiple skills at once. Why did absorbing the experience become so much easier? My speed had already increased earlier when I managed to form my third soul claw, but nothing compared to this. I want to pull up my status page and check my skills, but I still have to finish absorbing what remains of the experience. There was still a quarter of the plaque left, but now, as if the settings were suddenly switched to easy, it should only take me a few minutes to finish up. The trembling of my soul's surface increases as more large chunks of experience are quickly absorbed and made my own. And then, just like that, I finish absorbing Gray's contract. Nothing remarkable happens when I absorb the last bit of experience, other than mentally feeling free again. Now, let's see what leveled. I finally pull up my status page. It's harder to conjure inside my soul, but once I do, I can only yell, oh shit, LV 74. Total experience gained, 100,624 exp. It's been a long time since I checked my status page twice in a single day, and I can say without a doubt that this is some of the most experience I've ever earned in a single day. Minus the day I crafted the General's Arrow and the Soul Eater battle, of course. 7 skills went up in level, and each is crazier than the last. I'm happy to see alchemy jump a few levels after all the work Sandra and I put in, but right now, it's the least exciting part of my status page. It looks like Gray's experience successfully merged with my own and not only bumped up contracts level, but also gave me levels in the 2 skills I noticed earlier. Judging by their names, Ironclad Agreement makes a contract harder to break, while Appealing Deal nudges a person to accept the contract. Both would have been nice to have when I struck my deal with Pacor, but I'm sure they'll be helpful in the future. Overall, I stole 29,400 experience from Gray. Not a lot of experience considering our levels, but seeing how it directly impacted my skills rather than just giving me random experience, I'd say it was worth way more than that. If all that wasn't enough to be happy with, Mental Resistance went up 2 levels, Soul Manipulation went up by 3, and Soul Devourer went up by 2 as well. I'm happy when one of those skill levels, but all 3. I can't help but stand up and awkwardly dance around my clearing. I hit level 74 earlier than I expected, cleared Gray's contract out of my soul, and even earned some extra experience from crafting engraving ink and. Why did I get fighting experience? I didn't practice with Tabitha today, let alone kill anything. Or did I? Did Gray kick the bucket after I absorbed his experience? Suddenly a light bulb goes off in my head, that's why it suddenly became easier to absorb the plaque. Gray died while I was absorbing the experience and it lost its connection to him. That must be it. The experience still wanted to escape my soul, but that's why Soul Devourer suddenly had an easier time absorbing it. Gray is dead, I say out loud, almost as if to make it official. But the question is, did me absorbing Gray's experience kill him, or did something else cause his demise? Depending on the answer, I'll have to be even more careful with my Tier 6 skill. Either way, I'll have to let Javanni know in the morning. I'll tell him I'm not 100 positive Gray is dead, but I'll tell Javanni I got some extra experience and what I think that means. I'll leave it up to him to decide what he wants to do with that information. I know I shouldn't be happy that I've technically killed another person, but I can't bring myself to feel bad. Gray did awful things to people, and the world is better now that he's gone. Despite thinking that, I bring my hands together, bow my head, and offer a short prayer. May you be better in your next life. I feel like I'm being watched for a split second, and I immediately look up at the moons hovering over my soul. None of them have turned into eyes, and the feeling of being watched is already gone. Was that all in my head? I shake my head and chose not to dwell on it. Even if one of the gods were watching me, I couldn't do anything about it, at least not as I am. Maybe in the future I can figure out how to shield my soul, but until then I need to worry about my real-world problems first. I have a sparring session with Tabitha in a few hours, and I have status points to distribute after all. Javanni Tarini's point of view. Here you go, boss. Marshall sets down yet another stack of documents. Is this all of them? I motion to the 4 stacks of parchment covering my desk. Marshall shakes his head. This is only the last 4 months. Gray's activity increased significantly over the last year. He's been this active, I ask, starting to feel the fatigue catching up to me. Opening my desk drawer, I take another swig of the bitter stamina tonic I have hidden there. Marshall watches me place the now almost empty vial back into my desk with a worried expression on his face. Sir, I think you should rest. You can't keep this up on tonics alone. We've been working all night and the sun has been up for nearly an hour now. I'm fine, I try to reassure Marshall, but his frown just deepens. I don't have time to argue with him, so I ignore his looks of concern. Which of these are his most recent deals? The stack on your left, Marshall points out to me. But all of those reports were submitted before we were cut off from Dre. We don't have anything more current, just the reports from one in Elizabeth, Marshall tells me. Was one able to recover anything from the fire? What about Elizabeth? How is she doing? Nothing of value, Marshall hangs his head. The explosion destroyed all of Gray's records, and the subsequent fire torched most of the other documents kept in the building. In regards to Elizabeth, one is periodically checking in on her while also hunting down as many of Gray's men as she can. Like you, she refuses to sleep until she has had her revenge. Is that wrong? I send a challenging glare at Marshall. No, it isn't, he responds with a straight face. But when you crash from constantly sipping stamina tonics, you'll be out for much longer than if you just took a quick nap. How can I take a nap when Gray is still out there? I clench my fists in frustration. 2 and 4 are in pursuit, Marshall reminds me. Both are good at covering long distances quickly. They should be nearing Dre at any moment. I've already debriefed them on the situation, so the 2 of them can immediately start tracking down Gray and Max. Will the 2 of them be enough? I ask Marshall. I've already lost enough people to that conniving bastard. Max has been working for Gray for years now, and if the information we received from Elizabeth was correct, his level is close to my own. In a straight fight, he might be able to hold off 2 and 4, but that's not how they hunt. The outcome will be decided the moment they catch up to them, Marshall reassures me. As long as they catch up to them, I cynically remark. It isn't like you to second-guess your men. Marshall gives me another worried look. I sigh and bring my hands up to my face, tiredly rubbing around my eyes and the bridge of my nose. It's only been a few minutes since I sipped my stamina tonic, and I can already feel its effects waning. Other than vitality, I only have a few status points invested in my physical skills. Mentally, I can continue, but my body is insisting I stop. I hate to say it out loud, but we need to be prepared for the possibility Gray might escape. And if that should happen, it's even more important that we find every person Gray has been colluding with and eliminate them as soon as possible. We're doing all that we can, are we? I hiss in frustration. All the numbers are on the move, Marshall reminds me. 1 is handling things in Dre, 2 and 4 are hunting down Gray, 3 is searching around Blaton for whoever tipped Gray off, 5 is moving to Illels to keep an eye out for any of Gray's men trying to leave the region. 6 is already in T-Burn, and word of the situation should be reaching him soon. When was the last time all 6 of the numbers were mobilized at the same time? 1 and 4 are the most active numbers and prefer always to be working. 2 likes to deal with bandit groups, while the other 3 mostly gather information. I hate to admit it, but Gray picked the best moment to run. Most of the numbers were tied up around the main office on account of the war. Then he threw everything into chaos with the explosion yesterday, right when we were reestablishing our lines of communication with Dre and T-Burn. It's been challenging to convey orders with the chain of command severed. Elizabeth was to take over the Dre branch after Gray was killed, but with Elizabeth injured and Gray on the run, not to mention Dre's branch nearly burning down, none of my people in the city know who they should be reporting to. Elizabeth was also in charge of keeping in contact with Six. The magic tool's signal can't reach T-Burn, meaning Six won't know what's going on until he gets a physical letter by way of a messenger bird. Not that he probably won't hear of what happened before our letter reaches him. Both Pakor and Lord Bullock have already responded to our letters and assured me every Skull soldier would be on the lookout for Gray and his bodyguard, and judging by how fast we received a reply, I can only assume they used their mages to send their response. Casting a message spell over long distances uses a lot of mana, and few mages outside militaries are practiced in such magic. And I've been told commanders are hesitant to have their mages commit to sending such messages because of the mana cost, and that they run the risk of something important happening and being unable to send further messages. Unless perhaps Lord Bullock has a magic item similar to my own. Ugh, I groan and rub my head. My mind is drifting. I need to stay on target. The point is, word of Gray is spreading rapidly. If Six is doing his job, he'll have heard about what happened and will be on the lookout for Gray. And hopefully, along with 2 and 4, the 3 numbers will be able to box Gray in. Boss, Marshall calls out to me. I lower my hands from my temples and look at my concerned friend. We're receiving a communication. He points over to a small desk up against the wall. My office is locked down for the moment, with only Marshall and myself able to leave or enter. I moved the communication magic tool off to the side so Marshall could use it while I sort through documents. Is it 2 and 4 reporting in? I ask. Marshall moves over and checks to see who's calling. His eyes widen in surprise when he sees which gemstone is flashing. Boss, it's Aaliyah again, he tells me. Aaliyah, I repeat, I'm just as surprised as Marshall. Oh gods, was she not able to break her contract with Gray? Morning, Javanni. Aaliyah's perky voice catches me off guard. With how happy she sounds, it's safe to assume Aaliyah isn't calling to tell me she failed to break her contract with Gray. I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. Is everything okay? More than okay, I can feel the excitement in Aaliyah's voice. I'm pretty sure Gray is dead, and like that my world stops for a moment. My legs give out on me and Marshall has to help me to the floor. Can you repeat that? I ask in a distant voice. I feel myself trembling, waiting for her response. I'm not 100% sure that he's dead. Aaliyah's clarification leaves me speechless. Bringing my hand up to my chest, I try to calm my beating heart. My jaw quivers as I try to ask Aaliyah the myriad of questions plaguing my mind, but my tongue refuses to work. Marshall sees that I'm having trouble responding and asks what I cannot. Please explain. What? Who is? Aaliyah is caught off guard by Marshall's raised voice, but she quickly catches herself. Oh, you're Javanni's man. Sorry you didn't say anything yesterday, and I forgot you were probably listening in. It's fine. Please explain why you think Gray is dead. Marshall quickly brushes off Aaliyah's apology and pleads for her to explain herself. The two of us hear Aaliyah take a deep breath on the other end of the magic tools. She must be collecting her thoughts. I was experimenting and tried a different way of terminating Gray's contract. Aaliyah begins to explain in an almost cold voice. Why would you do that? My hoarse voice slipping through my lips unintentionally. I thought it would be more painful for him. Aaliyah answers in her calm, cold voice. Then he suffered. I nervously swallow back a lump in my throat. Very much so, Aaliyah reassures me. Anyway, after I terminated our contract, I received some experience points. You leveled a skill, Marshall guesses. No, Aaliyah's flat reply sends a shiver down both our spines. I'm positive the experience wasn't from leveling a skill. It was late at night, and I sure as hell wasn't crafting anything either. That only leaves one explanation for why I would get any experience. My office is silent as Aaliyah takes a dramatic pause. Marshall and I wait with bated breath for her to continue, and when she does, it's like a lightning spell strikes us. I had to have killed something. That's the only explanation I can think of, Aaliyah confidently tells us. That makes sense. Marshall nods along in agreement. If it isn't too much to ask about how much experience did you get, there's another pause from Aaliyah, but right when I think she isn't going to answer Marshall's question, she does. I got about 1,800 experience, but I've never experienced something like this before. Is 1,800 a lot or too little? Marshall hums in thought. Gray's level was in the high 50s, maybe low 60s, based on how much experience you gained. I'd say whatever you did to his contract must have incapacitated him. Something else must have killed him, or else you would have gotten more experience. Even though I was that far away from him, Aaliyah questions Marshall. The distance might affect it a little bit, but the distance doesn't matter so long as you helped kill him. Think about archers depending on their stats. The best of them can hit a target a quarter of a mile away, even farther if you factor in skills and magic. The archer may earn less experience if it was a lucky shot, but he'll still be rewarded for the kill, Marshall explains. It sounds like it, boss. Yeah, try not to sound so excited. Aaliyah's sarcasm is clearly transmitted through the magic tool. I should be happy, but for some reason I'm not. Gray is dead. It will need to be confirmed by 2 and 4, but Aaliyah and Marshall seem convinced. I should be jumping for joy, figuratively speaking, of course, but I don't have the energy to walk by myself, let alone jump for any reason. The point is the man who betrayed me is dead, and all I feel is tired and hollow inside. Boss, Marshall gives me a concerned look. Is everything okay over there? Aaliyah picks up on the heavy atmosphere on our end. It's fine, I tell Aaliyah. We're just tired on this end. You should get some rest then. Aaliyah's suggestion earns me an I told you so look from Marshall. Does that mean the branches are connected again? I mean, even after the explosion yesterday. Aaliyah sounds surprised by how quickly we're recovering. The explosion complicated things, but we'll regain control shortly. I downplay the trouble that we're having. Aaliyah is a vital ally to Silver Herd. We can't shake her confidence in us more than this situation already has. I should be able to send Curvin back to your village in a couple of weeks. Is there anything you want or need? Or do you wish for Curvin to wait until the new year before he returns to your village like your contract with Gray stated? I don't think there's much point in waiting, Marshall, and I hear Aaliyah scoff on the other end. The whole point for Curvin not to visit our village was to keep us from getting noticed by Skull. I'm pretty sure that ship has long since sailed. Tell Curvin he better be ready when he returns to the village. Our fields have exploded in size, and I hear a certain kingdom is looking to buy food. I'll be sure to let him know anything else. Now that you mention it, I could use some more Kaggles ore if you have it. Does she not have enough to complete her order? We've already started negotiations with Skull over Aaliyah's weapons. I can see what we have, but Kaggles comes from a mine close to Olbert's capital. Since Packer took over Illel's and the Earl's fort, we've been cut off from our normal suppliers. I can scrounge together some more, but not much. How much do you need to complete your order? Oh, I'm already almost done with that. Aaliyah's casual remark sends my head spinning. Weapons that can be enchanted usually take a while to make, and a blacksmith needs to spend time testing the weapon to make sure it fits the bill. Should I ask her if she's sure all her weapons can handle enchantments, or would she consider that rude? Heedless of what she's saying, Aaliyah continues to brag about her work. I have 40 spears and swords ready, and all I have left is to make more of those special arrows. Arrows like the ones sold to General Pitts. Yeah, those, Aaliyah cheerfully replies. In fact, if it will be a few more weeks until Curvin makes it back to the village, I should have them done by then if you want them early. Usually, craftsmen ask for an extension to their deadlines, not the opposite, and she's managed to make 80 Kaggles weapons. We should have done more to keep her hidden from Skull, but you have enough Kaggles for the arrows. Oh yeah, I have enough Kaggles for the arrows. I was just wondering if you can get me more so I can make a few more weapons. It's okay if you can't. I know it can't be easy getting Kaggles right now. She sounds so confident, it's making me feel even more tired. I'll see what I can do, I tell her. Battle junkie, Marshall repeats. Don't worry about it. Aaliyah's mumbled voice comes out of the magic tool. I just have to get back to the village. Then we won't take up any more of your time. I politely move to end the conversation. Good thing too, Aaliyah told me a lot of things I need to think over. Until next time then, the communication magic tool goes dark. Marshall, can you help me back to my desk? Sure, boss. Marshall helps me stager back into my chair. Once I'm seated, Marshall asks me, what do we do now? He must be referring to Gray's death. It still doesn't feel real. I have all this anger pent up with no one to direct it at. It's good that Gray is probably dead, but I wanted him to die by my hands. I wanted to be able to tell Elizabeth that it was our numbers who got him when she wakes up. Well, I guess I can still tell her that he's dead, but it won't be the same. Try to get in contact with 2 and 4, let them know about the change in the situation and that they might have to search for a body. I give Marshall my orders. And you, sir, leaning back in my chair, my eyes start to droop. I don't even want to lift my arms to reach for the remains of my stamina tonic. What's the point in me staying up now? The man we were hunting is no longer a threat. Boss, Marshall asks me again after I don't answer him for a few minutes. Wake me up in 4 hours, I tell him, letting my eyes close. As soon as they shut, I feel the full weight of my fatigue kick in. I can feel myself slipping into unconsciousness. Remember, 4 hours. I'll fire you if you let me sleep longer than that, I mumble as I drift off to oblivion. Yes, boss, have a nice nap, is the last thing I hear before sleep takes me. Aaliyah's point of view, that wasn't exactly how I thought that conversation would go, I think to myself. I'm almost back to the village, but I'm still puzzled over why Javanni didn't sound happier after his man agreed with me that Gray was probably already dead. If anything, he just sounded out of it, and I certainly didn't expect our conversation to switch towards the order I promised Gray. I'm all for talking business, especially since I could use some more Kaggles, but I was expecting to be grilled on why I thought Gray was dead, not asked how my work was going. It might have just been me, but it almost felt like Javanni was disappointed I killed Gray. Well, I helped kill him if Giovanni's bodyguard was correct. That's probably it. Giovanni wanted his own revenge for what Gray did to his people only to find out he's already dead. To Giovanni, it might feel like he was denied closure. I can't help but let out a small sigh. I might feel bad for Giovanni, but I won't feel bad about killing Gray. He was a conniving monster, and now that he's dead, my family and I are a lot safer. I won't let Giovanni's response ruin my day. Yesterday was very productive, and I want to keep the ball rolling. Up ahead, I see a break in the trees. After last night, I feel like I've learned a lot about my skills and overcame some of my fear I have towards my Tier 6 skill. I'll still have to be incredibly careful when using it, but like all power, it's how you use it that matters. Walking out of the forest and seeing my house, I stop and close my eyes, letting the spring sunshine wash over me. The weather is simply perfect. A slight breeze catches my hair, and I take a moment to appreciate the serenity of the moment. You're back. And like that, Tabitha's approaching voice pulls me out of my little piece of heaven. Opening my eyes, I see Tabitha strolling over to me, wearing her usual armor. I didn't see you running with your mom. The way Tabitha can say that with a blank stare really throws me off. Is she trying to accuse me of running away? Is she trying to make small talk? I just don't know. The only time I can accurately read Tabitha is when we're sparring or when she's asking me to spar. I had something else to take care of, I simply tell her. Tabitha doesn't physically react to my answer, choosing to keep the blank look on her face. Aren't you a little early to be looking for me? I ask in an accusing voice. I left the house earlier than usual this morning to contact Javanni as soon as possible. Mom is probably still doing her laps around the village, meaning Tabitha shouldn't be showing up at my house for at least another 20 minutes or so. I asked your mom where you were, and she told me you took a trip into the forest again. Damn it, Mom, you couldn't have covered for me. I bet she told Tabitha where I was at just to mess with me. I've explained to Mom and Dad a dozen times about how clingy Tabitha is and how much it annoys me. I bet Mom is laughing herself silly right now. So you decided to wait for me, I interpret Tabitha's answer. Tabitha nods, confirming my suspicions before looking me over. She grins, seeing that I'm already in my armor, but her eyes narrow judgingly when her gaze falls to the scimitar strapped to my side. I know, I step in before she can say anything. I'm just wearing it because it's easier to move through the forest with a sword rather than a big-ass hammer. You should still be bringing your hammer with you, Tabitha berates me, finally showing some emotion. You won't get any better without practicing with it. I want to roll my eyes, but I know she's right. It's just so difficult lugging my hammer around everywhere. I can take my warhammer to work with me because I can set it down after arriving, but when I'm constantly on the move, there's no way. It would be best if I could figure out a way to secure my hammer to my back, but any strap I attach to it would get in the way during practice, or gods forbid a battle. Anime and games always made it look so easy to carry weapons on your back, but drawing from that position is tricky, and that's without armor on. I need to come up with an easier way to carry my warhammer without it inconveniencing me, just something else I'll need to work on. Give me a minute to run into my house and switch out my gear, I tell Tabitha, walking past her towards my front door. I move inside and drop off my sword, stashing the communication magic tool under the loose floorboard directly underneath my bed. It's not the most original hiding place, but thieves aren't exactly a problem in a village as small as this. Everyone knows each other, and it's hard to pass off something as yours when everyone clearly knows it isn't. Even though it doesn't take long to drop off my stuff and grab my hammer, I take my time moving around the house. Tabitha is early, so it isn't my problem if she waits for a bit. A trained soldier like Tabitha could probably stand in place for hours if she had to. Besides, I'm mostly just trying to kill some time until Sandra arrives. She should be here soon if she's as excited as I am to check on the engraving ink. After getting a drink of water and filling up my water skin, I decide I've kept Tabitha waiting long enough. Hoisting my war hammer onto my shoulder, I open the front door. And just as I expected, as soon as I step outside my house, I come face to face with a patiently waiting Tabitha. Sandra isn't here yet, but I suppose we can walk towards her house and meet her there. I start walking, and Tabitha silently follows next to me. I expected us to run into Sandra on the way to her house, but there is no sign of her even as we approach her home. Is she staying home today? I knock on the solid wooden door 3 times until I hear Sandra's voice come from the other side. One moment. A minute later, Sandra answers the door with disheveled clothes and hair. Oh, Aaliyah, are you done with your morning run already? Sandra leans out the door and looks at the position of the sun. I had something else to do this morning, and I finished early, I explained to my friend. What's with your new look? I poke fun at her appearance. It looks like she threw her clothes on in a hurry. Just getting ready, Sandra hurriedly tells me before trying to straighten out her clothes. Glancing behind Sandra, I see brother resting against their kitchen table without a shirt on with equally messy hair matching Sandra's. I stare at Richard for a full minute before it finally clicks what they were doing. I start awkwardly coughing up a lung as my face turns bright red. I'm sorry for interrupting you, I squeak to Sandra. Sandra realizes what I'm referring to and starts to turn red as well. We live together, we're allowed to. Sandra starts to justify herself like they were doing something wrong, but it only makes the situation more awkward. I don't need an explanation. I quickly interrupt Sandra before she scars me for life. I already had to block out moments from when I was a baby involving my parents. I'd rather not add to that by discussing what my brother and best friend do in their spare time. Don't you have work? I cast an accusing glare at Richard, who's chuckling at our antics. I'm taking the day off, Richard matter-of-factly tells me. Sandra and I have been busy since we came back to the village, and I thought we could spend the day together, he says with a widening grin. Oh, that sounds nice, I awkwardly reply. Coughing into my hand, I try to regain my composure. Does that mean you don't want to check on the engraving ink with me? I ask Sandra. I still want to check on the engraving ink with you, Sandra reassures me. I just wasn't planning to stay and watch Tabitha beat you up again. What a friend, I say sarcastically. And don't you forget it, Sandra winks at me. Give us a few minutes to properly get ready. Sure, I wave her off. Take your time, please. Sandra walks to her bedroom, followed by Richard. But before he turns the corner, Richard sends me one last cocky grin. He better not think I won't get him back for this. Tabitha and I wait outside for 10 minutes before Sandra and Richard come out in each other's arms. The two of them stay glued to each other the whole way to Master's clearing. Sandra and Richard are so sickeningly sweet together that I think I'm starting to get a stomach ache. I wonder if Tabitha will accept that as an excuse if I tell her I don't want to practice today. Probably not. No, I'm not going to try and get out of our sparring session today. I'm actually looking forward to it. Last night, after thinking about it, I decided I would wait to distribute my status points until we're sparring that way. I might surprise Tabitha and finally score a good hit on her. Morning, Master. I call out as our group walks into the clearing. Morning, he responds without looking at us. He's too busy putting on his armor to notice the extra person in our group. I take it this means you're actually going to spar with Tabitha, I remark as we near Master. Stone kin don't go back on their word. Master huffs as he puts on his helmet. I briefly consider pointing out to Master that he didn't actually agree to fight Tabitha yesterday. Boot. If I did that, I wouldn't have someone to distract Tabitha later. So Master, for the good of everyone, sacrifice yourself. I offer a quick prayer for Master's well-being. There's one more of you, Master remarks when he turns and sees Brother standing next to Sandra. Sandra and I are just stopping by. Brother offers Master a polite smile. Is that so? Master doesn't sound interested in Richard's explanation. Let's get going. Tabitha steps forward with her battle-hungry expression. Seeing Master in his armor must have pushed her over the edge. All of us sigh together as Tabitha starts walking towards the quarry. Whether I manage to surprise Tabitha with my new strength or not, I have a feeling today's sparring session is going to be more intense than the others. It doesn't take long for us to walk to the quarry, and as soon as we arrive, Tabitha happily hops into the pit, brandishing her shield and sword. Who wants to go first? She shouts up to us, this woman. We're not starting yet, I groan in annoyance. She heard us talking about the engraving ink hell. She even gave us advice. If she's playing with us, she's doing a damn good job at it. Tabitha frowns in disappointment as Sandra and I make our way down into the quarry. The two of us ignore her sour expression and walk straight into the mine. We leave Richard behind with Master and Tabitha. He's never been to an area as magical dense as the bottom of the mine before, and there wasn't really a reason for him to chance getting mana poisoning on his one day off. You're going to regret that later. Sandra smirks at me after conjuring a ball of light. I'm well aware. I suppress a shiver from running up my spine. If I anger Tabitha any more than I already have, she might increase the difficulty of our sparring session right off the bat, and a few status points won't make up for that. I need her to underestimate me up until I'm ready to strike. Sandra continues to poke fun at me until we reach the deepest part of the mine. So what's their mana level at now? Sandra asks me as I pick up and examine the bottle of engraving ink that holds our first batch. 800.24, I tell her. Is that good? Sandra cocks her head to the side. We'll have to do some math. The solution started with 157.38 mana. It then gained 0.13 mana 2 hours after we made it. I pumped 627 mana into the solution to bring it up to 784.51. If we subtract the 784.51 from the 800.24, we arrive at 15.73 mana gain since we left the engraving ink down here. The engraving ink has been charging here for almost 11 hours, meaning the solution absorbed 1.43 mana an hour. Doesn't that mean the engraving ink absorbed mana 22 times faster down here? Sandra exclaims. Yep, I feel a smile creeping across my face. It would be nicer if the absorption rate were higher, but it's still leagues better than what it was outside the mine. But I still need to see how much total mana the ink needs to absorb. Sandra remains quiet while I use inject mana on the engraving ink. I start slow and slowly build up the amount of mana I force into the solution. I need to be cautious with my mana unlike yesterday. I need my mana to train with Tabitha. If I try sparring with her without mana skin activated, I'll get the shit beat out of me in no time at all. 10 mana, 25 mana, 45, 70. I slowly channel my mana until I feel the engraving ink stop willingly absorb it. Another 122.39 mana, I inform Sandra. At least it wasn't too much. There might be a slight difference in the amount of mana each batch of engraving ink needs, but it should be around 922 mana. If we subtract the mana the ink started with, that leaves us with 765.25 mana the ink needed to absorb. I do some long division in my head and tell Sandra my results. If we left the engraving ink outside, it would take 490.5 days for the ink to mature, but here in the mine, it only takes 22.3 days. That's amazing, Sandra jumps with joy. If it takes less than a month for the engraving ink to mature down here, she won't need to worry about it after I leave. She's right, this is good news. I hold up the bottle of charged engraving ink to better see its contents under Sandra's light spell. The purple in the mixture has become much more dominant than the black, and if you look closely enough, you can see flashes of silver light glinting inside. I want nothing more than to run out of this mine and try enchanting something, but I can't let myself get caught up in the hype of success. If I do, I'll spend all my time enchanting, and my smithing and sparring will suffer. I can practice with the ink on my next day off, but I should wait until next week before really trying to enchant anything. The day we would have spent continuing our research will turn into our enchanting day. I'm sure Sandra will want to watch everything I do and take notes for when she tries herself. In a few weeks, Curvin should return to the village, and Sandra can order the materials Master needs to make her an engraving pen. Then again, Sandra did mention she's close to figuring out inject mana. If she can unlock that skill, she'll be able to use my engraving pen even though it doesn't have the runes usually required to work. 22 days isn't that long to wait. Sandra continues to dance with joy. With this, the engraving ink is officially done. Sandra skips across the rocky cavern and pulls me into a celebratory hug. After months of testing and dozens of failures, we're finally finished. Looking back, it almost feels like a miracle that we made it this far. I'm tempted to ask Javanni who he got the instructions from because whoever they were, they certainly left out a lot of crucial details. If it weren't for my background in working with magic metals or my overpowered sense mana skill, the first few steps would have taken us years to decipher. Then there were the fourth and fifth steps, both of which couldn't have been completed if you didn't have prior knowledge of making engraving ink. This must be how alchemists have kept their trade from being practiced by any fool who manages to get their hands on a recipe. How could an average person possibly tell when the engraving ink has absorbed enough mana? If someone didn't know the engraving ink needed to cure in a high mana environment, it would take a little over 16 months for the ink to mature in normal conditions. I also find it funny how you need enchantments to craft engraving ink and use it properly. You need a mana gathering array to cure the ink, because not everyone has a magicite mind to throw their problems in. Then an average mage needs their engraving pen enchanted before they can enchant other things. It's a complicated system that requires someone who already knows what they're doing. The fact that Sandra and I completed what we have is nothing short of amazing. Wrapping my arms around Sandra, I return her hug. We stay like that for a minute, enjoying our success. But we can't stay down here all day, and all this jumping around is draining Sandra's stamina. When we separate, Sandra has to stop and catch her breath from all the excitement. I patiently wait for my friend to recover before we make our way out of the mine. So you're not sticking around, I ask Sandra as we walk out of the mine and into the quarry. Sorry, but I'm looking forward to spending the day with Richard. I fake a gagging noise, making Sandra chuckle. Jealous, she wants to hang out with me instead. Richard confidently strolls up to us before leaning in and locking lips with Sandra. Now I really am going to barf. I turn away from the passionate couple. Can't you guys do that somewhere else? That's the plan, Richard tells me when he pulls back for air. I roll my eyes at brother and turn to Sandra. Can you drop this off on the workbench on your way to the village? I ask, holding out the bottle of engraving ink. Sure, not a problem. Sandra takes the glass bottle with a smile. Richard scoots up next to her and wraps his arm around Sandra's waist. Wrapped around one another, the couple makes their way towards the ramp leading out of the quarry. I'm surprised you don't want to stay and watch me get my butt kicked, I shout at Richard's retreating figure. Sandra's told me all about it, he yells over his shoulder. Let me know when you can actually put up a fight so I can come and root for Tabitha. Even though I can only see the side of Richard's face, I can tell he's grinning ear to ear. I want to shout something witty in response, but Tabitha chooses this time to step forward, ready to start. The crazed look in her eye suggests the answer no wasn't an option. I've been waiting patiently. I glance over at an exasperated Master who's sending angry looks at Tabitha. Waiting patiently, my ass. I bet she was hounding Master for a quick spar the whole time we were gone. But considering Master's armor isn't dented, it looks like he refused her request. It's no wonder she looks ready to pounce at me. I grit my teeth. I don't want to jump straight into fighting. Okay, I'm ready. But could we start with the dancing practice first? Tabitha starts to grin in excitement, but her smile catches when she hears I want to start off slow. She looks disappointed for a moment before she gets a resigned look on her face. I suppose that's okay. Tabitha and I set aside our weapons and square off 2 feet away from each other. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Sandra and Richard disappear from sight. I was hoping Sandra would be here when I try and catch Tabitha off guard, but I can't fault her for wanting to spend time with Richard. That's what Richard is for. Ready, Tabitha shouts. That's her way of telling me to prepare myself. Oh well, I guess if Sandra isn't here, I don't have to worry about her making fun of me should I fail. Ready, I echo. Tabitha steps forward with her right foot at the same time I step back with my left. While it's Tabitha's goal to position herself to trip me, it's my job to mirror her movements. As long as I can directly match her movements, I'll remain upright. If I don't, well, it isn't like I haven't fallen 100 times already. That said, it's more complicated than it sounds. If a random person started watching us right now, they probably wouldn't call what we're doing dancing. They'd most likely call it a game of cat and mouse, with Tabitha chasing after me while I dodge her feet. But not me. The only reason our movements look like Tabitha is chasing me down is that I've yet to reach her level of skill. If I could move better and try to trip Tabitha in return, our training would look a lot more like dancing. But sadly, I'm not at Tabitha's level yet. Sure, I dodged Tabitha's first few leg sweeps, but the woman is relentless. She keeps the pressure up until I make a mistake and land on my ass. 3 minutes and 27 seconds, not a bad starting point for the day. Tabitha always starts strong, and it takes me a bit to get a hold of her rhythm. It's one of the reasons I prefer to start with dancing. Hopping to my feet, I get back into position. Part of me wants to distribute my points now, but I know I only have one chance to surprise her, and I can't waste it on this. So I endure. That's what I do. Get up, dodge, get knocked on my ass. Repeat. Tabitha and I do this for 2 grueling hours before she calls out for us to stop. I think that's enough of a warm-up. Tabitha wipes a single bead of sweat away from her cheek while I'm panting like a dog and rubbing my sore hind corners. Time for the real fun. I have to keep myself from groaning. Just remember, it will all be worth it later. Tabitha picks up her shield and draws her sword while I'm a little bit slower in grabbing my hammer. Once we both have our weapons, we take up similar positions to when we're dancing, but this time there's 15 feet between us. You would think that's a reasonable distance to start from, but people at our level can move 15 feet in a split second. There's a tense moment where the two of us are staring each other down. I roll my shoulders, adjust my grip on my weapon, and double-check Mana's skin, all without taking my eyes off Tabitha. Unlike the dancing, Tabitha won't say when we're starting. She's stricter when we're using weapons and less forgiving. That's how it is on the battlefield, she always says. I of course could rush forward to start us off, but I gave up that strategy after our second sparring session. Charging Tabitha in the beginning never works. No, I wait for Tabitha to make the first move. And like a beast watching an injured animal, it doesn't take long for Tabitha to pounce. Her feet glide across the ground, and in a second, she's right in front of me. Tabitha slashes at me with her sword, but I'm not as weak as I once was. Only using double step, I managed to move out of the way of her sword's trajectory. I used to have to use flash step to dodge Tabitha's strikes, but now I can radially do it with only using double step. Using mana threads, I switch my grip on my hammer and anchor myself in place. I swing with all my might, aiming for Tabitha's shield. Tabitha smiles at my counterstrike, happy as can be. She adjusts her arm a fraction of an inch, just enough so that my hammer won't find much purchase on her shield. Tabitha still needs to step back when my weapon collides with her shield, but that's it. I can't send her flying unless I score a direct hit. Instead of pushing forward with another attack, I take the opportunity to jump back and regain some distance. I don't like taking such a passive approach to fighting, but it's the only way I can deal with Tabitha. She's just too good at counterattacking. Every time I initiate an attack, it always ends with me getting my armor cut to ribbons. Tabitha switches her stance and once again presses the attack. A slash from the left, step back with my right foot. She swings from the right, I step back to the left. Compared to the first time I fought Tabitha, the difference in my movements is almost like night and day. Should I distribute my points now? As soon as that thought crosses my mind, I lose focus for a split second, and Tabitha gets me with a horizontal slash. That was a stupid mistake, I berate myself as I activate flash step to gain some distance. If I don't immediately put some distance between us, Tabitha will undoubtedly score a few more hits. As if to prove my point, Tabitha's sword arcs through the air, slicing where I was a moment ago. You're getting better, Tabitha grins at me. We're going to have so much fun. Now, while she's distracted, I mentally pull up my status page and quickly distribute my status points. 2 points go into vitality, bringing it up to 245. 3 points go into strength, raising it to 155. Then I pour the last 5 points into dexterity, also bringing it to 155. A warmth washes over my body, chasing away my fatigue as my soul erupts in vibrant colors. It's been a while since I've last leveled. I forgot how good it feels. The feeling of getting stronger. Using flash step again, I attack before Tabitha has a chance to notice the change in my stats. Her eyes widen in surprise as I cover the distance between us faster than usual. Raising my hammer over my head, I aim for Tabitha's head. I'm under no delusions that I could actually hurt her, but I'll try. As I'm bringing my hammer down, I see a manic smile form on Tabitha's face that sends a shiver down my spine. Her feet blur underneath her as they instantly take up a defensive stance. Tabitha raises her shield in front of her, as if intending to take my strike head-on. Without hesitation, I active weighted strike to add even more force behind my swing. No holding back now. Time feels as if it's slowing down as my hammer slams into Tabitha's shield. That's it, a clean hit. Tabitha tries to reduce the force of my blow by taking a step back, but I won't let that happen. By stepping further into my strike, I keep the pressure on Tabitha. I'm not letting you shrug this off. I madly shout. Tabitha just grins behind her shield. Fine then. Just then, Tabitha does something unexpected. She lets her stance crumble, choosing to let her shield bear the full force of my attack. Tabitha is sent rolling across the quarry floor before springing up without a single injury to show for my attack. That attack had some oomph behind it, Tabitha remarks as she shakes out her shield arm. You leveled up, didn't you? Damn, it only took her a moment to figure out why I was stronger. And this must be your new level of strength. Tabitha looks me over with a discerning eye. That's good, very good. She starts walking towards me. The more you level, the harder I can push you. Of course, she would be happy that I'm stronger. Let's see what your new limits are. Tabitha maniacally smiles at me. Oh fuck, Tabitha disappears from my sight. I immediately try to use my own flash step to escape, but as soon as I switch spots, I sense that Tabitha has followed me, maintaining the exact same position. I can't keep using flash step like this, or I'll burn out my stamina. Double step helps me turn in place just in time to raise my war hammer in defense, but this time Tabitha isn't holding back. She slashes at me 3 times in quick succession, of which I only block the first one. The other 2 cuts smoothly slice through Mana's skin and my chest piece before drawing blood underneath. Activating Intimidating Shout, I swing my hammer, hoping to push her back or make her retreat, but Tabitha easily dodges my frenzied strike. A brief flash of metal in front of me and I feel another cut open over my left ribs. She's no longer content with just cutting my armor. Tabitha is out for blood. I might have poked the Farkas one too many times. Tabitha then slams her shield into me before I can react, sending me flying backward. If it weren't for the mana threads out of my hands, I'd probably would have dropped my weapon as I skid across the hard floor. I try to scramble to my feet, but the next thing I know, Tabitha is standing next to me, prepared to stab me with her sword. Giving up on standing up, I roll and swing my hammer at Tabitha's feet, forcing her to back off. However, I'm still stuck on the ground, and Tabitha isn't going to just let me stand back up this time. No, she tries to slash at me again, forcing me to roll to avoid her attacks. I can't even get up. Are you an insect? Stop crawling around and fight me. Tabitha taunts me. This isn't how this was supposed to go. I was supposed to catch Tabitha off guard and prove to myself and her that I'm not just a punching bag. I knew she was holding back against me, but I had no idea it was by this much. Just using flash step, Tabitha has proven she can dodge anything I throw at her. Should I forfeit? I ask myself as I continue to roll across the quarry floor, chased by a sword-swinging Tabitha. This was supposed to be my moment. I grit my teeth. I won't let it end like this. Think, what can I do? First, I need to get back to my feet, which is easier said than done. At least I haven't lost my weapon yet. My mana threads are holding up nicely as I twist across the ground. That's it, mana threads. That's how I'll get myself up. I have to time it right though, or Tabitha will just knock me to the ground again. I continue to barely avoid Tabitha's swings as I look for an opening, and then my moment arrives. During one of Tabitha's attacks, she extends her arm slightly too far and stabs her sword into the stone floor. It will only take her a second to pull it out, but that's all the time that I need. Instead of continuing to roll away, I crunch up my legs so my feet are flat on the ground. Using mana threads, I secure myself in place. Pushing off with my butt, I use my leg and core strength to stand up. This all happens in the time it takes for Tabitha to pull her sword out of the ground, but my weird movements at least caught her off guard again. After being made to roll all over the quarry, I'm not in the best of moods. Drawing back my hammer, I prepare to strike. Tabitha is excited to see me on my feet again and readies her shield to block me, but this time I'm quicker. Still stuck to the ground with mana threads, I balance on one leg, still in striking position, and kick with my other foot. Tabitha wasn't expecting me to attack with my leg, and a smile crosses my face when I feel my boot slam into her fancy armor. I even activate double step to kick twice essentially. My kicks don't do much damage, but they succeed in pushing Tabitha back. Now replanting my foot, I switch my stance and swing my hammer. The combo strike works and my hammer lands squarely across Tabitha's chest, sending her into the air. I did it, I got her. Tabitha lands on her feet like a cat, but I can hear her gasping for breath. I must have knocked the wind out of her. Good, finally. I would be happier if she were coughing up blood, but I'll take what I can get. Her armor must have stopped most of the force of my swing. Now I'm even more curious to know what it's made of. What am I doing? I need to press my attack, not complement her armor. I flash step to close the distance, but I still haven't fully incorporated dancing into my skill, so my movement is still pretty linear. Tabitha is already prepared for me by the time I appear next to her. She parries my hammer with her sword before activating a sword skill that causes her sword to blur out of sight. I feel a cut open up on my cheek before I even realize Tabitha has her sword up against my throat. It's my win, she proclaims with a radiant smile. I slowly lower my hammer in defeat. At least this is the first time I'm not ending a sparring match on my back. Tabitha sheathes her sword. That was the first time you managed to hit me, and you did it when I was using most of my skills too. Most of her skills. So that means even after all that, she wasn't taking me seriously. That's another blow to my pride, but at least I'm improving. You did good, Tabitha honestly praises me, leaving me dumbfounded. But remember, you won't always have extra status points in every battle. It's better to improve your skills rather than relying on a momentary burst of power. I understand, I nod my head, taking Tabitha's words to heart, though at least you put some points in vitality. I'm confused by Tabitha's remark until she points at my chest and I look down. 1, 3, 7, 13, 16 cuts total. I didn't even feel some of them. Is Tabitha bragging about her handiwork? It takes me a moment to see it, but I finally notice what she meant about raising my vitality. Though her cuts drew blood, none of them were very deep, and the oldest of cuts have already started scabbing over. Oh yeah, I forgot when you put status points in magic and vitality, it helps you recover those faster. Just like how my stamina is nearly bottomed out, but I can feel it regenerating faster than it normally would be. We just finished fighting, and I usually would need to rest for 30 minutes before my stamina would start refilling this fast. We'll be able to go again soon, Tabitha happily proclaims. I think it's Master's turn. I tried to divert Tabitha's attention to somebody else. Sure, this was my best sparring session yet, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to try again so soon. I turned to where Master was sitting, only to not see him there. Where did I spot Master standing on the edge of the quarry? Why is he up there? It's your turn, I shout up to him. Master takes one look at Tabitha and flinches back. I forgot something back at home. I'll be back in a little bit. You're running away. What about Stone Kin not going back on their word? I angrily shout as Master turns away from the quarry's edge. I'll be back as soon as I can, Master shamelessly yells down to us before walking towards his house. Let us go again while we're waiting for him, Tabitha suggests with a smile that gives me goosebumps. Why did you betray me, Master? I struggle to hold back my tears. Here I go again. It's a good thing Sandra chose not to stick around. Isn't this supposed to be our day to spend time together? Mother looks up from stitching my armor and pouts. It feels like you spend all your days off fiddling with your magic. Fiddling. I raise an eyebrow at Mom. You heard me. Mom holds up my vest that still has most of the metal plates exposed. And why did it take you so long to ask me to fix this? Because I didn't want to bother you, I playfully reply. Mom narrows her eyes at me. Well, don't. If you need me to stitch up your armor, I want you to tell me immediately. And don't try patching it yourself like you did that mess. Mom motions to a pile of torn-up leather sitting next to her workstation. That pile is the last remnants of my breastplate. After my last sparring session with Tabitha, I could no longer patch my armor up and was forced to make a new one. Are these different? Mom holds up one of the plates she's securing to my new vest. I'm surprised she noticed. Yeah, I reforged them one too many times and was forced to add more steel into the mixture. They're heavier. Will they defend you better? Mom gives me a concerned look. They're about the same, I inform Mom with a smile. And once again, I tell my mom a white lie to make her feel better. Truthfully, those new plates are weaker than the old ones. Regular steel can't match up to Kaggle's, and after testing the new mixture, I found it's actually 8 weaker, and that's only adding a bit more steel to the alloy. Oh well, I can't worry about it now. We've already begun prepping the materials to start making the delinium arrows, and I can't waste any more time on my armor, especially if my armor is just going to get shredded again the next time I face Tabitha. She made it quite clear that if I can hit her, she can increase the difficulty of my training. I reach up and massage my left shoulder. It's still stiff from the beating Tabitha gave me a couple of days ago. At least I now have 2 days off to finish my recovery, and I don't feel nearly as bad as I did yesterday. Yesterday was the second time I had to craft sore, and I'd forgotten how much more difficult it made working. At my level, it's hard to feel tired with my physical stats as high as they are. If I have a rough day and go home sore, my stats almost all but guarantee that I'll start feeling better by the time my head hits my pillow. Even during my previous sparring sessions with Tabitha, I was good by the next day. The fact that I still feel some slight pain around my body is a good indicator of how thoroughly Tabitha kicked my ass 2 days ago. I'm happy I'm closer to making her take me seriously, but I'd be lying to myself if I said I wasn't worried about my next sparring session. I wonder if I should warn Mother that she might be helping me fix my armor a lot more than she thinks she will be. Looking over at her, I watch as Mom sews my armor with her strongest thread. Mother always has this profound look on her face when she works, like her eyes are concentrating solely on what she's doing, all while having a distant look on her face. After Mother finishes the seam she's working on, she holds up my vest and inspects her work before she continues. I think I know where my desire for perfection came from. As long as it protects you, Mom sends a quick glance at me. What? Oh yeah, my armor. I got lost in my head for a moment there. It should be fine, I reassure her with a smile, but that seems only to make Mom more suspicious. It will protect you, won't it? Mother's eyes drill into me. As much as it can, I answer in a slightly somber voice. What does that mean? What's the point of wearing armor if it doesn't protect you? It protects me a little bit, I awkwardly try to explain to Mom. It's another barrier protecting me from Tabitha. Some barrier, Mother scoffs. She reaches over and picks up a strip of leather from the remains of my previous armor. I know you used your magic to wash away the blood before you brought this to me. I choose to remain silent, not feeling the need to dig my own grave. You looked nearly dead when you stumbled home 2 days ago. I'm just worried that lady is pushing you too hard. Mom's face softens into a look of concern. And this is precisely why I tried so hard not to ask her for her help with my armor. Taking a deep breath, I sit up straight to convey confidence. I won't lie, sparring with Tabitha is tough. I get my butt handed to me more than anything else, I tell Mom, looking her in the eye, but it's because she's so tough on me that I'm improving as fast as I am. My shredded armor and a few cuts are just the price of my training. She doesn't need to cut you to train you. Mom admonishes me. I know Mom is concerned for my safety, but I can't help but smile. Do you think this is funny? She scowls at me. Not at all, I shake my head while still smiling. I was just thinking about how lucky I am to have such a caring mother. Flattery won't work, Missy. I was just telling you the truth, Mom, I smile wryly. Even though Tabitha's methods might be extreme, I've never felt like my life was in danger. Tabitha may be a battle-crazy monster on second thought. Let me rephrase that. Though Tabitha may be weirdum. Mom stares at me while I try to think of a better way to describe Tabitha. The awkward moment lasts until I finally decide to be blunt about it. Tabitha is weird and crazy, anyone can see that, but she's utterly devoted to Pakor, and by extension me. Plus, it's hard to argue with her results. So you're saying you need to get hurt to become stronger. Mom gives me a look that says she isn't buying it. Yeah, kind of, I shrug. You have to push yourself if you want to improve, and I'm at the point in my training I need to be tossed around if I want to see any significant growth. Child, you're killing me, Mom lets out a long sigh. I'm starting to think the gods sent you to challenge your father and me. The gods could care less about us, I snort, immediately regretting my remark. Aaliyah, Mom shouts, don't test the gods like that. Yes, Mom, I hang my head so she can't see me roll my eyes. The gods don't care about people, certainly not the two I met, and that's probably a good thing. If all powerful beings like them started to interfere with mortal life, I shudder to think what could happen. What am I going to do with you? Mom shakes her head. How did you end up like this? You're asking me, I point at myself. I wanted to be a blacksmith. Funny, Mom rolls her eyes before focusing back on my vest. If we had this conversation half a year ago, Mom would probably be demanding I stop practicing with Tabitha. Though she's worried about me, Mom knows I have to do this and wouldn't put me in a position where I have to choose between her and my training. Once again, I'm reminded of how supportive my family is. Smiling, I turn back to my own project and the reason that started this whole conversation. Sitting in front of me on the kitchen table is a small stack of wooden boards, the largest only 2 by 4. When I was doing all my prepping yesterday, I cut and planed these small planks for today. Off to my right is the bottle of engraving ink, and next to it is my engraving pen. Mom wasn't wrong to call what I'm doing magic practice, but I'd like to think of it more as furthering my crafting skills. After all, if I can start enchanting my gear, then maybe the armor Mom is working on will last longer this time. Though my armor will probably be the last thing I enchant. If Curvin makes it back to the village in a few weeks with more kagels, I'll be able to make a brand new chest piece rather than reforge the one I have now. But of course, I can't just start experimenting on my weapons and armor. If I screw up the enchantments, what then? But I don't want that happen, that's why I'm starting off simple. I already have most of the runes I've discovered memorized, but that's only when it comes to carving them into the wood. I've never had engraving ink to work with before, and it's impossible to know how my carving will work now that I have it. That's why I'm going to do a series of tests to determine how my skills work now that I'll be enchanting for real. First, I grab my engraving pen and the bottle of ink. I remove the small threaded cap on the end of my pen and uncork the ink. As carefully as possible, I slowly dip the engraving ink bottle until a bead of ink starts to pour into my pen. The engraving ink has the consistency of syrup, and it takes me 4 minutes to fill it up. Setting the ink bottle back off to the side, I examine my engraving pen now that it's full. The pen feels different in my hands now that it's heavier, but fiddling with it for a little bit is all it takes for it to start to feel natural again. But as I twirl the pen in my hands, I notice there isn't any ink on its tip. I know there's a small hole for the ink to dip through, but Sense Mana lets me see that the ink appears to be clogged at the small threshold. Did Master not make the hole big enough? Do I need to see him to get it fixed? Let's try pouring my mana into the pen first before I go running to Master Dell using Inject Mana. I transfer a small amount of mana into my engraving pen, and I'm surprised by the results. When I practiced without engraving ink inside my pen, my mana would naturally condense in the tip of the pen. The same thing is happening now, but as my mana flows through the pen, it's reacting with the ink inside it. As my mana is pulled to the tip of the pen, it drags a small bead of engraving ink along with it. That's so cool, I can't help but exclaim. I can already guess how an engraving pen is supposed to be enchanted just by watching how my mana moves through the pen. Having success already, Mom asks from her sewing corner, reminding me I'm not alone. I'm starting to think I might get sucked into my work too easily. I think so, I happily tell her. Knowing how the pen functions, I reach over and grab a piece of wood with my left hand. I hold the board steady and move to engrave a basic mana-absorbing rune. Mana-absorbing runes are the basis of all enchantments, so it only fits I start with them. I focus on the image in my head. With steady hands activated, I carve out the whirlpool-looking rune, and I quickly realize the difference with using engraving ink. Even with me channeling my magic into the engraving pen, the ink doesn't come out that fast. What would have taken me half a minute to carve out normally, the Tier 1 mana absorbing rune takes me a full 4 minutes of slow carving to get just right. I'm all for slow and steady, but the longer it takes me to engrave the rune, the more mana I waste applying it. Plus, there's the ink I need to worry about. If I go too fast, the ink doesn't fill the channel properly. But on the other hand, if I focus on one spot too long, the ink bunches up and overflows. The former problem is more common than the latter, but both are issues I need to be aware of. When I do finish my first rune, I'll be the first to admit it's a little rough around the edges, but the overall shape is there. I pause, expecting to gain my long-awaited engraving skill, but I never feel the telltale sign of my soul expanding, which probably means. I take my finger and carefully touch a part of the rune. The ink is still runny, it needs to dry or harden. I actually don't know what it's supposed to do. Oh fuck me, there better not be something else complicated to get the engraving ink to dry. Wait, Aaliyah, don't panic, I tell myself. Work with what you have. Today is all about testing, meaning there are no wrong answers. I should try channeling magic through the rune, as I did with my engraving pen, and see what that does. I need to be creative with how I inject my mana. If I touch the ink, I might ruin it, and I don't want to mess up on my first test subject. Luckily, I have the skills to channel my magic through the air, I just need to keep my hand an inch away from the rune. I don't use much mana because not only is the rune engraved on regular wood, but it's also just a single rune, not a complete enchantment. I have no problem directing my mana into the rune, and I can use my mana manipulation skill to make sure very little of it is wasted on the transfer. The plank gobbles up my mana and quickly reaches its mana threshold, getting it close to disintegrating, but it's worth it. The rune is doing its job by absorbing my mana, and that's all that matters. What's really interesting, though, is what my mana is doing to the rune. As the mana-absorbing rune continues to eat my mana, the ink is fusing with the wood and taking on its properties. I always wondered how scratching a rune into something doesn't compromise it structurally, but here is my answer. And like that, I jinx myself again. The two triangles on either side of the rune accumulate too much magic, and without an accompanying rune to utilize said magic, the wooden plank disintegrates with the two triangles as the epicenter. I stare down at the pile of dust that was my first attempt at enchanting. I know I told myself there were no wrong answers, but watching your work disintegrate in your hands isn't the easiest thing to watch. I give myself a minute to feel frustrated before I get back to work. I go over everything that just happened to see if I missed anything during my excitement. Even though my rune wasn't drawn as pristinely as I would have liked, it still worked. That's something to remember. I try to remember the moments the engraving ink was fusing with the wood, filling in the previous material's surface. I can't be sure. I was distracted by the material disintegrating, but I think the rune wasn't able to mimic the wood's density fully. It makes sense engraving ink would be way more valuable if it could perfectly take on the principles of whatever it was used on. That, or my engraving ink, isn't that good. I'm sure it's like the weapons I make, you would need the best materials to make something truly remarkable. I'll need to keep an eye on my next test to see if I'm right. I reach over and grab the next board. This time I'll try carving 2 runes, a mana-gathering rune along with a 1-port mana-regulating rune. My previous test didn't necessarily disintegrate because of the rune I carved. The board disintegrated because the rune was absorbing my mana, and it didn't have anything to do with it. The same thing would have happened if I were to pour too much mana into anything. If I can successfully carve 2 runes into an ordinary piece of wood, that would be great. But if the wood can't handle it, I'll just have to find something else to practice on. Blacksmithing logs have a lot of mana. I bet they could withstand a handful of runes. I'm getting ahead of myself again first. Let's see how much I can do with regular wood. Channeling my mana, I start work on the 2 runes. Again, it takes me a few minutes to engrave the mana-absorbing rune, then it takes me almost 7 minutes to carve out the more complicated mana-regulator rune. Lastly, I connect the 2 runes much as I've seen in the various magic items I've learned them from. My second attempt at a mana-absorbing rune has cleaner lines than my first, and is a lot closer to the examples I wrote down during my practicing. Sadly, the mana-regulating rune is a failure. Examining the rune with sense mana shows that there were multiple points where the lines were overdrawn, and I can even spot an area where the lines look like they meet but have a small gap in between them. Getting the ink to move like I wanted is more complicated than I thought. I let out a small sigh. Well, now is the best time to see what happens when a rune is drawn wrong. I start pouring my mana into the second test board. Almost instantly, the mana-absorbing rune starts to work the same as last time, but now it has a place to send the mana it's drawing in. The mana-absorbing rune funnels my mana into the regulating rune, and suddenly a noise pierces our quiet house. The board splinters in my hands, and it sounds like someone is crinkling aluminum foil into a microphone. After that, the split board pieces start to disintegrate like my last test subject. So that's what happens when a rune is drawn wrong. I only caught sight of it for a second, but sense mana picked up a lot of violent mana around the spots I noticed earlier, especially the area where there was a break in the rune. If I was practicing on a sword, would the same thing happen? I now see why enchanting is taken so seriously one wrong move, and you could lose whatever it is that you're working on. That's a lot of risk considering I failed on the second rune. Each magic item I've seen has at least 4 runes, at least 4 chances to make a single mistake. It's no wonder a metal box enchanted to heat up goes from being worth a single silver coin to a few gold when enchanted correctly. Aaliyah, are you okay? Mom leaps up from her chair, dropping my half-sewn vest on the floor. I'm fine, Mom. I quickly wave her back down. You sure? Mom asks, not taking my advice and moving next to me. When she reaches me, she looks me over with a critical eye. All fingers accounted for, I jokingly hold up my hands, earning me a glare from Mother. What was that awful noise? Seeing that I'm okay, Mom turns her focus to the table and the pile of ash on top of it. I think that's what happens when you mess up a rune, I tell her. Scared the crap out of me, Mom frowns. It must have because for the life of me, I can't remember the last time I've heard Mom swear. Sorry, I apologize to my flustered mother. It's okay as long as you're a light, Mom lets out a relieved sigh. But is it safe for you to continue? What do you mean? I mean, is it always going to make that noise when you mess up, or will something worse happen? Mom questions me. I never thought of that. I purposely activated the rune, knowing it would fail, but I never considered what might have happened when I did. It only takes a few mana points to activate a basic spell, and I easily channeled 5 times that amount into the plank. For all I knew, the rune could have exploded. I didn't even activate Mana Skin because I haven't left the house today. I was careless, and I could have hurt Mom or myself because of my stupidity. I don't know, I honestly answer Mom, I'm sorry. You don't need to keep apologizing, she tells me. I hang my head in shame. That second apology was because I was reckless. I knew that rune was bad, and I still activated it to see what would happen. Mom will probably tell me to take my work outside. I need a place to work, so I guess I'll have to impose on Master. I hope he isn't too mad to see me on his day off. So you knew it was bad, Mom repeats in her parenting voice. Yes, I groan. Okay, then you should draw your runes at the table and test them outside, Mom suggests to me. I raise my head and stare at Mom wide-eyed even though she's scolding me. She's oddly calm about this whole thing. I was sure she would tell me to take my work outside. Well, she did technically tell me to take it outside, but only the testing part, which I admit is an excellent idea. Yeah, I find myself agreeing. And make sure you clean up your mess when you're done. Mom gives me a friendly reminder before walking back to her sewing chair, picking my vest off the ground before she sits down. After I watch Mom take her seat, I turn back to my work. Walking in and out of the house would be annoying, so I should engrave a handful of boards, test them, then come back and examine my results before deciding how to continue. Let's get working. Carrying a handful of wood and balancing my hammer on my shoulder, I close the front door to my house behind me. Now, where do I want to test these? I mumble to myself. When my earlier test failed, the noise wasn't exactly quiet, and I don't want to draw a crowd. Going to Master's house would be the best bet, but I feel bad about bothering him on his day off. Each of my tests will push the runes and planks there carved onto their limits, and I have no way of knowing how loud they might be. In knowing Master, he's probably relaxing on his bench at this very moment. I could go to the quarry, but that still requires I pass through Dell's clearing. Master pretends not to care about what I'm doing, but if he sees me going to the quarry to test out my enchantments, I'm sure he'll feel obligated to go with me. Then there's the fact the quarry isn't exactly close by. Walking all the way to the quarry just to walk back 10 minutes later isn't a good use of my time. Plan B then, walk into the forest. That way, even if nearby villagers hear me working, I won't have to worry about any of them bothering me. The chameleon spiders may be gone, but most villagers still keep a healthy distance from the tree line. Someone might grab a nearby hunter to check on the noise, but asking one person to leave me alone is a lot easier than dispersing a curious crowd. A quick 5-minute stroll later, and I'm far enough away that no prying eyes will find me. I pick a spot with a fallen log for me to sit on and get comfortable. I set my hammer down next to me within arm's reach, keeping it close by just in case a passing goblin decides to do something stupid. Sense mana tells me nothing is in the area, and I don't see any markings that a Farkas pack or Karhu has been through here recently. The giant monster bears are waking up from their hibernation, and those who survived the chameleon spiders in winter are definitely starving. I'm actually a little curious to see how I might stack up to Karhu, maybe put Tabitha's training to some use. Gods, she's rubbing off on me. I chuckle to myself and turn my attention to the engraved planks I brought with me. Each plank is labeled in the order I made them. Fishing through the engravings, I grab the one labeled 3. Test 3 is just my second attempt at Test 2, a simple mana-absorbing rune along with a regulating rune. Only this time, I didn't mess up the regulating part. Now let's see how everything reacts when the 2 runes are carved right. Pouring my mana into the runes, I watch as they start to solidify. Test number 3 was carved first and should have had the longest time to dry, but it appears the runes need to be activated for the ink to harden and merge with the wood. That at least answers one crucial question. As the runes merge with the plank of wood, I note their structure with sense mana. I was right, the engraving ink is hardening and taking on the wood's properties, but the structure isn't as solid as the real thing, meaning my runes will be the weak point of my gear. When I get around to enchanting my armor, I'll have to make sure I enchant the inside, that way it will take more to damage it. I don't know what I'll do about my weapons though. If I enchant a blade, it's almost certainly going to get destroyed in a fight. This is only my third test, and yet I've already learned so much. I know I'm only progressing this quickly because I've practiced carving runes for months now, but it's nice not stumbling over this after how long it took us to decipher the engraving ink. While I'm enjoying my success and learning about enchanting, I continue to gently push my mana into test number 3 with exciting results. The mana-absorbing rune takes in my mana and sends it to the mana regulator. The regulating rune converts my mana into what I can only call neutral magic. As my mana is altered, I lose my control over it. This isn't like when I injected my mana into my old katana. When I pushed my mana into my old sword, it would fuel the fire mana already in the metal. That's why I could pull it out even though it was slightly altered. If I tried to absorb the mana coming out of the regulating rune, it would be the same as drawing in mana from my surroundings. My body would need to reconvert the mana back into what it was before I expelled it. This is interesting, but like my first test, the regulated mana has nowhere to go. Part of the mana is lost to the surroundings, but most of it simply flows back into the wood, overflows into the absorbing rune, and repeats the cycle. Only this new mana isn't reacting well with the wood. With each passing second, the natural mana inside the wood is slowly replaced with the new mana, and the wood appears to wither and fade in color. Not decompose like wood is supposed to. Instead, the wood becomes sickly white and starts to crumble in my hands. I don't even need to feed it any more of my magic, I only need to wait for it to destroy itself. Within a few minutes, nothing remains of test number 3. Mana can be pretty damaging. If you add too much, it destroys. If you replace an object's natural mana with a different kind, it destroys the item. I've been practicing magic for over 15 years now, and I'm still figuring out its subtleties. Time for test number 4, let's see how this one goes. Picking up the next wooden plank, I grab the test I expect to fail immediately. Test number 4 is a continuation of tests 1 and 3. It has a mana-absorbing rune, a regulating rune, and this time, a water rune. The water rune is one of the simpler runes to draw, which is a big bonus, but I picked it for this test because out of all of the runes I know, I'm pretty sure the water one is the least likely to explode if something goes wrong, which I fully expect it to. 3, 2, 1, I count down in my head and start applying my magic. The fourth test doesn't even last 2 seconds. My magic is absorbed and converted just fine, but the board disintegrates on me as soon as the mana hits the water rune. At least there wasn't that annoying metal screeching sound. It was hard to tell, but I think the wood disintegrated because the third rune activated, not because the water rune wasn't adequately powered. If that's true, I might need to stop by Master's Clearing and grab some blacksmithing logs sooner than I expected. Damn, and I was hoping to wait until tomorrow too. I move on to test 5 and 6 to confirm my suspicions, and I'm quickly proven correct. Test 5 was the same configuration, only with a light rune instead of a water rune. I drew this in case the water rune didn't do anything, but I get the same results as test number 4. The 6th test has a complete 4-rune enchantment on it, and was only expected to work if either test 4 or 5 was a success, but test 6 does have at least some benefit. Board disintegrates in the same way as the last 2, but it happens as soon as the mana hits the 3rd rune, confirming it's the wood that's failing, not the enchantment. Now, for test number 7, the second to last test, before I go home and write down my findings. The 7th test is a simple one, with only 1 rune carved into the wood, a tier 2 mana-absorbing rune. This test will tell me if higher tier runes stress the material they're engraved on more or less than their weaker counterparts. I actually feel a little sad to destroy this one. It took me forever to engrave it correctly. Activating the rune, I eagerly watch what happens. The tier 2 rune absorbs my mana just like its tier 1 variant, but at a much quicker speed. At the rate the rune is working, the board should disintegrate in a few moments. But while I'm waiting for the board to reach its mana limit, I feel it start to vibrate in my hands. That's new. I quickly stop supplying magic to the rune to see what will happen, but the board doesn't stop vibrating. Scanning the wood, I find the cause of the issue. Soon the engraving ink cannibalizes the wood holding the rune's shape, and once the engraving ink is free to move about, the engraving ink goes in every direction, and the board explodes in my hands. Wooden shrapnel harmlessly bounces off Mana's skin as I stare blankly at my now empty hands, so runes can explode. That was a much more violent reaction than when I conducted my second test. When I tried activating my poorly drawn rune, the mana in the rune escaped through its flaws, disintegrating the board, but this time the rune couldn't hold its shape and collapsed all at once. I guess this means the more significant the flaw, the more violent the reaction. This test demonstrates that you can't just enchant anything with a higher tier rune. I'll need to be careful with what enchantments I try to place on stuff in the future. I'm not worried about a tier 2 rune messing up my Kaggle's gear, but who knows if it could hold a tier 3 or higher rune. But those are problems for a future me. Heck, I don't even know any tier 3 runes at the moment, so no need to worry about what I can't do. One more test to go, I tell myself as I grab my final board. My 8th and final test is to see if my wooden boards can store mana. I engraved a basic tier 1 mana absorbing rune on the board and connected it to a mana storage rune. I copied this rune from the charging base of my mom's magic kitchen knife. The rune is meant to store the mana absorbed from the magicite placed within the container, but since I charge it most of the time to avoid wasting materials, I know it can also store my mana just fine. If I can figure out a way to store my mana in a portable container, it would change how I use magic. I could store up my excess mana each day and save it for the days I practice magic or use it during my sparring sessions with Tabitha. And the best way to make this dream a reality is to see how well everyday items hold mana. I don't necessarily want this test to fail as soon as possible, so this time I inject my mana into the runes in small bursts and watch what happens. The enchantment absorbs and stores my mana just fine. In fact, the storage rune holds in my mana much more efficiently than all my previous tests. When an enchantment is activated, a small amount of mana is lost every second it's running, not much, but more than this storage rune is losing. Why doesn't every enchantment have one of these? There has to be a drawback of some kind. That's the only reason enchanters wouldn't include a storage rune in every enchantment. I'll have to do further testing to find out the reason. I channel my 4th burst of mana into the enchantment, and the board starts to disintegrate on me. It appears the wood couldn't contain the mana being held within the rune, which means the amount of mana a storage rune can hold is directly correlated to the material the rune is inscribed on. Everything leads back to the materials you're working with. With my tests complete, I can't help but smile. This is what I needed. Whether I want to admit it or not, my crafting had started to feel stale. Sure, I have the arrows to make, but the last couple of weeks have been nothing but steel weapons for the village. I make sure to put my all into it when I'm making weapons for the village, but there's a point where it becomes monotonous. Each spear I make is designed to channel mana as efficiently as possible, and yet I doubt all but a few people in the village would be able to tell the difference between my work and any old spear Curvin might be selling. But now, my extra effort matters. If I want to work on my enchanting, I'll need to produce the best weapons and armor that I can. I feel excited just thinking about it. Standing up, I brush the ash off my clothes. What should I try next? I ponder out loud with a smile on my face. Grabbing my hammer and swinging it onto my shoulder, I start walking back towards the village, excited for my next round of testing. After that, I went back home to write down my notes. I explained to Sandra how I spent my first day off. While talking to Sandra, I removing the Kaggle's arrow shaft from the forge, moving over to my anvil to use my smaller hammer to straighten it out better. Just looking at the arrow shaft, you could see the slight bend on the one end that needs to be fixed. What you do next? Sandra eagerly asks me. Delicate work such as this doesn't require a lot of force and produces a lot less noise, so Sandra and I can talk while I'm working without needing to shout at one another. Well, I wanted to continue experimenting, but after I made it home and recorded my findings, I decided it just wasn't practical. Oh, Sandra gives me a curious look, expecting me to explain my decision. I used up more mana than I thought I had, I clarify. Drawing all those runes and testing them took up a good chunk of my mana. Even if I went to Master's clearing to get some blacksmithing logs to experiment with, I'd at most have enough mana to do 1 or 2 more experiments. It just didn't seem worth it to bother Master for such a small reason. I appreciate that. Master comments from his bench, only this time he's sitting up and watching me work instead of pretending to nap. It's actually Tabitha who's lying on her bench this time, looking like she's bored to death. Master has been ignoring her all day, choosing to focus on my work instead of entertaining the battle-hungry monster. I look up from my anvil and offer Master Del a quick smile before turning back on my work. Plus, by the time I made it home, Mom had already finished most of my armor and needed me to stand still to tailor it properly. Mom made me stand in place for an hour before she was happy with her work. I chuckle, recalling my day to Sandra. The same armor Tabitha destroyed yesterday. Sandra's question makes me pause mid-swing. Your mom must have loved that. Sandra giggles to herself in sadistic glee. I turn my head and narrow my eyes at my friend, causing her to stop laughing immediately. Sorry, Sandra holds up her palms in a placating gesture and retreats a half step back. Letting out a sigh of frustration, I move the Kaggle's arrow shaft back into the forge. Needless to say, Mother was not happy when I returned home last night. You can't blame your mom for being mad, Sandra tells me, casting a glance at Tabitha, who's staring up at the sky blankly. I know I just felt bad after trying so hard to defend myself. if you can call what you did yesterday defending yourself. Sandra pokes fun at me again, sounding a bit too happy at my situation. Is it just me or does Sandra have a bit more bite to her these days? Maybe you should just spend my sparring days with Richard, I snap back. And miss watching you get your butt kicked. No way, Sandra smiles at me. I spent the last 5 years in Dre studying watching the two of you fight is the most interesting thing I've ever seen in years. Didn't your magic teacher take you out of the city to hunt goblins? I point out to Sandra. Sandra snorts and waves off my question. We were a group of mages escorted by a handful of mercenaries. We were more in danger inside the city than we were outside hunting goblins. Now watching you and Tabitha fight, that's action. Even if you can't do anything against her, Sandra can't help but throw in that last little quip. I'm getting better. I defend myself while pulling the Kaggle's arrow shaft out of the forge and moving it back to the anvil. I got the bend out, and now I need to do my best to round it out perfectly. Well, it is getting harder to follow the two of you, Sandra admits with a crestfallen look. But what was up with yesterday? It looked like she was meaner than usual, and that's saying something. You missed it, I tell Sandra. The day you left to hang out with Richard, I scored my first hit on Tabitha, and apparently that means she doesn't have to go easy on me anymore. Gods, Sandra hisses through her teeth. No wonder you were trying to dodge so much. Yeah, yesterday I was trying hard not to ruin my chest piece, but that just backfired on me. I was trying too hard to dodge and block Tabitha when I should have been looking for an opening. If I swung at her more, my armor might have lasted longer than it did, I admit in a downcast voice. All right, Sandra claps her hands, drawing my full attention for a quick moment. As much fun as it is making fun of the Golden Girl, this conversation is getting a little too depressing for me. Forget about yesterday and tell me what you did on your second day off. I want to hear everything before you show me what you learned tomorrow. I can't help but smile at Sandra's excitement. Sure, I was too concerned with my gear yesterday, but I won't make that mistake again. Mom was mad at me when I showed her my armor, but she quickly got over it and was just happy it did its job. Though Mom did say she wouldn't be putting as much effort into my armor if I'm going to destroy it twice a week, which is understandable. That's right, tomorrow will be our first official day practicing enchanting. I comment like it's no big deal. Well, you'll be practicing. Sandra crosses her arms over her baby bump. I have to watch until I can get my hands on my own engraving pen, and who knows how long that will take. Curvin should be here in another week or two, I remind Sandra. I know, but I doubt he'll just happen to be carrying everything I need, Sandra pouts. I probably won't get what I need until after the New Year festival. Shoot, she's right. And with all the chaos in Dre at the moment, there's no guarantee Curvin will be able to get his hands on the right mana gem for Sandra. Gray's dead, and yet he's still making life difficult for people. I should contact Javanni and ask him if he can help me out. Now that I think about it, there are a few more things I should ask for as well. My mithril supply is starting to run low now that I'm using it in more things, and it wouldn't hurt to get my hands on some more ethros and devil's poke. I have enough herbs to make 3 more batches of engraving ink, but I doubt that will last long once I really start enchanting. And we'll go through our supply even quicker once Sandra starts practicing with me. I think I might be able to help, I reassure Sandra. Really? I see Sandra brighten up out of the corner of my eye as I hold up my arrow shaft and examine it for any flaws. I'll still have to make a few more adjustments after the arrow is completed, but the shaft is good enough for now as it is. I can try, I tell Sandra as I place the completed arrow shaft on my workbench. That's 2 down, I remark out loud more for myself than anything. I don't know what it is, but announcing your progress just gives you a sense of accomplishment. Sandra watches me grab the next ingot of Kaggles and move it into the forge. Are you sure I'm not distracting you? You ask me that now. I smirk at Sandra. I know these arrows are supposed to be important, and I don't want to mess you up. It's fine. To be honest, these arrows have lost most of their meaning since Pacor captured General Pitts. Then why are you making them? Sandra gives me a confused look. They just gave you all of your supplies. Sandra stares at me with her mouth hanging open in shock. Merchant companies seldom do that. I remember you told me about him. Didn't you mention something about solving your problem with him earlier in the week? Did I? I scratch my head. I tell Mom and Sandra almost everything, and sometimes I mix up who I've informed about something. I shrug my shoulders lest I have to explain. Anyways, yeah, I'm honoring the terms of my contract, even if it isn't with the person I signed it with. I get that, but why are you making arrows? Why not try a sword? Sandra suggests to me. I admit it crossed my mind. Removing the Kaggles ingot from the forge, I move over to the anvil and start drawing it out, paying particular attention to the metal's internal mana structure. It would be fun to try and make something new, but I don't want to risk the coin. You're worried that much about money. How much gold do you owe Silver Herd? About 450 gold coins. If Sandra was drinking something at the moment, she certainly would have done a spit take. Hearing how much I owe Silver Herd immediately sends my friend into a coughing fit. That much for some more, Sandra exclaims once she finally catches her breath. I nod, understanding her surprise. For a small village like this, 450 gold coins is practically a fortune. Kaggles, the stuff I'm working with now, I hold up the glowing ingot that is slowly taking shape, is a magic metal. I probably won't try to enchant any of them myself, but the weapons I've made from this material are perfect for doing so, or so I was told. If I have to guess, each of the swords and spears I've made are worth between 3 and 5 gold coins apiece. At 70 market value, I would get between 168 and 280 gold coins for what I've already made. Sandra's eyes widen the more I explain. Then there are the arrows I'm making. I'm confident they'll sell for at least 50 gold coins apiece, maybe even more. I could make a sword with what I have. It may even be the best thing I've ever made, but it isn't what was asked of me. Hey, Tabitha, I turn and call out, grabbing the bored warrior's attention. In a split second, Tabitha swings her feet off to the side of her bench and snaps up with an excited look on her face. Do you have time for a quick match? I ignore Tabitha's sparring invitation and instead ask for her opinion. You know a bit about weapons, right? Which are more important, a good arrow or a good sword? Most of Tabitha's excitement fades away when she realizes I have no intention of fighting her. But because I'm asking her questions about weapons, Tabitha doesn't entirely revert to her expressionless self. That's tricky, Tabitha thinks out loud. Good weapons are always in demand, but I'd say quality arrows are always desired the most. Sandra doesn't seem to get what Tabitha is getting at, so I explain it to her. Swords can last a long time if you take care of them. Arrows are the same, but which are you more likely to lose in a battle, an arrow or a sword? Archers are always looking for replacements, and it will be much easier for Silverherd to sell a handful of quality arrows than it is for them to sell one amazing sword. I get what you're saying. Sandra nods along in understanding. Tabitha lets out a small laugh, drawing both Sandra's and my attention. You make it sound like Silverherd will have a hard time selling your weapons. I'm sure our master has already worked out a deal in which your weapons will be immediately shipped to the front lines as soon as you pass them off. Really? I ask, honestly a little surprised by this news. Pacor seemed interested in my work, sure, but I figured he would simply ask me to make more weapons once I was finished with my order. To think Pacor is willing to pay retail price for my work, that's honestly a little flattering. Your crafting abilities are far beyond your combat skills, Tabitha remarks with just a hint of dissatisfaction. Master Pacor was looking for you even before the two of you ever met. He was. Yes, during the battle in which we took Fort North Ridge, General Pitts managed to injure Master with a surprising arrow we were sure she shouldn't have had. Ah yeah, I remember now. Was it General Pitts or Pacor who mentioned that my arrow harmed him? And that's a good thing, I nervously ask. Knowing Tabitha, she wouldn't be mad at me for selling an arrow to the general, but I did indirectly put Pacor in danger, and she cares about her master above all else. Does she mean everything other than taking the fort was easy? Glad I could help, I offhandedly remark as I turn my attention back to my work in Sandra. Maybe once you finish your arrows, you could try them out on me. Tabitha giggles, sitting back down on her bench. Nothing would make me happier, but I don't have the skills to use arrows this good. I doubt I could even hit the broadside of a barn with a bow, let alone someone like Tabitha. The point is, I'd rather take the money rather than chance it, I tell Sandra. Don't take this the wrong way, Aaliyah, but what do you need money for? Technically, you're a student under someone as powerful as Pacor. I'm sure you can ask him for anything you need. Sandra reminds me of my wealthy new master. I scoff at Sandra as I move the arrow shaft that's slowly taking shape back into the forge. Sandra glares at me while I work the bellows, challenging me to prove her wrong. Putting aside the fact that everything I ask from Pacor will put me further in his debt, the money isn't even for me. Eventually, I'll be leaving the village, and I have no idea when I might be back. In case something goes wrong, I want my family to have enough money they can flee if they have to and still live comfortably someplace else. In case something goes wrong, Sandra repeats. I nod my head. Tabitha has been alluding to it that I'll have to prove myself once I'm brought back to Skull. I don't know what that exactly means, but if everyone in Skull is like Pacor and Tabitha, I doubt they'll be challenging me to a dance-off. You're right, I don't think people will enjoy dancing with you as much as Tabitha does. Sandra misunderstands my earthly reference, but she gets the point I'm trying to make. Still, her misinterpretation makes me smile. I plan on leaving a couple hundred gold coins for my family. That's why I want to get this order over with and focus more on enchanting before Curvin returns. Even if I can only enchant a few basic runes, I'll be able to make a lot more money quickly. Simple, I like it, Sandra remarks. But is enchanting really that easy? You still haven't told me what you did during your second day off. Mostly more tests, I smile coyly at Sandra. Nice try, but we both know you want to talk about what you found out. Sandra knows me well. Well, after my morning workout routine with Mother, I had to stop by here and grab the blacksmithing logs I mentioned earlier. Naturally, go on, Sandra eagerly pushes for me to get to the good stuff. Fine, I'll skip over all the boring details of my family life, I say exaggeratingly. When I don't get that big of a reaction from Sandra, I let out a soft sigh and start explaining my second round of rune experiments, all while continuing to work on my arrow shafts. Even though I went to get the blacksmithing logs, I didn't actually use them in my first few experiments. You see, the night before, I thought of a really important test that I didn't consider during my first round of testing. Well, don't leave me in suspense. Sandra smiles at my theatrics and plays along. Do you think the size of a rune matters? I pose Sandra the same question I had, and when her eyes widen, I can tell immediately she understands where I'm going with this. It's a simple question, but it has a big impact, I explained to my friend. I took 4 regular planks of wood and engraved a basic tier 1 mana absorbing rune onto each of them, each a different size. The largest I stretched from one side of the board to the other while keeping the rune's dimensions right. The smallest rune was about the same size as the runes I copied from the magic items, and the last 2 tests were in between those. So, what you find out? Sandra enthusiastically asks. Size does affect the rune's performance, but only to a certain degree. I explain my findings. I measured how quickly all 4 of my tests could absorb enough mana to reach their breaking point, and it was surprisingly close. I expected the largest rune to absorb mana quicker than the smaller ones, and it did, but only by a little bit. In the end, the largest rune only absorbed mana 13 faster than the smallest one. Did the larger rune put any extra strain on the material? Sandra quickly hits me with a question that reminds me how great it is to have someone discuss these things with me. I didn't even consider how a larger rune might put more force on the base material. For a moment, I stop swinging my hammer and consider Sandra's question. I don't think it did, I reply. But the larger rune definitely took up more room, and I would have had a harder time engraving anything else. Then I wonder if the runes used to enchant buildings are different. Sandra ponders out loud. That's a good question now. I want to kick myself for not studying the enchanted buildings back when I was in Dre. I guess we'll have to do some further testing down the line. All the same, I don't exactly have any enchantments you'd want cast on a building. I might be able to replicate a light bulb, but that would eat up a lot of mana for something both Sandra and I could do with a basic spell. Looks like it. Sandra agrees with me. What was your next test? The next few tests were a little boring, I tell Sandra. I finally switched to using planks made from the blacksmithing logs and started checking to see if the runes worked differently on different materials. Basically, I retested my first few experiments from yesterday. Anything of note? Sandra asks me. Not really, I reply. My earlier hypothesis was proven correct in that the blacksmithing logs were just better at holding the runes. The stronger wood was able to hold a lot more mana than your run-of-the-mill timber, and lasted nearly 14 times longer than my experiments from the day before. It really does boil down to the materials you use. Sandra nods along, but doesn't interrupt me as I continue talking about my experiments. After finishing my more basic tests, I moved on to the more fun stuff. My tests proved the blacksmithing logs could hold out longer than the regular wood, so I jumped straight into trying to engrave a full enchantment to see how it would work on a plank of wood. What enchantment did you go with? Sandra can't hold herself back from asking. Nothing crazy, I tell her. I only know a handful of complete enchantments, and most wouldn't exactly work well on a plank of wood. No matter what I do, a plank of wood can't purify water after all, I joke. I kept it simple and copied the enchantment found in Master's mining helmet. My thinking was a small ball of light shouldn't be too dangerous. But it was either that, or I enchant the plank to produce a small flame, and I think you can guess what the results of that would look like. I glance meaningfully at the forge where the same logs are burning now. Did it work? Sandra pushes for me to continue. It actually did, I smile in triumphant, remembering my success. The enchantment worked like it was supposed to, and produced a ball of light on the wood surface where the light rune was inscribed. The enchantment even held for 2 minutes before the wood started to disintegrate. Sandra looks a little disappointed that the wood didn't survive the test. Even before the wood failed, the light rune was singeing the wood around it. I explain what I saw. But light spells don't produce that much heat. Sandra scrunches her face in confusion. The ball of light didn't produce much heat, but the rune itself did, I clarify. Channeling magic didn't exactly help the wood either, though I did get something good out of the test. And what was that? Sandra asks me. After channeling my magic for a few seconds through the completed enchantment, I finally unlocked the enchanting skill. It's official now, I boast. Then I'll need to complete a full enchantment if I want the skill as well, Sandra ponders out loud. Can I borrow your notes on the runes you've deciphered? I'll make my own copies and start practicing drawing them. Sure, no problem, I tell my friend. I took a nap, I chuckle. You did not, I had to, I tell her. Well, I didn't exactly take a nap, but I did stop to meditate for a bit. As I explained, enchanting eats through your mana quicker than you would expect. If I wanted to do more experiments, I had to pace myself. How long did you meditate for? An hour or so, I tell Sandra as I move on to my next arrow shaft. I'm surprised by how efficiently I'm working. I know I told Sandra she wasn't hindering me, but I didn't think either of us believed that little fib. Yet here I am swinging my hammer as good as any other day, all while having a pleasant conversation with my friend. Swinging my hammer feels natural, the glowing metal moving as I want it with each swing. It almost feels effortless. As soon as that thought crosses my mind, I feel one of my skills leveling up. I don't even have to pull up my status page to know blacksmithing gained another level. I'm only 1 level away from reaching the level 75 test. Master said reaching level 75 in blacksmithing means you're on the cusp of being considered a true blacksmith, or at least that's how stone kin see things. I want to reach that level. I want to push my skills to their limits and see what blacksmithing does once I pass that test. I have plenty of skills that have passed 2 tests, and each has grown significantly more versatile. It's only fitting my blacksmithing skills finally join them. Then what you do? Sandra's question brings my focus back to our conversation, but my hands never stop working. After I regained some of my mana, I did the next sensible thing. I wryly smile, and that is. Sandra asks, bracing for the punchline she knows is coming. I engraved a flame enchantment to see what would happen. Sandra shakes her head from side to side with a smile on her face. Didn't you always tell me not to waste resources when we were experimenting with engraving ink? And didn't you say you didn't want to test the flame enchantment? I wouldn't call it wasting resources. I defend my actions, knowing that's exactly what I did. And I said I didn't want to use the flame rune on my first test with blacksmithing logs. I didn't say I didn't try it later. Plus, I wanted to see how a rune of the exact opposite nature of the material it's engraved on reacts with one another. I'm happy I was able to come up with that excuse on the fly. Sure you did. Sandra looks at me like she can read what my true intentions were. I might have wanted to see if it would explode, I admit to my friend. But in my defense, I was picturing magic grenades when I thought of the idea. So how'd it turn out? Well, it didn't explode as I wanted it to, I tell her in a dejected manner. The wood just caught on fire after a few seconds and sort of popped after the rune's structures failed. That sounds like an explosion to me, Sandra remarks. Please, I scoff at the idea of that little pop being called an explosion. I've seen an explosion hell, I've been inside one. Even someone with your physical stats would have only gotten a few light burns, nothing more. Then did you learn anything? Sandra asks with her best mom look. You know, the look where your parents catch you doing something stupid and asking what you learned from your mistake. That's the look Sandra has on her face. I bet Mom or Surette are secretly teaching her how to get her face to look like that. I'd put money on it. I figured out the most expensive way to start a fire, I joke, earning me a small gasp from Sandra. No, but in all honesty, the test with the fire rune did help me out. I didn't notice it at first, but after I tested my 3rd completed enchantment, I noticed something I missed with my 2 prior experiments. What was your 3rd test? Sandra asks for clarification. I copied the sharpening enchantment. You tried to sharpen a piece of wood, Sandra asks more than a little judgingly. And how was this also not a waste of resources? Have you never heard of a wooden sword before? I counter much to Sandra's amusement. And shut up, it was a good thing I tested it. Oh, Sandra's mocking smile fades and she eagerly listens to my explanation. The enchantment didn't do much to the plank of wood, but that isn't the point. While the enchantment was activated, I noticed a difference in the sharpening rune compared to the light or flame rune. It might have been because there wasn't anything for the sharpening rune to do, considering I didn't exactly specify an edge for the rune to sharpen. But even without a specified target, the sharpening rune held up remarkably well, and the mana inside the rune was flowing more naturally than the light and flame runes. I give Sandra a minute to digest the information, and she quickly gets a look of inspiration. The sharpening rune worked better with the earth mana in the engraving ink. I can't help but smile and nod. Sandra came up with the same conclusion I had. The engraving ink we made is mostly earth mana, and even the ambient mana the ink absorbs to cure is processed into the stuff naturally. I think wind mana would work better for the sharpening rune, but it explains why the other 2 runes had a harder time working. I didn't have the ink specific for the job. This could be a problem. Sandra bites her lip. We shouldn't worry just yet, I tell my friend. We have some half-finished knives in storage, and I'll try enchanting them tomorrow. Maybe it won't be that big of a deal that we only have one type of ink. The other enchantments still did work after all. But they also eventually failed, Sandra reminds me. Yeah, but the sharpening enchantment did the same thing. That's why I'm going to use steel tomorrow. I don't think wood is exactly the best material to hold enchantments. We can worry about tweaking our engraving ink formula after we see how the enchantments fare on steel. Remember, we already knew our ink isn't the best out there, and we were always going to have to figure out how to improve it. This is just a reminder that we still need to devote some of our time to the subject. I don't suppose you were given instructions on how to adjust the engraving ink, Sandra sarcastically asks me, knowing full well how little information I was given on the subject. Sorry, I burst Sandra's non-existent bubble. The both of us let out a collective sigh. No one said teaching yourself enchanting would be easy. In fact, I think people considered it impossible. But if Sandra and I can come this far, I'm sure we'll continue to figure things out as we go. I don't want to get Sandra's hopes up, but I already know how we can try and change our engraving ink formula. Magicite isn't the only form of crystallized mana. Considering how much is used in the recipe, I'm guessing we'll need to switch out the magicite for other magical crystals if we want to change the elemental affinity. There might be other herbs we'll need, but we can at least try changing up the magicite first. Then again, I might be jumping the gun here. I need to go back and re-examine the magic items I bought, but but I don't remember there being that big a difference in the makeup of the runes I examined. I already determined the items came from different makers, and if the ink wasn't that special, it stands to reason we can still enchant the various runes with the ink we already have. The next couple of weeks will be busy, and yet I can't help but feel excited. I already earned the skill I was after, and I'm confident I'll only improve from here on out. I've never shied away from hard work, and I'm not going to start now.